He traveled back in time and became a former celebrity who was blacklisted by the entire internet. He was in the late stage of cancer and could die at any time. Shin Tian, who had a bad start, originally planned to give up. Fortunately, the system was activated in time, and as long as you stand up and fight head-on, you can get various rewards of publicly exposing a popular young actress for not being able to memorize her lines and lip-sync, complaining about a certain veteran actor promoting fake liquor. Uncover all the dark secrets just when he thought he would be banned from the Longwa entertainment industry at any time. One donation receipt after another from the Charity Federation was exposed by the media. What's even more outrageous is that he mistakenly donated the 30 billion yuan rewarded by the system. When these events were presented to netizens, the entire network burst into tears. It was so touching that even the top 10 figures in Dragon Country sent an invitation to it. Turns out that he has unknowingly become the moral benchmark of the Dragon Country entertainment industry and an official national idol. Chapter 1: The Iron Strake Man System. At the filming site of The Poisonous Concubine at Shudian Film and Television City, Shin Tian, who had just taken off his dragon robe, had no time to take a sip of water when he saw a large group of people rushing towards the door of the crew. He could only respond with a sneer to such a scene. Su Yi is indeed a resourceful person. Her first drama after graduation is a heroine-themed one. Some media even came to visit the set. Just as Shin Tian was about to turn around and walk into the lounge to avoid the limelight, a sharp-eyed reporter suddenly shouted, "It's Shin Tian. I didn't expect he was also in the crew of The Poisonous Concubine. You don't even know this." Shin Tian plays the third male lead in this play, the Emperor of the Dacian dynasty. Is that true? Isn't he quite famous? How come he's only the third male lead? TSK, bullshit. He's now known as the male celebrity with the most haters on the internet. And I heard that he's about to be abandoned by Tianying. That's impossible. Even if all his fans are haters, at least his fame is still there. Ha, didn't you hear? It's said that the princess came to their crew for a special interview last Saturday, but Shin Tian acted like a big shot and stood the sixth princess up. This is simply courting death. Doesn't he want to stay in this circle anymore? He actually dares to stand up the sixth princess. Who says it's not true? If nothing unexpected happens, Shin Tian will be terminated by Tianying soon. By then, he will probably have to pay him nothing. It has to be said that the voices of these entertainment reporters are louder than each other. Even if Shin Tian did not deliberately listen to their speeches, every word they said fell into his ears without missing a word. Although their words were not polite, they were true. He felt overwhelmed when he thought about the mess he had just encountered after crossing over. However, just when he was about to try to out of sight and out of mind, the reporters suddenly swarmed over. Shin Tian couldn't help but frown when he saw that he was suddenly surrounded by a group of reporters armed with cameras. Su Ye's nanny car is over there. If you want to visit her on set, it's better to hurry. Otherwise, it will be time for her to get her beauty sleep. After saying that, Shin Tian prepared to squeeze out of the crowd, but just at this moment, a microphone with the Mango TV logo on it was handed directly to his mouth. "Hello, Shin Tian. I'm Chen Xia, a reporter from Mango Entertainment. We just received a notice that Su Yi has taken the rest of the crew to a dinner at Xianlu. I'll probably be back in an hour. So we'd like to take this opportunity to ask you a few questions." Hearing what the man who claimed to be a reporter from Mango Entertainment said, Shin Tian's face suddenly became extremely ugly. No wonder all these reporters suddenly gathered around him. It turns out that Su Yi is no longer in the crew. More importantly, Su Yi invited the entire crew to a dinner without even notifying him. Although he didn't care about this meal, he and Su Yi were artists from the same company. After all, they can be considered as fellow disciples, and Su Yi treats him like this. Even though he is still young, seeing Shin Tian's increasingly ugly expression, the entertainment reporters around him immediately became like flies smelling a foul odor. Although Shin Tian is no longer famous and is surrounded by negative news, it would not be a wasted trip if we could dig up some useful information. Shin Tian, as the third male lead in this drama, how many points would you give this drama on a scale of 10, from the casting to the plot arrangement? Immediately, a female reporter with a Firebird Entertainment sign spoke first. When Shin Tian heard this question, he originally wanted to just answer it casually and get it over with, but at this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Triggering a temporary mission, the iron straight man system is activated. As a straight man, you disdain to tell any lies. Please respond positively to all reporters' questions. Depending on your answer, the system will give you a different amount of straightness index. The straight man index can be used to exchange for various skills and items. Hearing this system prompt, Chin Tian was confused for a moment, but at the same time, he began to feel ecstatic inside. I originally thought it was a hellish start, but I didn't expect God to give me a golden finger. Although the name of this system does not sound like a serious system, but as long as it comes with its own redemption store, it is a good system. Chin Tian, is this question difficult to answer? How about we change the question? Just when Chin Tian was immersed in the joy of obtaining the golden finger, the voice of the female reporter suddenly came again. Chin Tian came back to his senses in an instant. His face turned serious and he said, "That's a good question. This drama itself is a good drama. After all, it is adapted from a popular IP. But in terms of casting, I can only give it 2 points, one of which goes to teacher Gao Qin, who covered up the Empress Dowager. The other one is for myself." As soon as Chin Tian finished speaking, the media and fans present were in an uproar. They never expected Chin Tian to give such an answer. It would have been fine if he had only scored 2 out of 10, and he gave one of the points to himself. This means that he is not satisfied with any of the other casting choices in the drama. I'm afraid Chin Tian is too excited to speak such words. He is brainless or brainless. That's right. This drama stars either rising stars or established veterans, yet Chin Tian actually thinks there's something wrong with this casting. It is said that the cost of the actors alone for this drama was almost 200 million yuan. I guess he's just sour grapes because he can't have them. Who made him only get the insignificant third guy? No wonder Tianying abandoned him. With his speaking skills, which company would want him? I guess he's just throwing in the towel and giving up completely. Before he's completely finished, he's still trying to screw over his old boss. His character is questionable. Just when everyone thought that Chin Tian was taking this opportunity to give up, the reporter from Firebird Entertainment handed over the microphone again with shining eyes. If this kind of thing of adding fuel to the fire is done well, it will be a big explosion point. So may I ask why you think the show's casting was inappropriate? In other words, which actors do you think are not suitable for their roles? When the reporter asked this question, others nearby also pricked up their ears. Seeing that everyone was waiting for his answer, Chin Tian hesitated for a moment and then said, "Let's just say, there's no way a casting director would choose these people unless they had a 10-year brain thrombosis. For example, the heroine of this drama, Su Yi, is a cute round-faced girl with a silly and sweet personality. She was chosen to play the treacherous and vengeful concubine. Do you think you can turn evil just by dressing up as a villain and getting black nails?" More importantly, every line she spoke was dubbed by someone else. She didn't say a single word during the entire filming process. I suggest that she consider a heartbreaking drama like The Mute Bride for her next drama. Honestly, it makes me miserable watching her making such awkward noises. After saying all the words in one breath, Chin Tian immediately felt a lot more relaxed. However, the entertainment reporters and fans standing by were all dumbfounded. Chapter 2. Endless Melons. The entertainment reporters present originally wanted to ask Chin Tian a few questions casually and then take them back as scraps, but who would have known that this question would lead to such a big revelation? The popular young actress who graduated from the Capital Film and Television Academy and is the new generation of internet's first love didn't say a single line on the set. Who would believe this if I told others? Anyway, many of Suya's fans who came to the scene were the first to not believe it. You're talking nonsense. Xiao Yi is clearly working so hard. The videos on her blog are all records of her memorizing her lines. That's right, Xiaoye must have invited the crew to dinner without him, so he maliciously slandered Xiaoye. No wonder he has such a bad reputation online. A grown man can embarrass a little girl like this. It's amazing that Xiao Yi and he are from the same company as me. He deserves to be in a mess for the rest of his life. Chin Tian just rolled his eyes slightly in response to these fans' extreme remarks. He doesn't have the energy to explain to these brainless fans one by one. It is difficult for most fans to remain rational after hearing negative news about their idols, and he can understand that, but the entertainment reporters on the side didn't care about that. Sensing the trend, they asked again, "Chin Tian, as a public figure, you must be responsible for every word you say. You said Suyi dubbed the entire thing. I wonder if you have any evidence. Evidence? You can't bring your phone into the filming scene. Shin Tian spread his hands helplessly. But you can compare the voices after the TV series airs. That's definitely not Suye's voice. Believe it or not, besides me, there are several old veterans at the scene who also know about this. When Suyi was making that noise, they were all dumbfounded. At this point, most of the entertainment reporters present were already 70% to 80% convinced, because even if Shin Tian was giving up, there seemed to be no need to spread rumors and slander others. In Longwa, anyone who spreads rumors and slanders and causes a certain impact will be sentenced to a heavy sentence, especially a public figure like him. Just as these reporters were thinking about how to polish this information into entertainment headlines, another system prompt sounded in Shin Tian's mind. Ding! Due to the host's recent remarks, your straight man index has increased to 100. Get the mysterious novice reward, which will arrive in 1 hour. Hearing the system prompt sound, Shin Tian was suddenly surprised and happy. The only thing that he couldn't figure out was what kind of reward it was that would take an hour to arrive in his account. Besides Suyi, do other actors have similar problems? While Shin Tian was still guessing what the mysterious reward was, another question was thrown out. In the eyes of these entertainment reporters, this interview may be Shin Tian's last chance to face the media. If I don't take this opportunity to dig up some more explosive information, I may not have the chance again in the future. The problems of other actors are not as serious as Suye's. After hearing Shin Tian's answer, the entertainment reporters were inexplicably disappointed. Originally they thought Shin Tian really dared to say anything. In the end, he still didn't dare to confront the senior people in the circle. However, they soon discovered that they were wrong, and quite wrong. The veteran's skills are undoubtedly excellent, but this is where the problem lies. Take the biggest villain in the show, Uniquely, for example. He was originally supposed to be a very dark character, but the production team gave this role, which was supposed to be very low-key, to Mr. Huji, a professional villain. Let's not talk about other people. I'm scared just looking at Teacher G. It's almost like I'm a villain written all over his face. Wouldn't this spoil the story for the audience right away? As soon as Shin Tian finished speaking, the entertainment reporters present were stunned. If what Shin Tian said is true, then there is indeed something wrong with the casting. However, this is also a common problem in many popular TV series nowadays. The director only cares about the star status and doesn't care about the audience experience. Also, I think the cast of this drama is a bit too extravagant. A character with only 1 or 2 lines is performed by a veteran who has been acting for more than 10 years. I have no objection to asking seniors to play with Suyi, but it's too much for the entire crew to be composed entirely of seniors. If this is the way it is, will there be any future for the younger generation of actors? Speaking of this, Shin Tian obviously also put in some of his own personal emotions. When he first auditioned, he was trying for the male lead, but was squeezed out by a senior actor in his 40s. You should know that the male lead in the original novel is only 19 years old. If it weren't for the seniors looking down on him, the third male lead, it probably wouldn't have been his turn. However, he did not know how much shock his words had caused to those present. Crazy, Shin Tian is really crazy. Is it possible to say such words? When he said this, he almost offended half of the entertainment industry. More than that, he has touched so many people's cakes. That's right, the entertainment industry is like a big circle within a small circle, with layers of people squeezing inwards, and the space in the inner circle is so small. It's conceivable that from now on, he won't be able to enter the inner circle, let alone the outer circle. But to be honest, his words do represent the voices of many young actors. It's useless to just flatter young actors. The industry is full of young actors. The older they get, the more popular they become. Even if they made bad movies when they were young, they will still be called veteran actors when they get older. Just as everyone at the scene was discussing Shin Tian's words, the staff in charge of the security of the set also noticed that something was wrong. I quickly sent the interview video I had just filmed to a group chat. As soon as he sent the video, a middle-aged woman in a private room in Hexianglu, more than 10 kilometers away from the set, received a message alert. She had just finished toasting Suyi and other celebrities in the circle, and she opened her mobile phone and took a look, but just this one look almost frightened her to death, especially after she saw the video shot on the spot. After taking a look at the content of the video and then at the people present, her hands began to tremble. The scene soon caught the eye of a young girl sitting next to her. The girl was in her early 20s, and even a plain white dress could not hide her natural beauty. Coupled with that clean face like a lotus in clear water, it is hard for anyone who sees her not to feel good about her. "Sister Yen, what happened? Why do you look so ugly?" After saying that, she looked at the phone screen of the middle-aged woman next to her. When she took a look, she immediately saw Qin Tian speaking to the media on the screen. Subconsciously, her brows furrowed. What is he doing? Is he trying to get some attention at this moment? So what if he can ride on the popularity? A vase like him with nothing but a face is destined to be eliminated by the times. However, just as the girl was looking at Qin Tian on the screen with disdain, the voice coming from the phone made her face change instantly. Chapter 3, Collective. Dumbfounded in the private room, Suye's face no longer had the calmness it had before, and even her originally slightly red face turned pale. She really couldn't imagine why Qin Tian dared to say such a thing. He actually dared to reveal in front of so many media outlets that she didn't say a single line throughout the performance. Although this kind of thing is not uncommon in the entire entertainment industry, but for her, a young actress who has just debuted and is working hard to build a hard-working image, this problem is enough to ruin her future. When she thought of this, she almost wanted to run back to the set immediately, and at this moment, another female star suddenly let out a light exclamation. "Isn't this Qin Tian? Why are there media coming to the set today?" As soon as she finished speaking, another woman who was about the same age as Suyi said with a sarcastic look on her face, "You don't know this, right? This is a fan visit specially arranged by Suyi. They said it was for the promotion of this drama." However, just as she finished speaking, her mouth suddenly turned into an O shape. The expression on his face also became extremely surprised. Obviously, she also saw what Qin Tian had just said. After hearing Qin Tian's revelations about Suyi, although she tried her best to conceal her emotions, she could still see the gloating look in his eyes. After holding it in for a long time, she finally couldn't help but say, "Suyi, it seems that it's really your loss that you didn't ask Qin Tian to come over this time." Hearing her words, everyone present looked puzzled. Everyone present was an intelligent person, and they naturally knew why Suyi didn't bring Qin Tian along for this dinner party. It's simply because Qin Tian is now surrounded by negative news and was named by the 6th princess as Qin Tian's junior sister. If she doesn't cut off the relationship in time, she will inevitably be affected in the future. But they really didn't understand what the sentence just now meant. What do you mean it's their loss if they didn't invite Qin Tian? "Si Qi, why are you mentioning Qin Tian at this time?" Seeing the reactions of everyone present, a middle-aged man sitting opposite Suyi at the dinner table said with displeasure on his face. After hearing what the middle-aged man said, the woman who had provoked Suyi didn't care at all. Instead, he took the phone from the assistant beside him and operated it for a while. "Nothing, I just saw a video about Qin Tian. Send it to everyone to see, it's quite interesting." As she spoke, the woman gave Suyi a meaningful smile. Seeing the woman's expression, Suyi had no idea what the video she was talking about was. Just when Suyi was looking furious, the cell phones of everyone present rang at the same time. When they picked up their phones and saw the video, their expressions became weirder than each other, especially the leaders of Tianying Entertainment. "This Qin Tian is going too far. He even told this kind of thing to others. We spent so much effort and money to build Suye's character, and he just ruined it like that. The contract must be terminated. I now regret begging director Zhang to let him join the crew. This kind of idiot, when I sent him to further training, he couldn't even learn a single dance in half a month. Hurry up and have someone contact these media outlets and ask them not to broadcast this video. It's too late. I just checked 2 of them, and they also started live streaming at the same time. These media outlets probably won't miss out on such big news if they don't have time. They're all like sharks." Just when the leaders of Tianying Entertainment and the production company were furious, the older generation of actors on the other side had an expression of watching a show. Although they were in the same crew as Suyi, as people who had received orthodox actor training and had decades of acting experience, they also looked down upon Suyi. Why is it that they have been acting seriously for half their lives and practiced hard every day, but in the end they don't get as much as a young girl who has just started out? Of course, if that were all, they would accept it. After all, times have changed. But what they couldn't stand the most was that when they were filming with Suyi, they were reciting their lines seriously. However, Suyi, who was acting opposite them, was making a lot of noises the whole time. Now suddenly I see someone taking the initiative to stand up and expose this issue in front of the media. They were so happy. It this moment, they wished that Suyi would die so that the older generation like them could get more resources. Of course, if we were to ask who was the happiest among these people, it would naturally be teacher Gao Qin, who was mentioned by Qin Tian. On the actor's side, a middle-aged actress who was over 50 years old and had a plump figure suddenly showed an unconcealable smile on her face after watching the video on her mobile phone. I didn't expect that even though I usually don't talk to Qin Tian, he would actually praise me at this moment. In Gao Qin's opinion, Qin Tian's words, teacher Gao Qin gets 1 point, were obviously saying that she played the role of the Queen Mother well, that if it were said in other circumstances, no one would take it too seriously, but when Qin Tian said this, he also denied the entire crew. This made his words seem particularly credible. After all, if she hadn't acted really well, Qin Tian wouldn't have said that. However, just when a group of veteran actors united to laugh at Suye's joke, what Qin Tian said next was equivalent to giving them a hard slap in the face. Although Qin Tian never said anything about their acting skills or professional qualities from beginning to end, but his statement that there is no future for young actors was a bit too much. This sentence seems to mean that this group of older people are blocking the development of young people. It's the same as not giving young people opportunities to develop. Once this sentence is uttered, how will the audience look at them? Won't they all become drama tyrants? The one with the ugliest expression was Chen Ming, who played the male lead in The Poisonous Concubine. Although he was not mentioned in any of Qin Tian's words, it seemed as if every word was mentioning him. He thought that he was only 45, in the prime of his life, so what was wrong with him playing the leading male role? Moreover, he has been playing the role of a graceful young man for many years. The audience will not feel any discomfort when seeing him. His fans on social media are also very supportive of him. He didn't understand what an outdated 18th tier star like Qin Tian was barking about. The more Chen Ming thought about it, the angrier he became, and his face immediately fell. Which media outlets are broadcasting this live? I'll find their live streams. I want to see what else this guy has to say. At this moment, everyone present no longer had the desire to eat and celebrate. Everyone's face was filled with worry. They were afraid that Qin Tian would blurt out all their affairs to the media. As for the group of people from Tianying Entertainment, they could no longer sit still and stood up and walked out of the private room. Chapter 4, Is it considered a work-related injury? At the crew scene, as Qin Tian exposed the problems of the crew one by one, the entertainment reporters from major media outlets went crazy. On ordinary days, those artists, even the 18th tier celebrities, are all cautious in their words and actions. If I want to dig up some information, sometimes I even have to squat downstairs in the community for half a month. Even if you squat down, it may not be your first hand, and now, they don't have to squat at all. Qin Tian starts to tell everything himself. Just wait a little longer and the KPI for half a year will be completed. Thinking of this, a group of entertainment reporters handed over their microphones again. What do you think of the other people in the crew? Are they consistent with the personalities spread by the outside world? If you want to dig, you must dig the most intense ones. At this time, the entertainment reporters simply stopped hiding the truth and even asked this kind of question. However, just when they thought Qin Tian would answer readily, a look of hesitation appeared on Qin Tian's face. The reason why he didn't take it into consideration when he complained about Suyi before was because he was about to be abandoned by Tianying. Besides, he didn't have any good feelings towards Suyi in the first place. After leaking the information, the worst that can happen is that you pay the money and run away. Even if he can't pay the money, Tianying can't force him to jump off the building. But if he answered the reporter's question by name, he would have completely offended all the veteran actors in the same crew. Considering their influence in the circle, he might not be able to continue working in this industry in the future, and his life might not even be guaranteed. After all, the backgrounds of these big guys are more or less not so clean. However, just as Qin Tian was hesitating whether to continue speaking, a system prompt sounded again. As a straight man, nothing can make you go against your conscience. Answer the questions bravely. Answer this reporter's questions and you will receive a gift package from the all-round artist. The higher the straight man index, the richer the gift package you get. When Qin Tian heard the system prompt sound, his expression suddenly became firm. I'll give it my all. I'm completely obscure now anyway. Without a company to support me, I can't even get a small advertisement. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and reached out to grab the microphone from the Mango Entertainment reporter in front of him. Suddenly, Qin Tian domineeringly snatched the microphone from her, and the female reporter from Mango Entertainment's face turned red. I have to say that although Qin Tian has no talent, no acting skills, and a bad reputation, his appearance and figure are really impeccable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through the siege among hundreds of trainees. As for the other entertainment reporters standing by, they immediately felt jealous after seeing this scene. He even regretted not putting the microphone into Chin Tian's mouth, otherwise, there would be no need to bother blurring the microphone in Chin Tian's hand later. Just when everyone was thinking different things, Chin Tian, who was holding the microphone, spoke. First of all, regarding this issue, I am not deliberately targeting any particular senior. Just when everyone thought Chin Tian would avoid the main issue, Chin Tian suddenly opened his mouth and exploded. I mean, these old-timers all have some problems to some extent. Wow, as soon as Chin Tian finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. They originally thought that Chin Tian would more or less give some face to those veterans in the entertainment industry, but now it seems that he doesn't intend to give these predecessors any face at all. There is also no way to survive for yourself after saying this, if he can still survive in the entertainment industry. Those old predecessors will be like Ninja Turtles. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Let's talk about the male lead of this drama, Mr. Chen Ming. I still have great respect for Mr. Chen Ming. After all, I grew up watching his TV series. My mother chased him when she was little. Hearing Chin Tian's words, everyone present was stunned for a moment. They couldn't tell whether Chin Tian was mocking Chen Ming or praising Chen Ming. What does it mean to grow up watching Chen Ming's TV series? What do you mean your mother chased him when she was a child? This is clearly referring to Mr. Chen Ming. Mr. Chen Ming's acting skills are impeccable, so I always watch him when he is filming. Then I discovered that teacher Chen Ming is not only an amazing actor, but also a fantastic kisser. Without decades of experience, you can't reach this level. After hearing this, everyone present was obviously confused. Wasn't it agreed that the news would be revealed? Why do you keep praising other people's kissing skills? And the next second they finally understood Chin Tian's intention. Mr. Chen Ming especially likes to stick out his tongue during kissing scenes. To be honest, I really admire Su Yi for this. How can she stand a man older than her father talking nonsense? Without Chin Tian's detailed explanation, everyone present could already feel a chill. Although Chen Ming was indeed handsome when he was young, however, as we age, our skin will inevitably become a little greasy. No matter how well we take care of ourselves, there will also be huge changes in appearance. Now that Chen Ming is in his 40s, he is not handsome at all. It is also said that Chen Ming also smokes, so you can imagine what that smells like. So when you, Su Yi's fans, said that Su Yi is hardworking and dedicated, I completely agree with that. In the eyes of ordinary people, this can be considered a work-related injury. I wonder if Su Yi will suffer from psychological trauma in the future. As Chin Tian spoke, he showed a look of heartache just when Chin Tian finished complaining about Chen Ming. Chen Ming, who was watching the live broadcast in the private room of Hexianglu, felt as if his parents had died. It's okay to complain about his age, but it's not the case that he likes to stick his tongue into other people's mouths when filming kissing scenes. Is this a problem? Moreover, he believed that his kissing skills, which he had honed for decades, had reached perfection. The actresses who have worked with him also praised him highly. What do you mean Su Ye's kissing scene with him is considered a work-related injury? While Chen Ming was looking confused and angry, the female stars sitting at the same table with him all showed disgust on their faces. Even teacher Gao Qin, who was over 50 years old, quickly and unnoticeably moved her stool to the side. I can't let this kid talk nonsense anymore. I have to go find him. After a burst of anger, Chen Ming finally couldn't sit still anymore, so he stood up and left the private room. When the others saw this, they all showed expressions of gloating, but soon the slight sense of gloating turned into waves of worry. Almost everyone is thinking the same question. I don't think Chin Tian has any evidence or problems against me. Of course they are just worried. In their opinion, the reason why Chin Tian exposed Su Yi was because Su Yi took the lead in excluding him. Later he exposed Chen Ming because Chen Ming stole his leading male role. As for them, let alone offending Chin Tian, they didn't even have a chance to speak to him in normal times. Chin Tian had no reason to expose their information. However, they soon realized they were wrong. Chapter 5. Either stupid or bad. The media present were more or less surprised to suddenly dig up information about Chen Ming, a veteran in the industry, but after thinking about it carefully, this doesn't seem to be a big deal. After all, this is just a personal morality issue. It does not rise to the level of professional ethics, nor can it be said to be a moral issue. After reading this, netizens probably laughed and gave him a nickname like Kotiao Chen. The heat may be gone in less than a week. This is far from the result they wanted. The reporter from Firebird Entertainment immediately mustered up the courage to ask again. Besides Mr. Chen Ming, I wonder what your impression of the other actors in the crew is. When they heard this question, everyone present pricked up their ears, and the cameraman also pointed their cameras at Chin Tian's face. Faced with so many cameras, Chin Tian couldn't care less at this time. After taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke. As for other actors, I don't actually get along with them that much. Let me first talk about my favorite teacher, Zhang Jing. This time, she plays the mother of the heroine. I have to praise this. When you reach a certain age, you should play roles that suit your age. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. They really wanted to ask Chin Tian, do you call this love? Why does the sentence just now sound more sarcastic than likable? Of course, what they care more about is what kind of shocking information Chin Tian will reveal about Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing has been quite low-key in recent years, and her personality has been built quite perfectly, with basically no negative news about her. Just when everyone was full of anticipation, Chin Tian changed the subject. To be honest, teacher Zhang Jing has a pretty good appetite. When I was rehearsing lines with her yesterday, I saw her gnawing on a roast chicken. This sentence may seem understated, but to the ears of everyone it was no less than a thunderclap, not to mention the fans. Even the reporters from various media outlets were jealous. If an ordinary female star was caught eating roast chicken or something, there would naturally be no problem. This isn't even news, but Zhang Jing is different. If they remember correctly, Zhang Jing has been calling on everyone to eat vegetarian food on her social media for a long time. It has claimed that being a vegetarian is not only good for your health but also for the environment. This call not only received a large number of responses from fans, but even many popular female stars took the initiative to stand up and speak for her. Because of this, Zhang Jing was once dubbed the Dragon Country Environmental Protection Goddess, but at this time, this female star who called on everyone to eat vegetarian food was secretly eating roast chicken. This was no less than a hard slap in her face. I believe that as long as this news gets out, not only will Zhang Jing's image collapse, but a large number of fans will also quit following her. Even the actresses who spoke up for her will be affected. Chin Tian, can you guarantee that what you just said is 100% true? However, the reporters present were not fools after all. If Chin Tian just spoke without thinking, they would be the ones who would be embarrassed if they reported it out. So the reporter from Firebird Entertainment quickly added, however, Chin Tian did not feel guilty at all about this issue. If I lie to you, I won't be able to eat 3 dishes in my life. Besides, I have no grudge against teacher Zhang Jing, so why would I slander her? The reason I chose to expose her is simply because I can't stand the way she treats her fans like monkeys and then stands on the moral high ground. What does it mean to be a vegetarian? It's good for your health and the environment. It's only been a few years since Dragon Country achieved meat freedom. If her theory affects our next generation, what will be the meaning of our ancestors' struggle? Without a strong physique among the younger generation, there is no future for Dragon Nation. So I would venture to speculate that if teacher Zhang Jing said something like this, she's either stupid and doesn't understand nutrition, or she's evil and has foreign capital behind her. I suggest the relevant authorities investigate her. As soon as Chin Tian said these words, everyone at the scene was in an uproar. The reaction was even greater than before, because in their opinion, compared with this one, the previous one seemed to be nothing. They had also read Zhang Jing's previous remarks on social media. I didn't think there was any problem at that time. After all, being a vegetarian is everyone's freedom. And there is nothing to say about people advocating vegetarianism, but after what Chin Tian just said, it seemed that it was not as simple as they thought. Is this matter so serious? It's just about advocating for vegetarianism. We can just ignore it. We can choose not to listen, but as a public figure, every word she says can have an impact on a large number of people. After further dissemination, eating meat may become a moral issue, and a vegetarian could even criticize a meat eater at will. In this way, fewer and fewer people will eat meat in the future. Is it that serious? It may be more serious than we think. Many teenagers who use the internet nowadays don't have the ability to judge for themselves. If they are affected, it will be a big problem. It's terrifying when you think about it. This news is definitely going to go viral. I need to polish it up when I get back. Yes, I think we can implicitly mention Chin Tian's last conclusion. No, this kind of compliment isn't something we in the media can just give anyone. But I believe netizens will slowly figure these things out themselves. While the media were discussing the matter, Zhang Jing, who was sitting in front of the phone screen, looked as pale as death. She had originally just wanted to eat the melon with the people in the private room, but it didn't happen at all. She accidentally ate the melon herself, and it's a bigger melon than the previous one, so if the media really leaked this story, losing fans would be a small matter. Being invited to have tea by the relevant departments is really terrible, although she herself is well aware that there is no foreign capital behind her. After all, being a vegetarian is just a persona she deliberately created to maintain her popularity, but what she knows better is that as a traffic star, she cannot withstand scrutiny at all. If anything were to be discovered, her life would be over. When she thought of this, she inexplicably hated Su-yi. It's all this damn green tea's fault. If she hadn't deliberately excluded Chin Tian from bringing him here, he wouldn't have run into those reporters. If I hadn't run into these reporters, how would my story have been exposed? At this moment, she wished she could slap Su-yi twice. As for Chin Tian, she didn't hate him that much after all. In her opinion, after today, she might never hear this name again in the circle. While Zhang Jing looked ashen and lonely, the expressions of the other people present also became extremely strange. Originally they were very confident that Chin Tian would not reveal their affairs, but now it seems a bit risky. They just hoped that Su-yi and Tianying's people could go back quickly and take Chin Tian away. Chapter 6. Well, why not? In the urban area of Jinyang, a gray-white commercial vehicle was speeding on the road, its speed far exceeding the maximum speed limit in the urban area. But even so, Su-yi and others sitting in the car still felt it was too slow, especially when watching Chin Tian talking on the live broadcast on his mobile phone. At this moment, they wished they could fly to the set right now. Su-yi, look at you, Chin Tian only has a few days left. You had to do this, and now he's spilled the beans. Who will dare to continue cooperating with us Tianying in the future? In the back seat, the middle-aged man in the suit said with an extremely angry expression. If it wasn't Su-yi who caused this incident, but other artists in the company, he might have kicked them out of the car right now. Hearing this, Su-yi, who was sitting in front of him, also looked aggrieved. Didn't you tell me before to stay away from Chin Tian? Can you blame me for something like this now? Besides, we are not the only ones being exposed now. He's dragging everyone down with him now. After saying this, Su-yi quickly yelled at the driver in front. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to drive faster? Do you know how to drive? This is already the fastest speed. If it goes any faster, something will happen. The driver also looked helpless. In just a short while, he not only exceeded the speed limit but also ran 2 red lights. Even so, the ant behind was still not satisfied. If his boss hadn't specifically assigned him to be Su-yi's driver, he really wanted to press Su-yi's face against the steering wheel. Just hurry up if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Su-yi, who had already lost his patience, no longer looked as naive as before. Fortunately, the man in a suit standing by couldn't stand it anymore and quickly stopped him. All right. If we go any faster, everyone in the car will be finished. You've lived enough, but I haven't lived enough. After being yelled at by the man in the suit, Su-yi, with a face full of resentment, finally calmed down. With a lot of complaints but nowhere to vent, she could only stare at the screen in front of her. Looking at Chin Tian on the screen, she wished she could strangle him to death. Just at this moment, the reporter from Salvo Entertainment handed the microphone to Chin Tian's mouth. Teacher Chin, I just noticed that when you were grading the cast, you gave 1 point each to yourself and teacher Gao Qin. I suppose you are quite satisfied with yourself. Do you think you have talent in acting? Compared to the previous questions, this one seems rather unremarkable. Perhaps this reporter also wanted to ease the atmosphere at the scene. By the way, let Chin Tian not have so much psychological pressure. Regarding this issue, neither the reporters nor the fans present had much hope. They also didn't think Chin Tian could answer this question well. Just when they thought Chin Tian would answer this question very humbly, Chin Tian, who was silent for a moment, finally spoke. He first looked like he was thinking seriously, then smiled foolishly and said, well, why not? When the words fell, it was obvious that everyone present had not yet reacted. What did he just say? I didn't quite hear it. He seems to be talking about how it doesn't count. Oh my god, others were just being polite, but he actually jumped on the bandwagon. Does this person have any idea how to write the word humility? Come on, you're still being modest. Didn't you hear the proud tone he just used? However, this is his first film, so no one really knows how good his acting is. I guess no one will know about this in the future, so there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with his answer. Although, I still think this answer is more or less problematic. What should I do if I suddenly feel that Chin Tian is quite interesting? Who would find a brainless face boring? What a pity! From now on, I'll probably only be able to see him at commercial performances in those small, 7th and 8th tier counties. What are you thinking? After what happened today, let alone commercial performances in small towns, he won't even be able to participate in other people's rural weddings or funerals. Not to mention that the reporters from these media felt that Chin Tian's answer was a bit problematic. The people from Tianying Entertainment who were watching the live broadcast were also speechless. This Chin Tian, why didn't I realize before that he is so shameless that he can even say such words? How can he be considered talented? If he had talent, the company would have given him so many resources, and he wouldn't have ended up like this. That's right, with so many resources, even if they were spent on a dog, the dog would be able to become a top player. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the car became strange. The faces of the three Tianying artists, including Su Yi, fell instantly, and none of these rising stars has invested less resources than Chin Tian, but aren't they already in the first tier now? This sentence seems to mean that these people are worse than dogs die in an instant. The agent who said this realized that he shouldn't have said it and quickly shut his mouth. It took more than 2 minutes before the atmosphere in the car eased slightly. Sui finally calmed down. When we get to the scene, should we take Chin Tian away directly, or should we call the company's public relations team first? Hearing her question, the man in a suit in the back row frowned slightly and kept tapping his fingers on the armrest. After more than 10 seconds, he pondered, "Don't rush to take Chin Tian away when you get to the scene. This will only make us look guilty." "Well, I will contact the company immediately and ask them to issue a statement announcing the termination of the contract with Chin Tian. Then we have reason to say that these are all lies made up by Chin Tian in order to take revenge on the company." But Chin Tian didn't seem to have any active fault before this. Even if we want to terminate the contract, we must have a legitimate reason. Otherwise, it should be considered as our unilateral termination of the contract. At this moment, Sui suddenly felt that his IQ had gone up. However, the man in the suit had obviously thought of this problem early on. He smiled confidently and said, "That's easy. Didn't he act like a big shot and stand up the sixth princess before? Isn't this a matter of professional ethics? With this clause, it's enough for us to terminate the contract with him. As long as we release the news of his termination, how much credibility will his previous words have?" After saying that, the man in the suit took out his cell phone and made a call. Sui, who was standing aside, finally felt relieved at this moment. The look he gave Chin Tian became more and more resentful. Chapter 7: The Skin is Unfolded. Ding. Thanks to the host's perfect answer, your straight man image has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Your straight man index for this round of missions is as high as 500 points. The all-round artist gift package is being distributed. Congratulations on acquiring advanced crosstalk skills, advanced Allegro skills, advanced screenwriting skills, advanced directing skills, advanced acting skills, tough guy style, advanced singing skills. Several system prompt sounds rang out in succession, and Chin Tian, who had just been feeling uneasy, was suddenly shocked, especially after hearing that series of advanced skills. These skills basically cover all types of skills in the entertainment industry, even things like Swana and clappers. It can be said that even if Chin Tian was expelled from the entertainment industry, he would have no problem opening his own class with these abilities. He wouldn't starve to death anyway. In an instant, all the worries in my heart disappeared without a trace, and I felt relaxed all over, and this change of his soon caught the attention of entertainment reporters. He can still be so relaxed at this time. Could it be that he has some other trump card? Or does he really have no brains? For a moment, these entertainment reporters speculated one after another. Seeing that an hour was almost over, they had no time to think about it and immediately raised questions again. "Hello, Teacher Chin. I'm Zhou Miao, the host of Holang Entertainment. I'd like to ask, in addition to giving yourself 1 point just now, why did you give another point to Teacher Gao Chin? Is it because you and Mr. Gao Chin have a good relationship?" Apparently, after digging up several pieces of explosive information, these media outlets still did not intend to let go of the other members of the crew. Teacher Gao Chin, who was in the private room of Hexianglu, instantly became alert when she heard the reporter ask this question. She knew very well how Chin Tian would praise her in front of so many media. "Teacher Gao Chin, she plays my mother in this play. So the time we spend together is indeed longer. Honestly, Ms. Gao Qin's temperament is very suitable for playing such a graceful and elegant role. Hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on Gao Qin's face. It is always better to praise people behind their backs than to praise them too much in front of them. What's more, Qin Tian praised her in front of so many people. This kid is quite smart. If there's a chance, I could introduce him to a few lines. It's better than having him work in an electronics factory in the future. Of course, only Gao Qin herself likes to hear these words. As the media, they were not very satisfied with Qin Tian's answer. What they want to dig out are contradictions and flashpoints. Just when they thought Qin Tian would continue to speak in praise of others, Qin Tian suddenly changed the subject. In addition to her impeccable temperament and acting skills, Ms. Gao Qin's professionalism is also quite admirable. Especially considering that she is taking risks at such an old age by getting sheep placenta injections, water lightning injections, and thermage treatments. As a young person, even I feel my scalp tingling when I think about the suffering I endured during this process. But you know what, the effect is pretty good after it was done. I can clearly feel that teacher Gao Qin's skin has opened up. After saying this, Qin Tian seemed to realize that something was wrong, and quickly said to the camera beside him with fear and trepidation, "Excuse me, Mr. Gao Qin, is it okay to say this? But you never cared about this, so it shouldn't matter if I tell you." At this time, Qin Tian seemed to be relieved. The current medical beauty industry has made great progress. In the past, those veterans had to fly to the universe to do this. Now it's good, we can do it easily at our doorstep. Take our Tianying junior sisters for example. They all had their surgery done at Jimei Medical in the imperial capital. They used the same method as teacher Gao Qin. If you have any needs in this area in the future, you can go there. When saying these words, Qin Tian didn't notice that the scene had already been silent. Whether it was the media or fans and passers-by, they all looked at Qin Tian with shocked eyes. The amount of information contained in those words just now is really too much. Not only did it reveal that teacher Gao Qin had been undergoing frequent medical beauty treatments recently, but also the new rising stars of Tianying were implicated. Although Qin Tian did not name anyone, but this is obviously more terrifying than naming names. Because of his words, he basically included all the young actresses who joined Tianying later than him. Of course, the worst hit company should be Jimei Medical in the capital. Qin Tian's words seem to be promoting them. However, what a medical beauty institution fears most is that customer information will be leaked. Once the customer information is known to others, it is basically over. In particular, they mainly receive celebrity clients. It is conceivable that in the future, the number of paparazzi visiting the house will be greater than the number of guests. Just as the media were shocked by Qin Tian's boldness, the expression on teacher Gao Qin's face on the other side was as if she had eaten shit. She was originally happy because Qin Tian praised her in front of the media. But who could have imagined that Qin Tian would actually expose the fact that she had undergone medical beauty treatments, although compared to the troubles of the previous people, getting medical beauty treatment is not a problem at all. But how can such a thing be brought to the table, especially since she is so old now? But if she hadn't had such a strong mental state, that blow would have been enough to make her faint. This time in the private room, except Gao Qin, the other artists also looked nervous. Before, perhaps they still had a lucky mentality, thinking that Qin Tian would not reveal their information, but now it seems that Qin Tian says whatever he knows. It doesn't matter who it is or whether they have offended him or not. Just like crazy. This time, they finally understood the feelings of those people who were exposed before. They even felt a little regretful about taking on such a role. Just as everyone in the private room was staring at Qin Tian on the screen with nervous expressions, the entrance to the crew suddenly became lively. As a business car stopped, a group of people immediately got out. It was Su Yi and others who hurried over, seeing Qin Tian and the media reporters being interviewed. They quickly quickened their pace. The reporters on the other side also soon discovered Su Yi and his group. If it were before, they might have run over with their equipment early on, but now, Qin Tian's side is more attractive. Even those fans of Su Yi who had been calling him Shayi before were now so engrossed in watching the show that they didn't want to leave. At this moment, Su Yi, with an angry face, suddenly rushed over, pointed at Qin Tian's name and shouted loudly, "You were terminated by the company. Is it necessary to retaliate against us like this?" Hearing this, both Qin Tian and the others present looked puzzled. Termination? When did it happen? How come I didn't know about it? Chapter 8, Polar Reversal. there is no doubt that the shock caused by Suye's words is no less than what Qin Tian said before. If those words Qin Tian said were really spoken out of anger because he was terminated by Tianying, then this whole incident can be said to be a reversal of polarity, and these media outlets became the fools who were fooled around by Qin Tian. After a period of silence, the reporters quickly turned their cameras and microphones to Suye. Ms. Suye, is what you just said true? Has Qin Tian really been terminated by Tianying? Ms. Suye, may I ask why Tianying suddenly terminated the contract with Suye? Seeing these reporters turning their focus to him, Suye immediately gave a smug smile to Qin Tian on the other side. It was as if the victor was demonstrating, but Qin Tian was too lazy to even look at her. At this moment, he just wanted to know what Suye could do to restore her reputation. Of course, he wanted to know more about what Suye meant when he said that his contract had been terminated. He didn't remember that Tianying had ever proposed to terminate the contract with him. Just when he was full of curiosity, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over from the side. After standing next to Suye, he immediately said, "Hello everyone, I'm the Executive Vice President of Tianying Culture Media Company, Limited. My name is Song Kuan. I will answer all the questions you just asked." When the media reporters heard the man reveal his identity, they immediately put the microphone to his mouth. First, let me answer your first question. Regarding the termination of our contract with Mr. Qin Tian, it was approved by the company's senior management at a collective meeting. We have signed a contract with Mr. Qin Tian for more than 3 years since 2019. As a profit-making company, we have invested a lot of resources in Qin Tian. We hired the best dance and vocal teachers for him, but unfortunately, due to Mr. Qin Tian's personal talent issues, the results have been minimal. Having said that, Song Kuan sighed slightly. After hearing this, everyone present started talking. No wonder the Tianying boys group didn't bring Qin Tian with them on their shows before. It turns out it's because Qin Tian is a loser. It turns out that the title of the #1 vase in the domestic entertainment industry is not for nothing. If you can't sing or dance, what kind of idol is it? If you had said this on the internet before, you would have been criticized to death by Qin Tian's crazy fans. To be honest, Qin Tian has a lot of fans online who only care about his looks. They keep calling him brother. He's already so perfect looking, he doesn't need so many talents at all. But how can you survive in this circle without some talent? No wonder Tianying doesn't like Qin Tian. It's okay if he doesn't create value for the company, but he also makes the company lose money. From this perspective, it seems much more reasonable for Tianying and Qin Tian to terminate the contract. Doesn't that mean Qin Tian knew that his contract was terminated, so he deliberately exposed those negative materials to retaliate against Tianying? That's probably true. What a shame about all that explosive news. Even if it were broadcast now, I don't think anyone would believe it. At least I've witnessed such a dramatic reversal. At worst, I can take more pictures of Suye later. It won't be a loss. Just when a group of entertainment reporters were secretly lamenting, Song Kuan spoke again. Although we at Tianying are businessmen, we are not completely heartless. Qin Tian was at least promoted by us. We also adhered to the principle of not abandoning or giving up on him. Even though he showed no improvement, we still provided him with a lot of resources. For example, we spent a lot of effort to get this book for him. At this point, Song Kuan and the shadow behind him looked like a qualified boss. Only Qin Tian showed a hint of sneer after hearing these words. Just kidding. Ever since his original body started to decline, there is no room for film and television resources anymore. He couldn't even get a sanitary napkin advertisement. The most recent advertisement he received was the 66 May advertisement he received 2 years ago. Now netizens still use this advertisement of his to make fun of it from time to time. As for the role in The Poisonous Concubine, he got it after he shamelessly came for an audition on his own initiative. Even so, he only got a very marginal third male role, the kind that was killed by the female lead within 2 episodes. Of course, he also knew that this was not the time to argue with Song Kuan, because the media at this time had obviously all sided with Tianying. Even if he tried his best to explain, no one would believe him. It's better to wait and see what they come up with. In the end, it can be said that we have done our utmost for Qin Tian. As long as he doesn't make any major mistakes of principle, we will support him to the end. But who could have imagined that he, who became famous at a young age, would end up making such a big mistake? Having said that, a trace of regret suddenly appeared on Song Kwon's face. The curiosity of everyone at the scene was immediately aroused. What kind of big mistake did Shin Tae-yeon make that made Tianying so cruel to terminate the contract with him? Is it possible that I have broken the law? If it is really illegal, is it pornography, gambling, or drugs? As long as any one of these three is involved, it will definitely be big news. Thinking of this, the entertainment reporters present became excited. Shin Tae-yeon, who was standing aside, was also amused by this. He wanted to see what kind of lies the Tianying people could make up to clear their names. Although his original body was mediocre and had a low level of education, he was extremely cautious in character, not to mention breaking the law. Even some personal moral issues in daily life are not ambiguous at all. Otherwise, with his looks, he wouldn't be a virgin in his 20s. Even if you risk it all and get close to a big sister in the circle, it would be 1,000 times better than sitting on the bench in Tianying. Just when everyone was extremely curious, Song Kwon slowly listed Shin Tae-yeon's crimes. As far as we know, Shin Tae-yeon's daily expenses are extremely high. Not only does he spend all his daily earnings on luxury cars and mansions, he even owes a lot of illegal online loans. We only found out about this after the debt collection agency called our company. According to conservative estimates, Shin Tae-yeon owes at least millions in debt. After hearing Song Kwon's words, everyone present, including Shin Tae-yeon, was stunned. They are naturally familiar with black online loans, but no matter what, Shin Tae-yeon is at least a traffic star. Who would believe that a popular star would owe money to illegal online loans? Aren't ordinary people the only ones who owe money to illegal online loans? However, the next second Song Kwon showed the debt collection text message sent by the debt collection company in front of everyone. The debtor listed above was Shin Tae-yeon, and now everyone present had to believe it even if they didn't want to. However, Shin Tae-yeon, the person involved, still looked confused. Black online loan. When did the predecessor borrow the black online loan? I have absolutely no memory of this. Oh my god, it's okay to travel through time and become a forgotten celebrity, but I have to face such a dilemma. What kind of a miracle is this? For a moment, Shin Tae-yeon was speechless. Chapter 9, Anti-fans online. Seeing that everyone present was shocked by his revelations, a hint of pride flashed in Song Kwon's eyes. Humph. You want to fight me? When I was in this circle, you were still using piss and mud. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. This time, he didn't just want to make Shin Tae-yeon unable to survive in the entertainment industry. Even Soo-yi, who was standing by, showed a gloating smile in a place where the camera couldn't capture him. Now that Shin Tae-yeon has done all these bad things, who would still believe that she would dub the entire show and the crew? While the media were still sorting out the information, Song Kwon, who had been silent for a long time, spoke again. Originally, this matter is Shin Tae-yeon's private matter, so it's not appropriate for us to interfere too much. We also believe that he can handle these things. But he absolutely shouldn't have acted like a big shot. During an interview 2 days ago, Shin Tae-yeon, a crew member, showed up after making an appointment with the media, leaving the media reporters waiting for an hour. There has been no explanation since then. I think being punctual and respectful to media workers are the most basic professional qualities for an artist. This is also what Shin Tae-yeon lacks the most. I'm sorry that as his contracted company, we haven't provided the necessary training and reminders. In the future, when training artists, we will pay particular attention to the cultivation of their professional qualities and moral sense. We must resolutely put an end to the emergence of talented but unethical artists. When he said the last sentence, the expression on Song Kwon's face was particularly firm. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that his words were directed at Shin Tae-yeon. More importantly, everyone knows that Shin Tae-yeon has no talent. Doesn't this mean that Shin Tae-yeon is not even talented but has no morals, and is a complete loser with no talent or morals? After hearing what he said, Shin Tae-yeon almost applauded him. Wow, that's all the nice words you said. He never missed a word to praise his company, and never said too much to criticize it. By the way, he also brought up the incident of him standing up the sixth princess and reviewed it to the media. We must completely nail him to the pillar of shame. But did he want to stand up the sixth princess? That's when he came through. I don't even know what just happened and am experiencing the 3 major doubts in life. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been hit and killed by a cement mixer truck on the road. Speaking of which, what on earth was the original body doing there at that time? I don't have any memory of it at all. Qin Tian frowned as he couldn't remember why his original body ignored the sixth princess interview and ran to the street. While Song Kuan was enumerating Qin Tian's crimes, the live broadcast of the filming set on the internet quickly became popular. The number of people who originally existed in the live broadcast room suddenly skyrocketed to tens of thousands. Especially when Song Kuan appeared and exposed Qin Tian's various negative stories. Qin Tian already has a lot of black fans on the internet, and now that someone has exposed Qin Tian's negative information, it naturally attracted the attention of countless netizens. Hey! Isn't this our Gigi? He's been acting like this for a few days. This is like he's being publicly executed. Get out of here, little Blackie. How dare you talk about our brother? Believe it or not, we will lick you to death with our tongues. As long as you blacken Qin Tian, we're friends. I've been annoyed with Qin Tian for a long time. Why is a man so good looking? Can good looks really make a living? Yo, some people are jealous, but she really relies on her looks to make a living. If you look like Qin Tian, you can also make a living by relying on your looks. Forget it. I prefer to make a living based on my actual abilities. If you only have a good look and no talent in the entertainment industry, you'll eventually become obscured. Look, isn't Qin Tian confused? I didn't know if he was a failure before, but now it seems like he's definitely going to be a failure. If he wasn't, I'd livestream myself crashing into a telephone pole and have a few people lift me up. Of course. A celebrity actually borrowing from illegal online loans just to maintain their high spending is simply the biggest joke in the Chinese entertainment industry. Our brother Tian is really amazing. He can make hundreds of millions from just one advertisement. And that's not enough to spend. He even has to borrow money from illegal online loans. They earn a lot and spend a lot too. Luxury cars, mansions, famous watches, designer bags, none of them cost money. I guess he has some unknown, high-spending hobby. I've disliked this guy for a long time. He's definitely not a good person. If it's really just a black online loan or something, I don't think it's completely ruined. But he dared to stand up the sixth princess. He really deserves to be in trouble. Exactly. In the entire entertainment industry, even the truly top stars have to be polite when facing the sixth princess camera. He's a useless vase, so smudged it's hard to believe. Who gave him the courage to stand up the sixth princess? Maybe he feels like he's not blurring out fast enough, so he's trying to boost his skills. So the article that the sixth princess posted a few days ago was referring to Qin Tian. Let's just say that the sixth princess is still polite. She didn't reveal his name even after all this. The sixth princess has already mentioned him. If it were me, I would also have to terminate the contract with him. If I don't terminate the contract, I can keep him for the new year. The most infuriating thing is that this guy is now making irresponsible remarks in front of the media about his contract being terminated. He bit all the artists in his crew, he deserved to be terminated. As the content of the live broadcast fermented, the entire network was full of criticism towards Qin Tian, and naturally there was 100% support for Tianying's decision to terminate the contract with him, and Song Kuan at the scene did exactly that. He just opened a file on his mobile phone in front of the media. This is the termination statement between our company and Mr. Qin Tian. From the date this statement takes effect, Mr. Qin Tian will no longer have any connection with Tianying Entertainment Media Company, Limited. I believe he lost his mind in anger after receiving this news. That's why he said so many false news in front of so many media outlets. Regarding this, I hope the media won't take it too seriously and won't make too much of a fuss, so as not to cause any negative impact on Mr. Qin Tian personally. He is still young and has a bright future. Even if he doesn't develop in the entertainment industry in the future, I believe he will shine in other positions. For this reason, we at Tianying Entertainment and Ms. Su Yi are willing not to pursue responsibility for Qin Tian's false statements just now. After saying that, he glanced at Su Yi. Su Yi also cooperated very well and showed a smile like a girl next door. Brother Qin Tian was quite caring towards me when I first joined the company. I could understand how he felt at the time, so I didn't intend to hold him accountable at first. After hearing Su Yi's words, both the media and fans present showed admiration. As for Qin Tian, his face was full of disgust. Compared with Su Yi, Qin Tian is simply a shameless person who has no moral bottom line and likes to slander others. It's a pity that they believed what Qin Tian said before. As for the timing of the statement in Song Kuan's hand, they were too lazy to pay attention to it. However, just when they wanted to see how Qin Tian would argue for himself next, a voice suddenly came from outside the crew. "Is Mr. Qin Tian here? Here is a document for you. Please sign for it." Chapter 10. It's fake. As Song Kuan publicly announced the termination of his contract with Qin Tian, the situation at the scene quickly reversed. Almost everyone believed that it was Qin Tian's personal moral issues that led Tianying to terminate the contract with him. More importantly, after being terminated, he turned around and fabricated all kinds of negative information. Such behavior is simply outrageous. But just when everyone was about to denounce Qin Tian, the voice of the courier boy outside instantly attracted everyone's attention. "Excuse me, who is Mr. Qin Tian inside?" Before everyone could figure out what was going on, the young man in the courier's uniform had already walked over. However, he obviously did not expect the scene to be so lively, and he felt a little unnatural for a moment. Fortunately, Qin Tian stood up at this time. "I am. This is your express delivery, please sign for it. There's still a bunch outside. I'll drive the car in later." After saying that, the courier handed the document bag in his hand to Qin Tian. Seeing this mysterious file bag, everyone at the scene instantly became curious. Could it be a bill from the bank? It could also be a threatening letter from a debt collection agency. Could it be possible that a fan sent it to him? How is that possible? 9 out of 10 of his fans online are haters. How could they possibly send him something? In fact, it was not only the media present who were curious about the document that was delivered by express. Even Qin Tian himself was a little confused. He doesn't remember buying anything online. With a hint of curiosity, Qin Tian finally decided to open it and take a look. Perhaps he could recover some fragmented memories from this file. He gently tore open the seal of the document bag, and suddenly a stack of bills appeared in front of him. When he took out the stack of bills from the document bag, all eyes on the scene instantly focused on him. Even the cameras are no exception. Looking at this, it really looks like a bank bill. As expected, people who borrow from illegal online loans will end up in debt on their credit cards. It's such a thick stack. How much does he owe? It seems like he's stuck. Not only does he have to pay back his illegal online loans, but he also has to pay back his credit card debt. Crucially, he also has to pay Tianying's penalty. Just when everyone was sure that the stack of bills in Qin Tian's hand was a bank bill, the expression on Qin Tian's face changed one after another, from the initial confusion to shock, and finally to deep bewilderment, and these changes in his expression were quickly captured by the media cameras. The female reporter from Mango Entertainment immediately put the microphone to his mouth again. "Could you please show us these bills in your hand?" Upon hearing this question, the other media reporters present all looked at the female reporter from Mango Entertainment as if she were a fool. Is there any need to ask this question? Who would publish evidence of their debt in front of the media? However, just when they thought Qin Tian would refuse this request, Qin Tian took the initiative to hand the bill to the female reporter of Mango Entertainment with an indifferent look on his face. Seeing Qin Tian's action, the female reporter was obviously stunned. When she reacted, she quickly turned her eyes to the bill in her hand. But when she took a look at the heading of the bill, her expression changed immediately. With an expression of disbelief on her face, she looked through the following bills one after another. Every time she read the contents of a bill, the shock on her face deepened. By the time she had finished looking at all the bills, she was so shocked that she was speechless. When her expression changed and other people at the scene saw it, they immediately started to speculate. How much money is owed? It can't be hundreds of millions. Exactly. Is it necessary to be so frightened? Qin Tian himself looks nonchalant. It seems he has too much debt to worry about. I estimate it will cost at least tens of millions. While discussing, they quickly gathered around the female reporter. Then they all looked desperately at the bill in her hand. As they watched, their expressions also changed to the shocked, puzzled, doubtful, and bewildered. These emotions are not enough to describe how they feel now. After looking at the contents recorded on the bill, and then looking at Qin Tian, who was calm and composed beside them, they didn't know what to say for a moment. Such silence quickly attracted the attention of Other people at the scene, even Suyi and Song Kun, were curious about the contents of the bill. They really couldn't imagine what kind of stack of bills could shock a group of entertainment reporters like this. It can't be that Qin Tian owes the bank tens of billions. If Qin Tian could really owe the bank billions, that would be his ability to. It took more than a minute before the female reporter from Mango Entertainment reacted first. With a hint of excitement in her eyes, she quickly asked the cameraman beside her to focus the camera on the bill in her hand. As the camera moved closer, those who had been following the developments on the scene online were finally able to see the true appearance of the bills, and the changes in their expressions when they saw the true appearance of these bills were no less than those of the people present. How is that possible? It must be fake. That's right, how could Qin Tian be such a person? This amount is too huge. These receipts turned out to be donation receipts from the Charity Federation. Oh my god, it's such a thick stack, there must be 30 or 40 sheets. This means that Qin Tian has donated to the Dragon Country Charity Federation 30 or 40 times in total. Why was there no news at all before? Yeah, don't those celebrities want the whole world to know about their donations? Why has Qin Tian donated so many times, but there is no news about it online? It's fake, it's definitely fake. Even if it's real, there's no reason for them to send him so many receipts at once. He must have anticipated this day, so he deliberately created these fake receipts online. While netizens were skeptical of Qin Tian, everyone present basically knew the contents of the receipt. While feeling unbelievable, he also felt, like other netizens, that these receipts were forged by Qin Tian online, and Suyi was the first to jump out. Qin Tian never thought that your character could be so corrupt. Not only did you borrow money from illegal online loans, but you also forged donation certificates. Do you think that if you make a fake receipt, people will believe that you donated all the money to charity? Let me tell you, I've donated money before, and every receipt has a number on it. You can find it by simply searching on the official website of the Charity Federation. Hearing Suye's words, everyone present immediately became excited. Yes. We just need to check online to find out whether Qin Tian really donated money. I guess he hasn't thought of this himself. Treating netizens and the media as fools. Suyi, who had already taken out his cell phone, looked at Qin Tian with a look of pride in his eyes. She seemed to have already seen Qin Tian's embarrassed look after being exposed in public. Chapter 11. The truth revealed. As Suyi took out her mobile phone, all the cameras instantly focused on her phone screen. Although everyone at the scene had basically determined that Qin Tian's so-called donation receipts were all forged, but they still wanted to see the change in Qin Tian's expression when he saw the non-existent donation record on the Charity Federation's official website. They have no sympathy for an artist like Qin Tian who has a bad record. The same is true for netizens in the live broadcast rooms of major media outlets. As early as when Song Kun exposed Qin Tian, they had already lost any good feelings towards Qin Tian. Now that Qin Tian has fabricated this fake donation incident to gain sympathy, they can no longer tolerate it. What could be more exciting to them than exposing a bad artist in public and publicly executing him? This Qin Tian is really too clever for his own good. Do you think you can easily fabricate something like this? It's a different era now, all the information can be found on the internet. She's just a pretty face. She can't even fake it. If he had been so smart and had learned more talents, he wouldn't have become obsolete so quickly. This has nothing to do with his talent. It's purely a character issue. I suggest that the Performing Arts Association should directly add people like him to the list of bad artists. Let him completely disappear from the entertainment industry. What if these donation receipts are real? What if he really donated a lot of money? Don't be naive, brother. In this day and age, are there really celebrities who quietly donate money? I don't object to celebrities using donations for publicity. After all, they're donating real money. But I really can't stand people like Qin Tian who are scamming donations. What if Qin Tian really donated money to the Charity Federation? I will donate 1 cent for every penny he donates. I will donate the same amount as him. All the asses in the live studio bear witness to this. Support. Qin Tian donates 100 yuan, I call you brothers. Donate 10,000 yuan, I call you dad. Donate 1 million, I call you grandpa. Donate 10 million, everyone is my ancestor. Stop arguing, Sui is already investigating. Under the gaze of countless netizens, she had already opened the official website of the Charity Federation and quickly found the relevant query entrance.at. This time, she did not forget to look at Chin Tian with a mocking look. Unfortunately, Chin Tian had already turned all his attention to his mobile phone at this moment. To be honest, he himself has no memory of these receipts. He even didn't believe that his original self would do such a thing as donating money. Please don't try to trick me, brother. If this is really fake, then I can only declare this account useless. Anyway, I can't stay on Blue Star anymore. Under Chin Tian's uneasy eyes, Sui had already entered the first line of code. As she clicked the query button, a line of recorded information immediately appeared in front of everyone. The records clearly show the time of donation, donor information, and how the funds were used. When Sui saw this complete record, he was stunned for a moment. The other people at the scene also showed expressions of disbelief. Because in the column of donors, the two big words Chin Tian were written more. Importantly, even the donation amount is exactly the same as on the receipt. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. There must be something wrong with the page. After the days ended, Sui quickly refreshed the web page, but no matter how she refreshed it, the final information was no different from the previous one. After trying several times, she immediately looked up at Chin Tian. When she saw Chin Tian's uneasy look, she seemed to have thought of something. Is he feeling guilty? That's right, this must be the only one that's real. The others are all fakes. Thinking of this, Sui forced himself to calm down. After putting the previous receipt aside, she quickly picked up the second receipt. As the code was entered, the relevant information of the second receipt soon appeared in the records of the Charity Federation. Now she was completely dumbfounded. If the first one is real, then there is no reason why the second one she picked up must be real as well. But even so, she still didn't give up the third, the fourth, the fifth. After looking at more than a dozen pictures, a look of dejection suddenly appeared on her face. After her investigation, she found that the dozen or so receipts just now were real without exception, and the donors were all Chin Tian. Now not only was she dumbfounded, but the people at the scene and the audience in the live broadcast room were also completely dumbfounded. At this point, no matter how much they distrusted Chin Tian, they had to admit that Chin Tian had really donated to the Charity Federation many times. There are 38 donation receipts. The earliest one was dated May 2019, when Chin Tian just made his debut. The amount of the donation is 100,000. The latest one was from early April of 2013, just a few days ago, and the donation amount was 5,300. The largest donation amount was in August 2020, with a donation amount of 500,000. The total amount of donations is nearly 8 million. Although this amount is not particularly outstanding compared to the donations made by ordinary celebrities, it is still a very large figure. Many ordinary people will never be able to earn that much money in their entire lives. Everyone was speechless when they thought about the fact that Chin Tian had quietly donated 8 million yuan in the years since his debut. They asked themselves, they could not be as selfless as Chin Tian. Of course, the one who felt the most incredible was Chin Tian himself. What kind of being have I traveled through? He didn't use all his illegal online loans to donate, did he? Oh my god, borrowing illegal online loans to donate, this guy must be a saint. At this moment, Chin Tian felt that his three views had been greatly impacted. He originally thought that people who were selfless and full of love for society only existed in movies and TV shows, but he never imagined that one day he would be able to become one with such a person. Just when Chin Tian looked confused, netizens who had been silent for a long time were completely excited. I just checked again, and the result is exactly the same as Suye's. Chin Tian actually donated more than 8 million to the Charity Federation. I also found out that the details of these donations were donated to the Liangshan Mountain area, the Pingyang flood-stricken area, and the Qianzhouhou Primary School. Chin Tian has donated to almost all natural disasters, big and small, in the country in recent years. Oh my god, Chin Tian even built 5 sunny day primary schools in the mountainous areas of Yunnan province. How come these things have never been exposed by the media? As more and more details of the donations were revealed, netizens across the internet were deeply shocked. Chapter 12. Being a star is worse than screwing a screw. As a country with a large population, although Longwei is developing faster and faster, the number of poor people is decreasing slowly. Coupled with the constant disasters in recent years, people in some poor areas have had a particularly difficult time. Therefore, from time to time, celebrities will publicize their donations on the internet in a high-profile manner, taking the opportunity to increase their popularity. Netizens are also well aware of such things, but I don't feel disgusted, because after all, they really did get the job done. It is only natural to give others some feedback accordingly. It is really unheard of that someone like Qin Tian donated 8 million yuan without publicizing it at all. This also reminded netizens of what Song Kuan said about Qin Tian borrowing from an illegal online loan. In an instant, they seemed to have caught something. Isn't all the money Qin Tian borrowed from the black online loan platform going towards donations? That's impossible. Why would he donate so much when he has no money at all? Besides, he's a celebrity, he wouldn't want to donate 8 million and even take out a loan, right? He must earn at least tens of millions a year. Well, he's a celebrity with tens of millions of fans, so 8 million shouldn't be something he can't come up with, right? If that's not the case, then it doesn't make sense. On the one hand, they're making crazy donations to the charity, and on the other hand, they're borrowing online loans. What's the point? For a moment, netizens were all confused. In their view, there are only two possibilities for this situation: either Qin Tian didn't know any black online loans at all, or Qin Tian's income was not as high as they thought. They would rather believe that it was Tianying's people who forged it. The story about Qin Tian owing money to illegal online loan sharks was deliberately fabricated by them to slander Qin Tian. Soon this speculation became the mainstream of public opinion. Almost 90% of netizens believed that it was Song Kuan who falsely accused Qin Tian of owing illegal online loans. This question raised by netizens was soon conveyed to Song Kuan through media reporters. After knowing that netizens were questioning his accusation of Qin Tian, Song Kuan suddenly became anxious. How could I possibly use something like this to frame Qin Tian? Besides, I have evidence to prove that Qin Tian really owed a debt to a black online loan. As he spoke, Song Kuan turned on his mobile phone and showed the debt collection text messages and call records from the debt collection company. After seeing these evidences, everyone became even more confused. If it is true that Qin Tian owed money to a black online loan company, then it is also true that he donated money. That means Qin Tian has actually fallen to the point of relying on illegal online loans to make charitable donations. This is a bit too outrageous. Asa star, you can't even come up with 8 million, just when everyone was unable to figure out the key. After being silent for a long time, Qin Tian finally sorted out some of his thoughts. Originally, I wasn't going to answer this kind of question, but since you all mentioned it, I can only tell you about my own income situation. Hearing Qin Tian's words, the media present immediately became excited. Everyone quickly turned their microphones and cameras around. I think everyone has some misunderstandings about artists' income. We feel like we can easily make millions or even tens of millions. Such stars do exist, but they are only the truly top stars. For a small-time celebrity like me who's so obscure that I'm barely above the 18th line, I can only have soup, and sometimes I can't even have soup. As he spoke, Qin Tian showed a bitter smile on his face. He just found the original body's salary record when he was flipping through his phone. When he saw the data just now, he was stunned. In his opinion, no matter how obscure a star is, it is impossible for him to earn only that little money. His words also made the media present even more curious. Up to now, no celebrity has dared to reveal his or her salary situation in public. Will Qin Tian be the first one? Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Qin Tian spoke again. As a signed artist of Tianying, I signed a full contract with Tianying. At the same time, because I was trained by Tianying, 80% of my performance and advertising income within 5 years must be handed over to the company. If I don't have any income from advertising or performances, I can only get a basic salary of 3,578 yuan per month. When everyone heard this number, they were stunned. They never imagined that a traffic star with a glamorous appearance could only earn so little money a month. Such salary income cannot be compared with that of the media workers present here. Even working as a screwdriver in an electronics factory can earn you more than this. So I would like to advise those young people who are still dreaming of becoming a star. Being a star is just a job, and it may not earn you as much as studying hard. After saying this seriously, Qin Tian didn't say anything else. He doesn't need to say much about the rest. Others should understand it, and the result was exactly as he expected, except for Tianying's group, whose expressions became increasingly ugly. Everyone else's face was full of disbelief. No way, Qin Tian can only take this much every month? Since no one from Tianying has come out to refute it, it must be true. But come to think of it, Qin Tian doesn't seem to have any representative works in these years since his debut, and he hasn't appeared in many movies or TV series. If we look at the profit-sharing method he mentioned, he really couldn't have earned 8 million in these 3 years. Tianying is quite shady. He took 80% directly, and after deducting taxes and so on, how much would be left in Shin Tian's hands? What's the big deal? Shin Tian was specifically trained by them. Otherwise, why would they invest in you? I heard there are companies in the industry that take everything and only provide food and lodging for the artists. I thought it was just a rumor before, but now it seems to be true. Oh my god, what's so good about being a celebrity then? You can't say that. What if you become a top star? Just as everyone at the scene was discussing the matter, netizens could no longer hold back. Brother Tian really only makes a little over 3,000 yuan a month, which is not as good as me. This is just the base salary. They also get a 20% commission, so they should still make quite a bit. Wait, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. I've made a huge discovery. Just when many netizens were expressing their deep emotions, a careful netizen posted a comparison picture. One side of this picture shows the time points when Shin Tian donated money, while the other side shows the time points when Shin Tian performed or filmed commercials. After such a comparison, netizens suddenly made a discovery that shocked them. In May 2019, Shin Tian officially debuted through Tianying Entertainment's trainee program. As a member of the championship team, he received his first prize of 100,000 yuan, and just 3 days later, he made his first donation to the Charity Federation, totaling 100,000 yuan. Seeing this, netizens were dumbfounded. It turned out that this was how the first donation of 100,000 yuan came from. What shocked them even more was the series of comparisons that followed. Chapter 13, Express Delivery from the Far Mountains. In October 2019, Shin Tian received an advertisement for a beverage, and not long after, he donated 30,000 yuan. In December 2019, Shin Tian starred in the movie School Beauty's Bodyguard. In the same month, he donated a sum of 120,000 yuan. In August 2020, Shin Tian received an advertisement from the famous snack manufacturer 66 Group. Within 2 days, he donated 500,000 yuan. This is also the largest single donation Shin Tian has ever made. If the previous ones were all coincidences, then this one is enough to prove everything. Seeing this, netizens were completely confused. Oh my god, Shin Tian donated all the money he just got. I'm afraid it's more than that. Take his 100,000 yuan bonus, for example. After paying taxes, the net amount he received was definitely less than 100,000 yuan. I'm afraid he even had to pay out of pocket. Looking at it this way, it seems Shin Tian hasn't received many film and television dramas or commercials in recent years. He definitely can't earn 8 million. The one who gave the most was actually 66 plums. I totally didn't expect that. This month is probably the happiest month for Shin Tian. But as soon as he got it, he donated it to build a primary school in the mountainous area of Liangshan. I remember seeing online that a sunny day primary school had been built in Daliangshan. I thought it was named that way because the children would see sunny days after the school opened. Now that you mention it, I remember that a sunny day primary school was built in my hometown in the mountainous area of Guizhou province last year. I originally thought it was a government project, but I didn't expect it was actually funded by Shin Tian. When Shin Tian was filming the 66 Plum commercial, I was still wondering why he wanted to film such a magical commercial. Yeah, I couldn't understand it at the time. He wasn't as obscure as he is now. He was considered a top-tier star, but he actually shot such a tasteless commercial. I remember Tianying condemned Shin Tian at the time, saying he was taking advertisements privately. I remember cursing him online at the time, saying he was shameless and only wanted money. Now that I think about it, I owe Brother Tian an apology, and I also owe 66 May an apology. Without this advertisement, there would be no sunny day primary school in Daliangshan. Hey! Haven't you noticed that Brother Tian's donations have been decreasing since this ad? Of course. Ever since the 66 May advertisement, Brother Tian has been blacklisted online. No advertisers are looking for him anymore. Although the amount has decreased, Brother Tian has never stopped donating money for a month and has donated on time every month. This is much better than some artists who evade taxes. No wonder he had to borrow from illegal online loans. Without them, if Brother Tian continued to donate like this, he probably wouldn't even have enough to eat. I used to laugh at Brother Tian for being a sissy, but now it seems that if he is a sissy, then what am I? With the netizens' detective-like analysis, their views on Chin Tian changed rapidly, especially when they knew that Chin Tian donated all his income. The netizens' words directly affected the attitudes of the media at the scene towards Chin Tian. They had just wanted to nail Chin Tian to the pillar of shame, but now they all had smiling faces for them. The revelation of Chin Tian's donation only added another twist to the whole incident. So many reversals will only bring them more exposure and traffic, and they wished there were 2 more rounds of reversals. Chin Tian, may I ask why you have always been so passionate about charity? Is there any hidden reason? Immediately, a reporter who had never asked a question before handed the microphone to Chin Tian. There is no doubt that if we can continue to dig out the reason why Chin Tian donated money, the whole thing will become more complete and more interesting. As for this question, the other people present were also full of expectations. It would be even better if Chin Tian could give another explosive reason. However, just when everyone's attention was focused on Chin Tian, the voice of the courier boy sounded again. Make way, everyone, make way. Under everyone's surprised gaze, the courier boy came over riding an electric tricycle. Mr. Chin Tian, you have so many express deliveries. We can hardly store them all. As he said that, the courier opened the cargo box of the tricycle, and immediately a large number of express parcels rolled out. Seeing the express deliveries that were enough to form a small mountain, everyone present was shocked and filled with confusion. So many express deliveries came at once. Chin Tian must love online shopping so much. Could it be that all those illegal online loans he took out were from online shopping? For a moment, everyone present smelled the scent of reversal again. Of course, some people suspect that these were sent by Chin Tian's fans, but this speculation was quickly overturned. Even if fans sent things, it was impossible for them to be sent at the same time. Just as everyone was speculating, the courier took out a computer and a USB flash drive from the car. Mr. Chin, the client asked me to pass this video to you. He said he must play it in front of you today. I have something else to do. Can I leave now? After saying that, the courier boy looked at Chin Tian with a questioning expression. Although Chin Tian felt a little strange about his request, he did not refuse. It's okay, just let it go. After getting Chin Tian's approval, the courier quickly plugged the USB drive into the computer. After a while of operation, a video was opened. Seeing this scene, the people nearby hurried over. They also wanted to know who had sent Chin Tian this video and this full truck of express delivery. At this time of the next second, a childish little face appeared on the computer screen. I'm Li Shirji from Class 2, Grade 4, at the Daliangshan branch of Sunny Sky Primary School. Today is Principal Chin Tian's birthday. I hope he lives a long and healthy life. The birthday gift I prepared for you is a herb I dug from the mountain. Mother Li said it will be good for your condition. After hearing this opening statement, everyone present was stunned at first, and then they reacted. It turns out that today is Chin Tian's birthday. No wonder there are so many express deliveries. Could it be that these parcels are birthday gifts sent by those children? In an instant, everyone had the same thought in their hearts. The following video also confirmed their speculation. The entire video is about 20 minutes long, and the content was recorded by all the students of Sunnyday Primary School. A total of hundreds of students from 5 Sunnyday Primary Schools were included. Although each student only appears on screen for a few seconds, their words are extremely sincere. There are also many different birthday wishes for Chin Tian. It makes people laugh and feel moved, and they also got some key information from the words of these children. For example, in addition to donating to the Charity Federation, Chin Tian also donates supplies to Sunnyday Primary School from time to time. He would even visit these schools in person during the winter and summer vacations every year to visit these children and give them a lesson. Of course, what puzzled them most was a sentence that most children mentioned, that is, they all seemed to have mentioned the word sick. Chin Tian seemed to have some kind of disease, a very serious one, but they couldn't seem to tell from Chin Tian's body that he was sick. Is it already healed? Chapter 14, Pig Teammate. As the video ended, the delivery guy also left the set on his electric tricycle. All that was left was a floor full of express deliveries and a group of people with strange looks on their faces, especially those reporters, although things did not turn out the way they expected. But it is far more exciting than the reversal. It's okay for a star who was almost defined as a bad artist to suddenly be exposed for having made multiple donations. The key is that he secretly donated to 5 primary schools in mountainous areas, and went to the primary schools to teach several times a year. What a touching story. If this were reported, the traffic would definitely be much greater than the previous news, and those children who are grateful will also become a highlight. Thinking of this, the reporters immediately started taking pictures of the gifts on the ground. At the same time, netizens in the live broadcast room were also deeply moved. I admire you, I really admire you. Brother Tian's ability to conceal the news is truly amazing. I have done such a big thing quietly, and no news has leaked out at all. What Brother Tian? You should call him Principal Chin now. Right, Principal Chin, these paparazzi are no good. They haven't even dug up this little bit. If you have this idea, then you are too young. There is nothing paparazzi can't dig up. They look at whether the item is worth digging for and whether someone will pay them to dig it up. It's clear that Principal Chin's donation to the primary school is of no value to them, and no one is paying them to dig. That's right, the hype for this kind of thing will fade in less than a day at most, and it has no traffic value at all. Brother Tian has contributed both money and manpower. If I were him, I wouldn't be able to do such a thing. I almost cried when I watched that video just now. What those children said must have come from the heart. It seems that Principal Chin is really good to them. I didn't expect that today is Principal Chin's birthday. What surprised me even more is that Principal Chin is only 22 years old this year. Yes, when I was 22 and still in college, I asked my parents for money, but they had already donated 8 million yuan and funded 5 primary schools. The gap in life is huge. It seems that Chin Tiankai is a pure person who has escaped vulgarity. There is no doubt that after watching the birthday video jointly recorded by the 5 Sunnyday primary schools, netizens' evaluation of Chin Tian has risen to a higher level again. Not if an artist who was willing to use all his savings and income to support charity and personally devote himself to charity is still a bad artist, then there will be no normal artists in Longhua when things develop to this point. Su Yi, Song Cohen, and other people from Tianying Entertainment were completely dumbfounded. Before, they could use the excuse that Chin Tian owed illegal online loans to suppress Chin Tian and clear themselves, but now it seems that Chin Tian has been washed clean. Then no one would think that what Chin Tian said before was false. How could such a pure person who regards money as dirt slander others madly just because his contract was terminated? However, Song Cohen is a veteran in the entertainment industry after all. When he saw that the situation was not right, he quickly walked to Chin Tian with an apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry, Chin Tian, we really didn't know about what happened before. If we knew that you have been quietly contributing to the charity work of Dragon Country, we would definitely offer our own little bit of help. How about this? Our previous contract is still valid, and you are still an artist under our Tianying. At the same time, we will continue to do our best to train you. However, before he could finish his words, a figure rushed over from the side. Boss Song, you Tianying must give me an explanation for this matter. How can you allow your own artists to talk nonsense everywhere? If you don't terminate Chin Tian's contract, I, Chen Ming, will refuse to participate in any projects related to you in the future. As he spoke, Chen Ming, with an angry look on his face, rushed into the crowd. He didn't notice Song Cohen was giving him crazy looks. Instead, he looked directly at Chin Tian and the media reporters. Chin Tian, you must apologize for what you just said today. What you just said has seriously insulted my personality and image. Also, friends from the media, please do not believe what Chin Tian said. Mr. Song from Tianying has already made it clear to me that they've long wanted to terminate the contract with an entertainment industry extravaganza like Chin Tian. He has no talent or moral integrity, and he's outspoken. 3,000 yuan a month is too much for him. Right, Mr. Song. After saying this, Chen Ming did not forget to glance at Song Cohen beside him. It seems that he hopes to get a response from Song Cohen, but at this moment, Song Cohen just wanted to use his toes to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it, or find a rocket to launch himself to Mars. He can't stay on this blue planet anymore. At this moment, the entertainment reporters with a keen sense of smell seemed to have caught something and quickly handed the microphone to Chen Ming's mouth. Teacher Chen, you just said that Tianying Entertainment has long wanted to terminate Chin Tian's contract, right? Yes, this Chin Tian is not capable in any way, so Tianying will naturally not choose to cooperate with him anymore. At the latest the day after tomorrow, Tianying will issue a termination statement. Facing the reporters' questions, Chen Ming did not hesitate at all. as if to show that he knew inside information and had the ability to decide the life and death of artists. However, what he didn't know was that after he said this, Song Kwon beside him suddenly looked as pale as death. On the contrary, the eyes of the media were shining. So far, Tianying Entertainment has not terminated the contract with Chin Tian, right? It's definitely not there yet, but it will be soon. It's better to get rid of this cancer as soon as possible so that the entertainment industry can be clean. Facing interviews from numerous media outlets, Shen Ming suddenly became more talkative. Just when he wanted to say a few more words, the reporters suddenly changed direction and focused their cameras on Song Kwon and Su Yi. Mr. Song, didn't you just say that you had already terminated the contract with Chin Tian? Mr. Song, why are you sweating? Mr. Song, is this question difficult to answer? If you don't answer this question, does it mean that Chin Tian himself hasn't received any news that Tianying Entertainment wants to terminate his contract? So he's not making random revelations because he was terminated. Does that mean everything he just said is true? If Mr. Song is not in a position to answer this question, could Ms. Su Yi answer it for you? In front of this group of reporters who are eager to create chaos, even if Song Kwon has decades of experience, he can only choose to retreat, because if he said anything wrong at this time and was caught by these entertainment reporters, he would be completely finished. As for Su Yi standing aside, he was already stunned. The naive girl she used to be is now just silly. On the other hand, Chin Tian was able to escape from the crowd of entertainment reporters, but he didn't feel relieved at all now. There is only one question in his mind. What the hell is wrong with me? It's okay that he's left with a lot of debt, but why is his health so bad too? What the hell did this guy travel through time? Chapter 15 Forced termination of contract. Seeing that the atmosphere on the scene was becoming increasingly tense, the people from Tianying Entertainment immediately looked to the crew for help. If we continue to ask questions at this pace, the subsequent public relations costs will be astronomical. Seeing that the situation was not right, the middle-aged man with the director's badge on the side was a little reluctant, but finally stood up. Dear media friends, I am Zhang Zhongqing, the director of The Poisonous Concubine. Regarding the matter between Chin Tian and Tianying, I believe Tianying will give you an explanation later. Now it's our normal shooting time. I hope everyone can understand us. As he spoke, Zhang Zhongqing bowed deeply towards the media. On the other side, Song Kwon also grabbed a life-saving straw after seeing this scene. Yes, regarding the contract issue between Tianying and Chin Tian, we will hold a press conference to explain it at the latest the day after tomorrow. I also don't want our own problems at Tianying to affect director Zhang's normal filming work. After all, this drama has condensed the hard work of so many people. After hearing what Song Kwon said, the reporters who originally wanted to dig deeper decided not to bother with it any further. Besides, Zhang Zhongqing is considered a famous director in the industry. He has already made his stance clear, and if they still don't give him face, it would be somewhat inconsiderate of them. Just when they were about to take some more shots of the scene and leave, a system prompt sounded in Chin Tian's mind again. As a man of steel and full of justice, how can you be inferior to others? Host, please take the initiative to propose to terminate the contract with Tianying Entertainment in front of all the media. The system will award different amounts of straight man index based on your performance. After completing this task, the secondary job system will be activated and you will be randomly given a mid-level secondary job. Chin Tian, who had been immersed in resentment, finally came back to his senses when he suddenly heard the system prompt sound. What? You want me to take the initiative to terminate my contract with Tianying Entertainment? When Chin Tian understood the system's requirements, he was somewhat confused. After the series of events just now, even if the top executives of Tianying Entertainment were crazy, they would never mention the termination of the contract with Chin Tian again. It can be imagined that after leaving the set, they must have tried every possible way to negotiate with Chin Tian. After all, only Chin Tian can calm this storm. As long as the conditions proposed by Chin Tian are not too excessive, the people from Tianying Entertainment should agree to them. However, the system now requires Chin Tian and Tianying Entertainment to terminate the contract on their own initiative. Of course, Chin Tian himself has no good feelings towards Tianying Entertainment, but if he proposes to terminate the contract now, then he will face a high compensation of 30 million. With so much money, he couldn't afford to pay it back even if he sold him. Just when Chin Tian was in a dilemma, the system prompt sounded again. The host is hesitating. Every second the host hesitates, the straight man index will be reduced by 1 point. If the host refuses to complete the task, all previous rewards will be taken back. Shin Tian never expected that the system would play such a trick. He became anxious at the thought of having his skills, which could have allowed him to thrive in this new world, taken away. Forget it, it's only 30 million. With these skills, I can earn it back in less than a year. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Shin Tian finally stopped hesitating. Seeing that the entertainment reporters were about to leave, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute, I have something that I need everyone to witness for me." Hearing Shin Tian's voice, the entertainment reporters who had just packed up their equipment and were about to leave suddenly became alert. However, Song Koen and others felt their hearts jump to their throats in an instant. Oh my god, what else does this ancestor want to do? He won't continue to expose the truth, will he? At this moment, Song Koen wished he could just use tape to seal Shin Tian's mouth. Looking at the reporters who gathered around him again, Shin Tian's expression suddenly became serious. Dear journalists and fans, today I solemnly announce in front of all of you that from now on I will no longer be an artist under Tianying Entertainment. Of course, I will abide by all the termination clauses in the contract. I will pay Tianying every cent of the 30 million yuan in liquidated damages. The reason I did this is not only because I don't want to be associated with such a rubbish company, but also to prove that I, Shin Tian, am not a loser. After leaving Tianying, I, Shin Tian, will only develop better. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't look down on the young and poor. After saying that, Shin Tian turned around and picked up the express delivery on the ground. The reporters from the media and other people at the scene were all stunned by Shin Tian's recent remarks. They just heard something. Shin Tian actually took the initiative to propose to terminate the contract with Tianying Entertainment. If Shin Tian wasn't crazy, then they must be crazy, and the degree of madness is not low. Not to mention the current situation, even under normal circumstances, it is rare for an artist to take the initiative to terminate the contract with the company. There is only one possibility for this to happen, and that is that the artist has already taken off, or the original company would only limit his development. But is this the case with Shin Tian? Obviously not. He is not taking off at all, he is completely letting go. He was already so confused that if it weren't for Tianying, he would have gone to work as a screwdriver in an electronics factory. Plus he's in so much trouble now. But if he left Tianying, no company would be willing to hire him. They don't dare to ask for it, nor do they want it. After all, it is not an exaggeration to say that Shin Tian is a hot potato now. Of course, if that were all, they would understand. The worst that could happen is I'd quit the circle. But what they couldn't understand was that given Shin Tian's current financial situation, where would he get the money to pay the 30 million yuan penalty? This is no longer a matter of Tianying bullying him because he is poor, but Shin Tian was really poor, so poor that he had to borrow money from illegal online loans. In addition to the people at the scene, netizens who were closely following this matter on the internet were also very confused. Hey, after all, you are still young, you can't tolerate such a thing. Brother Tian, this is too tough. It would be better if you could just hold back. That's right. Given his current situation, if he gets hyped up online, maybe he can get back on track. If he terminates his contract now, he will be a completely unpopular person. How can he turn things around? Turning over? How can I turn over with a 30 million yuan penalty? Although I admire his contributions to charity and understand his feelings, I do not support his impulsive termination of the contract. It's too late to say anything now. With Brother Tian's termination of his contract, we will most likely never see him again. Why didn't I realize that Brother Tian was such a straight man before? It's because I only knew how to follow the crowd and criticize before. That's really not our fault. Brother Tian's performance before was really lame. Who knew he did so many good things in secret? If I had known he was such a good person, I would have supported his films no matter how bad they were. Just when everyone expressed their incomprehension of Shin Tian's initiative to terminate the contract, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Because the host perfectly portrayed the role of a straight man and successfully completed the contract termination mission. This time, I gained 250 straight male index points, and also unlocked the secondary occupation system. You have successfully unlocked a new secondary occupation, Express Driver. Chapter 16 Village in the city. When Shin Tian first heard the system prompt, he felt a little excited and expectant. He is also full of expectations for this legendary secondary profession. A secondary job represents making money no matter which game it is. Although there will definitely be some changes in the real world, he believes that the difference will not be too big. Until he heard the prompt tone at the back. He was dumbfounded on the spot. Wait, the express driver? Is that the driver I think he is, or that driver? The former is a driver who serves one person, while the latter is a kind-hearted person who serves the public. Just when his head was full of doubts, a series of driving tips flooded into his mind. Only at this time did he finally understand. It turns out that this so-called side job is really just a driver who picks up passengers. It really is a profitable side job. Shin Tian's heart bled when he thought about the fact that he had to pay a penalty of 30 million for a side job that he could do part-time as long as he had a driver's license. However, he had already said the harsh words and had already put on airs, so it was impossible to go back on his word. Shin Tian gritted his teeth and prepared to take out his mobile phone to book an online taxi. Now it is impossible for him to stay in the crew anymore, so he can only call a car to transport the gifts sent by the children in the mountains back home. But at this moment, a figure suddenly walked over from the side. Do you need help? Hearing this slightly familiar voice, Shin Tian realized that the person coming was the female reporter from Mango Entertainment who had interviewed him before. Thank you, reporter Chen Xia, but I can handle it on my own. After saying that, Shin Tian opened the online car-hailing app again. The female reporter obviously didn't expect Shin Tian to remember her name. Her face flushed slightly and she immediately spoke again. I saw you were calling a taxi. Didn't you drive to the set? As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Xia remembered Shin Tian's previous donation. How can a person who donates to charity regularly every month and builds 5 primary schools get the money to buy a car? How about this? We're just going to drive out, and there's plenty of room in the car. If you don't mind, we can take you out. And you see, there are so many gifts, it's hard for you to move them all by yourself. We can help you. After hearing this, Shin Tian, who had been unable to get a taxi for a long time, was finally tempted. Thank you so much. These are mainly gifts for the children. If I were alone, I would just scan a shared bike and ride back. With the help of Mango Entertainment staff, the mountain of gifts was quickly delivered to a medium-sized van. Shin Tian himself also sat in the back seat. As soon as she got on the bus, female reporter Chen Xia asked, "Which neighborhood do you live in? Let's take you there first." As she spoke, she had already opened the navigation, but Shin Tian's next answer made her and the other staff in the car stunned. I live in Heli Village on Jianxi West Road, not far ahead. Just drop me off at the entrance of Heli Village. The roads inside are difficult for cars to drive on. Although the people in the car were not from Jinyang, they were very familiar with the environment around Shudian Film and Television City. If they remembered correctly, the Heli village that Shin Tian mentioned should be the largest urban village in the vicinity. There are densely packed rental houses inside, and the people living there are all extras who make a living at Shudian Film and Television City. It's hard to imagine that Shin Tian actually lives in such a place. So much so that the people present were stunned for a long time. A former popular star has now fallen to the point of living in a rental house in a village in the city. If they hadn't encountered it, no one would believe it if they told others about it. What made them even more confused was that under such circumstances, Shin Tian still donated money to the Charity Federation every month. This is a realm that they cannot understand. Just when the atmosphere at the scene fell into silence, Shin Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the volume that was comparable to that of an old phone. After looking for a long time, I still couldn't figure out what brand Shin Tian's phone was. Hello, who is this? A 30 billion inheritance? Sorry, it's too little. I don't think much of it. You can donate it all. Yes, donate it to the Charity Federation in my name. Didn't you say it was left to me by my uncle? Well, since it's mine, I can spend it however I want. Sure. Okay, I have a $300 billion deal to discuss. I'll hang up now. Just let me know when you've made the donation. After saying the last sentence, Shin Tian hung up the phone. Seeing the puzzled looks of the people around him, he quickly explained, a telecom fraudster said that my uncle in Taiwan left me a 30 billion yuan inheritance. Let me go to Treasure Island to inherit it. Scammers are getting more and more daring these days. They start with 30 billion. I've never seen such a large denomination burned on my father's grave. As Chin Tian said this, a hint of disdain appeared on his face. How dare such a low-level trick be shown in front of a time traveler like him? It's true that telecom fraud has been rampant recently, but what if it's true? Then you'd be rich. Female reporter Chen Xia seemed to be deliberately teasing to ease the atmosphere. Oh, our Qin family died out a long time ago, so where did this uncle come from? If he said he was the incarnation of light, I might even give him $10. While a few people were chatting and laughing, He Litsuan appeared in front of them, looking at the slum-like Heli village. Even these staff members who had seen the world frowned. Okay, you guys just drop it off here. I'll go borrow a small trailer from the inn owner. I carried the things up myself. After saying that, Qin Tian jumped out of the car. After a while, he dragged a flatbed truck over, and the gifts were soon neatly placed on it. After finishing all the work and saying goodbye to everyone from Mango Entertainment, Qin Tian pulled the flatbed cart alone and walked towards the urban village. Looking at Qin Tian's gradually receding back, Chen Xia was stunned for a while and suddenly took the camera from the cameraman beside her. He pressed the shutter button several times before Qin Tian completely disappeared. In his lens, Qin Tian was walking step by step from the bright sunshine towards the dark urban village. Most of his body was covered in shadow, but the cart of gifts from the mountains that he was towing behind him was shining brightly in the sunlight. Chapter 17. The whole network exploded, and hell began. Although the incident on the set has ended, the turmoil in Longgua's entertainment industry has just begun. Before the next day, all the major media outlets had already compiled everything that happened on the set of The Poisonous Concubine. Qin Tian had just returned to his rental house when news of what happened on the set was already all over the internet. Reports appeared before the public at lightning speed. The famous new generation actress Sui dubbed the entire film, but she didn't read the lines and could only speak in ABA, which caused her to be angrily scolded by her seniors on the set. The old male god turned out to be a lisp, flicking his tongue against the lips of the actress. The vegetarian goddess was exposed to have 2 roast chickens for a private meal. Is it stupid or bad to promote vegetarianism for all people? Seniors in the industry can hardly resist the ravages of time, and sheep placenta opens up a second spring. Traffic star Qin Tian was reported to have terminated his contract, and the reason was this former popular actor Qin Tian owes a huge debt. Suspected of high daily consumption, a mysterious courier hid 38 bills, each one shocking, and a whopping $8 million was spent in 3 years. Star becomes principal, Qin Tian equals sunny day. Hundreds of parcels were received on my birthday, and everyone who knew the truth was instantly silent. Celebrity artists' income revealed. It's better to work as a screwdriver in a factory. Qin Tian terminated the contract domineeringly, preferring to bear $30 million in debt rather than continue to rely on Tianying. More than a dozen revelations from different media outlets instantly became popular on major social media platforms. It even blocked out the news about a top male celebrity releasing a new song. This made the people of Longhua, who usually look for melons to eat everywhere, exclaim in disbelief, especially when all these hot topics are directed at one person. What kind of day is it today? There are so many watermelons all at once. Is it summertime when watermelons are on the market? This day's output is almost equivalent to half a year's normal output. When did these entertainment reporters become so prolific? And the content of their reports is almost the same. Where can I buy these melons wholesale? I've really messed with Qin Tian. Every news item I click on is related to Qin Tian. I also discovered that it seems that these news were either leaked by Qin Tian himself, or were rumors about Qin Tian. Good boy, Qin Tian's identity as a melon farmer has been confirmed. I originally thought that my brother Tian's name would rarely be seen in the Longhua entertainment industry anymore, but I didn't expect him to be everywhere today. After seeing these melons, the population of Dragon Country instantly doubled because everyone was cracked. I used to like Su Yi, but now it seems like he's just a complete idiot. Exactly. Those idiots before could at least lip sync and count 1 2 3 4 5 6, but she was just babble the whole time. It's too easy to make money like that. I think it's the fans who have spoiled them. They always think that no matter what, there will be fans to pay for them. How can this person be called the nation's first love? How could my first love be a mute? Don't discriminate against people with disabilities. I suggest that if Suyi doesn't want to talk, he can donate his mouth to someone in need. My sister Jing is the real deal. She's just eating roast chicken while letting us eat vegetarian food. What's going on? Is there not enough meat in Longwa for her to eat alone? Ha ha ha, my brother Tian is a true character, how can it not count? What he said is both funny and deserves a beating. I used to criticize brother Tian all the time, but now I want to say sorry. We all owe you an album. Wake up, brother Tian has never released an album. I really didn't expect that brother Tian actually did so many good things quietly. Brother Tian is also a ruthless person. He donates whatever he has. I guess he donates every month as soon as he gets his salary. Borrowing money from illegal online loans to donate is truly cruel. Just when the entire Longwa network was turned into a mess by Qin Tian, the protagonist of the incident, looked at the stack of white paper in his hand with a confused look on his face. After he returned to his rental house, he began looking for a place to store the express deliveries. Although these express deliveries are not valuable, they represent the thoughts of hundreds of children. As he was searching, he found a stack of documents containing medical reports in a cabinet, but when he finished reading the contents of the medical report, he was stunned. Although he didn't understand the complex data, he could still understand the final conclusion. The final diagnosis column clearly showed the 4 big words: late-stage brain cancer. Through the birthday wishes that the children had given him before, he already had a rough idea of what disease the original body might have, but at that time, he didn't think the situation was that serious, thinking it was just a common disease or chronic disease. The reason why it couldn't be cured before was probably because we didn't have money. When he makes money in the future, he can naturally spend money to get it treated, but he never imagined that his original body had a terminal illness like brain cancer. If it was a common cancer, he might be able to prolong his life with conventional medical means. Some cancers can even be cured by removing the diseased part, but what he had was brain cancer, and it was already in the late stage. You can't just cut his brain out. Thinking of this, Qin Tian felt his head buzzing. He even had a vague guess. Could it be that the original owner died of brain cancer that caused me to travel across time and space into this body? Qin Tian felt a chill in his heart when he realized this. He didn't think so much when he first came here. Just think of it as God's arrangement. Now it seems that if the original owner of this body had not died, how could he occupy someone else's body? This even made him think of another question, that is, when he traveled through time, there was less than 100 yuan left in his mobile phone and bank card combined. At the time, he was wondering why his original body was so poor. It's like knowing you're going to die soon, so you donate all your savings. No wonder the last donation was 2 days ago, and it was a one-time donation of 5,300 yuan. At this time, Qin Tian seemed to know everything, but this was of no use at all. He even felt like cursing. Zhao, what kind of start is this? An 18th-tier celebrity, suffering from a terminal illness, donated all her savings, and now she's been terminated by the company, cutting off her source of income. It's better to be dead. Wait, the original owner died of illness, but the cancer cells may not have died with him. I remember cancer cells have a long lifespan. Thinking of this, Qin Tian suddenly became flustered. In his opinion, as long as there is no cancer, everything else is a minor problem. But just as he kept praying that the cancer cells in his body were gone, a sharp pain suddenly came from his head. Qin Tian instantly felt as if someone had hit him hard on the head. The whole person lost consciousness immediately. Chapter 18. Exchange shop. In the intensive care unit of Jinyang First People's Hospital, Qin Tian, who felt like he had just had a deep sleep, slowly opened his eyes. For a moment he was stunned by the scene before him, because no matter how you look at it, this doesn't seem like the shabby rental house I lived in before, but more like a hospital ward. Just when he was wondering if he had fallen asleep, a young girl in a nurse uniform pushed the door open and walked in. When she saw that Qin Tian had opened his eyes and was about to sit up, she was stunned for 3 seconds. Oh my God, you're still awake. As soon as she finished speaking, the nurse realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. I mean, I've never seen anyone sit up in an ICU bed." Intensive care unit? Hearing this word, Qin Tian finally knew where he was. If he is really in the intensive care unit, then what the nurse just said seems to be correct. There are only 2 types of people who can come to the intensive care unit. One is about to die, and the other is 90% dead. Can I ask why I'm here? After a moment of silence, Qin Tian asked the nurse hesitantly. When the young nurse heard Qin Tian's question, there was a hint of embarrassment and confusion on her face. Seeing her like this, Qin Tian already had an idea in his mind. However, he still felt a little unwilling. Is it advanced brain cancer? Ha! You already know it, but not completely. You're not in the late stage yet, you're in the middle stage. The young nurse was obviously a little surprised that Qin Tian actually knew her condition, and her face was full of surprise. Midterm? Hearing these two words, Qin Tian's face immediately showed doubt, and he couldn't help but ask again, "Are you sure it's the middle stage, not the late stage?" Hearing Qin Tian's question, the young nurse rolled her eyes helplessly. "This is the first time I've seen you like this. Do you wish you were in the late stage? But in your current condition, if you don't intervene, it will sooner or later become a terminal disease." After saying that, the young nurse walked to Qin Tian's side and pulled out his oxygen tube. "Looking at your condition, there's no need for you to stay in the intensive care unit any longer. Transfer to the general ward. I'll get you a stretcher." "Wait, who said I needed a stretcher? I don't want to be carried out of the intensive care unit." When he heard that he was going to be carried out, Qin Tian immediately jumped up from the hospital bed. What made him feel strange was that except for a dizzy head, he seemed to be no different from normal in other aspects. Could it be that the system in my brain is suppressing my cancer cells? Just as he was thinking this, the young nurse had already pushed open the door of the intensive care unit. "Let's go quickly. Someone will be carrying it in soon." "Oh." Qin Tian, who was still a little dazed, followed him instantly. After a while, he was taken to an ordinary ward by the nurse. After finding a bed, Qin Tian was arranged to lie down again. Now he didn't want to lie down at first, but after seeing the patients next to him who were missing limbs and unable to move, he felt embarrassed to stand there any longer. After he lay down, he immediately called upon the system in his mind. "System, are you asleep? Let me ask you a question. Can the cancer cells in my brain be cured?" Originally, he didn't expect the system to be able to answer his question, but after a while, the system prompt sounded again. "The host may be able to check the relevant items in the redemption store." When Qin Tian heard the system prompt, his eyes immediately lit up. Because he was in a hurry before, he didn't have time to take a closer look at what the system's internal mall looked like. Who knows, there might be a miracle drug that can cure cancer. Thinking of this, he quickly started searching on the system interface. After a while, an interface that looked no different from the game store appeared in front of him. The various props inside also dazzled him. The God of Song's golden microphone. An S-rank item. Equipped with this item, it increases your singing skill level by 2, your on-stage appeal by 50, and your personal charm by 100%. Exchange price, 50,000 straight mail points. This item is part of the God of Song set. KTV score locking artifact, S-rank item. After equipping, every time you sing in KTV, your score will be permanently locked at 100 points. Exchange price, 40,000 straight mail index. Singer's leather pants, an S-rank item. Equipped with this item, increases singing skill level by 2, or a level by 10, and personal charm by 100%. Exchange price, 50,000 straight mail points. Part 2 of the Singer's set. Best Actor Peak Acting Experience Voucher, S-rank item. Use it to experience the best acting skills for 1 hour. After the time is up, your acting level will increase by +1. Redemption price, 30,000 straight mail index. Basic Horsemanship Skill Book, a B-level item. Immediately master horsemanship skills upon use. This skill book can be used in combination. Exchange price, 5,000 straight mail index. Basic Martial Arts Skill Book, B-level prop. After using it, you can master basic martial arts techniques. The director no longer has to worry about finding a double for you. Exchange price, 8,000 straight mail index. God of Cars White Gloves, an S-rank item. Use this to become a God of Cars, with your driving skills at max exchange price, 50,000 straight mail index. The God of Cars Windshield Sunglasses. An S-rank item. Using them significantly enhances your aura, creating a striking aura upon your appearance, drawing everyone's attention. Redemption price, 20,000 straight mail points. There is no doubt that anything that can appear in the system's exchange store is of artifact level. Each one of them has incredible abilities, and possessing any one of them can make you successful in the real world, but these are not what Qin Tian wants. At this moment, there is only one thing he wants, and that is something that can cure cancer. After all, nothing is more important than life. But even though he turned the entire exchange store upside down, He didn't find anything related to medical treatment. He didn't even see a band-aid. System, are you kidding me? There's nothing in here that has anything to do with cancer treatment. The items that appear in the redemption store list are recommended based on the host's profession. If the host wants to find a way to cure cancer, the host needs to have a medical profession or a profession related to scientific research. That means the store will still have new cancer cures, right? At this moment, Qin Tian felt like he had found a life-saving straw. In theory, that's the case, provided the host constantly triggers quests in order to unlock other secondary occupations. After saying this, the system fell silent again, and at this moment, a figure that looked somewhat familiar to Qin Tian appeared at the door of the ward. This young man, who was about 1.9 meters tall, had a huge head and was wearing sunglasses, rushed over with a look of mourning on his face after discovering Qin Tian lying on the hospital bed. Chapter 19 Huang Dafeng. Oh my god, you're still alive. I thought you were dead and pushed away. Before Qin Tian could react, the tall young man who appeared at the door of the ward rushed directly to his bedside. After he took off his sunglasses, Qin Tian could even see a tear in his eyes. Of course, if he wasn't feeling suffocated, he would definitely be quite moved. Huang Dafeng, if you don't get up, you'll really send me away. Hearing Qin Tian's slightly weak voice, the big-headed young man who was pressing on him finally let him go. Oh my god, when I went to see you in the intensive care unit just now, they changed occupants on that bed. Then when I asked the nurse where you had been, the nurse told me you were gone. I was so scared that I thought you were gone. After saying this, the young man named Huang Dafeng wiped the tears from his face with his sleeves. Looking at Huang Dafeng like this, Qin Tian found it both funny and heartwarming. Although the young man in front of him looks a little unreliable, he is the only friend of the original body in this world. They are also good brothers who debuted together. When they first debuted, they were called the appearance ceiling of Tianying Entertainment by fans. It's just a pity that Qin Tian became obscure. And Huang Dafeng became fat. When he first debuted, Huang Dafeng weighed 150 pounds and had 8-pack abs, and now he weighs 250 pounds and has abdominal muscles. After gaining weight, he cooled down even faster than Qin Tian. So much so that Tianying forced him to leave without asking for any penalty. It's simply because his food expenses are too high. Just as Qin Tian was recalling the relevant information about Huang Dafeng in his mind, Huang Dafeng suddenly took out a huge thermal bag from the side. As the thermal bag was opened, the skewers of meat and ice-cold beer inside were revealed. Seeing this scene, Qin Tian was stunned. I'm in the hospital, bro. Look, this is what the patient is wearing. What else? Huang Dafeng acted as if it was a matter of course, and as he spoke he opened a bottle of cold beer and handed it to Qin Tian. I brought you millet porridge with pickles. Do you like it? Let's have a barbecue then. Qin Tian suddenly felt that what Huang Dafeng said made sense. Besides, you have brain cancer, not stomach cancer. What's wrong with eating some barbecue and drinking some beer? If your stomach feels good, your brain will be happy too, right? And look at this Brave the World beer I picked out especially for you. It's so festive and auspicious. After you drink it, let's brave the world. Qin Tian, Emma, this butter smells so damn good. When Qin Tian was completely conquered by Huang Dafeng's twisted logic, Huang Dafeng had already taken a handful of butter and started eating it. Not feeling satisfied, he even raised the small table beside Qin Tian's bed. All the side dishes were laid out at once. For a moment, the whole ward was filled with the aroma of barbecue. The patients in the other beds nearby were all stunned. Eat, why don't you eat? The doctor said that you don't need to avoid any food in your current condition. It's to the point where they let you eat whatever you want. Qin Tian, if Huang Dafeng still had a little appetite before he said this, he now has completely lost his appetite. Looking at Huang Dafeng with his mouth full of oil, Qin Tian suddenly thought of a question. By the way, Bumblebee, who brought me to the hospital, and how did you find me? Hearing Qin Tian's question, Huang Dafeng, who had just finished a bite of garlic fried chicken and burped, raised his head. It was your landlord. He went to collect your rent, but he saw you lying on the floor. That scared him at the time. If you put it up with him, he probably wouldn't be able to rent it out in the future. After saying that, Huang Dafeng took 2 more sips of beer, but Qin Tian felt a little sad in his heart. In other words, even if his original body did not die on the day he traveled through time and paid enough rent, there was a high probability that he would die in his own rental house later, and it's the kind that no one will notice even if it stinks. How can a person's life be so miserable? One can imagine how desperate the original body was before dying. He suddenly remembered a sentence he had seen in his previous life: "The world is good, I won't come back in the next life." It's a pity that the original body was freed, but now he has taken over. Just as Qin Tian was lamenting the fickleness of fate, Huang Dafeng said again, "I never thought that your emergency contact would be me. Tell me, are you secretly in love with me? But it's a pity, I'm straight. If I were curvy, I wouldn't be unable to look like you." After saying this, he deliberately revealed a lewd smile, but Qin Tian just shook his head helplessly. You don't have to act so vulgar on purpose. You just need to be a little more restrained and you'll be vulgar enough. By the way, the sun isn't very strong outside, why are you wearing sunglasses? After complaining, Qin Tian picked up the sunglasses that Huang Dafeng had just put down. What do you know? I was once a popular star after all. What if I get recognized by fans when I go out? If my head wasn't so big, I would have worn a baseball cap and a mask. TSK. No one would recognize you like this. Qin Tian could only sneer at Huang Dafeng's statement. After saying that, he did not forget to turn around and ask a question to the older sister in the next bed. Sister, do you know who he is? When she suddenly heard Qin Tian's question, Lao Gao's elder sister, who had one leg hanging, turned her head and looked at Huang Dafeng, then immediately shook her head. Seeing this scene, Huang Dafeng immediately became anxious. Big sister, take a closer look. It's me. I played the second male lead in that very popular movie 2 years ago. I don't know you. I just think you look a bit like the cooking teacher on my short video. What's called Spicy Next Door. After saying this, the elder sister deliberately opened her own magic sound short video. Soon a fat and big-eared food anchor appeared on the screen. Qin Tian looked at the fat man on the screen, then looked at Huang Dafeng beside him, and finally said only one sentence. Then I'm a little thinner. For a moment, the ward was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Of course, all this happiness is built on Huang Dafeng's pain, but Huang Dafeng's appetite was not affected at all. He finished a table full of barbecue in less than 10 minutes. After he burped with satisfaction, he immediately took out his cell phone. By the way, let me tell you, you've been very popular these past 2 days. Now when I open my phone, all I see are messages about you. But you did such a good thing, but you didn't even tell me, your brother. I heard that you also terminated your contract with Tianying. How about this, the two of us start a business together? Start a business? Hearing these 2 words, Qin Tian's eyes were full of suspicion. I probably can't help you with this. I don't have a penny in my pocket right now and can't even afford to rent a house. Well, you don't have to pay, you just need to provide the people. While speaking, Huang Dafeng was operating on his mobile phone. Come on, my dear fans and friends, I told you before that Qin Tian and I are brothers, but you didn't believe me. Now I have invited him here in person. Come on, say hello to my fans. Under Qin Tian's extremely surprised gaze, Huang Dafeng pointed the camera of his mobile phone at him. The next second, a live broadcast room with only a few hundred people watching online appeared in front of him. Of course, the most surprised person at this moment was not Qin Tian, but the audience in the live broadcast room. Chapter 23 Months. Douyin, the most popular short video platform in China, had over 300 million registered users as early as last year. The daily active users are a terrifying number. The number of creators is also particularly large. According to Huang Dafeng, after Tianying Entertainment took the initiative to terminate his contract, he decided to come to the Douyin platform to be an anchor. But judging from the number of people in his live broadcast room, he doesn't seem to be doing a very good job as a host. But with Qin Tian's appearance, the situation immediately changed dramatically. Damn, this guy looks so much like Qin Tian. What do you mean by similar? This is Qin Tian himself. It's definitely him. I just finished watching his ghost video. No, I have to share this with my friends. Qin Tian actually parachuted into a small anchor's live broadcast room. Is this Qin Tian, the fruit vendor from the entertainment industry? I thought I'd stop seeing him after he retired, but I didn't expect to see him on Douyin again. By the way, where did he go these past 2 days? There's no news at all. That's right, the entertainment reporters this time aren't very good. They haven't been able to find my brother Tian in 2 days. As time passed, the news that Chin Tian had started broadcasting in the Douyin live broadcast room began to spread on the Longhua network. In less than 10 minutes, the number of online users, which originally numbered less than 100, soared to tens of thousands, and these are basically all aimed at Chin Tian. Seeing this situation, Huang Dafeng was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Sure enough, you still have to ride on the popularity. But we are brothers, if I don't rub against you, who else should I rub against? Huang Dafeng put his arm around Chin Tian's shoulders and immediately said to the tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room, "Thank you all for your support of my brother." Yes, this is Chin Tian himself, not an AI-powered head. Alive, guaranteed. If you like my brother Chin Tian, please remember to follow the anchor. What? If you want to hear my brother speak, please click the little heart button. If you get over 1 million likes, I will let my brother speak. Looking at Huang Dafeng, who was enthusiastically interacting with fans, Chin Tian, who was feeling a little bored, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Maybe live streaming is a good way out. The timeline of this world is basically parallel to that of the previous life, and the short video industry is also a relatively big trend. However, so far there has been no news of any serious celebrity entering the short video industry. In the eyes of ordinary people, no matter how well someone in this industry does, they are just an internet celebrity, far less glamorous than a star. However, as a time traveler, Chin Tian knows that the short video live streaming industry's ability to attract money in the future will far exceed that of the entertainment industry. I don't know how many traffic stars and veteran actors in his previous life had to lower their profile and join the fight after seeing his terrifying ability to make money. In the words of fans, making money is not shameful. Just when Chin Tian was stunned, Huang Dafeng suddenly poked Chin Tian with his elbow. "Tianer, say hello to your fans and friends." After hearing Huang Dafeng's voice, Chin Tian realized that the number of likes in the live broadcast room had exceeded 1 million without him noticing. After taking a look at the ever-increasing number of people online in the live broadcast room, Chin Tian first picked up a pillow beside him and put it behind him, then said, "Hello everyone, I am Chin Tian, thank you for your support." Just after he finished saying this, he suddenly felt another sharp pain in his head. His face turned pale in an instant, and he fell back on the pillow after just sitting up. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. "Oh my god, what happened to Brother Tian? I just realized that Brother Tian is wearing a hospital gown. No wonder Brother Tian disappeared without a trace these past 2 days. Even the paparazzi couldn't find him. So he's in the hospital." When I saw the live broadcast room before, I thought the host was doing something slick. I also thought it was just for show effect. It was so scary. My face turned completely pale in an instant. It seems that this is not just an ordinary minor illness. I hope Brother Tian is okay. Thinking about what happened before, I feel really bad for him. Anchor, stop standing there and go call a doctor. That's right, if someone dies, it's all over. When everyone in the live broadcast room was in a panic, the frightened Huang Dafeng finally remembered to press the call bell on the bedside. 10 seconds after the bell rang, several medical staff in white coats rushed into the ward. Seeing Chin Tian lying on the hospital bed with a pale face and a frown on his brow, the medical staff's expressions became extremely solemn. Then he conducted a series of examinations on Chin Tian's body, and during their examination, Chin Tian slowly woke up. Looking at the group of medical staff in white coats in front of him, he was obviously stunned for a moment. Did I just faint again? Hearing Chin Tian's voice, Huang Dafeng, who was turning around anxiously, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. You were just talking about that, but you suddenly collapsed just now. If you were gone, I would be a big sinner. No food tastes good anymore in my life. After saying this, he remembered to ask the doctor beside him. Doctor, how is my brother? Huang Dafeng had just finished speaking when the doctor who was responsible for examining Chin Tian looked at Chin Tian lying on the hospital bed with a serious face. Although we generally don't disclose this kind of thing to patients, at your level, I think you have the right to know the truth. Be prepared. After hearing the doctor's words, Huang Dafeng, Qin Tian, and the netizens who were following Qin Tian's condition in the live broadcast room all felt their hearts in their throats. Anyone with a good reading comprehension ability would be able to understand the underlying meaning of the doctor's words. Generally speaking, if the doctor says this, there is only one possibility left, that is, there is no hope. But even so, Qin Tian still asked calmly, "I wonder how long I have left to live." Obviously, the doctor did not expect that Qin Tian could ask such a question so calmly. The cancer cells in your brain are spreading so rapidly. If I were to undergo chemotherapy now, I might be able to live for about half a year, but the process would be quite painful and it would be difficult for most people to persevere. Of course, you can also choose conservative treatment and intervene through medication, but the effect may be slightly worse than chemotherapy. If you can maintain your mentality, you can probably live for about 3 months. As a doctor, how can I respect your personal wishes? After saying this, the middle-aged doctor stopped talking and the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence, but the audience in the live broadcast room could no longer remain calm. Chapter 21, Go to the End of the World. As time goes by, the popularity in the live broadcast room continues to increase at an exaggerated rate. In just half an hour, the number of people online in the live broadcast room exceeded 1 million. When they heard about Qin Tian's condition through the live broadcast, they were immediately shocked. This can't be real, it must be a script. Yes, it must be a script. I wish it was a script, but I know that doctor. He's the director of the neurology department at Jinyang First People's Hospital. Although I didn't know Brother Tian very well before this, and even criticized him online, when I heard this news, I don't know why, I felt so upset. Me too, it's like someone has put a big rock in my heart. How could it be so sudden? There was no news at all before. It's normal. Before, Brother Tian quietly donated 8 million yuan and no one knew about it, not to mention that he had brain cancer. Is there anyone who studies medicine who can tell me if it's true that I can only live for half a year at most? Are there any special cases where I can live a few more years? Although I'm not a medical student, I have a relative who also had brain cancer. He underwent chemotherapy, but he only survived for 2 months. What the doctor says is usually the best possible outcome. Actually, the hardest thing to get over is the one in your heart. I've heard that many people with terminal illnesses were living well before they knew it, but after they knew they didn't have much time to live, they died immediately. Indeed, in this situation, one's desire to survive is the most important thing. I hope Brother Tian can be more open-minded. I suddenly don't believe in the saying that good people are rewarded. You said Brother Tian donated 8 million yuan and built 5 primary schools, but at the young age of 22 he was diagnosed with a terminal illness. What kind of suffering is this in the world? That's not necessarily the case. What if a miracle happens? I don't expect any miracle to happen, I just hope Brother Tian can hold on. Come on, Brother Tian. Is there anyone from Jinyang City? Let's go and see Brother Tian in a group. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were sighing for Qin Tian, who had recovered, sat up again, the color on his face gradually returned. Thinking of what the doctor had just said and the answer the system had given him before, he immediately made a decision in his heart. 3 months is a bit tight, but it's not impossible to come up with a new way to treat cancer. Nana, if it doesn't work out, just think of it as renewing for 3 months before you die. Thinking of this, Qin Tian simply lifted the quilt and got off the hospital bed. The scene immediately stunned Huang Dafeng, who was standing aside with a sad face. Come on, Bumblebee, why are you still standing there? Patting Huang Dafeng on the shoulder, Qin Tian prepared to take off his hospital gown. Stop it, bro. You're almost dead now. Because I'm about to die, I can't stay here any longer. You don't want to go to the hospital every day for the next 3 months, do you? Qin Tian said indifferently. Every day is precious to me now. Just like you said, I have brain cancer, not stomach cancer. Why should I suffer every day? Hearing Qin Tian say this, Huang Dafeng was speechless and felt a little sad. However, in order not to affect Qin Tian's mood, he immediately seemed full of passion. That makes sense. Just as the Chin Tian brothers regained their vitality, the doctor beside them also showed a look of relief. What he just said is tantamount to a death sentence for ordinary patients. There are also many people whose mentality changed on the spot, but he had never seen anyone like Chin Tian who seemed fine. Seeing that Chin Tian had changed his clothes and was about to go out, he quickly added, "Your cancer cells have now seriously affected your brain nerves. So remember not to get too emotional, otherwise you'll fall into a coma like you just did. Also, due to your brain lesions, your memory will also be affected. It's normal to not remember some things from the past. Don't worry." Hearing what the doctor said, Chin Tian's face immediately showed a hint of understanding. No wonder he forgot many things about his original body after traveling through time. It turned out to be because of cancer, however, he didn't care too much about it. The matter of his original body was no longer that important to him. He is a brand new person now, let the past be the past. Moreover, he didn't think that anything his original body did could affect him. Just as Chin Tian took Huang Dafeng to go through the discharge procedures, what had just happened under the live camera was quickly spread to the internet in Longwa through netizens. For a time, the news that Chin Tian had cancer quickly became popular on major social media platforms. Combined with what happened in the past 2 days, it can now be said that the two words Chin Tian have completely dominated all the major popular lists. Even those who didn't know Chin Tian before could hardly ignore this name now, and it was under such popularity that everything about Chin Tian after his debut was dug out by enthusiastic netizens. The most popular one came from a medical staff who had treated Chin Tian. The message was contained in a medical record from 2 years ago, although the key information of the case was thickly coded. Two of them still caused quite a stir. According to medical records, Chin Tian was diagnosed with early-stage brain cancer 2 years ago. The doctor's opinion at the time was to perform surgery immediately. However, what everyone did not expect was that during this golden period of treatment, Chin Tian's personal opinion was to give up treatment. Seeing this, all netizens expressed their incomprehension. If brain cancer were in its early stages, it wouldn't be that difficult to treat. If he had chosen treatment then, his condition wouldn't have deteriorated so quickly to this extent. That's right. With current medical technology, if it's discovered so early, even if it can't be cured, it can at least extend your life by a dozen years. Is it because the surgery is too expensive? How is that possible? 2 years ago, Brother Tian was still a nobody. The money he earned should have been enough for him to have the surgery. And even if the surgery fee is a little short, Tianying should be able to pay part of it. I'm just wondering if Brother Tian is reluctant to spend the surgery money. I looked at his donation records and compared them with the diagnosis time. He donated $500,000 shortly after he was diagnosed with brain cancer. I think this is more likely. Perhaps he thinks it would be more practical to use the money to build a primary school than to treat his own illness. Perhaps this is the right answer. Use the money you earn to save your life to help more people survive. Between the length of life and the width of life, Brother Tian resolutely chose the width. As the truth was revealed bit by bit, the entire network fell silent. Chapter 22, 30 billion in the Blue Sea and Blue Sky community in Jinyang City. Chin Tian, who had just been discharged from the hospital, was brought here directly by Huang Dafeng. How about it, Tianer? The environment here is pretty good, right? I paid for it in full. As soon as he entered the door, Huang Dafeng said to Chin Tian with a proud look on his face. Not bad, right? By the way, you didn't spend all the money you earned at Tianying on buying this house, did you? After looking around the interior of the house, Chin Tian nodded. It's a good thing I bought this house in a fit of rage, otherwise I would have nothing now. And let me tell you, this house is now worth a lot more than double what I paid for it. After saying this, Huang Dafeng pushed open the door and led Chin Tian in. I've moved all the things in your rental house here for you. You will live in this house from now on. Let me tell you, this is the master bedroom. It has the best light and the best view. There's the lake over there. After hearing Huang Dafeng's words, Chin Tian looked in the direction he pointed, and sure enough, there was a small lake not far from the window. His heart was suddenly warmed. Half-jokingly said, I'm afraid this isn't your future wedding room. Are you going to let a dying person like me live here? If I were to hang it in your room, it would become a haunted house. As soon as he finished saying this, Huang Dafeng was obviously stunned for a moment. Well, you're my brother, and the eldest brother of our Qin Shi Huang group. You can sleep on the wedding bed, not to mention the wedding room. And let me tell you, this neighborhood was said to be a mass grave before it was developed, and quite a few people died here. If you die here, at least we have acquaintances in the ghost world, and those other ghosts should not come to bother me. At this moment, Qin Tian suddenly felt that his original body did not leave him with nothing. By the way, Old Sher called me this morning and said he'd be flying back by the end of this month at the latest. He said he had completed his studies in the universe country and would stay in China to develop his career. Huang Dafeng, who was helping Qin Tian pack his luggage, suddenly added another sentence. Hearing what he said, a tall and thin figure suddenly appeared in his mind. This person, like them, was also one of the earliest trainees of Tianying. The only difference between them and the two losers is that Shi Shangfei, the second member of the Qinshi Huang duo, is obviously much more talented. Not only is she good at singing and dancing, she also has one of the most popular abstinence faces at the moment. So much so that he was sent to Universe Country for further studies by Tianying a year ago, and it can be said that he has a bright future. It's good that he comes back now. Then we two brothers can help you fulfill some of your unfulfilled wishes together. No. I don't have any unfulfilled wishes. There's no need to be so polite. When Qin Tian heard Huang Dafeng say this, he couldn't help but think of a movie he had watched in his previous life. He didn't want to be like the protagonist in the movie, who was tortured by his brothers before he died. Of course, the most important thing is that he doesn't think he will die. As long as the system is still there, he still has a chance to turn the tables. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, didn't we agree that there would be some mysterious reward for completing the first mission? Where's my reward system? There were so many things happening before that he even forgot about the mission rewards. The mysterious reward was already distributed to the host 2 days ago. Please consider it carefully. Not long after Qin Tian asked this question, the system's voice rang out. It was issued to me 2 days ago? No, have I received it? After receiving the system's reply, Qin Tian became even more confused. He even suspected that the system gave him the reward while he was unconscious. For this reason, he quickly rummaged through the things he had brought from the rental house, but no matter how hard he turned these things, he couldn't find anything that looked like a system reward. Bumblebee, are you sure you've brought everything from my rental house? After searching for a while without any results, Qin Tian hurriedly asked Huang Dafeng, who was standing beside him. Sure. I even brought you the cactus on your windowsill. Why, did you miss something? Huang Dafeng said with a puzzled look. What? After being reminded by Huang Dafeng, Qin Tian hurriedly asked the system again. What exactly is that mysterious reward? Can you tell me now? Because the host completed the first mission brilliantly, the first mysterious reward is 30 billion cash. Since this reward is a real-world item, the system will convert it into a reasonable gift to the host, 30 billion in cash. Hearing this answer, Qin Tian was so shocked that he read it out loud. Huang Dafeng, who was standing by, was stunned when he heard these words. Tianer, you can't blackmail me like this. If you're missing 100 or 200, I can understand. You told me your 30 billion in cash was missing. Do you know how much 30 billion in cash is? It can't even fit in my house, and your shabby rental house can hold 30 billion. However, Qin Tian was completely unable to hear what he said at this moment. His mind is now full of 30 billion. At this moment, a picture suddenly flashed through his mind. That was when he was in Mango Entertainment's car. If he remembered correctly, he received a call from someone who claimed to be his great-uncle's secretary. The person on the other end of the phone once told him that his great-uncle had a legacy of 30 billion yuan that he needed to inherit. At that time, he just thought it was a telecommunications scam, so he didn't take it seriously at all. But now that I think about it, it wasn't a telecom scam call at all, but a mysterious reward from the system that had arrived in his account. It's just that the system takes into account the rationality of reality, so it uses this method to give him the reward. After figuring this out, Qin Tian quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket. After some searching, I finally found a call record from 2 days ago. With his hands almost shaking, Qin Tian called back just when he was feeling anxious. The call was connected directly. Hello, I'm Qin Tian. Excuse me, is my great-uncle's 30 billion inheritance still there? As if recognizing Qin Tian's voice, the person on the other end of the phone responded quickly. Master Qin Tian, according to your wishes, we have donated all of your 30 billion funds to the Dragon Country Charity Federation. Hearing this answer, Qin Tian suddenly felt dizzy. However, the next second the person on the other end of the phone continued. It's just that the amount you want to donate is too large, so the people from the Charity Federation rejected the donation. Rejected? Qin Tian, who had just been in despair, came back to life in an instant. Yes, I refused. However, after our repeated emphasis, the Charity Federation decided to use this money to set up a separate charitable foundation. For the name, we chose a homonym of your name, Sunny Day. And you will serve as the honorary president of the Sunny Day Charity Foundation. The Dragon Country Charity Federation will announce this news in about 2 days, and there will be a grand charity dinner that requires your personal attendance. At this point, Qin Tian knew that he had completely lost the 30 billion. His heart was broken at this moment. Chapter 23 Temporary Mission 30 billion, such a huge number, even in a country on the blue planet that abuses currency, it is an existence that cannot be ignored, not to mention a country with a strong currency like Longwa. With these 30 billion, Qin Tian couldn't guarantee 100% that he could cure his cancer, but there was no problem in living longer. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as regret medicine in this world. When he thought about how he had missed out on 30 billion, he almost fainted. Again, this kind of breathing pain lasted for more than 10 minutes before it finally eased. Never mind, I'll just donate it. Even if I'm not the richest man in the world, I'll be the most philanthropist in the world. And since the system can give such a reward for the first time, there will definitely be similar rewards in the future. After some self-comfort, Qin Tian forced himself to cheer up. At this moment, Huang Dafeng pushed open the door and walked in with 2 big bags. Tianer, have something to eat, and let everyone online know you're safe. You don't know, just now, my private messages have exploded, all asking about you. Some netizens even said I kidnapped you. As he spoke, he placed the pile of food on the bay window and took the live broadcast equipment from the side. After he had prepared everything, Qin Tian was immediately shocked by the various foods piled up like a mountain on the bay window: milk tea, fried chicken, French fries, hamburgers, crispy pork belly, fried skewers, barbecue, pan-fried buns, grilled chicken rack, happy water. Almost all the high-calorie foods Qin Tian could think of appeared in front of him. Is this what you mean by eating something? And didn't you just finish a barbecue an hour ago? Qin Tian didn't think that these things in front of him were prepared for him by Huang Dafeng. Hey, didn't you also say that happened an hour ago? Besides, I'm a professional food blogger now. How can I live without eating? After saying that, he opened the live broadcast with one hand and grabbed a fried chicken leg with the other. Dear fans, it's time to eat. Let me show you a chicken drumstick. Looking at Huang Dafeng, who was eating with his mouth full of oil, Qin Tian couldn't help but frown. He doesn't look down on the profession of anchor, but he really doesn't want Huang Dafeng to continue on the path of eating broadcast. At the rate he eats, he might die even earlier than someone with terminal cancer. This is how a certain overweight food blogger ended up in my previous life. Just as Qin Tian was thinking about how to make a suggestion to Huang Dafeng in a tactful way, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Temporary mission triggered. As a straight man, how could I tolerate my good brother falling into crisis and remain silent? Please correct his current mistake in the most direct way. After completing the mission, you will be awarded a straight man index reward depending on the situation, and a random secondary profession will be unlocked. When Qin Tian heard the system prompt, his eyes suddenly lit up. He really didn't expect that a temporary task could be triggered under such circumstances. More importantly, this mission will actually open up a new secondary career for him. Thinking of this, he immediately became excited. If I'm lucky enough to randomly get the secondary profession of doctor, then the problem of cancer will be solved. But what is the most direct way? Looking at the live broadcast room with an ever-increasing number of viewers and Huang Dafeng eating heartily nearby, Qin Tian suddenly had an inspiration. The next second, in front of Huang Dafeng's shocked gaze, he brought a trash can from the side. Then, in front of everyone in the live broadcast room, he swept all the junk food into the trash can. It wasn't until the entire table was cleared and Huang Dafeng was left with only half a hamburger in his hand that he reacted. Holy crap! Are you crazy, Tianer? What are you doing? Before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt his hands were empty. Looking again, the remaining half of the hamburger was also thrown into the trash can by Qin Tian. Now not only Huang Dafeng was confused, but even the audience who kept pouring into the live broadcast room were confused. What's going on? I see this scene right after arriving. Brothers turned against each other? The script, it must be the script. How come everything is a script? You're the screenwriter. It's really great to see that my brother Tian is still alive. But what brother Tian did was really not very nice. People were enjoying their meal, and you just threw everything into the trash can. Half of the burger in my hand broke off. What a shame. What's going on again? Just when everyone was puzzled by Qin Tian's behavior, Qin Tian suddenly took out a photo from his mobile phone. This photo is a group photo of him, Huang Dafeng, and Shi Shangfei. Come, take a closer look. This is you 3 years ago. Sunny. Handsome. Well-defined muscles, second only to me in looks, the undisputed fresh meat in the entertainment industry. Look at you now. Greasy. Fat. You even gasp for air when you walk. Who would recognize you as the Huang Dafeng from 3 years ago if you were walking down the street? After hearing this, everyone in the live broadcast room suddenly realized. I was wondering why this fat guy looked so familiar. Isn't he Feng Zai, who debuted in the same batch as Qin Tian? That's true. 3 years ago, my roommate was a huge fan of him. In order to get him to debut, he bought a lot of tickets online. Hey, I just said I always thought he looked like some celebrity, but I couldn't remember who it was. The funniest thing is that he kept saying he was once a celebrity, but no one in the live studio believed him. Being fat really ruins everything. I used to be so pretty, but now my eyes and nose are almost squeezed out by the fat. But even if he is this fat, Qin Tian shouldn't say that to him. That's right. At least they helped him during his most difficult time. Making a scene like this in front of so many people is really a bit disrespectful to others. Just when everyone in the live broadcast room felt that Qin Tian's behavior was a bit excessive, Huang Dafeng also looked at Qin Tian with a dejected expression. You think I want this? Don't I want to stand on the stage and be admired by fans? But I'm not destined to do that. I like to eat. I think it's okay to make this my career. Eating makes me happy and relaxes me. As for weight, it's just a number. After saying that, Huang Dafeng went to pick up the food in the trash can, but at this moment Qin Tian stopped him. You don't have to worry about your weight, but you can't ignore your health. Your neck is a little black. I believe some netizens know what this means. As your brother, I don't want to see you fall before me before I leave. Having said this, Qin Tian's tone paused slightly. And if you really like eating, I don't think you should eat this kind of thing. You should enjoy real food. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the kitchen outside the room. After a while, the sound of a gas stove igniting was heard outside. Chapter 24 Second Occupation Ding. Thanks to the host's righteous persuasion, you have gained 1,000 straight man index points in the temporary mission just now. At the same time, you have acquired a new secondary profession, chef. You have automatically mastered all the skills that a senior chef should have. In the room, Qin Tian's words were still ringing in his ears, and Huang Dafeng also vaguely guessed Qin Tian's intention. Even if he couldn't guess it, the fans in the live broadcast room who were like detectives had already revealed the secrets early on. I was wondering why our brother Tian suddenly made such a fuss. It seems he was worried about his good brother's health. After he said that, I realized that the host's neck was a little dark. Isn't that a wrinkle? What the hell, those wrinkles? Go see if the homeless people under the overpass have wrinkles this thick. That's called acanthosis nigricans in medical terms, and it can be caused by obesity. It is also a precursor to abdominal malignant tumors. So if the anchor continues to eat like this, something bad will happen sooner or later. What brother Tian said about leaving earlier than him is not an exaggeration at all. Damn, now that you put it that way, wasn't I saving the anchor's life that day? No wonder brother Tian deliberately used those words to provoke the anchor. It seems he wanted to make him quit eating junk food. Looking at the barrage of comments floating across the screen, Huang Dafeng, who was originally a little confused, suddenly understood the intention of Qin Tian's previous actions. While I was touched, I was also a little confused as to why he ran to the kitchen. Thinking of this, he hurriedly followed out with the live broadcast equipment. When he arrived at the kitchen, Qin Tian was already there preparing the ingredients. I saw a bright thick-backed kitchen knife being played with in his hands. He cleaned up a 3-pound red grouper in just a few moves. A green cucumber was sliced into straw-like pieces under the flying kitchen knife in less than a minute. In less than 5 minutes, he had finished processing the entire table full of ingredients. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, without any delay. Not only was Huang Dafeng stunned, but everyone in the live broadcast room also expressed some disbelief. However, this is clearly just the beginning. After processing the ingredients, Qin Tian immediately plunged into the busy cooking. Fortunately, as a food blogger, Huang Dafeng has a relatively complete set of cooking supplies at home, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to perform. Although this was his first time to cook seriously, with the support of his secondary profession as a senior chef, he was like a top chef who had been in the kitchen for many years, controlling the heat, controlling the oil, and seasoning. Qin Tian did every step perfectly. Every few minutes a new dish is created by him. Even if he is alone, the overall rhythm is still orderly. Half an hour passed quickly. There were also 8 more exquisite dishes on the dining table in the living room, which were delicious in color, aroma, and taste. Looking at these dishes that were no less delicious than those in top hotels, Huang Dafeng almost drooled. As for the audience in the live broadcast room, they were almost crying with greed across the screen. Oh my God, what sin have I committed? I have to look at this while I am chewing a steamed bun. If I hadn't seen these being made with my own eyes, I would have thought they were ordered from some big hotel. Brother Tian, this is too awesome. He can beat those cooking anchors on Douyin with this skill. I can't say I'm beating him, but watching Brother Tian cook is definitely a pleasure. That smooth feeling is so cool. I've always wanted to find videos that show people cooking in a clean and simple way, without all the fancy stuff. Yes, those cooking hosts nowadays have too many tricks up their sleeves, with editing, filters, and special effects. It's like watching a movie. Brother Tian has this skill. Even if he doesn't work in the entertainment industry anymore, he can still be very successful. Why don't we just let Brother Tian start broadcasting on Douyin, so I can show my support? After all this time, Brother Tian has used up all his talent in cooking. No wonder he can't sing or dance. A chef who was delayed by the entertainment industry. While the audience was talking about it, Huang Dafeng, who had been eyeing the food for a long time, finally couldn't help but start eating. As soon as he took the first bite, he was stunned. The satisfied smile on his face could hardly be concealed. Fuck. At this moment, Huang Dafeng really wanted to find some words to describe the feeling of eating delicious food. Unfortunately, his vocabulary is too limited. After thinking for a long time, the only 2 words that came out of my mind were fuck. However, this kind of feedback seems more real to the audience. This is the proper reaction to delicious food. Exactly. I see those food anchors exploring restaurants. They eat bricks that melt in their mouths, and they eat sparrows that are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Even a rubber band is so springy. But this anchor is really miserable. His earliest videos were all live broadcasts of himself cooking. Then the food was so horrible that I just ordered takeout every meal. I guess I really haven't eaten anything good. Just looking at his expression you can tell how delicious these things are. In fact, not only Huang Dafeng was conquered by the taste of these dishes, but even Qin Tian, who tasted his own cooking for the first time, was amazed. This system is truly amazing. How can I, someone who can't even make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, become a famous chef for a state banquet? This is incredible. If it's a medical profession, then wouldn't it be like becoming a master of medicine? At this moment, the hope in Qin Tian's heart became stronger. At the same time, he also found that after he acquired the secondary profession of chef, the goods in the system's redemption store also refreshed with related props. The legendary kitchen utensil, the eternal spirit knife, restores seafood to its original freshness when cooked. Exchange price, 50,000 straight male index. Part of the God of Cooking set. The legendary cooking utensil, the dragon pot, instantly cooks any food you place inside, so you don't have to wait for your meal. Redemption price, 50,000 straight male rating. Part 2 of the God of Cooking set. The legendary kitchen appliance, the Tanlang pot, is designed for automated processing. Simply place your ingredients in the pot, and everything from shredding to mincing will be instantly ready. Redemption price, 50,000, likely a typo. Part 3 of the God of Cooking set, top-tier cookbook Suiyuan food list, created by a renowned chef from the previous dynasty. Using it will instantly allow you to master 326 dishes from both northern and southern China. Exchange price, 40,000 straight mail index. Secret Buddha jumps over the wall ingredients pack. Add this pack to the corresponding ingredients to create a perfect Buddha jumps over the wall dish. This pack can only be used once. Redemption price, 500 straight man points. Secret Lotus Duck Ingredients Pack. Add this pack to the corresponding ingredients and follow the corresponding steps to create a perfect lotus duck dish. This pack can only be used once. Redemption price, 500 straight mail points. Looking at the new magical props added to the store that all chefs dream of, Qin Tian was amazed and couldn't help but look forward to the next mission. Maybe next time he'll see a cancer treatment in a store. Chapter 25 Tianying's countermeasures. As Qin Tian showed off his amazing cooking skills, the popularity in the live broadcast room once again skyrocketed. What happened in the live broadcast room also spread quickly on the internet through the mouths of netizens. In an instant, those netizens who had been following Qin Tian were excited. Brother Tian is truly a treasured artist. Apart from his singing and dancing skills, he is impeccable in every other aspect. Brother Tian must be the most handsome chef. It's a pity that I didn't realize his shining points before. It's a bit too late to realize it now. It's such a pity. In another 6 months, Brother Tian will be gone forever. Do you think it's possible to see Brother Tian on the screen again in the future? It's highly unlikely. He just terminated his contract with Tianying Entertainment and still owes them 30 million in liquidated damages. No way, with Brother Tian in this situation, even if Tianying Entertainment is completely inhumane, they won't bother asking him for liquidated damages. Let's put it this way. Once the contract is signed, it's legally binding. As long as Brother Tian is still alive, the penalty for breach of contract must be paid in theory. I think it's highly likely that Brother Tian won't compensate. Where is he going to get 30 million now? We can understand if Brother Tian doesn't want to compensate. After all, the money has been donated. Everyone, if you have time, please pay attention to Brother Tian's live broadcast room. Any support is appreciated. By the way, I just heard from Brother Tian's live broadcast room that Brother Tian will be helping his brothers lose weight during this period of time. Just when the entire internet was filled with news about Qin Tian, a group of senior executives from Tianying Entertainment gathered together. In the huge conference room, everyone is a big shot who plays an important role in the entertainment industry. However, the expressions of these big men at this time were obviously not very good, especially when they see the reports in front of them. Currently, the production team of The Poisonous Concubine wants to replace all of Suya's scenes and reshoot them. Although they won't hold us responsible, we at Tianying will still have to pay for this part of the expenses. In addition, Chen Ming Studio also made some compensation demands and terminated some of our cooperative projects. The basic demands of several other affected artists are similar. At the same time, the public relations expenses this time need to be settled as soon as possible. According to preliminary statistics from the finance department, the total cost we need to spend this time is almost 100 million yuan. At the front of the conference room, a middle-aged woman who looked like a secretary immediately stepped aside after reading the information in her hand, because she knew that after she said this number, a storm would follow, and the result was indeed not beyond her expectations. After she stepped aside, a crystal ashtray suddenly slammed heavily against the wall of the conference room. Don't you think 100 million is too much? It's just your half-year dividend. Do you think that our Tianying family is so powerful that a mere loss of 100 million is nothing? When saying these two sentences, the middle-aged bald man sitting in the main seat of the conference room spoke in a very calm tone, but everyone in the audience was so frightened that their faces turned pale, especially Song Kuan. He wished he could stick his head under the table at this moment. Others just think that the boss of Tianying is a successful businessman. Only those old servants who have followed him for many years know what their good brother did before he did business. He is a ruthless person who would beat people with ice stakes if they disagreed with him. Although it seems that Tianying only needs to spend 100 million to resolve this matter, how will you deal with the subsequent impact? How can you restore your reputation in the industry? It's true that the entertainment industry is a circle, but we are just a link in the middle of it. There are countless people waiting to squeeze us out of the circle. Just when Song Kun was trembling with fear, he suddenly felt a gaze shooting towards him. Song Kun, I want to know what solution you have for this matter. Hearing this voice, Song Kun shuddered at first, then slowly raised his head. Boss Lu, this is what I think. Since this was caused by that kid, then I'll find a way to get him to change his statement. As long as he clarifies it in front of the media, the impact will definitely not be as great as it is now. He owes us 30 million in liquidated damages. I can definitely use that to pressure him. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw something flying towards him out of the corner of his eye. Before he could dodge, the thing hit him hard on the forehead. Immediately he felt a sharp pain on the top of his forehead, and a hot current flowed down from it. After a scream, Song Kun, who was fine just now had his head cut open. The weapon that hit him was the crystal ashtray that had been thrown to the ground earlier. However, even though he was hit so hard, his first reaction was not to treat his wound, but to quickly bend down and pick up the ashtray on the ground. Then he respectfully sent it to the bald man. After doing all this, he took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the blood off his face. Do you know why I hit you? Because you're useless. While speaking, the bald man kept poking Song Kun's face with his fingers. It's fine if you don't know how to use your brain, but you don't even watch the news. Qin Tian is already in the late stages of cancer and has at most 3 months to live. Do you think he'll be afraid of your threats? Even if he doesn't pay the 30 million yuan penalty, what can you do to him? Just scatter his ashes? Believe it or not, as soon as you threatened him with this, he posted the recording of your conversation online. How will you let others see us, Tianying, then? We pushed a cancer patient to death and threatened him. What have we become? Gangsters. How can I, Lu Huaqiang, survive in this circle in the future? After being scolded by the bald man, Song Kun finally realized where his problem lay. He quickly added, since he won't take the hard approach, let's try the soft approach. We took the initiative to issue a statement and no longer want his 30 million yuan liquidated damages. Besides, he likes to do charity. We can also donate 8 million yuan to the Charity Federation in the name of Tianying to build a few sunny primary schools. Having said that, Song Kun gritted his teeth. I will personally pay for the 8 million. This way, our image should be able to be restored a little. What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Huaqiang in front of him. Lu Huaqiang's reaction also made him feel slightly relieved. It seems that my enlightenment to you is useful. But this isn't perfect. Find me some online trolls. Find a way to dig deeper and expand the negative information about Qin Tian. His image is so perfect now that people believe whatever he says. I just don't believe there are such perfect people in the world. You better do this secretly. If you get discovered, you can just get out of here. After listening to Lu Huaqiang's advice, Song Kun suddenly felt enlightened. However, just as he was about to turn around and execute the order, Lu Huaqiang's words made him stunned on the spot. The little star who caused this incident asked her to come to me this afternoon. But even so, he still nodded subconsciously. Chapter 26, Copyright Law. 50 years ahead. Maybe even Qin Tian himself didn't expect that at this time, there were still people thinking about him, but even if he knew, in his current state, he was too lazy to care. Brother Tianer, are you serious? I'm really going to change my career to become a weight loss anchor from now on. In the room, Huang Dafeng looked at Qin Tian, who was listing the plans one by one, with a look of reluctance on his face. The reason why he wanted to change his career to become a food broadcaster was not only because he himself liked to eat, the threshold for doing this is also very low, and more importantly, it does not require any brainpower or physical effort, just sit there and eat. But it's different for weight loss anchors. That's real physical work, even more tiring than moving bricks on a construction site, the type of person who, even if he makes money, no one will be jealous of him. After all, in the eyes of most people, those who can successfully lose weight are no longer human beings, but gods. Well, let's not talk about whether your eating broadcast is healthy or not, let's talk about the traffic issue. Based on the back-end data from your recent live broadcasts, the platform is definitely limiting traffic. In fact, it's not just you. I've looked at other food streamers on the platform, and their current situations are similar to yours. It's likely that the platform has also noticed the negative impact that eating broadcasts have on viewers. So this is definitely not going to last long. After listening to Qin Tian's careful analysis, Wang Dafeng quickly realized the problem, but he still wanted to struggle a little longer. If we don't do food broadcasting, we can also broadcast other types of content. With our looks and talents, it shouldn't be a problem for us to be entertainment anchors. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tian looked at him with a strange expression. First of all, it's not about our looks. You don't have looks anymore. Secondly, if we're going the entertainment route, we can choose crosstalk, and your body shape is quite suitable. But which of these can you sing, dance, or make fun of? It seems so. It is obvious that Huang Dafeng is very aware of his situation. Why don't we do outdoor? Outdoor traffic is quite high right now. When you say outdoor, you don't mean having a barbecue downstairs in the residential complex, or doing wilderness survival in the forest park, right? Hey, that's fine. It can attract people and turn money into cash quickly. Huang Dafeng, whose little thoughts were seen through by Qin Tian, immediately smiled innocently. Bumblebee, the live streaming industry is too complex, you can't grasp it. Just listen to me. Let's do a weight loss live broadcast first, and then directly sell the goods. Everything else is fake. The end of the universe is to bring goods. As long as you follow my plan, I'll make you the top influencer on Douyin within a year. Really? At this moment, Huang Dafeng was completely moved. Brother Tianer, from now on I will listen to you. I will do whatever you say. Well, go get me 2 sets of gym clothes now, one for you and one for me. Then get a yoga mat and a speaker with better sound quality. Qin Tian thought about it for a moment and then put forward his needs. Okay, I'll get it done right away. After nodding, Huang Dafeng rushed out immediately with an excited look on his face. When he returned to the room again, he had a lot of things in his hands. Basically, he had prepared everything Qin Tian asked for. Phew, I'm so tired. I can't be too fat. Every time I move, it's like I ran 5,000 meters. Huang Dafeng muttered as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. What should we do next, Brother Tianer? Start broadcasting immediately? Just as he was waiting for Qin Tian's response, Qin Tian had already turned on the computer beside him. After some operations, he opened a music player, but soon his brows furrowed, because he discovered something that he found incredible. Looking around, all the songs on the homepage require VIP membership or single purchase, and you can't even listen to them. In order to find out whether this was an isolated case, he quickly changed to another player, but the final result is no different. All songs need to be purchased or VIP activated. After realizing that the copyright in this world might be different from that in his previous life, Qin Tian quickly asked Huang Dafeng, do all music players require payment now? Is there a pirated music download website? Huang Dafeng, who was organizing equipment at the side, was stunned for a moment when he heard this question, and then looked at Qin Tian with a puzzled look. Tianer, the cancer cells in your brain have become so exaggerated that they have eaten up all your memories. Copyright laws are so strict now that all music players must be authorized by the artist himself or the copyright owner before they can be put on the shelves. If you put it on the shelves without copyright, you will be fined and bankrupt. Not to mention any pirated music websites. The person in charge of a recent pirated music website has been jointly sued by hundreds of musicians. It will probably take 80 years before he can be released. After saying this, Huang Dafeng seemed to remember something and quickly added another sentence. Brother Tianer, what do you want to do? You don't want to download pirated music online and play it in the live broadcast room, do you? When he said this, his face was suddenly filled with horror. Brother, you are my biological brother. It's okay if you only have 3 months to live, but I can still live for many years. I don't want to go into the sewing machine at such a young age. Others who simply put it there for free download have been sentenced to 100 years in prison. If we use it for commercial purposes, we'll probably be incarcerated until the next century. After listening to Huang Dafeng's explanation, Qin Tian was also frightened. He never imagined that although other parts of this world were not more advanced than in his previous life, copyright law was at least half a century ahead of his previous life. If he had really found a pirated website to download it, the consequences would be unimaginable. What if I want to play music in the live broadcast room? After calming down, Shin Tian asked again. Well, either you contact the song owner and purchase the rights to use the song. The fees vary depending on how popular the singer is, but they're not cheap anyway. Or you can only play music that you own the independent copyright to, so no one will sue you. We're just trying to lose weight, so why not just stop playing music? No music? How can that be possible? It would be soulless. Shin Tian totally disagreed with Huang Dafeng's proposal. After careful consideration, a bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. It's just independently copyrighted music, I can't just write it myself. Thinking of the large amount of memories from past lives in his mind and the advanced composition skills given by the system, Shin Tian couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. Huang Dafeng, who was standing by, was full of disbelief after hearing what he said. Chapter 27 Recording Songs. The reason why Huang Dafeng was full of disbelief in what Shin Tian said. It's not because he looks down on Shin Tian, but in his impression, Shin Tian's talent in music is not even as good as his. Perhaps it was due to the environment he grew up in. Shin Tian had no understanding of music at all. Even though Tianying had spent a lot of money to hire a professor from the music conservatory as his teacher, he still didn't make any progress at all. But despite such talent, he actually said that he wanted to compose a song independently. This must be a joke, but before he could open his mouth to persuade him, Shin Tian had already picked up a pen and paper from the side. The next second, Shin Tian started writing on the paper. What are you writing about, Tianer? With a hint of curiosity, Huang Dafeng leaned his head closer to the paper. However, as he watched, his mouth opened into an O shape, because what Shin Tian wrote on the paper was actually a musical work with both lyrics and music. In the short time he was stunned, Shin Tian had almost filled up a piece of paper, but even so, Huang Dafeng still didn't think Shin Tian had the ability to create independently. Did he copy it from the internet? With this idea in mind, Huang Dafeng carefully reviewed the completed part. While watching, I compared it with the songs in my mind, but no matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't remember where the song came from. Suddenly he thought of a fact that he had to admit. That means this song is most likely originally written by Shin Tian. For a moment he was completely stunned. Although he couldn't judge the quality of the song at the moment, the fact that he could independently create a song in such a short time is not something that ordinary artists can do. As for those that had been created before, that is even more impossible. If Shin Tian had the ability to create independently before, Tianying Entertainment would have seized on this point and kept bragging about it, not to mention that Shin Tian was easily confused. Could it be that this kid was deliberately hiding his abilities when he was in Tianying? If that's the case, doesn't that mean I'm the only one in the Qinshi Huang group who's truly useless? Just when Huang Dafeng began to doubt his life, Shin Tian on the other side had already written a whole song. Looking at the song in front of him that came from his original time and space, Shin Tian felt very familiar for a moment. As for the shame brought about by plagiarism, it does not exist in one world, that's called plagiarism, but this has traveled to another world, so it should be called tribute. I'm sorry, Brother Jay, don't worry, I will definitely make your music flourish in this world. Thinking of this, Shin Tian quickly woke up Huang Dafeng, who was already stunned. Is there a professional recording studio nearby? Let's go there and record the song now. Recording studio? Let me think about it. Although he was somewhat shocked by Shin Tian's speed, Huang Dafeng was not at all vague when it came to getting things done. In less than half an hour, he drove Shin Tian to a professional recording studio. After paying the relevant usage fees, the two of them entered one of the recording studios very smoothly. Looking at the professional equipment in front of him that was both familiar and unfamiliar, Shin Tian was just about to explore it for a while when Huang Dafeng next to him grabbed the manuscript and headset. Hurry up, this hour will cost you several $100, enough to buy several pork elbows. I don't know if my singing has deteriorated since I haven't used my voice for so many years. I'm a little nervous singing a song written by my brother. After saying that, he put on his headphones and prepared to sing, but at this moment, Shin Tian stretched out his hand. Stop it, Brother Tianer. Time is tight. Even with my singing skills, I can't guarantee that I can finish recording in an hour. Who said I wrote it for you? Huang Dafeng, who was about to put on the headset again, was stunned for a moment. Do you really need to go out and pay someone to sing for you? Why waste this money? Besides, we are brothers. If I don't help with this kind of thing, who will? Can't I just sing it myself? With a faint smile, Qin Tian took the headset from Huang Dafeng. You sing it yourself? Huang Dafeng was as if he had seen a ghost. Don't be ridiculous. With your voice and pitch, the company didn't even let you sing during the chorus. I'm afraid you'll lead us all astray. However, before he could finish his words, Qin Tian had already started singing to the draft in his hand. Suddenly his a cappella voice could be heard in the recording studio. If Hua Tua were reborn, Chongyan was heal foreigners come to learn Chinese characters stimulate my national consciousness. Nux vomica, cassia seed, xanthium sibiricum, and lotus seed. I want face. Rewriting history in my own way. If you have nothing else to do, just repeat a few words after me: Chinese yam, angelica, and wolfberry. By the time the song ended, Huang Dafeng felt numb. My legs are shaking and numb. Everyone started to have fun as well. What made him even more confused was that Qin Tian did not encounter any problems during the entire recording process of the song. It's like I've sung it countless times before. Of course, if we were to say what impressed him most about this song, it would be the lyrics. When I first heard it, I didn't feel the deep meaning of the lyrics. However, when he thought about it later, he discovered that it actually included the traditional medical culture of Longwood. Just when Huang Dafeng was shocked by Qin Tian's performance and the song itself, Qin Tian began to post-process the original sound that had just been recorded. Originally, Huang Dafeng thought that Qin Tian needed to seek help from outside professionals for this part, but he soon found that his worries were unnecessary, because Qin Tian had already taken care of the subsequent part of the song by himself. He is extremely skilled at mixing and tuning. In less than an hour, a song that was originally just a rough draft was almost complete. Huang Dafeng was dumbfounded by what he saw, but even so, he didn't dare to disturb Qin Tian at all while he was working. I was afraid that it would affect Qin Tian's creation. It was not until Qin Tian copied the master copy that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, brother Tianer, where did you learn this trick? That's so cool. With your abilities, it's no wonder God took you away. I guess God is in need of a great music producer. Listening to Huang Dafeng's flattery, Qin Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you envious? I paid with my life. Okay, let's go. We're almost overtime. Even if we're overtime by 1 minute, it will be counted as an hour. Right, we can't let these bastards get away with it. Hurry up and leave. 300 yuan an hour is really a ripoff. I'll be a dog next time you come. After Qin Tian's reminder, Huang Dafeng reacted immediately. Keep your voice down, the surveillance camera can hear you. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Chapter 28 Compendium of Materia Medica. In less than 2 hours, Qin Tian completed the production of the entire song. This efficiency is unparalleled in the entire music industry. When the two returned home, it was exactly 7 o'clock in the evening. For most people, this is a time to relax, rest, and have fun. After tidying up for a while, Qin Tian and the other person changed into sportswear and started the Douyin live broadcast. As the live broadcast room opened, a large number of fans who followed Huang Dafeng's Douyin account clicked, and instantly, due to Qin Tian's 2 previous appearances, the account's followers have skyrocketed from 150,000 to 5 million. So even though it had just started airing, the number of online fans reached an astonishing 50,000, and this number continues to increase over time. First, front row. Brother Tian, I'm here. Why are you doing a live broadcast today? Why not live broadcast your cooking? I love watching it. I agree. Brother Tian is such a good cook. It would be a waste if he didn't become a cooking host. It doesn't look like they're in the kitchen, so they're definitely not cooking. That's true. I'm not really going to live stream this and help Fatty Juan lose weight, am I? Looking at how they're dressed, it looks like they're really going to start exercising. What's so good about losing weight? You're not a beauty. Just when the audience in the live broadcast room were curious about the content of the next live broadcast, Qin Tian was the first to walk in front of the camera. Good evening, everyone. After 2 days of reflection, I have decided to make my life more meaningful. So starting today, I will take at least 3 days a week to do aerobic exercise with my good brother Huang Dafeng under the supervision of the brothers and sisters in the live studio. If there are friends like me who want to become healthier, you can join us in moving. Don't be like me and end up with so many regrets. Everyone in the live broadcast room was obviously touched by what Chin Tian said. Thinking about Brother Tian's current situation, I suddenly feel that what Brother Tian said makes a lot of sense. Weight loss and exercise are always just talk. I always start tomorrow, but I never know when my body will stop working. The body is the most important thing, everything else is just a passing cloud. But losing weight isn't something you can achieve just by starting. Persistence is the hardest part. Haha, I would rather lose weight with the beautiful anchor. I also feel that there won't be many people who can really follow along when the time comes. Yeah, it's a bit boring. Never mind. To support Brother Tian, I'll just watch it for a few minutes and then go play games. I'm quite satisfied with my body, so I didn't follow along. I just watched for 2 minutes and then went to watch the eating show. Although I really want to support Brother Tian, I really don't feel like exercising. Seeing that not many people responded in the live broadcast room, Huang Dafeng, who was staring at the screen in the back, suddenly became anxious. Brother Tianer, the audience doesn't seem to be buying it. What should we do? How about we just do it for your own good intentions and switch to something else later? However, when Huang Dafeng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, there was no sign of panic on Chin Tian's face. Why are you in such a hurry? We haven't even started yet. The battle song begins. When Huang Dafeng heard Chin Tian's voice, there was a hint of helplessness on his face, but he still did as Chin Tian asked. As the audio switch was turned on, the previously recorded music immediately sounded in the live broadcast room. Its rhythmic prelude instantly attracted the attention of the audience in the live broadcast room. Oh my god, what kind of song is this? It sounds so catchy. It should be a new song. After all, there aren't many songs that I can't even hear in my small music library. The question is, whose new song is it? Never mind, let's finish listening to this song before we leave. Amidst the confusion among the people in the live broadcast room, Chin Tian's familiar voice also sounded. At the same time, Chin Tian spoke again. Today I'm going to lead you through a set of aerobic exercises that can effectively burn fat and exercise your entire body. This aerobic set has the same name as the song in my live studio. Its name is Compendium of Materia Medica. Everyone follow me and move together. As soon as he finished speaking, Chin Tian took the lead in moving to the exciting music. Huang Dafeng behind him saw this and hurriedly followed suit. When they first saw this set of movements, everyone in the live broadcast room felt awkward. However, coupled with the fast-paced melody in the live broadcast room, I felt more and more intoxicated, especially when Chin Tian's actions hit the mark. Fuck, what's going on? My body is starting to lose my control. Me too. I really want to move along. This set of movements combined with this music suddenly became magical. My thighs started shaking. Brother Tian's movements are so contagious. No, I'm ready to follow suit. I have nothing to do anyway. That's right, since I don't have to pay for it, I'm going to go get my 200-pound wife. Move, brothers. This set of movements doesn't look that difficult. Just follow Brother Tian and do it. The lazy ones are still thinking, while the smart ones are already learning. I don't know why, but when I looked at Fatty Huang in the back, I suddenly thought this live broadcast was quite interesting. Brother Tian, I want to report the fat guy Huang behind us. He missed the beat. I guess it'll only take as long as one song, which is fine. As time went by, the number of people in the live broadcast room not only did not decrease, but instead showed an increasing trend. When the live broadcast lasted for half an hour, the number of people in the live broadcast room had reached 200,000. When the live broadcast reached 1 hour, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room soared to 500,000. This is a treatment that only the top anchors of Douyin can enjoy. At this point, even the audience in the live broadcast room felt a little unbelievable. I never thought that one day I would learn aerobics by following a live broadcast. I couldn't do it anymore. I followed for an hour and it felt like I had run a marathon. Where's the agreed time for one song? It's already been an hour. I'm not lying to you. It really is just the duration of one song. I'm just playing it on repeat. Even though I've listened to this song dozens of times, I still find it very addictive. Who wrote this song anyway? New here, same question, I want to set this song as my phone ringtone. Brother Tian said this song is called Compendium of Materia Medica. I don't know who wrote it, but I can tell it seems to be sung by Brother Tian himself. Brother Tian himself? Impossible. Now that you mention it, it really seems to be Brother Tian's voice. Oh my god, such a beautiful song was sung by Brother Tian himself. Wasn't it said before that Brother Tian couldn't sing at all? As more and more people recognized Qin Tian's voice, the crowd in the live broadcast room became excited again. Chapter 29, Live Broadcast that makes people intoxicated. After everyone discovered that the BGM in the live broadcast room was sung by Qin Tian himself, they were all shocked and couldn't help but feel puzzled. You have to know that before, Qin Tian showed himself to be a useless artist who had no singing skills and even had some difficulty singing tones. But this song is impeccable in every aspect. In everyone's opinion, there are only two possibilities for this situation. Point 1 is what Qin Tian taught himself after leaving Tianying. Another possibility is that Tianying Entertainment deliberately let Qin Tian create the image of a useless artist. In comparison, the previous one may be a bit far-fetched. Qin Tian didn't learn anything in the 3 years before he left Tianying, but he suddenly got it? What's going on? Does Tianying have an aura that reduces intelligence? Therefore, the audience in the live broadcast room naturally believed that the second situation was the truth, but before they had time to think about it, the music rhythm in the live broadcast room suddenly accelerated. Qin Tian's movements also became faster. This made Huang Dafeng, who was behind him, very tired. But when he saw the skyrocketing popularity in the live broadcast room, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and persevere. The spectators who were doing aerobics with Qin Tian were in the same pain as him. At this moment, their bodies really wanted to stop, but under the influence of the rhythmic music, my mind had no intention of stopping. Just when everyone felt they couldn't hold on any longer, the music finally stopped. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room became like deflated balls. Oh my god, it finally stopped. If it hadn't stopped, I felt like I was going to be tortured to death. I ran a full marathon at home. Qin Tian, a man who makes me feel like I'm in heaven. Brother Tian is so long-lasting. He lasted an hour and a half without stopping. I wonder who will dare to call Brother Tian a sissy in the future. Ha, this is the kind of exercise a real man should do. I feel like my body no longer belongs to me, like it's been taken over by someone else. I have to say, this set of exercises definitely achieved the required amount of exercise. I should be able to lose a pound directly. Brother Tian said to train 3 days a week, but I insist on training 7 days a week. I want to lose weight and kill myself. If it were any other music or moves, I'd struggle to last half an hour. But with Brother Tian, I managed to last an hour and a half today. It's incredible. It's mainly the music. This music directly mobilized all the motor cells in my body. Excuse me, is it too late for me to go to the gym and cancel my membership now? I'm also going to cancel all my private training sessions. What a crappy gym. I have to go to the gym myself to see any results. The gym didn't expect that the one who killed them wasn't a competitor, but someone from another industry. I think Brother Tian's course is pretty good, but it's a bit useless. Do you think the fat guy behind him will be able to move tomorrow? Let's put it this way, Fatty Huang followed me for an hour and a half today, and tomorrow he'll be more like a terminally ill cancer patient than Brother Tian. While everyone in the live broadcast room was discussing, Huang Dafeng in the room had already collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion, and where he was, the floor was already covered with sweat. If his body hadn't been still moving up and down, the audience would have thought he had been exhausted to death. As for Qin Tian on the other side, although he was also very tired, surprisingly his body felt relaxed. Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room that were almost filling up the screen, he breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, his live broadcast method, which was very popular in his previous life, also had a remarkable effect even after being moved to this world. In just the hour and a half, the income from gifts has reached an astonishing amount of over 100,000. Although many of the views are due to his talent, one cannot deny the amazing money-making ability of live streaming. However, compared with the revenue brought by live streaming, he is more concerned about the changes in the number of fans. Before the live broadcast, the number of fans was 5.01 million, and after the live broadcast ended, the number of fans soared to 900,000. Such an exaggerated fan growth rate can be called a live broadcast miracle. Perhaps some of these fans came to his live broadcast room out of curiosity, but he is confident enough to keep all these fans. While Qin Tian was planning the subsequent live broadcast plan, the content of the live broadcast in the live broadcast room began to spread gradually, thanks to enthusiastic netizens. What happened in the live broadcast room quickly appeared on major social media platforms. Since it is related to Qin Tian, any netizens who see this related information will click in to take a look out of curiosity. They thought it would be some big melon. After all, Qin Tian is still known as the #1 melon farmer in the entertainment industry. But they soon discovered that things were not what they thought. What's going on? Brother Tian has started live streaming to teach weight loss. It's a bit boring to bring up this kind of thing. I thought something big was going to happen, but this is it. Oh my god, there are 500,000 people watching this live broadcast online at the same time. Is this a data manipulation? How could 500,000 people watch something so boring? No, I have to take a closer look. I don't believe this thing is as magical as they say. If my legs move, I'll chop them off. Netizens' doubts gradually disappeared only after they clicked on the video. Listening to the magical music in the live broadcast room that is enough to be engraved into the DNA, watching Qin Tian leading Huang Dafeng and performing magical movements, these netizens who originally scoffed at it all fell into the trap, especially the BGM in the live broadcast room. When they listened to it for the first time, they thought it was just average. When I listened to it for the second time, I started to find it interesting. By the third time, my legs couldn't help but tremble. By the fifth time, he had begun to lose control, and even Qin Tian's figure appeared in his mind involuntarily. At this point, turning off the video will no longer work. It's as if someone has inserted a player into their heads. I'm going crazy. I'm infected with a computer virus. Me too. I've only watched it 5 times, and now my head is full of that melody. By the way, who wrote this thing? It doesn't matter who wrote it anymore. Brother Tian's devilish voice is pretty deadly. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed that this was sung by Brother Tian himself. I never thought that Brother Tian would release a song after retiring, and it was his first new song under such circumstances. It seems that Brother Tian is still quite powerful. Stop praising me, stop praising me. I just came across some explosive news about Brother Tian while browsing my blog. It's so exciting, I recommend everyone to go and see it. I saw it too, and saw several bloggers posting it. If this is true, then there's something wrong with that guy's image. Just as Qin Tian's live broadcast content became popular on the internet, the internet trolls hired by Tianying Entertainment finally took action. One piece of negative news about Qin Tian after another was dug up again and quickly fermented under the promotion of some people with ulterior motives. Chapter 30, Black Material. Holan blog, once one of the giants of social media in China, has been impacted by the short video industry in recent years, but its daily active traffic is still huge, especially in the celebrity entertainment sector. Basically all previous celebrity scandals started here. However, in recent days, Qin Tian has frequently topped the topic list of Holang blog. However, just as Qin Tian's compendium of Materia Medica fitness exercises became popular again on Douyin, several topics about Qin Tian's past negative news were pushed to the forefront. Shocking. Former famous traffic star Qin Tian is suspected of academic fraud. His highest level of education is actually high school. In order to debut, Qin Tian maliciously rigged votes during the audition process and took away other people's spots. The song sung during the audition was actually lip-synced, and the original singer condemned it. Playing big, the artist that the sixth princess named turned out to be him. Although many of these topics are old news, most of them are being exposed for the first time. What shocked everyone the most was the ticket rigging, lip-syncing, and academic fraud. If these two things are confirmed, then all the personalities Qin Tian had worked so hard to create will completely collapse. Because these two things have basically touched the bottom line of the public, the former is a serious moral issue. And the latter, if serious, has violated the law. When netizens first saw these revelations, they were completely shocked. That's impossible. With so much information popping up all at once, I feel like someone is messing with Brother Tian. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that. Brother Tian must have been too popular recently, and some people can't stand it anymore. No matter what the motives of these whistleblowers are, they all list the evidence. And the evidence is all real and verifiable. Indeed, the first post even included screenshots of Tianga's Shuoxin website, and the highest level of education listed there is indeed high school. Couldn't this screenshot interface be photoshopped? I asked a classmate who specializes in this to authenticate it. There's no trace of Photoshop. It's genuine. I remember during the auditions, Brother Tian said he was a student at Tianhai University. I didn't expect it to be fake. If it's fake, then it's fake. Is academic qualification that important in the entertainment industry? There are plenty of people with only a high school diploma. Brother Tian just mentioned it briefly, and he didn't get any fake certificates or anything, so it's not a big deal. How can they be the same? He has a high school diploma, at least he didn't fake it. Qin Tian is deceiving the public. That's right, just make it up. It's Tianhai University. I remember Tianhai University is ranked in the top 10 in our dragon country. Correction, it's in the top 5. Last year it was 4th. Forget it, forget it. He only has a few months left to live. Even if his academic qualifications are fake, he actually donated 8 million yuan. Lip syncing is nothing, after all, Brother Tian was previously known for his poor singing skills. Ah, that's right. Anyway, everyone knows that Brother Tian debuted purely based on his looks. Anyway, I haven't heard Brother Tian sing in public in the past 2 years, so lip syncing is fine. Yeah, everyone makes mistakes in their lifetime. However, just when netizens were spontaneously whitewashing Qin Tian, several more explosive posts about Qin Tian were posted. After reading these posts, netizens felt their 3 views were shattered. The post's title read, "Living with a female fan for 3 years, then cruelly abandoning her, the entertainment industry's biggest scumbag." When netizens first saw this title, they were a little bit skeptical. After all, this news is really too explosive. It is nothing new in the entertainment industry for celebrities and fans to develop romantic relationships. Even many celebrities' partners started out as fans, but living with fans for 3 years without telling anyone and then abandoning them is a bit too much, according to the poster. He is a friend of this female fan. About 3 years ago, Qin Tian used the excuse of marriage to let this female fan live with him. Who would have thought that just over a month ago, Qin Tian suddenly disappeared and directly abandoned this female fan? After reading the poster's story, most people are still skeptical until a large amount of photo and video evidence was exposed. Without exception, these pictures are intimate photos of Qin Tian and a girl. Some hold hands, some hug, and some kiss. This alone is enough to prove it, and you can tell at a glance that those videos were found from the circle of friends. It also records the daily life of Qin Tian and the girl. The passage of time was from 3 years ago to last month. After that, there were no more related pictures or videos. After reading this, all netizens were dumbfounded. They really didn't expect that Qin Tian not only concealed the news of his donation so well, even his love affair was kept secret for 3 whole years. Not a single rumor leaked out. After the shock, netizens' reaction was even stronger than when academic qualifications were falsified before. 666, Brother Tian is really good at keeping secrets. I'm afraid he was a secret agent before. Even if you tell me now that he has a child of a few years old, I will believe it. It's not that Brother Tian did a good job of keeping it a secret, it's probably because the media paid too little attention to him, otherwise it would have been uncovered long ago. These must have been dug out from Brother Tian's circle of friends, right? The ones who betrayed Brother Tian must be his friends. You call such a righteous act a betrayal? This behavior is simply too bad. If they were truly in love, I don't believe he could have kept it a secret for 3 years. Exactly. I guess he just got tired of playing with her and dumped her. It's collapsed. It's only been 2 days since it became popular again, and it's collapsed again. I suddenly feel that his illness is probably retribution. Be reasonable, brothers. I always feel that things are not that simple. If it turns out wrong, remember to kick me. Go to his live studio tomorrow when he starts broadcasting and ask him what's going on. Why ask? Just denounce it directly and it's over. Just because you're sick doesn't mean you're right. Seeing these negative news about Qin Tian spreading more and more on the internet, Song Cohen, who was sitting in his office chair, was already laughing. Well done. I thought you could only dig out some scraps. I didn't expect you guys to actually dig up such explosive information. Hee hee, if it weren't for Mr. Song and your control measures on artists, we wouldn't be able to get these things. Hearing Song Kuan's praise, a young man with glasses beside him smiled modestly. By the way, we also found some transfer records in his favorites. They were transferred from that girl to Chin Tian. Do you want to post them online together? Hearing this, Song Kuan's eyes suddenly lit up. When was the transfer record made, and how much was transferred? It was transferred about 3 years ago, in several installments, totaling about 100,000 yuan. The young man with glasses thought for a moment and then replied. Very good. Send it up. Now Chin Tian has one more crime to accuse him of. I don't think you'll survive this time. At this moment, Song Kuan's eyes were full of the pleasure of revenge. Chapter 31 Angry fans, confused Chin Tian. With Chin Tian's series of operations in recent times, his fame has only increased, not decreased, compared to his heyday. That if he were still in the entertainment industry at this moment, he would be the new generation of top star. However, as a series of negative information about him was exposed, his top-tier experience card also expired. He then became the #1 scumbag in the entertainment industry, especially after Song Kuan revealed the transfer certificate given to him by the woman. All comments about this matter turned into a barrage of curses. Damn it! You can't judge a person by their appearance. It's bad enough that he tricked his fans into living together and then dumped them, but he also cheated them out of their money. Once again, he has refreshed the definition of a scumbag. Looking at it this way, those who cheated before weren't really scumbags. More than that, compared to Chin Tian, at least he didn't cheat people out of money, and he admitted it immediately when something went wrong. I'm really vomiting. This is the first time I've heard of someone defrauding girls out of their money for donations. How unlucky is this girl to have been defrauded of her money in sex? I hope this girl can speak out on her own initiative and stop letting this scumbag get away with it. It's really disgusting. On the one hand, they make charitable donations, and on the other hand, they deceive girls into living together and defraud them of their money. I suddenly have a guess. You said that Chin Tian's crazy donations in recent years may be because he knew he had cancer, so he wanted to use this method to accumulate merit and prolong his life. Although the above statement is a bit dark, it seems that it is not impossible now. It's a pity that he did too many bad things and didn't continue. You can't think that of others. I just saw the screenshot of the transfer. What if they gave it voluntarily? She's giving it voluntarily. She's not a rich woman. Why should she give Chin Tian money voluntarily? The girl involved hasn't spoken out yet. Do you think she's so depressed that she might have committed suicide? It's terrifying when you think about it. I also think that if a normal girl encountered something like this, she would definitely come out and expose it immediately. It's been so long since this incident was exposed, and she hasn't come forward to confirm it. It's highly likely, as speculated above, that she's already dead. I'm going to leave a message under Fatty Huang's account right now to see what Chin Tian has to say. Yes, let's go together and ask for an explanation. I really want to know what happened to the girl now. At this moment, netizens' anger was completely ignited. With no place to vent their anger, they all rushed to Huang Dafeng's Douyin account. In an instant, Huang Dafeng's private messages and comments on his works were all in an uproar. If it were under normal circumstances, Huang Dafeng would have reacted by now, but after doing the compendium of materia medica exercises for an hour and a half, he was already half paralyzed. After a quick shower, I lay down on the bed and fell asleep, the kind that can't be woken up even if the sky falls. Chin Tian's situation is basically the same as his. When the two woke up the next day, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. It was not until this time that Huang Dafeng saw that the background of his mobile phone was about to explode. He immediately said to Chin Tian with a happy face, "Brother Tianer, we're famous now. My backstage private messages now show 999 plus. I guess they are all from our fans. I didn't expect them to be so enthusiastic. Your plan is indeed more effective." Without caring about his aching arm, Huang Dafeng quickly opened the private message interface, but when he saw the content of the private message, he was stunned. His eyes also became extremely strange. Seeing him like this, Chin Tian couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong? Have you never been praised by anyone?" "We're just getting started. After a while, our popularity will only get higher. Come, let me see the fans' feedback. Qin Tian was about to take the phone as he spoke, but before he could touch Huang Dafeng's phone, Huang Dafeng moved it aside. Brother Tianer, I suggest you don't look at it. I'm afraid you'll faint if you do. Hearing Huang Dafeng's words, Qin Tian's curiosity was immediately aroused. What do you mean, did the fans say anything excessive? To be exact, those words were quite excessive, so I didn't let you read them. After hesitating for a while, Huang Dafeng finally did not show the content of the private message to Qin Tian, but the more he did this, the more curious Qin Tian became. In order to find out what was going on, he quickly opened Douyin and found Huang Dafeng's account. He immediately understood why Huang Dafeng didn't show him the details of the private message. At this moment, a large number of comments have been added under almost all of Huang Dafeng's works. The number of comments under the two most recent works has reached hundreds of thousands. They all called him a scumbag. This made him a little confused. Could it be that the debt of love owed by the previous incarnation was uncovered by someone? Thinking of this, Qin Tian quickly searched for things related to himself. It would have been fine if I hadn't searched, but as soon as I opened the search interface, the two words Qin Tian had already rushed to the top of the hot list. The most eye-catching word among them is scumbag in the entertainment industry. My goodness, this has become known to the entire internet, but the person involved, had no idea about it. What on earth happened while I was sleeping? With this thought in mind, Qin Tian casually clicked on the most popular video. This video from a famous marketing account also made Qin Tian fully understand why he was scolded to this extent. The video begins by sorting out all the negative information about him on the internet. Then he focused on talking about the love-hate relationship between him and his female fans. He described it with such detail, as if he had seen it all with his own eyes. Finally, a large number of pictures, videos, and transfer records are listed to provide evidence. To sum up, Qin Tian, who is full of negative information, deceived the favor of female fans in the name of love. This makes female fans willingly become his secret lovers. During the 3 years of cohabitation, he constantly asked this female fan for money. A month ago, Qin Tian suddenly abandoned this female fan and cut off all contact with her. Heartbroken, the female fan took her own life. At the end, this marketing account also added some rumors obtained from netizens. It is said that the reason why Qin Tian has made frequent donations in recent years is that he found a life-extending secret recipe from a certain master. The purpose is to prolong one's life through merit. After reading the analysis of this marketing account, Qin Tian was completely dumbfounded. If the protagonist of this incident was not him but someone else, then he might really believe it. More importantly, a search for marketing accounts like this will yield a large number of results. Netizens can't help but believe it. Now he finally understood why so many people were scolding him online. Chapter 32, The Person Who Does Not Exist in My Memory. Brother Tianer, these guys from Tianying Entertainment are definitely looking for someone to smear you. These bastards are really no good. Even after you've been in this state, they still won't let you go. Looking at the malicious comments under each video, Huang Dafeng felt like his lungs were about to explode, but as he was cursing, he realized that Qin Tian beside him seemed a little too calm. Brother Tianer, what's wrong with you? Don't pay attention to what these marketing accounts say. They've obviously been paid for it. It's like they're spewing feces. Just when he thought Qin Tian was angry because of the comments online, Qin Tian, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. De Huang Feng, I don't know if I really have a wife outside. Huang Dafeng was stunned when he suddenly heard Qin Tian's words. No, Brother Tianer, I know your situation best. I haven't seen you talking to any woman in the past few years. Those things on the internet must be fake. You don't even have a girlfriend, how can you have a wife? Even if you do, you can't hide it from your brother, right? As he spoke, Huang Dafeng put his hand on Qin Tian's shoulder. However, he was dumbfounded the next second, especially when he saw the little red book in Qin Tian's hand. If I don't have a wife, then what is this thing? At this moment, the 3 words marriage certificate on the little red book were so eye-catching. This. Brother Tianer, where did you find this? Did you accidentally bring out the previous landlord's marriage certificate? When Huang Dafeng realized what was happening, he immediately laughed awkwardly, but when Qin Tian opened the cover of the marriage certificate and revealed the 2 words Qin Tian underneath, he was finally speechless. He looked at the familiar registration certificate photo on the marriage certificate, and then looked at Qin Tian in front of him. Huang Dafeng finally gave a thumbs up and forced out two words, "Awesome. I thought you were always single, but I didn't expect you to get married. If you have anything else to hide from me, tell me now. While my heart is still fine." After saying that, he picked up the bright red marriage certificate and looked at it carefully. However, while he was confused, Qin Tian himself was even more confused than him. He originally thought that he already knew everything about his original body, and now it seems that he didn't recall much more than just the previous donation. But the sudden appearance of a wife was something he had not expected. If he hadn't just found his marriage certificate while rummaging through his luggage, he might still not have known that he was already married. What made him feel even more unbelievable was that the girl on the marriage certificate was actually the female fan who was just revealed to have lived with him for 3 years. This means that at least some of the revelations on the internet are true. He did have a relationship with this girl named Xiaoyu. The only difference is that, unlike what was described online, he did not deceive the girl's feelings. After all, who would cheat on their fans and then get married to them? This is a bit too much of a fan-pleasing move, but even after knowing this, he still had many questions that he couldn't figure out. If he and this girl really got married, then why didn't this girl contact him during all these days since he traveled through time, and there was no information related to this girl in his mobile phone? It was as if this girl didn't exist in this world. Just when Qin Tian was puzzled, Huang Dafeng suddenly looked relieved and said, "Since this person is really my sister-in-law, then it's easy. We can just go find her and explain things to her in front of the fans. By the way, you haven't contacted your sister-in-law these past few days. Did you have a quarrel with her?" From the beginning to the end, Huang Dafeng didn't think Qin Tian would be like what was said on the internet. If I say I don't remember such a person, will you hit me?" "What?" Huang Dafeng, who had just looked relaxed, was suddenly stunned. "I don't have any memory of her at all. I don't even know that we got married, let alone where she is." Qin Tian also looked helpless about this. After receiving Qin Tian's reply, Huang Dafeng's expression changed several times. In the end, he could only squeeze out two words from between his teeth in hatred. "Scumbag! How could you completely forget about your wife? Are you still a human being? But then again, I'm quite relieved that you've forgotten your wife but still remember me as your brother." As he spoke, Huang Dafeng's expression softened again. "So what should we do now? If you can't find your sister-in-law, are you going to let those people blackmail you online? If that doesn't work, let's show them your marriage certificate. They should believe it." However, Qin Tian just shook his head in response to Huang Dafeng's proposal. "It's obvious that the Tianying people are deliberately messing with me. I think half of those who are scolding me are the trolls they hired. Those netizens are fence-sitters. Even if I showed them my marriage certificate, they would say it's fake. If I can't get my wife out, they might start to criticize me even more." After hearing Qin Tian's explanation, Huang Dafeng immediately frowned. "That means the only way to break the deadlock now is to find my sister-in-law." "It's the only way." Qin Tian nodded. "Then you should think about where your sister-in-law is now." "You are driving me crazy. If you ask me, I don't know either. The information I know now is the same as yours, which is just a name." Qin Tian spread his hands helplessly. "I can't remember anything from the past. If I could find out where I went some time ago, maybe I could find some clues." "Where have you been?" Suddenly Huang Dafeng's eyes lit up. "Brother Tianer, please turn on your phone. I can tell you where you've been recently." "How could you know?" Qin Tian said with a look of disbelief. "I couldn't find any clues on my phone. I guess someone cleaned my phone for me." "You don't know this, right? Chat history, photos, call logs, and other things might be deleted. But your taxi records, payment records, and even some apps will record your whereabouts. Most people don't delete these things." After hearing what Huang Dafeng said, Qin Tian immediately realized it. He quickly took out his cell phone and found the taxi record, but when he saw the recent taxi record, he was stunned for a moment, because every one of these recent taxi records points to Huashan Cemetery in Jinyang City. What's even more exaggerated is that in the past month, he would take a taxi there on time every day, And he didn't stop until the day he traveled through time. After seeing these taxi records, he had already vaguely guessed where the original body's wife Xiaoyu was. Chapter 33, Water Army in action. Time passed little by little, and it was almost a day before Qin Tian's negative news was exposed. During this day, Qin Tian first broadcast the compendium of Materia Medica fitness exercises in the live broadcast room, which became a hit on the internet. One live broadcast gained nearly 1 million followers, but before netizens could react, news broke one after another that Qin Tian had falsified his academic qualifications, cheated on tickets and lip-synced to debut, and deceived fans of their feelings and money. It can be said that netizens were eating Qin Tian's melons all day long. Overnight, Qin Tian's personality changed from a charity donor suffering from cancer to the #1 scumbag in the entertainment industry. The degree of reversal is comparable to the previous time he was exposed on the set. According to the normal style of celebrity artists, Qin Tian should have come out to clarify long ago, or take the initiative to apologize to win the forgiveness of the majority of netizens and fans. But now 24 hours are almost over. Qin Tian didn't even apologize, let alone speak out, and didn't respond to any of the private messages and comments from netizens. It's like it disappeared from the internet. This completely confused the netizens. For a time, various remarks began to appear frequently on the internet. I thought he would come out to clarify or make excuses, but now he's just playing coward. I guess I was called autistic by netizens. It's just completely messed up. I don't even bother to explain it. What else is there to explain? It's already a confirmed fact. All the evidence shows that Qin Tian is a scumbag. I feel sorry for that young lady for only 3 seconds. It's a pity that such a young lady met such a scumbag. I heard that young lady committed suicide by jumping off a building. Is that true? The version I heard seemed to involve slitting one's wrists. No matter what, I was harmed by that scumbag Qin Tian anyway. This scumbag really hurts people a lot. If you have the guts to deceive people, then come out if you have the guts. He probably thought he was going to die anyway, so it didn't matter. Besides, the internet has no memory, so the netizens could just curse and forget about it. The past, how can it be the past? I would go to his works every day and scold him. It would be best if I could just scold him to death. It's so infuriating. Just when all netizens thought that Qin Tian had acquiesced to the online rumors and tried to escape by pretending to disappear, Tianying Entertainment also took the initiative to speak out, and several statements were issued at a time. The content of the first statement was that considering Qin Tian's health problems, it was decided not to claim 30 million yuan in liquidated damages from him. The content of the second statement was an apology to the victimized female fan on behalf of Qin Tian's former agency, saying that their management errors led to their fans' behavior of deceiving fans. The third statement is to donate 10 million to the Charity Federation to build schools in mountainous areas, and at the same time regularly arrange for its artists to teach in mountainous schools. Once these 3 statements came out, it was undoubtedly another kick in the face for Qin Tian, an extreme act of slander. Although there is not a single word in these statements condemning Qin Tian. If you read them carefully, you will find that each one of them is condemning Qin Tian. Although some netizens could see through their sinister intentions, most netizens could not avoid being led by Tianying's water army. TSK, Haja is just relying on the fact that he has cancer so he doesn't have to pay any money. Those black online loan sharks probably lent him money because of this. To be honest, Tianying is quite loyal. I heard that when Fatty Huang terminated the contract, he didn't ask him for liquidated damages. What a shame, spending money on such a thing. There are so many artists under Tianying, and although only a few of them are on stage, no one has said that the show has collapsed in recent years. It's probably due to the artists themselves. That's true. If I were as handsome as Qin Tian, I would definitely have more female fans. Those sisters who are fans of celebrities should be more careful and not be deceived by these scumbag men. Although Tianying's donations may seem like a show, the money donated is real money. It's hard not to support a one-time donation of 10 million. Under the instigation of a group of internet trolls, the online evaluation of Tianying Entertainment also increased rapidly. As for the things that Qin Tian had revealed before, they were also successfully suppressed. After all, there are too many melons in the past 2 days. Compared with Qin Tian's current melons, the old melons before are difficult to attract any attention. As the mastermind behind all this, Song Koan is also quite satisfied. The only thing that may have made him unhappy was that he had agreed to donate only 8 million, but in the end it became 10 million. The purpose is to surpass Qin Tian, although this was Lu Huaqiang's intention. In his opinion, all of this was done by Qin Tian. Whenever he thought about the 10 million that was taken out of his account, he felt extremely painful. It's all this brat's fault. Not only did I lose 10 million, but I also lost the little white sheep I was looking for. If I can't kill you this time, I, Song Koan, will be raised by a stepmother. Just when Song Koan was secretly getting angry, a phone call suddenly came in. Hey, Mr. Song, the online public opinion has almost reached a consensus. Should we ask the online trolls to withdraw or continue to incite? Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Song Koan responded without even thinking, keep stirring things up. If Qin Tian shows up, you'll have to lead those online trolls into his livestream and comment section. Don't give this kid any chance. I said I'd make him unable to survive in the entertainment industry, and I'll definitely do it. I don't just want him to be out of the entertainment industry, I want him to be out of every industry. Okay, Mr. Song, I'll do as you say, but what about the fee? When he heard the word fee, the corners of Song Koan's mouth twitched noticeably. Don't worry about the fees. Comments are 5 cents each, I understand. Posts are 10 cents each. Hey, Mr. Song, the price you mentioned is from a year ago. Now it's 10 cents per comment and 20 cents per post. What? When Song Koan heard the other party's offer, his face was full of disbelief. If it is really as the other party said, then he will have to spend hundreds of thousands or even millions just to hire the internet army. Mr. Song, please don't think it's expensive. I have thousands of brothers. If each of us has 10 accounts, that means tens of thousands of people. With so many people, let alone taking down a washed-up internet celebrity, even taking down a company would be a matter of minutes. There seemed to be a hint of threat in the other party's words. Having said this, even if Song Koan was stupid, he understood what he meant. The other party's meaning is very clear. If Tianying cannot settle the fees, then they can turn around and fight against Tianying. It was even revealed that Tianying Entertainment hired internet trolls. By that time, the online trend will probably have reversed. Thinking of this, Song Koan's face changed immediately, especially when he thought about how Lu Huaxiang would deal with him after the matter was exposed. Don't worry, the fee is exactly the same, but you have to do it beautifully. It's best to leave him no chance of turning over. While Song Koan was preparing to completely defeat Qin Tian, the majority of netizens who were watching the show were also waiting for Qin Tian's response. Of course, most netizens believe that Qin Tian will not have any response, but at this very moment, countless netizens who had been waiting anxiously received a reminder that the show was about to begin. Chapter 34, Send all lawyers letters. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, Longwa time, and 24 hours had passed since Qin Tian last went on the air. It was also 24 hours after the negative information about him was exposed on the entire internet. Originally, netizens no longer expected Qin Tian to come forward to explain anything, because in their opinion, even if Qin Tian came forward, the lines he said were nothing more than words like he had let down the fans' trust and was sorry. It doesn't matter to him personally, and it's the same as saying nothing to his fans. But when they saw Qin Tian start broadcasting, they still rushed into the live broadcast room. The melons that come from the hand are always the most delicious. This is the truth in the melon eating world. In an instant, the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 1 million, and was increasing at a terrifying rate of 10,000 people per second. With the opening of the live broadcast room, Qin Tian, who had not appeared in public for a long time, finally showed up again. However, what the audience did not expect was that the first thing Qin Tian did after the show started was not to apologize but to take out a thick stack of documents. Just when everyone didn't understand what he was doing, Qin Tian finally spoke. Due to some special reasons, today's broadcast will start a little late. Please forgive me. The main reasons why I'm doing this live broadcast today are as follows. The first thing is that I have already reported the false statements about me online to the nearest police station. The public security authorities have already filed a case against 1,025 netizens involved in spreading rumors and maliciously insulting me. I will not let any of them off. Now all social networks have real name systems, so these people don't have to worry about not receiving summons. When netizens heard Qin Tian's opening words, they immediately went wild in the live broadcast room. because this opening was indeed beyond their expectations. I'm so angry. You're so tough, just call the police. It's over, it's over. I've already cursed him out. I'm not going to be taken away by the police too, am I? Normally no, but if a video or comment you posted is liked or forwarded more than 500 times, then you're in trouble. It scared me, but luckily not many people liked my comment. Isn't that just targeting false information? Doesn't that mean all the stuff online isn't true? The pictures and videos have been leaked, how could it not be true? He's probably trying to scare us. That's right, there are so many of us, we're afraid of what he might do. Shin Tian obviously guessed that many netizens would not believe what he said, so he immediately picked up one of the white papers and placed it in front of the camera. We've hired the well-known lawyer Luo to handle this case. This is the lawyer's letter we've drafted. The target of the lawsuit is Dazue Entertainment, a subsidiary of the Douyin platform. In the video by Big Mouth Entertainment, I was portrayed as a scumbag who forced a young girl to death. There was a lot of fabricated content, which seriously tarnished my image. We will file a lawsuit in the local court tomorrow. After saying that, Shin Tian picked up another one. This photo was sent to a blogger from Holang Entertainment, who writes about entertainment industry gossip. In his post, he fabricated the fact that I defrauded fans of their money. The number of reposts reached an astonishing 80,000, which caused great damage to me. Since you dare to send this letter, please accept this lawyer's letter. Every time Shin Tian read out a blogger's name, someone somewhere in Longwa would be frightened to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. Who could have imagined that Shin Tian would sue all the bloggers who posted about this incident on the internet at once, from big versus with millions of fans to small unknowns with only a dozen fans? Shin Tian did not let off any of those who publicly complained about this matter. Looking at the thick stack of lawyers' letters in the live broadcast room, the audience was stunned. I would like to advise everyone who likes to smear others and stir up trouble online that, with the current real name registration system in place, the internet is definitely not a lawless place. Have you ever thought about what would happen if the so-called facts you see are just what others want you to see, and I happen to be unable to defend myself? Then what will be my ending? Having said this, Shin Tian already had a hint of anger in his eyes. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room suddenly became less. On the one hand, they were afraid of being sued by Shin Tian, and on the other hand, they had seriously considered the issues Shin Tian mentioned. However, there are still some people who raised questions in the barrage. Since you said that the revelations online were all slandering you, how do you explain those photos and videos? That's right, the photos and videos have been checked by professional bloggers, and they are all real. You can't say that you and that girl are just ordinary friends. Answer this question if you can. Yes, maybe that girl isn't dead like those marketing accounts say. But was she hurt by you? Give us an explanation. And you can't deny your previous academic fraud in lip-syncing. There is no doubt that these questions on the barrage are what the majority of netizens want to know most, and amidst everyone's doubts, Shin Tian finally spoke. The first sentence he said stunned the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room. The girl in the revelations, my wife, is indeed no longer alive. As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Although it is only a short sentence, it contains so much information, and it's far more explosive than the previous revelations. It was so explosive that they found it hard to believe. It took more than 10 seconds for everyone to come back to their senses. What? Did I hear it right? Shin Tian said that girl is his wife. Oh my god, they are already married, this must be a lie. But he doesn't look like he's joking. Wife. He actually married his fan. When did this happen? If that girl is Shin Tian's wife, then the previous allegations of emotional deception are no longer valid. Indeed, if you are deceiving your feelings, there is no need to get married. But now he's saying that the girl is dead. Doesn't that mean there's no evidence? Who knows if they are really married? And even if they are married, why did the girl die? Is her death related to Shin Tian? It's not clear. I also think Shin Tian's words are a bit far-fetched. When everyone in the live broadcast room was full of doubts about Shin Tian's words, the next second Shin Tian placed a marriage certificate with the seal of Long National Civil Affairs Department in front of the camera. Along with this marriage certificate, There is also a death certificate with the two words Xiaoyu written on it. In an instant, the live broadcast room fell silent again. No one expected that the final result would be like this. Chapter 35. Don't want to be famous. If Qin Tian had not exposed the marriage certificate and death certificate, no one would have thought the final result would be in this direction. The rumored girl who was deceived by Qin Tian actually got married to Qin Tian. It was agreed that he would be abandoned. Of course, what they could not have imagined was that this girl named Xiaoyu, Qin Tian's legal wife, had actually passed away. His death certificate clearly states that he died of acute heart failure on March 21, 2022. This also refutes the rumors that the girl was killed by Qin Tian. I didn't want to talk about this matter, but I really didn't expect that someone would use my late wife's story to discredit me. They even fabricated a series of vicious rumors. Facing the live camera, Qin Tian's tone was extremely angry. The audience in the live broadcast room can also perceive it clearly, and those water armies hiding in the live broadcast room are obviously anxious. If things continue to develop at this pace, all previous efforts will be in vain. In an instant, some misleading comments appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room. Ha, you're talking as if you're deeply affectionate. If it's really like what you said, why have you never made her existence public? Exactly. And what about those previous transfer certificates? Can you explain it to me? The evidence you've produced can only prove that you and your fan, Xiaoyu, are married, but it doesn't completely rule out some of the previous inferences. Seeing these internet trolls coming out to stir up trouble again, Huang Dafeng couldn't stand it anymore. You trolls, shut up. What do you know? You want evidence, right? Then I'll show you. As he spoke, Huang Dafeng inserted a memory card into the computer used for the live broadcast. The next second, several folders appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room. When he opened one of the folders with the word photos written on it, thousands of photos suddenly appeared. The first one is a photo of Qin Tian and Xiaoyu. Judging from their appearance in the photo, they are both still quite young. This photo was taken 4 years ago. At that time, Qin Tian and his sister-in-law had just gotten together. They were high school classmates. After saying that, Huang Dafeng opened the second photo. This photo was taken after they finished their college entrance exam. Brother Tian scored a high score of 702, and my sister-in-law gave him a mobile phone as a gift. This is a photo taken by Brother Tian when he was checking his scores. If you don't believe me, you can check out the 2018 Shansheng News, where Brother Tian was interviewed. When everyone saw the third photo above and Huang Dafeng's introduction, they were stunned. If Qin Tian had really scored 702 points in the college entrance examination that year, it would have been easy for him to get into not only Tianhai University, but also Peking University or Tsinghua University. In this way, the previous rumors about fake academic qualifications were fabricated by someone. At this moment, almost everyone thought so. However, Huang Dafeng's next words caught them off guard. It was during this period that my sister-in-law developed serious health problems. In order to take care of his sick sister-in-law, Brother Tian, who had already received the admission letter, chose to give up his studies. At the same time, I used all my savings to treat my sister-in-law's illness. As if afraid that others would not believe him, he pulled out a photo of Qin Tian holding up the admission letter from Tianhai University. Qin Tian in the photo was smiling so happily. So, the rumors online about Brother Tian forging his academic credentials are half true and half false. Brother Tian was indeed admitted to Tianhai University, but he never attended a single day of school there. That's why his highest level of education is listed as high school. After hearing this, everyone in the live broadcast room suddenly understood. Oh my god, how long did it take to get over 700 points? You can probably still work hard to get 600 points, but 700 points really can't be achieved simply by hard work. It requires talent. If I can get into Tianhai University, I will never give up. Don't even mention you, most people wouldn't give up. Oh. What a pity. I could have had the added aura of a graduate from a prestigious university. This is probably love. While everyone in the live broadcast room was sighing with emotion, Huang Dafeng still showed no intention of stopping. As for those screenshots of transfers circulating online, I can tell you responsibly. These were all saved up bit by Tiangu, originally intended for college. After she transferred the money to her sister-in-law transferred it all back. Those who spread rumors that Brother Tian was a fraud are really going too far. When he said this, Huang Dafeng, a grown man, actually had tears in his eyes. The audience who saw this scene was also silent. They were somewhat moved but also puzzled. If that were all, there would be no need for Huang Dafeng to lose his composure like this. Is there any hidden secret? Just when everyone was confused, Huang Dafeng's emotions finally stabilized. As for some people questioning why Brother Tian didn't make his relationship public. On the one hand, he was worried that some things in the circle would affect his sister-in-law's condition. After all, you all know that Brother Tian has received bad reviews online in recent years, so Brother Tian is unwilling to involve his sister-in-law in this. After hearing this explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. Considering how popular Qin Tian was when he just debuted, if his relationship was really exposed, then Xiaoyu, as his girlfriend, will definitely be affected. Most people would be troubled by this, let alone a patient. From this point of view, Qin Tian's choice not to make his relationship public is actually out of a man's responsibility. Of course, apart from this reason, Tiangu also did not make his relationship public in order to have a better development in the industry. But don't get me wrong, in a sense, Brother Tian didn't want to enter the entertainment industry at first. He didn't want to be famous, and the most important reason he chose to give up his studies and enter the entertainment industry was to make money to treat his sister-in-law's illness. Can you all understand what I'm saying? After listening to Huang Dafeng's explanation, everyone vaguely recalled some details before Qin Tian's debut. At that time, some people used these details to hype that Qin Tian didn't want to make his debut and even avoided performing. A few years ago, they didn't quite understand why Qin Tian always looked like he didn't want to make his debut. At that time, they thought that Qin Tian deliberately wanted to create such a character for himself. Now that I think about it, it seems like he really doesn't want to debut as a star. Later, he accepted his debut, but the real reason was just to make money in the entertainment industry to treat his girlfriend's illness. After figuring this out, the rumor that Qin Tian cheated on votes to replace someone else in his debut was refuted. Just ask yourself, how can someone who doesn't want to make his debut in the first place take the initiative to vote for himself? Chapter 36 Proposal. As Huang Dafeng revealed one story after another about Qin Tian and Xiaoyu's past, the popularity in the live broadcast room continued to rise. In a short while, the number of people online in the live broadcast room soared to 3 million. Such a huge amount of traffic instantly attracted the attention of Douyin officials. For this reason, the official Douyin even sent a push link to the live broadcast room to the entire network. At this moment, even those netizens who had not paid much attention to this matter before were attracted. If the official had not expedited the optimization of the server, the live broadcast room would probably have been jammed by the enthusiastic netizens. As more and more netizens flocked into the live broadcast room, Huang Dafeng's revelations continued. In fact, in the past 3 years, not only did the outside world not know that Qin Tian was in a relationship, even I, his brother, only found out today. For the past 3 years, he has been bearing it alone in silence. While struggling in the entertainment industry, he was trying his best to treat his sister-in-law's illness, while he himself was suffering from illness. I don't know what kind of motivation kept him going. Maybe it really is what you call love. Having said that, Huang Dafeng turned his gaze to Qin Tian, who had a gloomy expression on his face. Brother Tianer, although I know that what I said will only make you feel worse, but I don't want these things to remain buried in your heart. If possible, I would like to show everyone the video my sister-in-law left for you. Of course, if you don't want to, I respect your choice. Qin Tian, who was originally still thinking alone, suddenly heard Huang Dafeng's voice and quickly looked at him with a blank look, but before he could react, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Temporary mission triggered. Reveal everything about Qin Tian and Xiaoyu and let everyone witness their love. After completing the task, in addition to gaining a certain straight man index, you will also receive an additional mysterious reward. Hearing this system prompt, Qin Tian immediately became alert. In particular, it also mentions mysterious rewards. The last mysterious reward almost made him regret it. Qin Tian nodded without even considering it. It's okay, it's all in the past. Seeing Qin Tian nod in agreement, not only did Huang Dafeng breathe a sigh of relief, but even the curiosity of the audience in the live broadcast room was instantly aroused, and at this moment, Huang Dafeng opened another folder. The next second a video popped up. As the video opens, a girl in a wedding dress appears in front of everyone. It was Xiaoyu who appeared in the photo before. The only difference from the first photo is that Xiaoyu is now so thin that he is almost unrecognizable even with heavy makeup. It still couldn't hide the sickness on her face, but even though she was so haggard, her face was still full of a happy smile, just like what most girls look like after putting on a wedding dress. God, even though you are destined not to see this video, I still want to say these words to you. Today I finally got to wear my wedding dress, the same one we saw on the street the day after the college entrance exam. I feel a little sorry that you didn't see me in my wedding dress, but I'm also a little relieved that you didn't see me in my wedding dress now. Thank you for being with me during the 3 years I was sick. Although you've never told me about your usual work, I know you must really dislike your current job. Because every time I mention your job, you seem very unhappy. It's because you need to make money to treat my illness that you insist on doing something you don't like. But I also know that my illness is incurable, and I may leave you one day. It is destined by God that I cannot become your bride, just as the rain will stop when the sky clears. Having said that, Xiaoyu couldn't help but have a hint of sadness on his face. The numerous comments in the live broadcast room suddenly stopped. However, in less than a second, this trace of sadness was quickly concealed by Xiaoyu. At this moment she even showed a hint of mischief. Didn't you ask me last time what birthday present I prepared for you? I can tell you now. As he spoke, Xiaoyu produced a heart-shaped ring box like a magic trick. After taking out the ring box, her expression suddenly became serious. The next second, in front of everyone's surprised gaze, she suddenly knelt on one knee on the ground, and then said sincerely, "Mr. Qin Tian, would you like to marry me?" At this moment, everyone finally understood what Xiaoyu was doing. The barrage of comments that had originally quieted down suddenly exploded. Oh my God, she's proposing. Even though you know you can't marry Qin Tian, you still fantasize about becoming his bride. This is probably the first time I've seen a girl propose to a boy. If another girl proposed to a boy in a wedding dress, I might think she had already lost, but why did I feel so touched and sad when I saw Xiaoyu proposing to Qin Tian in a wedding dress? The arrangement of fate is so helpless. I hope there is no illness in heaven. Why didn't Qin Tian want to hold a wedding for Xiaoyu even though he knew she was dying? I can't understand. That's right. Even if I couldn't make it to the last step, at least Xiaoyu didn't leave with any regrets. Just when everyone was still questioning, Huang Dafeng switched to the second video. The protagonist in this video is also Xiaoyu, but compared to the previous video, her face has become more haggard. His figure has also become thinner, giving people the impression that he could be blown down by a gust of wind. God, I think I might really have to leave you forever this time. But I'm not afraid at all now because we are finally married. Xiaoyu, with a smile on his face, raised the red book in his hand. Even though you tricked me into going to the Civil Affairs Bureau this time, I still want to thank you. You always said that you would take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate once you turned 22. I thought I wouldn't be able to see your 22nd birthday, but I didn't expect you to secretly change your date of birth. If people knew that a national idol like you secretly changed your date of birth, they would probably smear you online again. Sorry, I accidentally found out what you do. It's because my husband is so popular. You can find news about you by just browsing the internet. Hey, I told you not to get the marriage certificate, but now your first marriage has turned into a second one. But it doesn't matter. My husband is so outstanding. Even if this is your second marriage, there will still be plenty of girls vying to marry you in the future. Then you'll be able to see the beautiful bride in her wedding dress. It's just a pity that you and I haven't taken wedding photos, held a wedding, or the video is nearing its end here. However, the audience in the live broadcast room had already been deeply shocked by the content of the video. Those viewers who are more sentimental and have a low tear point could not help but shed tears. Chapter 37 Memorandum Exposure. There is no doubt that Xiaoyu's love for Qin Tian is obvious to everyone, but it is obvious that her love is not favored by God. Although Qin Tian finally took her to get a marriage certificate, she didn't have everything a bride should have. Even in the only video where she was wearing a wedding dress, she was the only one in it. Until I leave this world, I don't want my lover to see my ugly side. When they thought of this, the audience in the live broadcast room felt a little upset, but to be fair, if we really want to use this incident to blame Qin Tian, it seems a bit too much. After all, Qin Tian has proved his love for Xiaoyu with his 3 years of companionship and the marriage certificate. If it's not true love, who would be willing to do something they don't like for 3 years? If it's not true love, who would be willing to marry someone who is destined to leave this world? However, in reality not everyone is so rational, especially those girls who have already put themselves into the role of Xiaoyu. After all, why are you unwilling to hold a wedding for Xiaoyu before she dies? It doesn't say that you have to get a marriage certificate before you can hold a wedding. Taking a set of wedding photos doesn't seem like an excessive thing to do. Why must she leave this world with regrets? I want Qin Tian to give us an explanation. I think if you truly love someone, you should do it without hesitation, rather than making up for it later. If you really love this girl, you owe her an I do forever. It's a pity that you won't be able to pay it back in this lifetime. The condemnation from the female fans in the live broadcast room became increasingly louder. Huang Dafeng, who couldn't bear to watch it anymore, immediately opened another video. Just when everyone thought this was another video about Xiaoyu, Qin Tian's figure appeared in the camera. Qin Tian in the camera was wearing a neat suit and his hair was meticulously groomed. In her hand was a bouquet of bright red roses. Proposal rehearsal for the 4th time. Even though this is the 4th time we've rehearsed this part, I still feel a little nervous when I think about it. Dear Xiaoyu, will you marry me? No, it's still lacking a little emotion. Proposal rehearsal 30 action. Dear Xiaoyu, today is the 1285th day we've been together. Will you marry me? The entire video includes dozens of proposal rehearsals. Every time, Qin Tian would hold a rose and a diamond ring in his hand, kneel on one knee and finally propose to her with deep affection, but Qin Tian seemed not very satisfied with any of this. However, his action seemed so sincere to the audience. Hey! I wish Xiaoyu could have seen these videos before. I didn't expect Brother Tian to rehearse so many times for the proposal. What a pity! This incident tells us that if you really love someone, you must express it in time, otherwise it may be too late. I don't understand those women who criticized Brother Tian before. Shouldn't Brother Tian be the one who was the saddest and regrets the most now? That's right, how could Brother Tian never have thought about giving Xiaoyu a perfect love? One has already put on a wedding dress, and the other has also put on a suit, but they can't be in the same frame. What kind of suffering is this in the world? Just when everyone was feeling extremely regretful, another clip popped up in the video. The protagonist of the video is still Qin Tian, but this time Qin Tian's expression is particularly ugly, and his whole face is pale. Although I really don't want to record this, I never imagined the cancer cells in my brain would spread so quickly. These past few days I feel like I'm starting to lose track of things. According to the doctor, my brain nerves are compressed, and I might suffer from complete amnesia in the future. But don't worry, no matter what I forget, I won't forget you. I went to the hospital for another checkup today. The doctor said the situation is very grim and that I must undergo surgery immediately, otherwise my life will be in danger at any time. But I definitely can't have the surgery. If I go for surgery, who will take care of you? And this way, you will know that I am sick. I can't take you to get the certificate either. Hold on, Qin Tian, you can do it. My head still hurts today, but today is also the happiest day I've had in all these years. Because we finally got the marriage certificate, I wish myself a happy wedding. His condition is really getting worse. He has fainted twice today. It seems that the simple wedding plan for you will be shelved. But Xiaoji and the others called me today and said they have received the books we sent. There are still things to be happy about. It feels like the situation is getting worse. I might even be ahead of you. But that must be very sad for you. So, hold on, Qin Tian. The pain of losing a lover shouldn't be borne by an angelic girl. As soon as this memo-like video appeared, all the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned, especially after they finished reading Qin Tian's monologues. They originally thought that Xiaoyu knew that Qin Tian had cancer, but now it seems that he was the only one who knew that he had cancer from the beginning to the end. Not only did he keep this matter deep in his heart, but he also didn't show it at all in front of Xiaoyu. Until Xiaoyu left this world, she didn't know that her lover was also dying. In an instant, the live broadcast room exploded again. Oh my god, what kind of fairy tale love is this? How come these two are so good at making people cry? A hemp rope breaks at its thinnest point, and misfortune only finds its way to the unfortunate. They're both miserable enough, why torture them like this? That's right. Qin Tian had already prepared the wedding and was ready to propose, but because of his illness, everything was ruined. For Brother Tian, the greatest pain didn't come from the illness, but from watching his beloved die in front of him. Fate loves to play jokes. Brother Tian had already made preparations to leave early, but God took his lover away early. What kind of human tragedy is this? Who would be willing to criticize Brother Tian like this? If it weren't for his lover, Brother Tian wouldn't have gone to the hospital for treatment for 3 years. Even so, he still wants to hide his illness. I really can't do it. This is what a real man is like. I am completely convinced. It's a pity that such a good man is about to be taken away by God. Think positively, he's going to be reunited with his wife. Amidst everyone's sighs, Huang Dafeng opened the last video in the folder. Chapter 38. Never forget. Although Huang Dafeng released so many things at once, however, the people in the live broadcast room did not have the same feeling as before when they were just watching spectators. After all, we ate watermelon before, and this time we ate bitter melon. The relationship between Qin Tian and Xiaoyu was really bitter, but there is still a feeling of being unable to stop. The moment Huang Dafeng clicked on the video, more than millions of eyes were fixed on the screen. It's just that this video is very different from any of the previous ones. Although the protagonist is still Qin Tian, the recording location of the video is changed from indoors to outdoors. To be precise, it was moved to Xiaoyu's grave. Even though everyone already knew that Xiaoyu had passed away, they still felt a little uncomfortable when they saw Xiaoyu's photo appear on the cold tombstone. In the video, Qin Tian leaned gently on the tombstone, his face expressionless and his eyes extremely empty. After several minutes of silence, he finally opened his mouth slowly. Today is the 7th day of our marriage, and also the 3rd day since you officially left me. Time passes quickly, but also slowly. The doctor clearly told me that I didn't have much time left to live, but why did that day come so slowly? But it's good like this now. I can finally tell you everything. Let me tell you, I got another role in a play today, and I could have played the male lead. But it was snatched away by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Isn't that funny? Qin Tian recorded nearly 30 videos like this in a row. Each one was taken at the same time and place. Even when it was raining, he would still appear at Xiaoyu's grave on time to tell her what he had experienced that day. Among these things are the trivial things he encountered in life, as well as some interesting things he heard in the entertainment industry. The audience in the live broadcast room felt sad and a little funny. More importantly, his accounts also contained some negative information about Tianying Entertainment. For example, a certain young actress is actually the secret lover of a certain big boss. It started. The entertainment industry's melon farmer really lives up to his reputation. Oh my god, I didn't expect to be able to eat melons in such a sad segment. It's incredible. Sure enough, Qin Tian was very bold in speaking out before. Amid the size of the crowd, the video came to the last one. And the time came not long ago. At the beginning of the video, Qin Tian, with a rather unhappy look on his face, was leaning on the tombstone with sweat on his face. That was a close call. I was almost late. I was supposed to have an interview with a movie channel today, but when I heard they said it was at 7 o'clock, I decided not to go. Time was too urgent, and I didn't even have time to say hello to them. Never mind. It's not important. I felt like my health is getting worse over the past 2 days, and I think my end is coming soon. I'm really happy to think that I'll see you soon. I gave away the last of my savings this morning. You always say that money should be spent where it should be spent. Look, I listen to you a lot. With this money, those kids wouldn't have had the childhood you and I had. For some reason, Qin Tian spoke more in this video. At this time, everyone finally knew why Qin Tian had not participated in the interview with the 6th princess before. There was no such thing as being a big shot, only longing and love for his deceased wife. Everyone, please help at Princess 6 when the time comes. Although Brother Tian doesn't plan to stay in the entertainment industry anymore, I think such misunderstandings shouldn't happen. Yes, compared to any interview, I think the agreement with my late wife is more important. I'll leave a message on the official blog of the movie channel later. Add me in. Count me in, too. Just when the audience spontaneously wanted to prove Qin Tian's mistake, Qin Tian's voice in the video began to become weaker and weaker. Consciousness also began to become increasingly blurred. The eyes also began to close slowly. In a short while, he was leaning against the tombstone and not moving. Brother Tian, was he having an attack at that time? He looked so scary. Exactly, if he wasn't sitting in the live broadcast room right now, I would have thought he was dead. It's just like this, no different from when you died. Oh my god, that looks scary. When everyone was worried about Chin Tian, the look of Chin Tian himself in the live broadcast room became extremely strange. He really wanted to tell the audience in the live broadcast room Chin Tian was really dead at that time, hung in front of Xiaoyu's tomb. And he also traveled through time at that time. If he and Huang Dafeng had not followed the clues left in his mobile phone and found Chin Tian's other lost mobile phone in front of Xiaoyu's grave in Huashan Cemetery, he might not have figured it all out until now. It was also because of this last video that he vaguely recalled some details of his time traveling through time, that he had just traveled through time and simply followed the remaining memories of his original body and walked out of the cemetery. Then the body was taken over by himself. The middle section is in a fragmented state. Thinking of this, Chin Tian also sighed. The original Chin Tian eventually died with his lover. Along with him died all the memories related to Xia Yu. Before, he was a little confused as to why he didn't have any memory of Xiaoyu in his mind. Thinking about it now, these memories may be the most important part of Chin Tian's memories, and also his most precious things. So even if he died, he would take this part of his memory with him. Sure enough, it was just as he said in his memo. Even if he forgot everything, he would not forget Xiaoyu. Alas, what a pity, such a pair of lovers ended up dying young. If there is an afterlife, I hope you two can still be together. After you have endured all the hardships in this life, you will have sweetness in the next life. As for this body, it's not important to you anymore. Just let me live well with it. Thinking of this, Chin Tian suddenly felt extremely clear-headed. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has successfully made the world remember the touching love story of Chin Tian and Xiaoyu. This time you will receive 1,000 straight mail points and a mysterious reward. This mysterious reward will arrive in one day, please check it carefully. Hearing this system prompt, Chin Tian, who was originally a little depressed, suddenly felt refreshed, but before he could react, the system prompt sounded again. Subsequent tasks have been triggered. The host has successfully washed away the negative information about himself through his own efforts. But regarding lip syncing, many people still have doubts. Host, please sing a song in front of everyone in the live broadcast room to prove your innocence. After completing the mission, the rewards from the previous whitewashing series of missions will be doubled. Chapter 39. There is a rain cloud in the sky. Chin Tian really didn't expect that at this time, the system would actually come with a follow-up task, and he was asked to sing in public. For such a request, Chin Tian could only say, well done. It's such a wonderful thing that you can double your previous rewards just by singing a song. The only question is, what kind of song should I choose for an occasion like this? Being too cheerful is definitely not a good idea. After all, his current character is a poor man whose lover has passed away. After thinking about it, a familiar melody suddenly appeared in his mind. This song seems to be very suitable for both of them, but it needs a little modification. As inspiration suddenly emerged, a rhythm began to brew in Chin Tian's heart. Before he knew it, he squinted his eyes and started humming along. Suddenly, his humming could be heard in the originally silent live broadcast room. Many netizens who were originally feeling melancholy about Chin Tian and Xiaoyu's love story were also attracted by Chin Tian's humming. Why is Brother Tian still singing? By the way, which song is this prelude from? Why have I never heard it before? Maybe it was because I recalled some things, I couldn't help but sing. But it sounds pretty good. Just as everyone was immersed in Chin Tian's humming, Chin Tian's voice began to become louder and louder. There is a cloud made of rain in the sky. A cloud made of rain. The heart of the cloud is full of rain. Didi is all about you. There is a cloud made of rain. A cloud made of rain. The clouds in the sky are heartbreaking. I don't know where it will blow to blow and blow. Flowers fall all over the ground. Can't find a trace of pity. Floating and floating across thousands of miles, waiting for your return whenever it rains again. There is a cloud made of rain in the sky. Whenever I think of you again, there is a cloud made of rain in the sky. Before they knew it, millions of viewers in the live broadcast room had completely fallen for the song sung by Chin Tian. By the time the song was over, Chin Tian himself was already in tears, not to mention the people in the live broadcast room. Simply listening to this song may not feel such intense sadness, but once you think of the tragic story of Chin Tian and Xiaoyu, even some people who claim to be heartless can't help but shed tears. It took a long time for anyone to recover from this sad mood. Even the comments in the live broadcast room became sparse. Oh my god, I'm too old to listen to this kind of song. It's like there's an onion hidden in this song. I haven't cried in years, but today I was moved to tears by watching a live broadcast. How did a brick suddenly get into my eye? Wow, it's over, it's over. I've been crying for so long, my eyes will definitely be swollen tomorrow. Other people live stream to cheat people out of money, but Tiangu live streams to cheat people out of tears. The last time my child cried like this was when 5 plus 2 equaled 8. To be honest, Brother Tian's singing of this song is really good. There is nothing to fault in every aspect of it. Yeah, there's nothing to complain about this song except that it made me cry. No whining, no affectation, full marks for both technique and emotion. I've saved this part, but the result probably won't be very good. I hope Brother Tian can record this song separately. Yeah, I beg Brother Tian to release a single. There's a cloud made of rain in the sky, probably referring to Brother Tian's summer rain. It's a pity that the sky is still there, but the clouds made of rain have dispersed. Brother Tian is very thoughtful. There is not a single word of love in the whole song, but it is full of love. Brother Tian deceived us so badly. For 3 whole years, he pretended that he couldn't sing. So the rumors about Tiangu lip-syncing have been confirmed, right? Tiangu was indeed lip-syncing. Compared to now, Tianji's singing when he was first popular was really not good. Brother Tian, I can't sing, I'm just pretending. Others lip-sync to make the effect better, but Tiangu lip-syncs to make the effect not so good. It's reverse lip-syncing. Love it. At this time, the audience seemed to have already felt that they had discovered the truth. They have now almost concluded that Qin Tian was deliberately pretending not to be able to sing. Not only the audience felt so, but Huang Dafeng, who was standing next to him, also felt so. After he came to his senses, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Brother Tianer, you've made me suffer so much. For so many years you've been telling me you can't sing very well, but you've always been playing me. After saying this, he immediately revealed a wry smile. Damn, after all this time, I'm the only one in our Qin Shi Huang group who's a loser. My mentality has collapsed. At this moment, Huang Dafeng was completely autistic. This scene immediately made the audience laugh. Haha, now that Fatty Huang mentioned that, I just remembered that the 3 of them actually had a group name like this back then. Looking at it this way, Fatty Huang is really miserable. Qin Tian is playing the pig to eat the tiger. Sure, Shangfei is very talented, but he is the real loser. You can't say he's useless, at least he's really good at being a brother. I hope he can accompany Brother Tian on his final journey. Thinking carefully, I was indeed manipulated by someone and some unpleasant things were said. I apologize to Brother Tian here and will delete all my comments now. Me too. I really didn't understand the situation before, but I was wrong. I apologize to Brother Tian here. I'm sorry, Brother Tian. I was wrong too. I shouldn't have scolded you before. From now on, no matter what you say, you can never just believe anything others post. Hey, who knew that something with pictures and videos could be used to spread rumors? Aren't you curious about who released these things in the first place? This must have been an organized and premeditated incident. Just as netizens were apologizing for their previous irrationality, Qin Tian, who had been silent for a long time, spoke again. I have seen all the apologies from netizens. I also accept the apologies from those netizens who made incorrect judgments due to lack of understanding of the situation. But I will not tolerate those who maliciously slander and try to manipulate the situation. Especially those who are pushing this behind the scenes. Don't think that what you are doing is very covert. I've already requested assistance from the cybersecurity department. This time, no matter what the cost, I'm going to dig you out. Having said that, Qin Tian unconsciously emphasized his tone not at the same time. The leader of the Navy who was far away in Magic City couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart, although he had done many similar things before. Basically, those celebrities and public figures either ignored him or paid money to settle the matter. This was the first time he had met someone like Qin Tian who was determined to get to the bottom of something, but when he saw the thick stack of lawyers' letters in front of Qin Tian, he couldn't help but feel uneasy thinking of this. He quickly opened the group chat on his phone and started sending messages frantically. At this moment he was really panicked. Chapter 40, a sliver of health counterattack in the vice president's office of Tianying Entertainment. Song Koan, who had looked so proud an hour ago, now looked extremely ugly. He never expected that the situation, which was obviously going well before, would suddenly take a 180-degree turn with so much negative information. Any one piece of it put on any artist would be enough to make it impossible for him to make a comeback. However, Shin Tian, who was burdened with so much negative news and infamy, was not defeated by public opinion. Instead, he managed to kill the enemy with only a little health left. Judging from the current pace, not only those marketing accounts that smeared him will suffer, but even those internet trolls who were trying to stir up trouble will not be able to escape. If things go wrong, even he himself might be dug out. Thinking of this, he quickly dialed a number on his phone. As soon as the call was connected, an anxious voice came from the other end. "Boss Son, we can't handle your case anymore. Several of my brothers have been taken away. It might not be long before they find out about me. I'm planning to go abroad for a while now. Please pay me the balance." Hearing the other party's voice, Song Koen was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he said angrily, "What? The matter isn't settled yet, and you want me to pay the final payment? Are you crazy because of poverty? Now that things have come to this, I'm lucky I didn't ask you to return the deposit. I called you this time to warn you. You'd better not expose me, otherwise I will make it impossible for you to survive in Dragon Country." But as soon as he finished saying this, he felt a little regretful. However, before he could explain, the leader of the navy on the opposite side was completely enraged by his words. "Mr. Son, we've already done the job for you. If it doesn't work out, it's none of our business. The only thing we can blame is you for choosing such a difficult character. Can we just blacken a character like that whenever we want?" He's even sued those marketing accounts that just try to capitalize on the hype. It's only a matter of time before he catches professional haters like us. My brothers will have to go to jail for at least a few months. You actually want to shirk your responsibility? Do you really think I'm a clayman? Seeing that the leader of the navy was getting more and more angry, Song Koen also became a little scared. He opened his mouth and wanted to continue explaining, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the other party retorted his words. "It's fine if you just default on your debt, but you actually dare to threaten me. I, Shin-san, have been in this industry for so many years. I don't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. Since you don't want to pay, I'll have no choice but to upload all the things you sent us and the transaction records to the internet. Let everyone see what kind of person our President Song is." After saying this, the other party hung up the phone without giving Song Koen any chance to explain. When Song Koen called back again, he couldn't get through and now he was completely confused. When Song Koen thought about the fact that he hired internet trolls to discredit Shin Tian, he felt like the sky was falling, not to mention how the country will sentence those who actively spread rumors and slander others on the internet. Just say that the negative impact of this incident on Tianying entertainment is something he cannot bear. Although some people have long deduced that this incident was led by Tianying, however, there is an essential difference between inference and solid evidence. Once the truth is confirmed, Tianying's reputation will plummet to the bottom, and as the person who caused all this, Tianying's boss Lu Huaxiang will never let him go. Thinking of how terrifying Lu Huaxiang was, Song Koen's legs couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, he even had the thought of escaping abroad, but before he could take any action, two figures walked in from outside the office. The person in front of him was Lu Huaxiang, who was like a nightmare in Song Koen's heart. At this moment, Lu Huaxiang was like an angry lion. As soon as he walked into the office, he asked the bodyguard behind him to close the office door. Mr. Lu, Song Koen, who had just put on a smile and was about to go out to greet him, felt a sudden blow to his chest. The next second he flew backwards. When he stood up again, Lu Huaxiang was already sitting in the office chair that originally belonged to him. "I gave you a chance, but you're still useless. I shouldn't have trusted you, you piece of shit. Tell me, what should we do in this situation?" Hearing Lu Huaxiang's angry voice, Song Koen's face turned pale in an instant. He didn't expect that Lu Huaxiang had already received the news just after the incident happened. "Boss Lu, I really didn't expect this. We were almost done with this guy, but who knew he would hide so many things? I swear, if I knew these things, I would never think of doing this to him." At this moment, Song Koen was like a lost dog. You didn't expect it. There are so many things you didn't expect. Look at you, you've been in this circle for so many years, why don't you figure it out? From the moment you hired the troll army, you shouldn't have shown up yourself. You shouldn't threaten a troll leader. what does he do? Use your pig brain. As he spoke, a hint of helplessness appeared on Lu Huaqiang's face. He originally thought that Song Kuan was an old man after all, so it should be no problem for him to handle such a small thing, but he didn't expect that Song Kuan not only failed to resolve the problem, but made the problem bigger. It got so bad that even he couldn't clean up the mess. If it were him 10 years ago, he would have thrown Song Kuan out of the office building window. Mr. Lu, what should I do now? Song Kuan, with a panicked look on his face, quickly crawled in front of Lu Huaqiang, trying to find a way out from him. The answer given by Lu Huaqiang instantly made him feel disappointed. What should I do? What else can I do in this situation? You yourself issued an apology statement, admitting that everything was just retaliation for your own personal reasons and the company was completely unaware of it. Then the company will also dismiss you. Finally, you will turn yourself in to the public security authorities and confess your crimes. This way, you can minimize your personal losses and reduce the impact on the company. But don't worry, you've made great contributions to the company. Even if we fire you, we'll still find a way to transfer you to another business unit in the future. I think the Siamese plate is suitable for you. Song Kuan was naturally very reluctant to Lu Huaqiang's arrangement, not to mention the apology and dismissal. He was also transferred to the Siam plate far away from the Dragon Kingdom mainland, but even if he is unwilling, what can he do? Is there a better way than this? Thank you, Mr. Lu. I will do as you say right away. After a period of dejection, Song Kuan finally accepted the reality and turned around and left the office. Just after he left, Lu Huaqiang winked at the bodyguard beside him. The next second, the bodyguard followed him out. 2 hours later, a personal statement from Song Kuan quickly became popular on the internet. Chapter 41 Mysterious Reward arrived in this video from Song Kuan's personal social account. Song Kuan first admitted his mistakes as a person who made a mistake. This includes hiring internet trolls to discredit Qin Tian and disclosing some of Qin Tian's personal information to marketing accounts, then sincerely apologized to all the media and audiences. As soon as this video appeared, it caused an uproar on the internet. After all, the previous incident involving Qin Tian was really too big a deal. It has almost become known to the entire internet, but Song Kuan now stands up and says that he directed all of this. Even the inflammatory remarks on the internet were initiated by the internet trolls he hired. In an instant, everyone felt as if they had been cheated, especially those who believed the incident as soon as it happened and followed the internet trolls to curse. I suddenly felt like a fool, being laughed at by everyone. Damn it, this really makes us look stupid. If someone calls Qin Tian a 50-cent guy, we who join in the criticism should each receive a lawyer's letter. The internet is so complex, you don't even realize you're being used as a tool. You deserve it. Who told you to just rant without knowing the situation? Especially those disgusting marketing accounts. It's better to put them all in jail for a while. This time I stand by my side, brother Ding Tian. The internet is definitely not a lawless place. Song Kuan is so wicked. He even brought up the matter of Qin Tian's deceased wife just to mess with him. Isn't this just like rubbing salt into someone's wounds? I've always thought this guy looked like a treacherous person, but I never thought he would do such a wicked thing. It's scary to think about it. The agency knows all of the artist's privacy and can expose it at any time. It's a pity that there's no relevant sentencing in Dragon Country's laws. Otherwise, given Song Kuan's level of behavior, he'd deserve to be incarcerated for over a decade. This kind of pleasure, even if I stay in jail for more than 10 years, I still won't feel satisfied. Not long after the entire network was shocked by the statement released by Song Kuan, another piece of news appeared that completely shocked everyone. Just 1 hour later, Tianying Entertainment issued an obituary stating that its former vice president, Mr. Song Kuan, had unfortunately died in a car accident on his way to the police station to surrender. When people saw this news, their first reaction was disbelief. How could it be such a coincidence that the person passed away not long after the statement was issued? But the police soon issued an accident notice. Now everyone has to believe it even if they don't want to immediately. Netizens were in an uproar again. Oh my god, retribution comes so quickly, this is too cool. Although this may not be appropriate, I still want to say, well done. As expected, bitches will be punished by heaven. This time, God reacted quickly. Those trolls on the internet, please be careful, you might end up like Song Kuan. It's simply modern-day karma. I should add Brother Tion here and let Brother Tion come and witness it in person. While netizens were applauding, Shin Tian also saw the same news. However, his reaction was not what netizens imagined. Although he did not expect Song Kuan's statement in sudden death, he was not too surprised and did not even take it too seriously. As early as when those remarks that slandered him appeared on the internet, he had already roughly guessed that it was Song Kuan who did it. After all, he had only been in this world for a few days, and his original body was a person who didn't like to cause trouble. Apart from Song Kuan, he really couldn't think of anyone else who wanted to mess with him like this, but even so, he never felt that what Song Kuan did could affect him. In comparison, a question that he cares more about is how to solve the time bomb of cancer. Thinking of this, he quickly looked at the system interface. After several previous missions, his straight man index has accumulated tens of thousands of points. The only thing missing is a medical secondary career. By the way, system, didn't you tell me before that I had a mysterious reward that would arrive today? The deadline is almost here, but I haven't even seen the shadow of the reward. As if it had heard Shin Tian's request, the system, which had been silent all the time, responded to him for once. Host, please don't worry. Since the mysterious reward is quite special, the method of delivery will also be quite special. It is expected to be delivered soon. Not long after the system answered Shin Tian's question, Huang Dafeng's voice came from outside the room. Brother Tian, please read the statement released by the movie channel. In just 2 seconds, Huang Dafeng's huge body squeezed in from outside the door. As soon as he entered the room, he quickly handed the phone to Shin Tian. Suddenly, a blog from the Longhua Film Channel appeared in front of Huang Dafeng. The content of the blog is very brief, and the main points are two. One is to review some of the remarks made previously and to apologize to Shin Tian personally. The second point was to highly praise the touching love between Shin Tian and Xiaoyu, and vaguely revealed that this story will be adapted into a movie. Brother Tianer, you can now be said to be the only artist who has been mentioned by the sixth princess twice in a row. Only those movie stars can compare with you in terms of appearances. Huang Dafeng kept talking while reading the comments below. But I think the sixth princess is just talking. I've never heard of a movie channel adapting someone's personal love story into a movie. While Huang Dafeng was chattering, Shin Tian vaguely felt that this might be the precursor to the mysterious reward mentioned by the system, but if that's the case, then this reward is a bit too lame. Of course, if someone pays for the adaptation rights, then just pretend he never said that. Just as he thought of this, the cell phone he placed aside suddenly rang. Thinking of the 30 billion incident before, Shin Tian answered the phone immediately. As soon as the call was connected, a male voice came from the other end. Excuse me, is this Mr. Shin Tian? I'm Li Hui, the production director of the Dragon Country Film Channel. Our film channel recently has a film unit planned for the True Love film season. After watching your live broadcast yesterday, I was deeply moved. It's hard to imagine that in this day and age, there are still such pure emotions. So I'm very presumptuous to ask you, if our movie channel is willing to fund the adaptation of your story into a movie, would you be willing to accept it? Of course, if you are concerned about the quality of the film, we can let you supervise the filming of the film throughout. We will fully respect your opinions on the casting and plot of the film. As compensation, we are willing to give 30% of the film's total box office. Listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, Shin Tian knew that the mysterious reward mentioned by the system had arrived. Otherwise, he had never heard of any producer using the total box office as compensation. This is the system giving him money in various ways. Chapter 42. Be more handsome than me. 2 days have passed since Shin Tian's last broadcast. After these 2 days, the popularity of Shin Tian on the internet has not diminished at all, but has continued to increase. Whether it is about his compendium of materia medica fitness exercises or his love stories, they have always dominated the hot lists of major social software. Especially his love story with Xiaoyu, which has almost become the traffic password for those marketing accounts. Netizens are urging the release of related movies and TV series. As the person involved, Shin Tian is madly added by fans every day. Even his Holang blog account, which he hadn't logged into in 10,000 years, gained 5 million followers overnight. But even in this situation, Shin Tian seemed to have disappeared again within 2 days. Not only were there no updates on various social media accounts, but even the Douyin live broadcast was not open just when everyone was worried that Shin Tian might have fallen. Again, a program preview from the Longwa Movie Channel attracted everyone's attention. The special guest of the light and shadow storytelling on April 23 is Chin Tian. Let us savor the slow cooking in the fast food era. There is also a large poster below the trailer, and the person on the poster is either Chin Tian, who has disappeared for 2 days, or someone else. As soon as this program preview was released, the comments section below exploded. I was wondering why Brother Tian disappeared again. It seems he's on the show again. It really is the sixth princess. Other programs treat Brother Tian like a disaster, but they actually took the initiative to invite Brother Tian to be on the show. This is the situation. They even took the initiative to apologize to Brother Tian before. Light and shadow storytelling, if I remember correctly, this program originally seemed to be dedicated to telling movie stories. Are they really going to adapt Brother Tian's story into a movie? Of course, they've already invited Brother Tian, so a movie adaptation is a sure thing. Wow, this is amazing. The story I just followed was immediately adapted into a movie. What an efficiency! Wow, Brother Tian's story is so tear-jerking. I've watched the live video over and over again. Looking forward to it. The show is surprisingly scheduled for 8 o'clock tonight, and it's broadcast on both TV and the internet. That's awesome. I just happen to have nothing to do tonight. Nice, I'll stay in front of the TV today. No one can take my TV away. Amid the enthusiastic anticipation of countless netizens, time quickly came to 8 o'clock in the evening. Before this moment arrived, a large number of netizens had already been waiting in front of their TVs or mobile electronic devices. As the leader in the short video industry, the Douyin platform has unprecedentedly obtained the online broadcasting rights. This resulted in nearly tens of millions of netizens flocking into the live broadcast room as soon as the live broadcast began. The ratings of Longwa Movie Channel also began to soar rapidly, and it was at this time that the show officially began. As the female host Jinwei entered the stage, the audience immediately burst into warm applause. Light and shadow storytelling, telling the stories behind the movies. Today's episode is a little special because the movie we're going to talk about has only one name so far. It has never been released and has never been seen by a large audience, but I believe that the vast majority of audiences have already known this story. Now, we would like to invite Chin Tian, the prototype of the story of the movie A Cloud Made of Rain in the Sky. When the female host Jinwei finished speaking, Chin Tian, dressed in formal attire, walked from behind the scenes to the center of the stage. Chin Tian's appearance officially brought the show to a climax. The number of people watching the program on major online platforms has skyrocketed, and the number of online people in Douyin's official broadcast room alone has reached 20 million. Hello everyone, I'm Chin Tian. This time I was asked by the movie channel to participate in the production of the movie. This time I will be the creator of the whole story and also the listener. Thank you for your support. After a brief opening speech, Chin Tian turned around and sat on the sofa beside him. The host Jinwei sat opposite him. As soon as she sat down, she said with a smile, "Chin Tian, I've invited you to be a special consultant for this film. I wonder if you're nervous." Just as she finished asking this question, a system prompt came to Chin Tian's mind. A temporary interview task has been triggered. Please answer the questions with your truest thoughts. Every time you complete a round of tasks, in addition to gaining a straight man index, you will also receive a secondary job fragment. Collecting 10 secondary job fragments will randomly unlock a secondary job. Hearing the system prompt, Chin Tian was stunned for a moment, then he felt happy. I didn't expect that making a show could trigger such a task. Although it is not a direct way to start a secondary profession, it is also very good to be able to accumulate fragments. Thinking of this, Chin Tian quickly replied seriously, "I'm not nervous. Strictly speaking, I don't feel anything." Although Jinwei was a little surprised by his answer, she didn't think there was any big problem. "So which parts of this movie do you think are the most important?" After a pause, Jinwei continued to ask. "The most important thing, of course, is the selection of characters and the restoration of the plot." Chin Tian answered without even thinking that he believes that these are also the 2 points that most viewers are most concerned about. Jinwei nodded in agreement. "Then what kind of requirements do you think actors must meet to play the roles of Chin Tian and Xiaoyu? Or in your mind, who do you think is more suitable to play these two roles?" After this question was raised, not only Jinwei, But also the audience who were watching the show at the moment were very curious. However, Shin Taeyeon's next answer caught them off guard. I think if someone wants to play myself in a movie, one of the requirements is to be handsome. And he's not just handsome, he has to be extremely handsome, otherwise the audience will be distracted. After all, the audience has already accepted my handsome character. If they were to find an unattractive male star to play the role, they might as well have chosen me. After hearing Shin Taeyeon's answer, neither Jinwei nor the audience knew what to say. On the one hand, they felt that this answer seemed to have some problems, but on the other hand, they felt that this answer seemed to have no problems. Thinking about it carefully, what Shin Taeyeon said seemed to be true. After all, his looks are not only recognized by the entertainment industry, but even netizens think that he is one of the most handsome men in Dragon Country. His handsomeness is also his biggest feature. If a male star who is not so handsome is found to play him, the audience will really be distracted. The audience just wants to say one thing: he is pretending again. Chapter 43. She doesn't deserve it. There are not many male actors in the Longway entertainment industry who have outstanding acting skills and abilities and are of similar age to Shin Taeyeon, but if you look for them, you can find a few, but if you add the condition of appearance, it will be basically difficult to find a suitable one. The audience knows this, and Jinwei knows it too, but Shin Taeyeon said this in public, which caused big problems when casting for the movie in the future. For a moment, Jinwei didn't know what to say to save the situation, but at this moment, Shin Taeyeon took the initiative to speak again. If that doesn't work, I think Yang Yang is okay. In terms of acting, he's a professional, and in terms of looks, he's only slightly inferior to me. If he were to play me, I could barely accept it. As soon as Shin Taeyeon finished speaking, Jinwei and the audience who were watching the show were dumbfounded. He could barely accept letting Yang Yang play him. What do you mean by Yang Yang? It's not bad. Yang Yang is now a popular young actor in the Longway entertainment circle. Even when Shin Taeyeon was at his peak, his popularity and traffic could not be compared with his. They are the real top streamers, and the fans of Yang Yang in the audience were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I really don't know whether Shin Taeyeon is praising Yang Yang or criticizing him. I'm a little confused too. If someone said that about Yangzi, I would probably just start cursing. Ha, just take it as a compliment. He's actually denying all the male stars in the entertainment industry and only acknowledging our Yangzi. When you think about it, it really is a testament to Yangzi. Everyone knows that Shin Taeyeon always tells the truth, so if he says Yangzi can do it, then Yangzi really can do it. This is a great endorsement. Let's be honest, Shin Taeyeon's looks are truly top tier among male stars in the domestic entertainment industry. Yangzi is only slightly inferior to him, but he's still top tier anyway. Goddamn ceiling level. Thinking about it this way, we have to thank Shin Taeyeon for his recognition. And I really think our Yangzi is suitable for the role of Shin Taeyeon. I think he should be able to play it well. So, before the film even gets approved, our Yangzi's role as the male lead has already been decided? The prototype has already been chosen. How could there be any difference? Then I will thank Brother Taeyeon on behalf of our Yang Bao. Thank you, Brother Taeyeon. Perhaps Shin Taeyeon himself did not expect that his heartfelt words would receive a wave of thanks from fans of other celebrities. Of course, it was not just Yang Yang's fans. Other audiences also felt that Shin Taeyeon was a bit too immodest at first. After hearing his words, after realizing it, I felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong with what Shin Taeyeon said. After a moment of hesitation, Jinwei realized that the audience seemed to have no opinion on Shin Taeyeon's answer. After thinking about it, he continued. You're leaning towards Yang Yang for the male actor, but do you have any suitable candidates for the female actor? Hearing Jinwei's question, Shin Taeyeon frowned slightly. The images of various actresses began to flash in his mind. Just as he was lost in thought, Jinwei suddenly brought up a name. I remember you seem to have worked with Lu Chenxi before. Her image should be quite suitable for Xia Yu. She also studied acting and has a rather delicate build. Even director Zhang praised her for her exceptional talent. Shin Taeyeon didn't react much to Jinwei's proposal, but the audience had already started discussing it. I think it's okay. Lu Chenxi is one of the 4 young actresses and looks delicate and gentle, which is perfect for the role of Xia Yu. I think so too. She and Yang Yang should be a good match. This is a good suggestion, host. The female lead was chosen right away. And in terms of age, if I remember correctly, Lu Chenxi should be the same age as Xia Yu, so there's no sense of incongruity. I'm very satisfied with these two roles, so let's just leave it at that. Filming will start tomorrow and it will be online next month. But why do I feel like Brother Tian doesn't seem very satisfied? What's there to be dissatisfied about? I think Lu Chensi is pretty good. That's normal. No matter how well she performs, she's not the girl of my dreams. Just when the audience unanimously agreed with the host's proposal, Shin Tian suddenly shook his head, then he said something that shocked everyone. No, she doesn't deserve it. The three words "she doesn't deserve it" sounded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears, especially those who previously thought that Lu Chensi was very suitable for the role of Xiao Yu. In an instant, all the audience went wild. Oh my god, how could Brother Tian say such a thing? Even if you don't approve of someone, you wouldn't say such a thing. Yeah, how can Lu Chensi not be worthy? She's not bad looking and has so many representative works at such a young age. To be honest, Lu Chensi has surpassed 90% of the actresses her age. Even those who are older than her may not be as good as her in acting. It's a bit too hurtful to say that she doesn't deserve it. Brother Tian's mouth. Sometimes being mean is not the same as being honest. I hope Qin Tian apologizes for what he just said. I'm really sick of hearing you say that to a little girl. Although I like Brother Tian and Sister Xiaoyu's love story, I still think Qin Tian's words just now were a bit too much. I may not be able to perfectly portray his lover, but I will definitely not do a bad job. Maybe it's bloated. Just as public opinion was overwhelmingly condemning Qin Tian, Jinwei's expression also obviously turned a little ugly. Openly slandering other artists in such an occasion has somewhat damaged Qin Tian's impression in her mind. However, out of professionalism, she still put on a smile and said, "Why do I say that to you? Is it because you and he had some unpleasant experiences in the past? Aside from your personal reasons, I think she is very suitable for the role." But before she could finish her words, Qin Tian shook his head again. No, the reason I think she's unworthy isn't because of anything I personally think of her. In fact, my previous collaboration with her was quite pleasant, and I had a good impression of her. Then why do you say she's unworthy? Jinwei's face was full of confusion, but she soon regretted asking this question. Because I think she has serious moral issues. Her parents once defaulted on medical bills, causing a girl to delay treatment and become paralyzed for life. Many people in our circle know about this. If you don't believe me, you can search for the whole story of the Jichuan dance class incident in 2013. The teacher of the dance class that caused the incident was her mother. Some of you may say that misfortune should not reach children, but many people forget the previous sentence, which is that benefits should not reach children. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted her to go to school in the capital and help her debut, I believe that girl should have received timely treatment instead of just having to watch other people's daughters have a bright future. As soon as Qin Tian finished speaking, all the audience was in an uproar. Chapter 44. You can always trust the entertainment industry. No one expected that the reason why Qin Tian refused Lu Chensi to play the role of Xiaoyu was so shocking. If what Qin Tian said was true, then the image Lu Chensi had built up over the years would collapse. She went from being one of the foremost talented and promising young actresses of our time to the daughter of a deadbeat dad. Moreover, her situation is far worse than that of an average deadbeat, although he had the money to pay for medical expenses. He deliberately delayed payment, causing others to delay treatment and become paralyzed for life. This makes people feel chilled to the bone. However, there are still many people who express doubts about Qin Tian's statement, especially those fans of Lu Chensi. Are you kidding me? You're just saying something like this that has no factual basis. That's right, how could our Chensi be such a person? She has always been a good girl, okay? I don't believe it. Is there any evidence to prove that the dance teacher who committed the crime is Lu Chensi's mother? It really comes out of my mouth. This kind of thing is subject to legal liability. Qin Tian added, as if he had already anticipated that the audience would doubt his statement. Information is so developed now, even though their family spent a lot of money to suppress the incident back then. But you can still find out if you want to. And you can see the 18-year compulsory enforcement list on their local government website, and his parents are on it. In addition, there is a request for help posted by the victim's family on the Xinchu official website. The family has used up all their savings on the girl's medical treatment and now relies on a 400 yuan subsidy each month to survive. If you guys really like Luchency, just go to the website and donate some money to the girl's family. It'll be a good deed for her. Having said that, there was already a hint of anger in Qin Tian's words. These memories were left to him by his original body. If they were not deeply engraved in his memory, he would never have imagined that a person could be so vicious. While he allowed his own daughter to live a life of luxury, he was in arrears with the medical expenses of other people's daughters. Your own daughter has a bright future, while other people's daughters are paralyzed for life. Qin Tian would really feel disgusted if such a person were to play Xiao Yu.So. The sentence, "she doesn't deserve it," was also his truest thought right after he said this. Netizens quickly searched for relevant information on the internet. Although the internet has no memory, everything leaves a trace. It didn't take long before the news about Luchency's parents was dug out by netizens. Not only was it revealed that his parents had owed people medical bills, but even some of her dark history from her school days was dug up. After learning all this, netizens were stunned by the ironclad facts before them. Oh my god, I didn't know this until I searched, and now I'm shocked. How can people be so evil? It would have been fine if he hadn't taken the initiative to pay compensation, but he refused to comply with the court's order, and it wasn't until 5 years later that he was forced to do so. That injured girl waited for 5 years. If her family really was struggling, that would be understandable. But the problem is that for the past 5 years, she's been attending a prestigious school in the capital, wearing luxury brands. It's really ironic. They are the same age, but he has been paralyzed in bed, while she can rely on her parents' support to pursue her dream in the entertainment industry. Her dream was exchanged for other people's lives. Not only that, her classmates also revealed that she bullied classmates in high school, and there are pictures as evidence. Even her age was fake. She deliberately made herself 2 years younger. Brother Tian is the one who dares to speak out. No other celebrity dares to speak out like this for others. Of course, Luchency is currently in the limelight. She has big capital backing her and is being promoted by several big directors in the industry. She's like a little princess. Who would dare to offend her? Damn. I actually hesitated a bit about what Brother Tian said before. I am such a piece of shit. Fruit vendor in the entertainment industry, do you think you're called the #1 melon farmer in the entertainment industry for nothing? Can Brother Tian still sell you raw melons? Look at the whole entertainment industry right now. Where can you find melons? Only Brother Tian's melons are both ripe and filling. Brother Tian is really awesome. He has already picked 2 of the 4 most popular young actresses in the entertainment industry. Suyi and Luchency have both fallen out of favor. There won't be any problems with the 2 flowers at the back, will there? Waiting for Brother Tian's new news as more and more netizens learned the truth of the matter. Luchency's reputation suddenly plummeted. Recalling what Qin Tian had said before, that she didn't deserve it, the audience immediately felt that he was absolutely right. She really doesn't deserve to play the role of Xiao Yu.At this point. Netizens and audiences had had enough of cursing, but Jinwei, the host of the show, felt somewhat embarrassed. How could a good light and shadow storytelling show turn into a complaining conference? Moreover, the capital behind this young star Luchency has some relationship with their station. This time I have completely offended them. Qin Tian, who was barefoot, was not afraid, but she, who was wearing shoes, was afraid. At this moment, she regretted asking that question. I've known for a long time that Qin Tian is famous for being outspoken in the entertainment industry, but I never thought he was really so bold. At this moment, she had made up her mind that from now on, she would not ask Qin Tian any questions. In order to quickly ease the awkwardness on the scene, she had to start the next step. Qin Tian, I know there are still many regrets in your story with Xiaoyu. And we have prepared a special gift for you this time. Please look at the big screen. Jinwei had just finished speaking when the lights in the studio suddenly dimmed. The next second, the big screen right in front of Qin Tian lit up. What appeared on the big screen at this moment was a scene that was very familiar to him. On the big screen, Xiaoyu was walking slowly in a wedding dress, while Qin Tian, in a suit, was kneeling on one knee with flowers and a ring in his hand. Xiaoyu, will you marry me? I do. Accompanied by soft music, Qin Tian and Xiaoyu completed the most beautiful oath. What flashed by next was the scene of their wedding and a series of wedding photos in different styles. As he watched, Chin Tian's eyes couldn't help but turn red. The audience outside the venue was even more excited than Chin Tian himself, even though they knew that these were all synthesized and edited through technology. No matter what, this fulfilled Xiaoyu's last wish before his death. At this time, the same words flashed through the minds of many people. Perhaps this is the true meaning of technological progress. Editing can be full of kindness. Chapter 45, dominating the topic list. Looking at the carefully edited photos on the screen, everyone couldn't help but think of the 2 videos Xiaoyu had recorded before his death. In the video, she was so eager to have a wedding of her own with Chin Tian, and she was also so eager to take a set of wedding photos with Chin Tian. Now these 2 wishes have been realized in the hands of the post-production staff of the film channel. Such a touching scene made many viewers shed tears. I suddenly understand why so many people are praising the 6th princess. It really works when something happens. I give a thumbs up to the 6th princess for this. So heartwarming. The happiest person should be Chin Tian. Of course I do. What could be happier than fulfilling your loved one's wish? While the audience was sighing with emotion, Chin Tian was indeed just as they thought. He was indeed very happy at this moment, but this happiness is not entirely due to the actions of the movie channel. It was also because of the system prompt I just received. Congratulations to the host for answering the question perfectly. This round, you have obtained 10 secondary occupation fragments. Host, would you like to synthesize a new subclass immediately? Looking at the 10 glittering fragments on the system panel, Chin Tian suppressed his excitement. I silently said in my heart, synthesis. As he gave the order, the fragments began to come together in the next second. After a flash of white light, the image of a young man wearing glasses and typing on a keyboard appeared in front of him. Looking at the image of this young man, Chin Tian's expression was obviously stunned for a moment. Although the system has not yet given a name for this secondary profession, but judging from the professional image, it is definitely not a profession related to doctors. While he was disappointed, he couldn't help but feel a little curious. What kind of job is this? It can't be a programmer. In Chin Tian's opinion, there are only a few professions that require dealing with computers. The next second, relevant career information appeared in Chin Tian's mind. After he fully accepted all the information, he almost cursed out of anger. Senior online writer, urban. After using it, you can immediately obtain the relevant skills of a high-level online writer, and there will be additional effects when writing urban harem novels. What the hell is this? What's the point of giving me a secondary job as an online writer, especially one that focuses on urban harems? After a period of depression, Chin Tian quickly recovered. Anyway, he didn't have much hope for these 10 fragments before it. Just as he was thinking about how to make his side job as an online writer more valuable, the lights in the studio suddenly lit up. The next second, the audience burst into thunderous applause. It took several seconds for the applause to stop. After the applause stopped, Jinwei did not ask Chin Tian any more questions. She just answered casually and ended the show hastily. There is no way. Now not only is she afraid, but even the leaders in the station are afraid. I was afraid that Chin Tian would say nonsense on the show again. Not if this was a recorded broadcast, it would be fine and could be edited, but this time they chose to broadcast it live at the same time. In just a few moments, the station leader's phone was almost blown up. Although the show has ended, the impact of this episode has just begun. Especially after the clips of Chin Tian's interview were shared by netizens overnight. These clips basically all became hot searches. As the live broadcast platform of the program, 5 of the top 10 topics on Douyin are related to Chin Tian. 1. The popular young actress Lu Chenxi is caught up in a public opinion storm, and her image may collapse. 2. The film A Cloud Made of Rain in the Sky has been officially launched. 3. The film became popular before it was even filmed, and Chin Tian handpicked the male lead, saying that he was only slightly inferior to him. 4. The whole story of the Jichuan City dance class incident. 5. Yang Yang publicly expressed his gratitude to Chin Tian and said that he was very interested in the role of Chin Tian. Apart from the top 5, the rest are more or less related to Chin Tian. This is enough to show how popular Chin Tian is on the internet in Longhua now. Of course, the most hotly debated issue was the one where Lu Chenxi's parents defaulted on their debt, causing the innocent girl to become paralyzed for life. As soon as Chin Tian exposed this matter, Starlight Entertainment, which Lu Chenxi relied on, began to do public relations work, but netizens cannot resist the high attention paid to this matter. No matter how they explain, netizens have no intention of giving up. Just when Starlight Entertainment was trying its best to minimize the impact of the incident, Chin Tian, who had just planned to have a good 2 days in the capital, suddenly received a call. Hello, is this Mr. Chin Tian? I'm a staff member of the Dragon Country Charity Federation. The day after tomorrow, which is the 25th, we will have an annual charity dinner in the capital. The purpose is to thank people from all walks of life for their support of Longwas charity. Now we sincerely invite you to attend our dinner as our special guest. We also hope that you can attend the groundbreaking ceremony of the Sunny Day Charity Foundation. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Chin Tian did not suspect that he was a telecom fraudster this time, because he already knew about this matter a long time ago. Okay, I understand. What's the specific time and place? We will write the specific time and place on the invitation, and we will have someone deliver the dinner invitation to you later. The staff on the other end of the phone said very politely. I still need an invitation. Could you please send me an extra one? Yes, he's my friend, his last name is Huang Dafeng. We are currently staying at the Little Swan Hotel in the Imperial Capital, room number 2307. Okay, then I'll wait for your staff at the hotel. Chin Tian had just hung up the phone when Huang Dafeng leaned over. As expected of my brother Tianer, he even brought me along when he went to a banquet. There should be a lot of delicious food at the dinner hosted by the Charity Federation. Huang Dafeng started drooling as he spoke. These days, he has been led by Chin Tian to lose weight, and it is rare for him to see meat, but before he could get excited for long, Chin Tian said seriously, I can take you there, but you can only eat low-calorie foods. I'm not allowed to touch any desserts, alcohol, or staple foods. Don't worry. For such a high-level dinner, low-calorie food is definitely indispensable. Then I'll just catch some lobsters and eat them. That should be fine, right? Huang Dafeng suddenly frowned again while smiling. Speaking of which, there will definitely be a lot of celebrities attending this kind of dinner. You've offended quite a few people recently. Be careful then. Hearing Huang Dafeng's words, Chin Tian looked indifferent. What are you afraid of? I'm a terminally ill cancer patient who could die at any moment. They should be afraid of me. Whoever dares to mess with me, I will just lie down next to him. Of course, this is not the only reason why Chin Tian is so arrogant, but there was another reason that he couldn't tell Huang Dafeng because he was afraid that Huang Dafeng would think he was bragging. 666 Huang Dafeng could only give Chin Tian a thumbs up with admiration for his open-mindedness. Chapter 46, a charity dinner with a huge impact. Just as Chin Tian received a call from the Charity Federation, in the top floor office of the Tianying Entertainment Building, Su Yi, whose makeup was slightly smudged, was carefully brewing the tea in front of her. Lu Huaxiang, smoking a cigar, sat on the leather sofa with his legs stretched out. I didn't expect Chin Tian to be so outspoken. However, this time he dragged Lu Chenxi and the star behind her into the water, which is a good thing for us. Netizens have limited energy. As long as they continue to focus on Lu Chenxi's trivial matters, they will soon forget about yours. When Su Yi heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. Ever since Chin Tian revealed her secrets last time, she has completely disappeared from the media. Even the social media accounts have not been updated. The purpose is to reduce her presence and hope that the audience will forget her negative news, but in this way, all the popularity she had accumulated with great difficulty was gone. Not if she disappears for another 2 days. No one will remember her. Thinking of this, she quickly said, then should I try to appear on camera and make my presence felt? Isn't the company collaborating on a project with Little Tangren recently? I heard they have a historical romance film coming out soon. Let's see if we can. But before she could finish her words, Lu Huaxiang interrupted her. Don't have any thoughts in the last 3 months. Let me cool you down first. My plan is this. By the end of this month, I will get you a qualification to study at the Imperial Capital Film Academy. Then I'll ask some media and marketing accounts to promote you. Take this opportunity to practice your lines for me. When Su Yi heard Lu Huaxiang's arrangement, he immediately looked reluctant. Although studying at a film academy can add points to one's image, the exposure is too low. Even if it makes the news, it will only be some minor details at most. There is simply no comparison with before. Fortunately, Lu Huaxiang's next words made her mood slightly better. In 2 days there will be a charity dinner sponsored by the Charity Federation. With the influence of the Charity Federation, the people who will be present will be celebrities and elites from all walks of life. All domestic media outlets, big and small, will probably be there. We, Tianying, are also invited this time. I will take you there when the time comes. You should seize the opportunity. Suyi could already imagine the scene at the dinner party without Lu Huaxiang explaining it in detail. That if you can make good use of it, you might be able to make a comeback and even take the opportunity to expand your network. Just as Suyi was thinking about how to use this opportunity to increase her exposure, a big hand had already wrapped around her slender waist. Although it is only a semi-official organization, the Longhua Charity Federation still has considerable influence in Longhua. The charity dinner it holds every year is not only a good opportunity for the celebrities and elites of Dragon Country to increase their reputation, but also a large-scale cross-industry exchange meeting. After all, the minimum standard for being able to appear at the dinner is to donate no less than 1 million to the Charity Federation every year. Therefore, receiving an invitation to a dinner from the Charity Federation is a matter of pride for anyone, especially for those celebrities in the entertainment industry. On this day, a large number of celebrities posted their invitation letters one after another. Among them were Su Yi and Lu Chenxi, who had just been exposed by Qin Tian.as for the celebrities' behavior of posting invitation letters. Netizens have mixed reactions. It's that time of year again to show off your wealth. It feels like I'm on the charts in a game. Indeed, a few years ago I thought this dinner was quite meaningful, but now it seems to be just a new way for these rich people to show off. A 1 million yuan ticket is indeed something worth showing off. You can't say that. They did donate money, and the money was spent where it should be spent. As long as these 2 points are met, I think this activity is still meaningful. That makes sense. After all, they've already spent their money. Whether it's sincere or not, as long as many people benefit from it, that's fine. That is, since they've already spent the money, I think it's fine to give them a little bit of a reputational reward. They do the charity work with money, and we get the compliments for free. That's great, keep it up. I also think this move by the Charity Federation is quite clever. There are so few people willing to donate anonymously. Now that they have organized a dinner, everyone in the country will know that they donated. It's like setting a precedent. The enthusiasm of wealthy people to donate didn't increase all at once. I looked at the charitable donation data in recent years. After the charity dinner, the donation amount has gradually increased. This year, it has soared to 100 billion. Who said there are no silent donors? Didn't Brother Tian quietly donate 8 million? And I didn't even see him at the charity dinner 2 years ago. I don't know if Brother Tian will go this year. I didn't see Brother Tian posting the invitation, so he probably won't go. Even if Brother Tian received an invitation, given his low-key personality, he wouldn't post the invitation letter. Low-key? Brother Tian? Do you have any misunderstanding about low-key? Ha ha ha, I really hope Brother Tian will go. Su Yi, Lu Chenxi, Chen Ming, Gao Qin, all of Brother Tian's old acquaintances have received invitations. I want to see them get together. It's a fight, but I also want to see what it's like when they meet. It must be very interesting. Wait for Douyin's live broadcast. Speaking of which, Brother Tian seems to have disappeared again these past 2 days. Every time Brother Tian disappears, I think he's gone to plant melons for us. There must be something big going on when Tian Gu disappears. Who will be the winner this time? My blind guess is Reba and Naza. 3 bets, show off, brother. No, go at Brother Tian and see what he does. Just when netizens were full of curiosity and anticipation about this charity dinner, Qin Tian, who had disappeared from the public for 2 days, appeared in a suit shop. If he was just attending a dinner party, he might not even bother to get a formal suit, but this time he is not only a special guest, but also responsible for the foundation's groundbreaking ceremony that's going to be on camera. If he were still wearing casual clothes, it would be a bit unreasonable. Of course, if he was the only one choosing a suit, it would probably only take a few minutes. The problem is that this time he also brought Huang Dafeng. Just when Qin Tian had just picked out a suit that he was satisfied with, Huang Dafeng's cry for help came from the fitting room next to him. Brother Tianer, come and help me, I'm stuck and can't get out. Before Qin Tian could pull him out, he heard a loud bang. The next second, as he watched in shock, a fitting room next to him collapsed. No need, I'm coming out. Chapter 47, Stars gather Pango Hotel in Imperial Capital. as one of the most luxurious hotels in the capital, is also the host hotel for this charity dinner. It was only 6 o'clock in the evening, and luxury cars were already gathered outside the hotel. There are 3 layers of security personnel inside and outside, probably more than 100 people. But it's not the hotel's fault for being too nervous. The people who appeared here today are not ordinary people, they are either top businessmen, celebrities, or popular stars, and the scene is even bigger than some film festivals. Reporters from major media outlets also grabbed their seats early on. Whenever a familiar face appears, a row of flashing lights appears. Over there, Mr. Zhang from the Rambo Group, take some quick photos. I heard that Rambo Group is doing pretty well this year and might be among the top 500 next year. Isn't that Ko Tiaochen? Why is he here so early? Ko Tiaochen? Who is that? Chen Ming, everyone in the circle calls him Ko Tiaochen now. For someone of his caliber, he definitely has to come earlier, otherwise he won't even be able to get on camera. Yeah, those who came late were all the big guys. After they come out, who would want to take pictures of a middle-aged greasy guy like him? I heard that the 4 little flowers will be here today, so I'll take more pictures of them then. What 4 little flowers? 2 of them have already wilted, leaving Xiaofeng and Xiaomai as the only ones who are still safe. A wilted little flower is still a little flower. She's much prettier than those aunties who pretend to be young. That sounds quite reasonable. I'll give them more pats when the time comes. I guess they're here to compete with each other today. Amid the discussions of a group of entertainment reporters, celebrities who can only be seen on TV and the internet appeared one after another on the red carpet in front of Pangu Hotel, and these people will more or less stay in front of the media camera for a few seconds in order to capture more shots. However, reporters will not take pictures of all people. For example, people like Chen Ming have obviously not been doing well in recent years and have no news value, so the flash will basically only flash twice symbolically. In response, Chen Ming could only smile awkwardly and then quickly walk down the red carpet. However, just as he walked down the red carpet, the shutter sounds became more and more frequent. The next second, a young girl with pure looks and wearing a silver evening gown with highlights appeared on the red carpet. The girl stayed on the red carpet for 3 seconds, and during these 3 seconds, the reporters' cameras never stopped. Seeing this scene, a scornful smile suddenly appeared on Chen Ming's face. TSK, she's just the daughter of a deadbeat who got into the entertainment industry by sucking other people's blood. What's there to be proud of? No matter how popular you are, you'll still be bitten by Qin Tian just like me. Chen Ming was furious when he thought about the reporters who had just been talking nonsense. He has been in the entertainment industry for so many years and has always had a good reputation. Unexpectedly, when he reached middle age, his reputation was ruined by a young boy. Fortunately, within 2 days, the news about him was covered up. This made him feel both fortunate and a little helpless. After all, the entertainment industry belongs to young people. With the appearance of Lu Chenxi, more and more popular stars walked onto the red carpet, and even the entertainment reporters became overwhelmed. Best Actor, Best Actress, TV King, TV Queen, Evergreen in the music industry, Popular Young Actor, Leading Actress of a certain TV station. These people who would never be able to appear in the same frame on normal days all gathered together, and each of them wants to show their most perfect side in front of the camera, especially those female stars. Their makeup and looks are more stunning than each other. It's as if they treat this place as their show venue. Among them, for small flowers such as Suya are the most popular. Even those veteran actresses can hardly be said to be better than them in this regard. They also receive the most media attention at present, but even so, the people present knew that the people who appeared now were not the focus of the dinner, because no matter how famous these people are today, they are still far inferior to the real rich and celebrities. As everyone waited, time came to 7 o'clock in the evening, with only half an hour left before the dinner started. This time, the appearance of a luxury car attracted the attention of everyone present. Although this luxury car is not the most luxurious one so far, everyone's attention is no longer on the luxury car itself. Instead, it was placed on the seemingly ordinary license plate number. As long as you are in the circle of the imperial capital, no one can ignore the meaning of this license plate number. As a figure walked out of the luxury car, everyone's attention was immediately focused on him. Media reporters also started taking photos frantically, fearing that they would miss important shots if they were late. I didn't expect that President Qin would be here in person this time. I thought it was his son who was here again. I guess he's not too sure about young Master Qin. Last year, I remember young Master Qin hooked up with that guy at a charity dinner. That's true. One more daughter-in-law every time I come here, who can stand that? But to be honest, if I had a dad like this, I would be even better at having fun than him. Speaking of dad, I wonder when my father will show up. Boss Chin is here, so my father should be here soon. There are no more than 10 people in the entire Dragon Country who can attract the attention of so many people at the same time, and the only person with the surname Chin is Chin Hai, the leader of the contemporary jeweling group. As a century-old prestigious family in the imperial capital, the Chin family almost monopolizes most of the real estate industry in the imperial capital and most of the insurance industry in Dragon Country, although Chin Hai's name does not appear on any wealth lists, no one dares to underestimate Chin Hai's financial resources. Just as the media reporters were discussing the matter, Chin Hai, who was walking hurriedly, was greeted by a group of charity association executives and walked into the hotel. Up to now, those who arrived before are still waiting in a special rest area. Only after these real big guys go in can they follow in. Although no one has said this explicitly, they still have this self-awareness. Watching Chin Hai being welcomed in, Lu Huaqiang, who was holding a glass of champagne in the lounge area, was full of envy. This is the real upper class. I don't know if I can ever reach this level in my lifetime. As if he heard Lu Huaqiang's whisper, Su Yi on the side looked puzzled. In terms of assets and influence, Tianying isn't far behind. Perhaps in a few years, Mr. Lu, you will be able to achieve this level. As soon as Su Yi finished speaking, Lu Huaqiang almost spit out a mouthful of champagne. My dear aunt, could you please not bring me into this conversation when you say this? If anyone hears this, Lu Huaqiang, will never be able to hold my head up again. He has a family that has accumulated wealth for 100 years. How can I, who just started out as a melon seller, catch up with him? While Lu Huaqiang and others were waiting anxiously, one by one the bigwigs in the circle walked across the red carpet and were welcomed in by people from the Charity Federation. Among them is Ma Jin of Wanlima Industrial, who was always under the media's attention. After Ma Jin officially entered, the entrance of Pangu Hotel fell silent for a moment. But just when everyone thought that everyone who was supposed to come had arrived, the appearance of a taxi with an imperial capital license instantly attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 48. The mysterious special guest. The dinner was about to start and everyone who was supposed to be there had already arrived. Whether it is a celebrity or a wealthy businessman, it is absolutely impossible to be late for such an occasion. Even the two most famous bosses in Dragon Country have gone in one after another, but at this moment a taxi suddenly drove to the door of the hotel. This undoubtedly confused everyone present. It's impossible that in such an occasion, there are still people who take a taxi. If he was not a participant, it was even less likely that he was a hotel guest. For such a special day, the Charity Federation had already booked the entire hotel. Moreover, it is impossible for the security personnel in front to let in those who do not have invitations. Who is this? Not only did he come so late, but he even took a taxi. You're even later than Mr. Chin and Mr. Ma. This is crazy. Could it be that some 18th tier celebrity did this on purpose to attract attention? That's impossible. Anyone with a bit of common sense wouldn't do something like this in this kind of situation. Those sitting over there are all bigwigs in the entertainment industry. If anyone really does this, do they still want to be in the entertainment industry in the future? That's true. It can't really be a taxi that entered the venue by mistake. If that's the case, then the Pango Hotel is a laughingstock for letting a taxi in. Just when everyone was guessing who was in the taxi driver who had been driving a taxi for decades and called himself Lao Daidu was deeply shocked by the scene. That he had come to Pango Hotel to attract customers before, but he had never seen a scene like today. There were more reporters nearby than people inside the subway station. The luxury cars in the parking lot nearby blinded his eyes. Young man, didn't you say you were here for the banquet? You actually wanted to walk the red carpet, didn't you? I think everyone has left now. It might be hard for you to get in now. How about I just take you back? After saying that, the taxi driver wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just as he finished speaking, a $100 bill was thrown to him from the back row. Okay, master, just drop it off here and we'll go in by ourselves. It's all your fault. You've almost burst the custom-made suit. Now it's so late and everyone is waiting for us to start the meal. After a rustling sound, the taxi driver suddenly felt that the car had risen a lot in height. The tire pressure also became stable, and at this moment, the people waiting outside finally saw the appearance of the person in the taxi. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Even if they racked their brains, they would not have thought that these two people would get out of the car. Oh my god, isn't this Chin Tian? Why is he here? Who is that fat guy in a vest next to him? It's actually Chin Tian. I thought I would never be able to take a picture of him in my lifetime. What's going on here? Did the Charity Federation invite him? That's bullshit. He donated 8 million, so the Charity Federation must have invited him. Even if he was invited, there's no need for him to take a taxi here. This is going to be fun. Suyi and Lu Chenxi are here. I really want to know their reactions when they see Chin Tian. Only he would dare to do such a thing. He's not afraid of anyone now. It's not just that he's not afraid of anyone, now everyone is afraid of him. On the red carpet of the hotel, Chin Tian, who had just pulled Huang Dafeng out of the car, was already sweating profusely, but he couldn't care less now, because the dinner was about to start. Who knows if I can still enter after the time is up? But just when he wanted to walk into the banquet hall quickly, Huang Dafeng next to him showed an embarrassed expression. Brother Tianer, let's slow down. I feel that not only are my clothes a little small, but my pants are also a little tight in the crotch. I'm afraid of breaking the line if I walk too fast. Hearing Huang Dafeng's voice, Chin Tian immediately let out a long sigh helplessly. He could only bite the bullet and walk slowly with Huang Dafeng on the red carpet, but in the eyes of the media and the people at the scene, this scene seemed somewhat deliberate. Oh my god, what is Chin Tian doing? Is he deliberately trying to get on the red carpet? You're walking so slowly, how come you're even more slow-paced than those actresses? I suddenly thought that the two of them, one fat and one thin, were quite funny. Let's take a few more pictures. Yeah, since we've already taken all the photos we need, I might as well take a few more photos of them. It's a small surprise to be able to take pictures of Chin Tian here today. In the eyes of reporters, Chin Tian might not even be ranked among the people present today, but now his popularity is unmatched by anyone else present. It can even be said that whether these celebrities present can make it to the hot list recently depends entirely on whether Chin Tian can reveal some secrets about them. Of course, this is just the opinion of the media reporters. On the other side, the stars in the waiting area were as if they had seen a ghost after seeing Chin Tian, especially old acquaintances such as Su Yi, Lu Chenxi, Chen Ming, Gao Qin, etc. At this moment, their faces looked uglier than each other. Why is this mad dog here? How can someone like him be here? Su Yi was like an old hen with its feathers blown off. If there weren't other people around, she would probably have started cursing. Lu Huashan on the side was much calmer. What's so surprising about this? His coming here won't affect us at all. In an occasion like this, he doesn't even have the chance to speak. I'm afraid of what he might do. Just think of him as coming to eat. After saying that, he gestured to Su Yi to raise the wine glass in his hand and walk to the side with him, and the person coming in that direction was a responsible person from the Charity Federation. At this moment, he was already preparing to lead everyone into the banquet hall. Just when Lu Huashan was about to talk to him, another person walked out of the banquet hall. Immediately, the staff member smiled politely at Lu Huashan and said, Please wait a moment, everyone. We still have a special guest who has not yet entered. Please allow the special guest to enter first. Hearing what the staff member said, everyone in the waiting area was stunned, and a special guest. All those who can become special guests of the Charity Federation are well-known figures, but what they knew had already been walked in. Could it be that there is another big boss they missed? Just when everyone was wondering who this special guest was, the charity executives who had welcomed Chin Hai into the banquet hall came out again. The next second, amid the puzzled gazes of everyone present, these senior executives were already waiting at the end of the red carpet with smiles on their faces. At this moment, a ridiculous idea suddenly appeared in the minds of everyone present. Chapter 49. The boss turned out to be them. With the appearance of the senior leaders of the Charity Federation, the attention that was originally focused on Chin Tian and the other two instantly shifted. Why are they coming out again? Is there another big boss coming? I don't know. We've already made it to the red carpet. Could it be that those people are coming this time too? That's impossible. How could those people possibly attend such an event? That's hard to say. If those big guys weren't coming, they couldn't say they were coming to welcome Chin Tian. That's even more impossible. Although Qin Tian is famous now, his social status is still there. Just point the camera at the hotel entrance. The big boss might be arriving soon. At this moment, both the celebrities in the waiting area and the media reporters at the door were staring at the door, but at this moment, Qin Tian and Huang Dafeng finally walked slowly to the end of the red carpet, looking at the senior executives from the Charity Federation standing in front of him. Huang Dafeng quickly pulled Qin Tian aside. "Brother Tianer, let's go this way so as not to block other people's way." As he spoke, he nodded to the senior executives of the Charity Federation. He originally thought that these senior executives would ignore him, but what he didn't expect was that these charity executives who usually look down on others were all smiling kindly at this moment. The next second they were walking straight towards him. Seeing these people getting closer and closer to him, Huang Dafeng instantly became nervous. At the same time, he did not forget to whisper to Qin Tian cautiously, "Brother Tianer, remember to be polite and sweet-mouthed later. I'll speak first, and you follow my lead." After saying that, he extended his hand to greet her with a smile on his face, but before he could get close, the top leaders of the Charity Association walked right past him. "Mr. Qin, I finally waited for you today. This is the first time I see you in person. You are indeed a handsome man. A young talent. Thank you for your continued strong support for the Charity Federation. I've heard of your name for a long time." If Huang Dafeng hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really couldn't believe that these people who were surrounding Qin Tian and constantly greeting him were the bigwigs of the Charity Federation. These are clearly a group of neighborhood uncles that you only meet during the Chinese New Year. Qin Tian is the child from another family who has good grades. At this moment, they were almost stuffing red envelopes into Qin Tian's hands. The other people present also felt the same incredible feeling as Huang Dafeng. They clearly understood that Qin Tian was the so-called special guest, but even after seeing it with their own eyes, their eyes were still full of disbelief. "You must have made a mistake. How could they possibly come out to greet Qin Tian? What's going on? Could it be that Qin Tian is their relative? Damn, they weren't this enthusiastic when they greeted President Qin. Could it be because of Qin Tian's previous donation of 8 million? That's not the case. There are many people present today who donate more than 8 million. The ones who found it the most difficult to accept were naturally Su Yi and Lu Huaxiang, especially when he saw the senior executives of the Charity Federation talking and laughing with Qin Tian. He only donated 8 million, didn't he? Did these people make a mistake? Or maybe it's because he donated 5 primary schools." Su Yi was full of confusion, but there was also a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Tianying donated 10 million yuan but did not enjoy such treatment. Qin Tian, who donated 8 million, was not only personally greeted by them, but was also brought into the banquet hall in advance. Thinking of this, she quickly turned her gaze to Lu Huaxiang beside her, as if waiting for Lu Huaxiang to give her an answer. But what she didn't know was that when Lu Huaxiang saw Qin Tian being brought into the banquet hall early, 1,000 horses were running through his mind. Who is Qin Tian? He is a former artist of their Tianying Entertainment, equivalent to a small employee under him. And who is he? He is the boss and chairman of Tianying Entertainment. The more popular Qin Tian becomes, the more he feels like he has been slapped in the face. Lu Huaxiang drank the champagne in the glass in one gulp and showed a forced smile after being silent for a long time. It's normal. Every year the Charity Association will come up with a gimmick. I guess Qin Tian's charity work this year has caused quite a stir online, so I want to use him for some publicity. After all, Qin Tian's current experience is special and quite representative. Su Yi, who was standing by, nodded in agreement after listening to his explanation. That should be it. This Qin Tian, he's almost dead, and he still expects others to erect a monument for him after his death. In fact, Lu Huaxiang and Su Ye's ideas also represent the ideas of most people present. They didn't think that Qin Tian deserved such treatment because he had really made some remarkable contributions. In their view, Qin Tian was just a tool used by the Charity Federation to create hype. Just as everyone was preparing to enter the dinner, Qin Tian and Huang Dafeng had already been brought in. After the two were brought into the banquet hall on the 3rd floor, the senior executives of the Charity Association went to make preparations one after another. It was not until this time that Huang Dafeng breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the backs of those people walking away, he quickly grabbed Qin Tian's sleeve. While wiping the sweat from his forehead, he asked in disbelief, "Brother Tianer, what's going on? Are there any relatives of yours among these people?" How can they be so polite to you? Those top stars are still hanging out outside, and they actually brought us in first. Hearing Huang Dafeng's question, Qin Tian looked at him with a smile. All my relatives died a long time ago, and how could I be so lucky to have such relatives? Why is that? It can't be because you're handsome. So do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Qin Tian suddenly asked seriously. Of course it's the truth. Please tell me quickly. I'm almost dying of anxiety. The truth is, I donated 30 billion yuan to the Charity Federation, making me number 1 on their list. What? After hearing Qin Tian's explanation, Huang Dafeng was stunned at first, and then he laughed. 30 billion? How dare you say that? Such a huge number, even if it's happy beans, it's an astronomical figure. The last time I heard this number was when I was burning paper at my grandfather's grave. To be honest, when I first made some money, I wanted to give something back to my grandfather, so I burned 2 baskets of it. I'm still worried about the underworld because of this inflation. Qin Tian had obviously anticipated Huang Dafeng's reaction and spread his hands helplessly. See, you won't believe it even if I tell you. Forget it, go eat over there by yourself. I might have to go up there to talk to you later, so don't eat for now. While they haven't come in yet, go and seize the advantageous terrain first. Huang Dafeng was about to reply with a few words, but his eyes immediately lit up when he heard about eating. Then he nodded desperately and said, Okay, I've already found the spot. You go ahead and do your work. I'll leave you a pig later. After saying that, Huang Dafeng carefully moved to the self-service area on the side. Chapter 50, Hot Cake. At this moment, in the huge banquet hall, apart from the big guys who were welcomed in early, only Qin Tian and Huang Dafeng were left. In order to avoid attracting too much attention, Qin Tian simply found a seat in a corner and sat down. Not long after he sat down, the area at the entrance of the banquet hall gradually became lively. Those who had been staying in the waiting area began to come in one after another. In less than a few minutes, people could be seen everywhere in the banquet hall. Of these people soon gathered together in groups of 3 or 4 according to their own circles. Some were discussing their own financial investments, while others were discussing future cooperation plans. As for those female stars who were proud of their beauty outside, they have become popular here. Basically, there are a group of opposite sexes around every female star. Suye's side was naturally no exception. With Lu Huaqian's introduction, she quickly became friends with the bigwigs in the circle. Everything was developing in the direction she had expected before she came, but at this moment, an actress wearing a red dress who looked just as good as Suyi came over gracefully. Seeing the actress in the red dress walking towards him, Suye's eyes inexplicably revealed a hint of guilt. Suyi, long time no see. I heard you haven't been doing well recently. But now that I see it, it's not as bad as people say online. As soon as she got closer, the actress said with a playful smile on her face. There was no intention of giving Suyi any face at all. Hearing these words full of gunpowder, Suye's eyes first flashed with anger, and then he said with a forced smile, Senior Li is doing pretty well lately. She's even received advertising from big companies like Jindanli. I guess the manufacturer must have sent you a lot of trial packs. Suye's words had just fallen when the actress in the red dress acted like a cat whose tail was stepped on. If Suyi had not snatched the resources that should have belonged to her, how could she have taken on an advertisement for pig feed? Although he earned as much money as Suyi, he became a laughingstock among people in the circle. Just as she was about to retaliate, the red-dressed actress's gaze suddenly swept over a figure in the corner. Suddenly, a strange look appeared on her face. Suyi, that person over there looks to be Qin Tian. Do you want to go over and say hello? After all, he used to work in the same company as you, and I heard that you were interested in him when you first arrived at Tianying. Suyi, who had been looking very proud, immediately changed his expression after hearing these words. Li Xiao, please don't talk nonsense. When have I ever been interested in Qin Tian? After she finished speaking, she quickly looked at the bigwigs in the circle beside her, fearing that they would misunderstand her. But at this moment, Li Xiao continued to add fuel to the fire. How can I be making this up? Hasn't it spread throughout Tianying? You confessed your feelings to Qin Tian at that time, but he rejected you. That's why you targeted him so much later. After listening to Li Xiao's words, The other people present suddenly understood a little more. No wonder there were rumors that Suyi deliberately isolated Qin Tian. It turns out there is such a relationship in between. Everyone suddenly felt like they had gotten a piece of the pie. Suyi, who was standing by, saw the expressions of the crowd and knew that they believed what Li Xiao said. The expression on his face became more and more impatient. If this gets out, she will never be able to turn things around. What evidence do you have? You're just talking nonsense here. Evidence? Li Xiao smiled contemptuously and turned her gaze in the direction of Qin Tian. Well, if you dare to go with me to say hello to Qin Tian now, it means you have nothing to hide. If you don't dare, it means you are guilty. When Suyi heard Li Xiao's request, the expression on his face suddenly became hesitant. If it were before, she would naturally not be afraid of Qin Tian, but ever since Qin Tian revealed her secrets last time, she has had an inexplicable fear of Qin Tian in her heart. In other words, it is hatred and fear. Just when Suyi was struggling over whether or not to go over and say hello to Qin Tian, Lu Huaxiang beside her suddenly gave her a wink. She was suddenly startled when she received Lu Huaxiang's eye signaled. It was obvious that Lu Huaxiang meant for her to take the initiative to say hello to Qin Tian. Come on, let's go over there. Even if he was unwilling in his heart, Suyi had only one choice at this moment. The next second, she walked towards Qin Tian with an elegant step, holding a glass of champagne. Li Xiao, who was standing by, looked as if she had succeeded in her evil plan. When she saw this, she casually took a glass of red wine from the waiter beside her and followed. This scene soon caught the eyes of many media reporters nearby. Their eyes lit up in an instant. What is Suyi doing? Is she walking towards Qin Tian? Oh my god, she's quite brave. Could it be that she wants to reconcile with Qin Tian? There's something interesting to watch. Hurry up and shoot. I can understand Suyi going to Qin Tian, but what about this Li Xiao? Does she know Qin Tian? Could it be that there is some hidden plot? Not really. Just when the media thought this was explosive enough, a woman in a silver-white evening dress also walked towards Qin Tian not far away. All of a sudden they all became agitated. Damn it, why is Lu Chenxi there too? Isn't he going to seek revenge on Qin Tian? Come on, what do you think it is? He must be trying to establish a good image in front of Qin Tian and redeem his previous negative image at the same time. I think, just as these media reporters were about to express their speculations, two figures from the other side of the banquet hall walked towards the corner where Qin Tian was. After a closer look, everyone discovered that these two people were Zhang Zifeng and Zhao Dongmai, who were known as the Four Little Flowers, together with Suyi and Lu Chenxi. Seeing that the two were heading in the same direction as Suyi and the other two, everyone didn't know what to say for a moment, apart from Su Yi and Lu Chenxi, two young actresses whose popularity is close to collapse. The popularity of both Zhang Zifeng and Zhao Dongmai is at its peak. The one who may be slightly inferior is Li Xiao, who endorses pig feed, but she was once the schoolbelle of the Capital Film and Television Academy. After all, together they make 5 small flowers, but now these 5 little flowers all ran towards Qin Tian. When did Qin Tian become so charming? But after thinking about it carefully, everyone seemed to understand the reason. The current Qin Tian is no longer the Qin Tian before. The nicknames of the entertainment industry's Melon Farmer and Little Flower Killer are not undeserved. If I don't take the opportunity to get closer to Qin Tian, who knows when Qin Tian will reveal some shocking news to me again. Now, if I can leave a photo with Qin Tian in front of the media, it will at least prove that I have a personal relationship with Qin Tian. In the future, Qin Tianxiao will not be too harsh when he takes action. Just when all the media reporters were guessing how Qin Tian would respond next, what happened next almost made their eyes pop out of their heads. Chapter 51. Sorry, please lend me your hand. The corner on the east side of the banquet hall is the place closest to the safety passage in the entire banquet hall. Not only is the lighting here dim, but it is also the farthest from the stage. The other people attending the meeting wanted to get as far away from here as possible, but Qin Tian felt extremely comfortable. At least here you don't hear those people bragging, and you don't have to pretend to be familiar with those you don't know well. It can be said to be the best choice for people with social anxiety. However, just when he thought he could wait here until the dinner officially began, a staff member on the scene hurriedly ran to his side and whispered a few words. After hearing the staff's whispers, Qin Tian looked a little confused, but still nodded. The next second he was ready to get up and leave, but at this moment, Suyi and 5 other young stars in the entertainment industry happened to walk in front of him. Qin Tian, who had not expected this scene, was stunned. It is no exaggeration to say that the arrival of these 5 people instantly brightened up this originally dark corner, the 5 girls were all good looking to begin with, and after dressing up specially for the dinner, they looked even more charming. When they gathered together, they almost instantly attracted all the media cameras. Chin Tian, long time no see, how about having a drink together? While Chin Tian was still in a daze, Suyi had already handed him a glass of champagne. Seeing this, the other 4 little flowers on the side were not willing to be outdone and started to greet Chin Tian one after another. Such a scene instantly made all the opposite sexes in the audience feel like they were eating lemons. Just when they thought that Chin Tian would definitely give some face to these young stars in the entertainment industry no matter what, Chin Tian seemed to have not seen them. He turned sideways and squeezed between Suyi and Lu Chenxi. "Excuse me, can you lend me that?" Suyi, who was holding the wine glass, was stunned and could no longer hold back. If there weren't so many people around, she really wanted to pour a glass of wine on Chin Tian's face. Forcing himself not to get angry, Suyi turned around and said to Chin Tian, who wanted to leave, "We did have some conflicts before, but we are from the same sect after all. You wouldn't give me no face at all, would you?" As if he heard Suyi's voice, Chin Tian also stopped. He looked at Suyi, who was holding a wine glass, and then looked at the other 4 small flowers beside her, and suddenly he showed a puzzled expression. The doctor said I can't drink, and I do have something going on." After listening to Chin Tian's explanation, not only Suyi was so angry that he laughed, but even the people next to him were a little confused. He had been sitting in the corner for so long and nothing happened to him, but now that they came, he made excuses saying he had something to do. Can you find any more excuses? Besides, the big guys over there are all idle now, so what can a nobody like him do? Chin Tian also noticed the disbelief of several people, and a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. "The organizing committee asked me to go to that table. I can't let those big guys wait for me." As he spoke, Chin Tian pointed to the table closest to the stage in the banquet hall. Looking at the direction of Chin Tian's finger, several people were stunned for a moment, and then their faces showed disbelief. Even if it was their first time attending such an event, they knew what that table represented. Everyone who can sit at that table is a big shot among big shots, not to mention Chin Tian. Even their boss behind the scenes was not qualified to sit at that table. This time, they were more and more certain that Chin Tian was just perfunctory towards them, but at this moment, Chin Tian was obviously too lazy to explain too much to them. "I don't want to chat with you anymore. Someone will come to urge me soon." After saying this, Chin Tian quickly walked towards the seat in the center of the banquet hall. Seeing that Chin Tian was really walking in that direction, both Suyi and the other 5 little flowers, as well as the media reporters at the scene, focused their attention on him. Some people were waiting to see Chin Tian make a fool of himself, while others were watching what he would do next. They even imagined the scene of Chin Tian leaving the table in embarrassment. However, the next second, Chin Tian sat down in front of everyone's shocked gaze. What's even more outrageous is that Mr. Ma Jin pulled a stool for him. Although they were far away, everyone could still see that the two of them were having a great conversation. Such a scene left Suyi and others speechless for a long time. Only at this time did they realize that Chin Tian was not just trying to fool them, but you really have to rush to sit over there. This can't be true, right? Chin Tian actually knows all those big guys? After a few seconds, Li Xiao, who was wearing a red dress, asked with an expression of disbelief. Hearing her question, everyone immediately turned their attention to Suyi. In their opinion, Suyi is undoubtedly the person who knows Chin Tian best among them, but facing everyone's gaze, Suyi didn't know how to answer for a moment. That doesn't make sense. If he was really familiar with these big guys, he wouldn't have been in obscurity for so long. It's not as bad as it seems now. That's right, if these big guys make any arrangements, Chin Tian will take off. He doesn't have some hidden identity. Is he the prince of some big company? At this moment, not only Suyi and his companions had such speculation, but everyone else present also had the same speculation, especially those entertainment reporters. How many people would never get to this table in their entire lives, and yet Chin Tian gets to sit right there? That's too fake. What's the big deal? If you tell me that Chin Tian is the prince of the Qin family in the imperial capital, I will believe it. Maybe it's possible. They both have the surname Qin. Mr. Qin is called Qin Hai, and he is called Chin Tian. Together, they should be Hai Tian. It's not a soy sauce company, it's Haitian. Even if Qin Tianjin is Mr. Qin's illegitimate son, he can't even get to that table. You can sit at the same table with your father when you eat outside. This is obviously a discussion between peers. Never mind. Tomorrow's headlines have already been booked, and I've even thought of the title. Shin Tian politely rejected the five beauties, and his background was exposed. The result was this. Hey man, this title is good. I'll use it first. It's conceivable that Shin Tian will take up all the popularity in the next few days. The rest of those who want to get in will have to pay for it. While the media reporters were discussing the incident, photos and videos of the scene were quickly uploaded to various platforms by them. In this era where traffic and timeliness are king, you won't be able to eat hot food if you are even a second late than others. If I wait until the dinner is over to release these, I will not only be disliked by my peers, but also be criticized by netizens. As the situations before these dinners were exposed, Longwa's social network was once again ignited. Chapter 52 Donation details revealed. Holang blog. As the first batch of information about the charity dinner was uploaded, fans from various idol groups began to look for their own idols. Whenever related photos appear, the true fans will have a frenzy just watching. Fans discovered a problem, that is, among all the photos and videos released so far, the largest proportion are not those of the popular stars they are familiar with. Or to put it more strictly, the people who appear on screen. Most are no longer from the entertainment industry. This would have been absolutely impossible in the past, even though the media focuses on the big names. The male and female stars are the favorites of ordinary fans, and this situation is not limited to one media outlet, but is the same for all media outlets. Oh my god, what's going on? Brother Tian is going to become popular again. I counted and the Firebird family posted 184 photos, and Brother Tian alone took up 28 of them. That's an incredible ratio. Red Fox is about the same. Brother Tian has 26 of them. Is it popular to take photos of Tian Gu this year? To be honest, Brother Tian looks really handsome and dandy in a suit. In this picture, Brother Tian seems to be welcomed in by the Charity Federation. Has Brother Tian's status reached this level? This one is really explosive, right? Surrounded by all sorts of girls, who in the entire entertainment industry gets treated like this. Oh my god, Brother Tian's sideways movement is so handsome. Speaking of which, why does Suyi next to him look like his confession was rejected? Brother Tian is still as straight as ever. I like it. Is this my father Ma? Is the person next to him my Uncle Chin? Oh my god, has Brother Tian become so successful? I've gotten to the point where I can eat at the same table with these big guys. No wonder today's advanced preview is so full of Tian content. It seems Brother Tian is making another big move. I suddenly want to know what happened at the scene, but unfortunately these media outlets are keeping their mouths shut. Tomorrow, I guess everything that happened at the scene will be revealed tomorrow. Go watch the live broadcast, it's already on. I think you'll be able to see something. Just as netizens were curious about the details of the scene, the live broadcast of the Douyin platform was officially launched. This also means that the grand charity dinner that has attracted countless people's attention has finally begun. As countless netizens opened the live broadcast room at the same time, the situation on the scene appeared in front of them the next second. At this moment, nearly 1,000 celebrities gathered in the huge banquet hall, and every time the camera swept across, it would cause a commotion in the barrage. This is especially true for celebrities with a huge number of fans. Just after the camera scanned everyone in the audience, Li Hong, the host of this charity dinner, also made a grand appearance. As the leading actress of Longwa TV station, her appearance is enough to prove the importance of this dinner. After a moving opening speech, the big screen at the dinner began to show the charity activities carried out by the Charity Federation in various parts of Longwood during the year. Some of them are rushing to provide relief supplies to disaster-stricken areas, while others are building lifelines for villages on cliffs and mountainous areas. While demonstrating the social responsibility of the Charity Federation, it also praised the entrepreneurs, celebrities, and social figures who have contributed to Longwa's charity. Of course, we can also list some touching events and characters. Everyone in the live broadcast room was also very moved. After this part is over, it is time for the most concerned part, that is the public disclosure of the Charity Federation's annual financial details. As the largest public welfare charity organization in Longwa, the total amount of donations received by the Charity Federation each year is an astronomical figure. Today, it has directly exceeded 100 billion yuan a year. Such a huge amount of money must be subject to supervision from all sectors of society. Of course, this is for the general public. For those capitals or celebrities, such public disclosure is also an opportunity to increase their social influence. So when it came to this stage, everyone was on high alert. Building towers with a handful of sand, gathering great love with small love, the Charity Federation has received a total of $100 billion and $43 million in donations from caring individuals and organizations from all walks of life from 2021 to 2022. A total of 5.82 million people in poverty have been assisted, more than 720,000 families in need have been rescued, and 320 schools have been built. Next, what will appear on the big screen will be this year's donations and a breakdown of their uses. As Li Hong finished speaking, a huge icon appeared in front of everyone. The audience in the live broadcast room can directly obtain an electronic version through the link. For a moment, everyone became very curious about the 100 billion yuan donation and its detailed use. The following rankings are in no particular order, regardless of the amount of money. Red Star Group has donated a total of 20 million yuan and 3 million yuan in supplies to the Pingyang flood disaster. All of the funds have been used to purchase emergency supplies and provide living allowances for the affected people. The White Elephant Group has donated a total of 40 million yuan and 5 million yuan in supplies. All of the funds have been used to support and re-employ disabled people. Tianying Entertainment has donated a total of 10 million yuan, with its artists contributing 2 million yuan. All of this has been used to support children in impoverished mountainous areas to go to school. 6 primary schools in mountainous areas are currently under construction. Ms. Lu Chensi has donated a total of 5.8 million yuan. Part of the money has been used to rescue abducted children, and the rest has been transferred to the Cleft Lip and Palate Children's Rehabilitation Fund. Whenever Li Hong reads out the name of a company or an individual, it causes a sensation among the people in the live broadcast room. Although they had heard about these donation cases more or less before, the feeling was very different when they heard that these funds actually played a role. Even Lu Chensi, who has recently sparked heated debate and been surrounded by negative news, has seen a slight improvement in people's impression of her after hearing that she donated 5.8 million yuan. The same is true for Tianying Entertainment. This is also a reflection of the kind nature of human beings. Even if a person is a great villain, people will have some good feelings towards him after knowing that he has done some good things. During this process, Qin Tian's name appeared in everyone's vision again. However, since it had been exposed before, the feeling when I knew it again was not as strong as before. After all, among the names of people who have been read out, there are a lot of people who donated tens of millions, and some bigwigs have donated hundreds of millions each in numbers like Qin Tian, which were not particularly eye-catching, passed by in a flash. However, just when everyone thought that it was an exaggeration for those bigwigs to donate hundreds of millions, a number so large that it was beyond their imagination suddenly caught their eyes. The words 30 billion appeared prominently in the top column of the public disclosure details. Seeing the 30 billion, both the people at the scene and the netizens who were paying close attention to this matter were completely shocked. Chapter 53 Sunny Day Charity Foundation. With the development of Longgua's economy, words like 10,000 yuan household and millionaire have become a thing of the past, but even so, words like billions of yuan can only be seen in big news such as a certain celebrity evading taxes. For most people, 100 million yuan is simply an astronomical figure. As for 30 billion, it is an astronomical figure among astronomical figures. Many domestic companies do not have such a large total asset. Even a top boss like Qin Ma cannot donate 30 billion to charity. Oh my god, who is this big shot? He just donated the entire GDP of our county for a year, 30 billion. Based on my monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, I would need to work for 830,000 years without eating or drinking. I couldn't even come up with that amount even if I worked since the beginning of the Homo sapiens era. Based on the housing prices in our community, which are 11,000 yuan per square meter, you can buy 3 million square meters. My god, that's a lot of residential areas. It's amazing to see such astronomical figures in my lifetime. I don't think this was donated by a single person, but by a company. Even if it's a company, it's impossible to donate so much. It's impossible for the Qin family to come up with 30 billion in working capital at once. I was wondering how this year's donation amount suddenly exceeded 100 billion. It seems that some big shot directly took up 1/3 of it. Wait, is it possible that this 30 billion yuan donation was made by Qin Tian? Otherwise, why would the higher-ups at the Charity Federation be so polite to him? How is that possible? This is a joke. If he could donate 30 billion at once, would he still be living like this? That is to say, if you have 30 billion, let alone brain cancer, even if your whole body is covered in cancer, you can use this 30 billion to prolong your life. Isn't cancer incurable? That's because you don't have enough money. I'm putting this on hold. If these 30 billion were donated by Qin Tian, I'll just use our soybean paste to dip the green belt. Just when everyone was secretly guessing who donated the huge sum of 30 billion yuan, the host Li Hong's next words instantly perked everyone up. In addition to the donations from all walks of life mentioned above, this year we also received the largest donation since the establishment of the association. Because the amount of the donation is so huge, the association has decided to run it separately and set up relevant foundations to help more people in need. Next, we will invite Mr. Sun Changqing, Chairman of the Longhua Charity Federation, Mr. Song Guoqing, Vice Chairman, and Mr. Cheng Long, Standing Director. As Li Hong read out the names one by one, the corresponding participants quickly walked onto the stage. In addition to senior executives of the Charity Federation, these people also include well-known entrepreneurs like Qin Hai and some government officials. It can be said that everyone who can appear on the stage is a big shot, even the stars below seem a little overshadowed by these people. In less than a minute, more than 20 people were already standing on the stage. However, what surprised everyone was that when these people walked to the center of the stage, they intentionally or unintentionally avoided the position directly in front of the laser touch ball. Even the chairman himself did not stand in the C position. Who is this C position reserved for? Is there going to be any important guests today? You're not talking nonsense. It must be left to the big boss who donated 30 billion. It's so mysterious. Suddenly I felt like there was a monkey in my heart. Who is it? Seeing that the middle position was always empty, everyone in the live broadcast room and the people on the scene couldn't help but feel curious. Now they basically guessed that the middle position was reserved for the big boss who donated 30 billion yuan, but even if they guessed everyone in the entire dragon country who had this ability, they still couldn't find a suitable answer. Just when everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the stage, Li Hong, who had finished reading the previous list, finally spoke again. In addition to the above guests, we have also invited a special guest today. He is also the donor of this huge sum of 30 billion yuan and the founder of the foundation. Now, please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Qin Tian, founder of the Sunny Day Charity Foundation, to come on stage. When Li Hong finished speaking, everyone was still a little unresponsive and just started clapping subconsciously. However, the people who were clapping immediately noticed something was wrong. Who? Mr. Qin Tian? Impossible. It's probably just a coincidence of names. How could it be him? Oh my god, it can't be Qin Tian. At this moment, everyone felt that they had heard wrongly, but the next second, a figure stood up from his seat and strode to the center of the stage. Looking at this person's very familiar face, everyone was stunned for a moment. The comments in the live broadcast room paused briefly at this moment. It was not until this person walked to the center position in the middle of the stage that everyone finally reacted. The first people who found it incredible were the group of old acquaintances. Headed by Su Yi, when Su Yi saw the figure on the stage that had been appearing in his nightmares recently, his whole body began to tremble. How could it be him? Where did he get 30 billion? This must be fake. Yes, it's definitely fake. Just when Su Yi began to lose consciousness, Lu Huaxiang beside him also had an expression of disbelief on his face. Although Tianying also claims to have a net worth of over 10 billion, that is after taking into account all kinds of miscellaneous things. As for the money he personally had, at most he could only take out a few hundred million. Not to mention that all 30 billion yuan was used for donations. Now you suddenly tell him that an employee of his previous company donated 30 billion yuan. How can he accept this? Of course, not everyone who knows Qin Tian is like Su Yi and Lu Huaqiang. At a table closest to the buffet area in the banquet hall, Huang Dafeng, who was originally gnawing on a lobster, did not look as surprised as the others when he saw Qin Tian walk onto the stage. After all, Qin Tian had told him before that he would go on stage to speak. So now he just thought that Qin Tian was invited to speak on stage as a representative. As for what Li Hong just said, he didn't hear a word of it. Ha! Brother Tianer is finally on stage. He looks so handsome and dandy in that little suit. As soon as he finished saying this, a female star sitting next to him looked at him in surprise. Huang Dafeng felt a little embarrassed when being stared at by a stranger of the opposite sex. He quickly pointed at Qin Tian and said, "That's my brother, my lifelong brother." After saying that, he felt that he had made a big deal out of nothing and picked up the suckling pig beside him with an embarrassed look on his face. "Hey, do you want some?" As he spoke, he opened his mouth wide and bit the suckling pig's butt. "Gaga, it smells good. I need to eat something quickly while Brother Tian is talking. I've only been eating chicken breast and grass these days." At this moment, he had no idea that his brother had become the focus of the whole audience. Chapter 50 For the real number 1 While Huang Dafeng was busy chewing the suckling pig, the barrage area in the live broadcast room also started to go crazy. Countless netizens who had just been shocked to the point of becoming autistic began to frantically swirl their screens. "Holy crap! This can't be true. Brother Tian has 30 billion? And he donated it all? This is too magical. It can't be fake. Where did Qin Tian get 30 billion? Could it be that he is really a hidden rich man? You can figure out that this can't be fake. Even if the charity association is guilty of it, it's impossible for it to be fake for Qin Tian. That makes sense. They took such a big risk to cheat Qin Tian. What's the point? This is the biggest news today. Forget about today's biggest news. I don't think there will be any bigger news than this in the next 6 months. Another day when the hot list is dominated by Qin Tian. After all this time, the final mysterious guest turned out to be Qin Tian. Just as everyone was expressing shock, the host Li Hong handed the microphone to Qin Tian. At this moment, except for Huang Dafeng, everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Tian. Qin Tian himself spoke after a brief pause. "I am very honored to be invited by the Federation to attend the groundbreaking ceremony of the Love Foundation. I believe the question everyone is most curious about right now is where the 30 billion yuan in donations came from. I would like to thank my great-uncle, Mr. Qin Songtao, the insurance tycoon from Taiwan. It was he who entrusted me with such a huge fortune when he was dying." After hearing this, everyone felt as if they had suddenly realized something. No wonder Qin Tian was able to come up with 30 billion yuan at once. It turned out to be the inheritance left to him by his great-uncle. He actually has such an awesome relative. How come I haven't heard of it before? I wish I had such an uncle. If Qin Tian hadn't donated the 30 billion, he could be my uncle, or even my real grandfather. To be honest, when I first received this huge sum of money, I was also excited and thought about how to spend it recklessly. After all, this is a fortune that I can never spend in my lifetime. But I think my great-uncle entrusted his life savings to me, and he certainly didn't want me to become a spendthrift. So I made a big decision, which was to donate the money. Only in this way can this wealth truly play its due role. As soon as Qin Tian finished speaking, warm applause broke out at the scene. There is no doubt that the applause came from their hearts. If we say that when people first heard that Qin Tian received a 30 billion inheritance from his great-uncle, the reaction was envy and jealousy, but when I heard that he was determined to donate all 30 billion, my thoughts changed. Everyone should ask themselves, if they suddenly received such a huge sum of money, they might have lost their normal thinking, not to mention thinking about how to make full use of this money. It may take a long time to figure out how to spend this huge sum of money. As for doing charity, some people may have such an idea, but if it means donating all the money without leaving a penny, then probably not one person in a million will have such an idea. If such a thing as merit really existed, Qin Tian could become a saint just by relying on this one thing. Pattern. What is pattern? Brother Tian, this is pattern. 30 billion yuan can be donated without any hesitation. Let alone 30 billion, even if you gave me 300 million, I would be so excited that I wouldn't be able to sleep for a few days. Don't even mention 300 million. I'd be flattered if you gave me 30 million. Is this all going to be a roll? How about this? I only want 3 million. Brother Tian is indeed a man who works hard to accomplish great things. He quietly achieved the top spot on the list. This is the real number 1 on the list, and it's also the merit golden list. Maybe it will never be possible to say that anyone can surpass Brother Tian in the future. I suddenly understand why those big guys were so polite to Qin Tian. They are not being polite, but they really admire Qin Tian. Of course, anyone would admire someone so young who can do this. At this point, Shin Tian was the only one who was the focus of the entire charity dinner. All the topics in the live broadcast room revolved around Shin Tian. Even those fans who were originally cheering for their idols have changed their tune at this moment. Under the gaze of thousands of people, Shin Tian, after delivering his speech, slowly unveiled the red silk on the laser touch ball. As his palm gently covered the sphere of the laser touch ball, suddenly, a dazzling laser font took shape on the huge sphere. It was the words Sunny Day Charity Foundation. Seeing this scene, applause broke out again. From this moment on, Longhua has another large-scale non-official public welfare organization. Shin Tian also gained the title of chairman of the Sunny Day Charity Foundation. Just when everyone thought that was the end of it, the host Li Hong suddenly called out to Shin Tian, who was about to leave. "Please stay, Chairman Shin. In addition to you today, we have actually invited another group of special guests." Hearing Li Hong's words, not only Shin Tian, but everyone else was a little surprised. Is there any hidden boss who hasn't appeared yet? Everyone also noticed a key point in Li Hong's words. A group of special guests, and most likely they are related to Shin Tian. Suddenly, everyone was filled with doubts, and at this moment, a touching music suddenly sounded from one side of the stage. The next second, in everyone's surprised gaze, a group of small figures lined up and walked onto the stage. These figures are fat, thin, tall, short, little boys, and little girls, but no matter how different their appearances are, their eyes are equally clear. There was a hint of excitement in the air. When these small figures saw Shin Tian in the center of the stage, they could no longer contain their excitement and rushed towards Shin Tian at the fastest speed. While they were running, they kept shouting the word principal. At this point, even if Li Hong didn't introduce them, everyone knew the identities of these children. The only ones who can address Shin Tian as the principal are the children from Sunny Day Primary School. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, this group of children from distant mountains crowded around Shin Tian as if they had seen their own relatives. Seeing such a scene, both the people at the scene and the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel moved. At the same time, the same idea came into everyone's mind: this is probably the true great kindness and love. Chapter 55. 3 sentences 10 billion. With the appearance of these children from Sunny Day Primary School, the atmosphere at the scene became very warm. Looking at the smiles on the faces of these children from poor mountainous areas, everyone unconsciously understood the meaning of charity, and the hug between Shin Tian and those children is worth more than 1,000 words. That's thoughtful, that's thoughtful. Kudos to the planner. This is not much more meaningful than the previous segment where we invited celebrities to perform. That is to say, if every penny I donate can bring even a little warmth to others, I will feel that it is meaningful. Shin Tian is truly doing charity work. I believe his Sunny Day Foundation is doing the same. If you have money in the future, you can donate to Brother Tian's foundation. I believe Brother Tian will definitely use every penny of the money wisely. Of course, Brother Tian even threw away 30 billion without hesitation. It would be great if everyone could do charity work like Brother Tian does. While netizens were expressing their deep emotions, host Li Hong was squatting next to a child. It's been a while since you last saw Principal Shin. Do you miss him? Hearing Li Hong's question, the boy with 2 patches of high-altitude red on his head and a timid face said seriously without even thinking, "I do, but Teacher Wang said that Principal Shin went to seek medical treatment, so we haven't seen Principal Shin for several months. I'm very happy to see him today." After saying this, the little boy seemed to have used up all his courage and immediately hid behind Shin Tian. Seeing him like this, everyone felt both funny and sad. Obviously, even at this time, these innocent children did not know that their Principal Shin might leave them soon. After interviewing the little boy, Li Hong turned the microphone to a little girl. "Can you tell Auntie what Principal Shin did before? Is there anything that is most unforgettable for you?" Compared with the little boy before, this little girl is obviously much braver. While pulling at the corner of Shin Tian's clothes, he spoke in a clear voice. "Principal Shin has done so much for us. He brought my father and others to build roads and houses for the school, and even helped my grandfather look for a lost calf in the mountains. He also took us to the mountains to sketch and taught us to sing. My favorite class is Principal Shin's music class. But he hasn't given us music lessons for a long time." When she said this, the little girl's eyes dimmed noticeably. As a child in the mountains, it is already very difficult to receive normal cultural education, not to mention art courses like music and art. "Music class, do you like music?" Li Hong asked at the right time. When the girl heard this question, she nodded without hesitation. "I want to be a singer when I grow up, just like Principal Shin. Because I can make a lot of money this way." When they heard this for the first time, everyone was a little confused. Although this sentence sounds correct, it is a bit. However, what the girl said next caught everyone off guard. When I have a lot of money, I will build wide cement roads in every mountainous area and build many schools. Let every child have access to education and new stationery. It gives them a chance to see the outside world. I want to be a person who is useful to society and the country, just like Principal Chin. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, it would have been hard for them to imagine that these were words that a child of only a few years old could say. However, one thing they knew very well was that words and enlightenment like these could not be taught by one person using words alone. Only by teaching by words and deeds, and by practicing what you preach, can a child from the mountains develop such ideas. This is the true power of idols. And the only one who can do this is Chin Tian. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes looking at Chin Tian became more complicated. This also made Chin Tian feel a little embarrassed. After all, it was the original body who did these things, and he was just planting trees for the next generation to enjoy the shade. Just when Chin Tian's face was burning, Li Hong suddenly handed the microphone to him. These kids are great. Principal Chin is able to teach them so well. I wonder if there is anything you want to say to everyone about education and charity. Chin Tian was caught off guard by this question and couldn't think of any good words to say. I just inexplicably remembered a sentence I saw in my previous life. I have always believed that the purpose of receiving higher education is not to escape poverty in our hometown, but to help our hometown escape poverty. As a public figure, you are surrounded by various halos, and the role of the halo should not just be to make yourself more dazzling, but to illuminate others. The meaning of charity is that the ray of light that shines through your fingers becomes the sun for others. After saying that, Chin Tian stopped talking and stood up. However, the scene fell into silence for a moment because of his words. If someone else said such words, they would naturally appear pale and powerless, but when Chin Tian said it, it was so thought-provoking. It can be said that each of these 3 points corresponds to Chin Tian. And we can also see the shadows of these 3 sentences in these children. As for the people in the live broadcast room, it became even more difficult for them to remain calm after these 3 sentences came out. These words make so much sense. Thumbs up to Brother Tian. Especially that phrase about the meaning of getting a higher education. It's full of positive energy. How many people, after becoming rich, do the first thing they do is flee their homeland, and they are afraid that others will know where they are from? Celebrity X, just tell me my ID number. How many people can actually give back to their hometown after becoming rich and famous? I have to give praise to my brother Dong for that. The second sentence is also very profound. I think the meaning of being a celebrity should be like Brother Tian, serving as a role model for the public and taking the lead. To be honest, those who evade taxes are really devastated. But I don't quite agree with Brother Tian's third statement. That wasn't just a ray of light flowing out from between his fingers, he was actually taking out his entire sun. Just when everyone was deep in thought about what Chin Tian said, Chin Hai, who had already walked to the stage, suddenly stood up. I completely agree with Xiaotian's words, so this time I personally am willing to donate another 500 million yuan to Xiaotian's Sunny Day Charity Foundation to give a boost to our Longwa charity work. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Jin beside him also stood up. I will also donate 500 million yuan. At the same time, our Wanlima group is willing to provide free lunches to schools in impoverished mountainous areas. Everyone was dumbfounded at this moment. Chin Tian only said 3 sentences, and that's when he directly attracted 1 billion yuan in donations. The effect was comparable to a large-scale charity gala. Chapter 56. My singing is not good. Just when everyone thought that it was an exaggeration for the 2 big bosses Chin and Ma to donate 1 billion on the spot, some of the big guys who were sitting at the same table with the 2 big guys also stood up. He just asked for donations of hundreds of millions. It even gives people the feeling that they are not donating money at this moment, but bidding. Those hundreds of millions are not money, but happy beans. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen bigwigs donated money on the spot. The total amount of donations has reached billions, and the various types of supplies are countless. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly felt extremely unreal that if all donations were so easy, there would be no worries about the prosperity of charity in Longwood. Of course, they also know that the reason why these big guys give them so much face. On the one hand, it was because of Chin Tian, and on the other hand, it was also because of the Charity Federation and the Dragon. Country officials, anyone who is a little more perceptive has already realized that the authorities will definitely take a series of actions against Chin Tian next. There are no benefits to following suit now, but at least there are no disadvantages. Just when the atmosphere of the whole venue was once again mobilized by Chin Tian, Li Hong spoke again. Principal Chin, your students haven't had your music class for a long time. Why don't you take this opportunity today to give them a music lesson? Recently, your compendium of materia medica and a cloud made of rain in the sky have gone viral online. When everyone heard Li Hong's request, they were a little surprised, but not too surprised. If this request had been made to Chin Tian in the past, most people would have thought that this was embarrassing Chin Tian in public. After all, the character he had previously portrayed in front of everyone was that he was not good at music, but after 2 consecutive songs became popular on the internet. If there are still people who think Chin Tian can't sing, it is probably because the village has just had internet access. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to what was to come. They also wanted to know what kind of song Chin Tian would teach these children next. What everyone didn't know was that after Chin Tian heard Li Hong's request, he became a little uneasy. He originally thought that he could just say a few words and hold a ceremony before going down to start the banquet. Who knew that the people from the Charity Federation would cause so much trouble for him? Now I see Huang Dafei eating alone over there. He has been hungry for 2 meals and hasn't even had a sip of water, but she had already spoken in front of so many people, so it was difficult for him to refuse. Moreover, the eager looks of the children around him made it impossible for him to refuse. In order to finish the job as quickly as possible, several songs suitable for this situation quickly emerged in his mind. The first song that appeared was Listen to Me Say Thank You, which was very popular before he traveled through time. This song is undoubtedly very suitable for these children to sing now. Unfortunately, due to some people's reasons, he now wants to pick his toes whenever he hears this song. In addition to the song, Thank You is also very appropriate for the occasion, but it is somewhat inappropriate for him to teach the song. After thinking about it, a song he sang in junior high school appeared in his mind. Thinking of this, Chin Tian immediately said to Li Hong, okay, but this is also my first time singing in such an occasion since my debut. If my singing is not good, please bear with me. After saying that, Chin Tian turned his head to the children. Just like before, I'll sing it first, and then I'll lead you through it sentence by sentence, okay? Hearing Chin Tian's words, the children present immediately nodded excitedly. There was no longer any tension as before. Okay, then I'll start. As soon as he finished speaking, Chin Tian, who was holding the microphone, began to brew emotions on the spot, but in just a few seconds, he had entered the stage. The next second, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his unique voice echoed throughout the banquet hall. Every time are all strong and wandering loneliness. Every time, even if I'm hurt, I won't shed tears. I know I have always had a pair of invisible wings take me flying over despair. At this moment, Chin Tian recalled the memories of his original body. Deep in his mind, his memories were so similar to the lyrics that he had unknowingly immersed himself in all his emotions. He also brought into full play the advanced singing skills given to him by the system. At the same time, everyone at the scene and in the live broadcast room were also moved by Chin Tian's singing. Even if it was the first time they heard the song, they could still feel the deep emotions Chin Tian expressed in the song. I can feel the spirit of resistance to fade in the song. There was silence in the room for a moment. It was not until more than 10 seconds after Chin Tian finished singing that the audience burst into thunderous applause. The barrage area of the live broadcast room was also going crazy, almost covering the entire screen. Damn, why do I suddenly have goosebumps? It's full of emotion, it's full of technique. This is the first time I've seen someone combine these two so well. The charity dinner suddenly turned into Brother Tian's solo concert. That's right, but the tickets for this concert are a bit expensive, 1 million each. A front row seat ticket costs 500 million yuan. He sang like this, and Brother Tian still dared to say that he sang badly. To put it another way, can we understand that Brother Tian not only donated money, but also sang a song for them for free? I heard that you have to pay extra money to invite other celebrities to perform. Brother Tian's song is very meaningful. The invisible wings are obviously dedicated to these children from the mountainous areas. It's more than that, isn't it, just for us poor workers? It would be great if I could meet a noble person like Brother Tian in my life. Unfortunately, I started working in a factory when I was 12. Where are my invisible wings? This song is probably the most authentic portrayal of Brother Tian himself. He used to weave wings for himself, and now he continues to weave wings for others. He is probably the wings that these children used to fly. Just when everyone was completely conquered by the singing, Chin Tian had already started teaching the children to sing. Compared to Chin Tian, these children's voices have a touch of innocence and tenderness, perhaps because they studied very attentively. Chin Tian only taught them twice before these children were able to sing the entire song. By the third time, Chin Tian had quietly stepped aside, leaving the center of the stage to the children. In an instant, these children from the mountains became the focus of the whole audience. Their childish voices became one of the most unforgettable memories of the entire dinner. But just when Chin Tian thought he could finally go downstairs to eat, a feeling of dizziness suddenly came from the depths of his mind. The next second, under the gaze of countless people, Chin Tian's figure fell backwards with a bang. Before he fell into coma, he had only one thought. Damn it! I gave all my money, but in the end I didn't even get to eat at the table. Chapter 57. Forced to leave. Perhaps no one would have thought that the event with the most viewers in the first half of this year would be the charity dinner hosted by the Charity Federation. According to incomplete statistics, the number of online viewers exceeded 200 million during the 2-hour dinner. The number of barrages reached an astonishing 8.9 billion. These two sets of figures are already exaggerated enough, but it was not these two sets of numbers that really brought the dinner to its peak of influence, but two other groups. One group is 30 billion donated by Chin Tian personally, and the other group is 10 billion raised on the spot by the Sunny Day Charity Foundation at the dinner. A newly established charity organization directly raised over 40 billion yuan in charitable funds. This seems to be an extremely incredible thing at any time, and can be called a miracle. As the creator of miracles, Chin Tian's name became famous throughout the country overnight. At this moment, Chin Tian completely dominated the headlines and hot lists of every media outlet. More than 20 items on Douyin's short video hot list are related to Chin Tian. 1. The donor of the 30 billion yuan donation was actually him. 2. The significance of receiving higher education. 3. He sang passionately at the dinner party and his identity as the king of singers was revealed. 4. He fainted at the dinner party, and the reason was heartbreaking. Each of these videos and articles that appear on the list has tens of millions of views, but if we talk about the speed at which popularity is increasing, none of the others can compare to the fourth one. In just 2 hours, the news that Chin Tian fainted at the dinner spread at a speed beyond ordinary people's imagination. However, as the news spread, it became distorted. On Holang blog, a post by someone claiming to be an insider of the Charity Federation quickly became a viral sensation. The content of the post was very simple, with just a photo of Chin Tian lying on a stretcher with his face covered by a white cloth. In an instant, netizens were collectively outraged. Damn, is Brother Tian gone? Not really. Didn't they say there are still at least 3 months left? It's so tragic that he passed away at the age of 22. Rest in peace, Brother Tian. May there be no illness or pain in heaven. I hope Brother Tian can live a better life in the next life. I never thought that Angel's Wings would become Brother Tian's last song. That's good now. Brother Tian has really become an angel. Wow, how can Brother Tian just disappear like that? When this news was first received, not many people believed it. After all, there was no official news yet, but as more and more people spread the news, some of those who originally did not believe it could not help but be shaken. Chin Tian's fans even spontaneously held a memorial service. By the time the people at the Charity Federation learned the news, several hours had passed. Suddenly they were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. For this reason, the Charity Federation even issued a special statement to prove that Chin Tian was just in a coma and not dead. The statement also included a photo of Chin Tian lying on a hospital bed with an oxygen tube connected to him. As for the previous white cloth photos, they were pure rumors fabricated by netizens, and they have already initiated legal proceedings. But even after the Charity Federation released its statement, there are still many netizens who firmly believe that Chin Tian is dead. Soon, the news of the death of the famous artist and philanthropist Mr. Chin Tian became a hot search among netizens. When Chin Tian himself learned the news, it was already the day after the dinner. He had just woken up from his day's stay in the hospital bed and saw Fatty Huang sleeping on the bed next to him. What surprised him was that Fatty Huang also had tubes inserted into his body. Is he donating organs or giving me a blood transfusion? Thinking of this, Chin Tian was also moved. However, the next second, Fatty Huang on the hospital bed pulled out the oxygen tube himself and turned over and sat up immediately. His eyes met Chin Tian's. Damn it, Brother Tianer, you finally woke up. If you don't wake up, your fans will send wreaths to our doorstep. I heard they are already planning a memorial service. What? Before Qin Tian could react, Fatty Huang climbed up from the hospital bed. He quickly walked to Qin Tian's bedside. I understand me going to the hospital, but what's wrong with you? Why are you still on 4 and oxygen? Pointing at the needle in Fatty Huang's hand and the oxygen cylinder beside him, Qin Tian said with a puzzled look. Oh, you're talking about this. Didn't I eat too much seafood at the dinner party yesterday? My purine levels are too high, and I have gout. Huang Dafeng explained helplessly. Of course, the main reason is that I ate 2 suckling pigs, so my blood pressure went up a bit, and I felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. After you collapsed, I collapsed too. After listening to Huang Dafeng's explanation, Qin Tian felt angry and amused. It seems that Huang Dafeng ate himself so much that he ended up in the hospital, but soon he remembered what Huang Dafeng had just said. What about the memorial service you just mentioned? My current condition doesn't warrant planning a memorial service so early. But as soon as he asked this question, Huang Dafeng's face showed a strange look. The next second he took out his cell phone from the side and handed it over. You should see for yourself. You really have become a top star now, the kind that has reached the sky. The more Huang Dafeng said this, the more curious Qin Tian became. With such curiosity, he quickly opened a public account with his name. The large and eye-catching words on the official account almost confused him. Renowned philanthropist and artist, Mr. Qin Tian passed away at 10:15 p.m. on April 26, Longwa time, at the Imperial Capital Temple of Heaven Hospital due to brain cancer. He was 22 years old. Before his death, Mr. Qin Tian left behind, although this public account is not an authoritative media, it has hundreds of thousands of readers. The messages below were filled with candles, hearts, flowers, and messages like "Rest in peace, there is no illness in heaven." What's even more outrageous is that some people posted that God needs a loving person, so he took Qin Tian away. It would be fine if it was just one public account that posted this, but several public accounts and video accounts posted the news of his death one after another. The most outrageous thing is that someone made a collection of video footage from his lifetime. Not only is it made in black and white, it is also accompanied by an extremely sad music. If Qin Tian hadn't seen that the person above was himself, he would probably have cried too. At this point, he finally understood why Huang Dafeng had said that just now. It seems that he has been collectively sent away by netizens. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he turned around and asked Huang Dafeng beside him, "You said the atmosphere has been set to this point. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me not to leave? Other stars' reappearance is called a comeback, but mine is called resurrection." Chapter 58 Expert Consultation. Although the death of celebrities in the entertainment industry is nothing new, it is still somewhat speechless when it happens to you. In order to prevent the rumors from spreading further, Qin Tian decided to release a video immediately to clarify the matter, but just as he was about to take out his mobile phone to take a picture, a group of medical staff in white coats walked in at the same time. If it was just ordinary medical care, Qin Tian naturally wouldn't pay too much attention to it, but the problem is that the average age of these medical staff who walked into the ward was at least over 50 years old. At first glance, you can tell that he is an experienced expert professor. When these people gathered together, Qin Tian inevitably had a bad feeling. The middle-aged doctor in the lead also obviously noticed Qin Tian's nervousness. He quickly explained softly, "Don't worry, Mr. Qin, your condition has not worsened. This fainting was just caused by excessive emotions. We're here mainly to conduct a consultation for you. These are the best brain specialists in the entire imperial capital." After listening to the middle-aged doctor's explanation, Qin Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then I thought of a question. So many experts consulting with me alone, it must cost a lot of money. Hearing Qin Tian's doubts, everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect that Qin Tian was most concerned about this issue. They may not have known Qin Tian before, but after what happened at the charity dinner yesterday, everyone knew that Qin Tian donated 30 billion yuan alone, but such a person who donated all his inheritance was actually worried about his medical expenses. This made everyone present feel somewhat touched. "Don't worry, Mr. Qin Tian, we won't charge any fees for your consultation this time. All expenses are borne by the Charity Federation," the middle-aged doctor hurriedly explained. "I see." After receiving such an answer, Qin Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he has done so many things recently, he hasn't made a single cent. "When will the consultation start? I have some things on hand right now. Can you allow me to take care of them first? We can start any time, but if you have something else to do, we can wait." After the middle-aged doctor finished speaking, the experts and professors behind him nodded with a smile on their faces, looking at these experts and professors who were as kind as the old grandfathers next door. Huang Dafeng's face was full of disbelief. It wasn't like this when he came to the hospital before. While Huang Dafeng was stunned, Qin Tian had already taken his cell phone. The next second he opened the Douyin live broadcast. This kind of clarification is most directly done through live broadcast.as. The live broadcast started. More than tens of thousands of people instantly flocked into Huang Dafeng's live broadcast room. Just when they thought that it would be Huang Dafeng himself who showed up, they were startled by Qin Tian, who appeared in front of the camera the next second. Although Qin Tian had woken up from his coma at this moment, his face was still pale due to his weak body. In addition, when the camera was first turned on, it was facing his face. So the first thing the audience saw was a familiar and pale face. Holy crap! What's going on? Is this live studio haunted? Brother Tian's ghost is back to live stream. Is there such a thing as live streaming in the underworld? Even ghosts are starting to get introverted. Brother Tian's ghost is online, taking away 10 random haters. Excuse me, do you burn paper as a reward? What are you talking about? How could it be a ghost? It's obviously Brother Tian who has been resurrected again. Resurrection is even more outrageous, isn't it? Did Brother Tian use his merit points to exchange for a resurrection armor before he died? Stop it, stop it. Brother Tian is not dead at all. It's just those idiotic WeChat and marketing accounts spreading rumors. There hasn't been any official statement. How could Brother Tian possibly be dead? Damn, I got scammed by these marketing scams again. I already donated $10 to Tianji's memorial service. Stop talking. I ordered a wreath for Brother Tian online. I'm going to see if I can stop the delivery. I also met a scammer today. He told me to wire 5,000 yuan, and if I could get 100 million yuan, he would revive Brother Tian. What we're saying is it possible that this person isn't a scammer and someone really paid him money, so he resurrected Brother Tian? As time passed, more and more people entered the live broadcast room, and after seeing the real Qin Tian, everyone basically understood that what was uploaded on the internet were all rumors. Seeing that the number of people exceeded 1 million in an instant, Qin Tian, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. First of all, thank you all for your concern and attention. At the same time, I want to clarify one thing: I am not dead, nor have I been resurrected. Those things uploaded online are all rumors. Later I will give a lawyer's letter and a wreath to each of those who spread the rumor that I was dead. Of course, I appreciate the kindness of my fans who are raising funds for my memorial service, but now is not the time to celebrate. As for those who bought wreaths, please return them. If you really can't return them, please send them to the nearest martyrs' cemetery. I really can't afford them. That fan who said he participated in the pre-sale and that the product would be shipped 3 months later, are you a monster? Pure gold urn? Sorry, I'm really not worthy of this. If I really die, I can randomly draw 10 true fans and give them samples of my ashes. As Qin Tian opened his mouth, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room instantly became lively, and netizens even forgot that Qin Tian had just escaped danger until Qin Tian turned the camera to the experts and professors in the ward. Come on, fans, say hello to these experts and professors. They are among the best brain experts in the entire Dragon Country. If anyone has any mental problems, you can come to the capital and tell them my name. Although it's useless, it's enough to prove that there's something wrong with my brain. These words sounded like insults to netizens, but they also felt inexplicably distressed. Qin Tian must be in trouble to be able to mobilize so many experts and professors at the same time, but even so, he is still so optimistic. When they thought of this, many emotionally fragile fans almost shed tears. At this moment, even Qin Tian did not expect that his casual words would be misunderstood by fans again. The experts and professors in the ward were obviously moved by Qin Tian's optimistic spirit. And they couldn't help but look at Qin Tian with a new respect. It's been a while since I've done a live broadcast for you guys, so why not live broadcast my consultation process for you guys today? Qin Tian, who was interacting with fans, suddenly suggested. Then he looked at the experts and professors with an inquiring look. Just when all the audience thought that these experts and professors would flatly reject Qin Tian's request, they all nodded. The next second, the fans in the live broadcast room were instantly shocked by this result. Chapter 59 Giving Up Treatment. As the live streaming industry becomes increasingly prosperous, people have seen all kinds of live streaming content. However, this is the first time I have seen a live expert consultation like Chin Tian. More importantly, the person being consulted this time was himself. This is not just ordinary fan pampering, this is super fan pampering. 666. I'm really impressed by Brother Tian's mentality. Why do I feel like Brother Tian just has a bad cold? This is not how a cancer patient should behave. If someone had told me I was in the late stages of cancer, I would have been scared to death on the spot. No one can accept this kind of thing. I guess Brother Tian has come to terms with it. He's lived a fulfilling life. That makes sense. He has a lover who is always there until death, a brother who helps him in times of need, and he has done so many good things and helped so many people. The length of their lives may not be as great as ours, but the quality of their lives is top-notch. This is what a high-quality human male looks like. Let's see what the experts say. Who knows, maybe a miracle will happen. Under the gaze of more than 1 million viewers in the live broadcast room, an unprecedented expert consultation began. Before they knew it, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became tense. Everyone is waiting for these experts to discuss a feasible treatment plan. In such an atmosphere, the number of barrages also decreased. As the audience listened, they became a little confused. They simply cannot understand some of the professional terms spoken by experts. In fact, not only they didn't understand, even the patient Chin Tian didn't understand. However, he never expected that the medical level in this world could cure his cancer. He placed more expectations on the system, and now the consultation is just a formality for him. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, he finally couldn't wait any longer. Excuse me, I'd like to ask what treatment options are currently available and what kind of cooperation I need. Upon hearing Chin Tian's question, the experts present immediately stopped their discussion. Everyone in the live broadcast room was also very alert, because everyone knows that what these experts say next will determine Chin Tian's life or death. Based on your condition, we have established 2 stable treatment plans. Although there is no way to completely eradicate the cancer cells in your brain, it can greatly extend your life. Upon hearing this, Chin Tian did not react much, but the eyes of everyone in the live broadcast room lit up. It's worthy of being the largest hospital in the capital. They can even extend the life of cancer patients. That's amazing. No wonder people like to go to the imperial capital for medical treatment. The medical level here is really amazing. If Brother Tian can really continue, that would be the best. Even if he can't completely continue, living a little longer wouldn't be bad either. We currently agree that we can first use targeted therapy to eliminate some cancer cells with specialized therapeutic drugs. Then we will give you chemotherapy and radiation therapy at the same time, so as to minimize the further spread of your brain cancer cells. Seeing the attending physician speaking a bunch of professional terms, Chin Tian suddenly felt that his brain was not enough, but he did figure out one thing, that is, if you want to prevent the spread of cancer cells, you have to use a lot of medical means. It's not as simple as taking injections or medicine. Just when he thought that was the end of it, the attending physician spoke again. Currently, there is a shortage of targeted drugs for cancer cells in China and they need to be imported from abroad. The price of 1 dose is about 1 million. What? How much? When Chin Tian heard the price for the first time, he was stunned, fearing that he had heard it wrong. He asked again quickly. The price per dose is 1 million, but don't worry, your expenses will be fully reimbursed by the Charity Federation. The same goes for the later radiotherapy and chemotherapy costs and hospitalization costs. The attending physician saw Chin Tian's surprised expression and thought he was worried about money again, so he quickly explained. His subsequent response also caused an uproar among the people in the live broadcast room. Oh my god, what kind of medicine is this? 1 million per dose, it's a magic pill. Wow, one treatment costs a house. Well, forget what I said before. Not everyone can afford to go to the imperial capital's hospital. As they say, time is more valuable than gold. Now it's possible again. Money can buy life. I don't know what Brother Tian will choose. Will he accept treatment? It's hard to say. All the expenses this time will be reimbursed by the Charity Federation. He doesn't have to spend a penny. I think Brother Tian deserves it. If he doesn't deserve this kind of treatment, then no one else does. I also think that Brother Tian has done so many good things. Even if we were to raise funds through crowdfunding to treat his illness, I would be willing to donate to him. Yeah, it's time for him to accept the reward. If 1 million can extend Brother Tian's life for a month, I think everyone should be able to extend it for a few more years. Brother Tian, I advise you to get treatment honestly. 30 billion has been donated, so 1 million is nothing. At this moment, all the fans had the same idea. They all hoped that Qin Tian could receive treatment. At the same time, they also don't believe that there is really anyone who would refuse the hope of living when faced with life and death, but Qin Tian's answer the next second shocked everyone. Ah? You need to be hospitalized? Forget it then. Leave this money to those who need it more. If he could spend money to extend his life immediately, he would not refuse it, but if he had to spend money and suffer in the hospital, he would not do it. More importantly, how can you trigger the system task if you stay in the hospital all the time? Without systematic tasks, he would not be able to obtain a real cure for cancer. So after comprehensive consideration, he decided to go out and take a gamble, but others don't know this and just think that he is worried about the cost of treatment. For being afraid of being hospitalized, that was just an excuse he made. How could someone who was about to die be afraid of being hospitalized? Mr. Qin, I sincerely advise you to reconsider. Given your current condition, if you delay any longer, the methods I just mentioned will not be able to save you. After receiving Qin Tian's answer, the attending doctor became anxious and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Furthermore, given your current condition, if you continue attending various events and using your brain, your condition will only get worse. You might not even survive 3 months. He thought that after he said such harsh words, Qin Tian would change his mind, but Qin Tian's answer to him was still to refuse treatment. What he didn't expect was that Qin Tian got up from the hospital bed and directly took Huang Dafeng to go through the discharge procedures. In the end, if Huang Dafeng's gout hadn't been more severe, he would have been discharged from the hospital. This process was also clearly recorded by the live camera. Everyone in the live broadcast room could only smile helplessly at this. Qin Tian, a dying man, was not in a hurry at all, but he made those onlookers very anxious. Chapter 60. Writing a script. Due to Qin Tian's strong insistence, the expert consultation was eventually shelved, but the impact of this incident was enormous. The most direct impact was that there were 2 more hot searches about Qin Tian on major social media platforms. One of them was his denial of the rumor that he was dead. It can be said that as soon as this rumor refuting video came out, the entire network felt like they had been fooled. The other video was of Qin Tian refusing the hospital's use of expensive drugs for his treatment. While netizens were shocked that there were such expensive drugs in the world, they couldn't help but be impressed by Qin Tian's character. Even though he was about to die, he was unwilling to waste the country's medical resources. Such deeds probably only happened in the last century. Even the Longhua Daily published an article specifically about this. The first comment of the article is, "A pure person, a person who is free from vulgarity, a person who is willing to sacrifice his life." This is probably the highest praise an artist or celebrity can get. However, just when the entire internet was hotly discussing Qin Tian, he had just received a takeaway from a delivery boy. When he returned to the ward with a large bag of takeout, Huang Dafeng's face already looked eager, but Qin Tian didn't stop in front of him, but directly placed all the takeaways on the table next to him. Suddenly the whole ward was filled with the aroma of barbecue. "Brother Tianer, give me a bunch." Seeing that Qin Tian had already started eating, he suddenly became anxious, but in response to Huang Dafeng's request, Qin Tian just smiled mischievously. "You can't eat this. You have gastroenteritis, gout, and high blood lipids. I'm different, I just have brain cancer. I've already told the nurse, I'll bring you some millet porridge later. Get well soon so we can get out." After saying that, he lowered his head and started chewing the skewers in his hand, completely ignoring Huang Dafeng, who was drooling with greed. Listen, are you speaking human language? You have brain cancer, so what? Does that mean you can eat whatever you want and do whatever you want? Sorry, brain cancer means you can eat anything you want and do whatever you want." If others heard the conversation between the two, they would probably think that Huang Dafeng was the one with the terminal illness. Just as the two were arguing in the ward, Qin Tian's phone beside him suddenly rang. As the call was connected, a middle-aged male voice was heard. "Hello, Mr. Qin Tian, I'm sorry to bother you at this time. I'm Zhu Rong, the production director of the film channel. The film A Cloud Made of Rain on the Horizon, based on your story, has officially been approved. We already have a preliminary script, which will be sent to your mobile email later. I hope you can give me valuable advice. Hearing the other party's intention, Shin Tian reacted immediately. He just didn't expect that the movie channel would act so quickly. The project was launched just after I contacted him. Most likely they want to take advantage of his current popularity while he is still alive. Shin Tian naturally had no objection to this. The sooner the movie is released, the sooner he can get the money. Not long after he hung up the phone, he received an email reminder on his mobile phone. When I opened it, it turned out to be a complete movie script. After a quick glance, I found that the content of the script basically contains the complete storyline of Shin Tian and Xiaoyu. Of course, it also includes some artistic processing elements, but overall it is still very restored. Just when Shin Tian was about to reply that there was no problem, the long-lost system prompt sound suddenly rang. A temporary mission has been triggered. Host, please personally participate in the production of the film and ensure its quality. The host will be given different levels of rewards based on the reputation of the movie. In addition to receiving a large number of secondary occupation fragments, you will also receive a secondary occupation blind box. The blind box can open various secondary occupation god-level skills and advanced secondary occupations. As soon as he heard the system prompt sound, Shin Tian's eyes lit up. He really didn't expect that a temporary task could be triggered under such circumstances, and this temporary task is also a long-term task, but he really had no way of refusing the system's reward. Only now did he realize that there were different levels of secondary occupations. If he guessed correctly, the profession of doctor was most likely a senior secondary profession. Thinking of this, Shin Tian immediately typed a message on his mobile phone and sent it. At the same time, in the office of Longhua Film Channel, a middle-aged man suddenly looked at the reply message on his mobile phone in disbelief. After checking it over and over again, he finally determined the meaning of those lines of words. He actually said he wanted to write the script himself? What is he going to do? As the production director of the film channel, he was just asking Shin Tian for his opinion as a formality, but who would have thought that Shin Tian not only rejected their script, but also claimed that he wanted to write the script himself. For a moment, he really didn't know how to continue responding to Shin Tian. After thinking for a moment, he posted Shin Tian's response in the workgroup chat. And his action caused a huge uproar. The biggest reaction came from the screenwriters in the group. Are you kidding me? You're questioning our professionalism. What's wrong with this script? Exactly. I think he's just talking. Let the script be as it is. I admit that I admire his character, but when it comes to screenwriting, it still requires professionals to complete it. Being able to tell a story and being able to write a script are two different things. Forget it, let's just wait for his revised script. After all, these stories are adapted from his personal experiences. Just as the screenwriters decided to test Shin Tian's screenwriting skills first, Shin Tian on the other side borrowed a laptop from the nurse's station. Don't ask how he borrowed it, the answer is his charisma. When he walked into the ward with a computer, Huang Dafeng was stunned. Brother Tianer, what are you doing? Writing a script. Shin Tian replied calmly. You still do this? A little bit, a little bit. So what kind of story are you going to write? A story about you and your sister-in-law? When asked this by Huang Dafeng, Shin Tian suddenly had an idea, especially after what happened in the hospital. Perhaps he can write some other stories besides the love story between Shin Tian and Xiaoyu. On the one hand, it can create more income for him, and on the other hand, it can be regarded as a small contribution to those who cannot afford medical treatment. Thinking of this, he immediately created two documents on his computer. A document name is There is a cloud made of rain in the sky. The other document is I am not a god of medicine. Chapter 61 The meaning of tragedy. As Shin Tian placed his hands on the keyboard, the advanced screenwriting ability given by the system and the advanced typing ability of the online writer were activated at the same time. In an instant, his hands left an afterimage on the keyboard. Even though he had never had any screenwriting experience before, his inspiration was flowing like a spring at this moment. When Huang Dafeng, who was standing by, saw this scene, he was stunned instantly. Originally he thought Shin Tian was just talking casually, but who could have imagined that not only did he actually take action, but his efficiency seemed to be beyond his imagination. But even so, he didn't think Shin Tian could really write a qualified script. Even an hour later, when Shin Tian's fingers left the keyboard, he still firmly believed this. Don? With a hint of doubt, Huang Dafeng slowly moved behind Qin Tian, looking at the dense text on the screen. The expression on his face changed from calmness at first to confusion, and then to shock. After he finished reading the entire script, he was completely dumbfounded. Although he is not a graduate of any film school, but he has been working in the entertainment industry for several years after all. He can still tell whether a script is good or bad at a glance. A bad script will only make a bad movie even if all the actors in the movie are at the level of movie emperors. For a good script, even if it only employs small actors, the final product will eventually become a classic. In a bad script, the actors choose the script, while in a good script, the script chooses the actors. The movie script in front of us, titled Dying to Survive, is undoubtedly a masterpiece. It not only includes the plot outline, but also the storyboard part. To put it bluntly, any normal director can start filming after getting the script. It is equivalent to Qin Tian not only doing the work of a screenwriter, but also the work of a director. After realizing this, the look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Tian suddenly changed. As expected of a top student who scored over 700 points on the college entrance exam, he really has a sharp mind. I'm afraid you maxed out your intelligence but didn't add any health points. If I were still in the entertainment industry, I would take a script like this even if it wasn't paid. Qin Tian was not too inflated by Huang Dafeng's praise. After all, he just copied this script. Only the script of The Cloud Made of Rain in the Sky was his original work. However, he is still very confident about this original script. After all, the system's reward skills are not to be underestimated. After carefully confirming that there were no problems with the script, Qin Tian immediately packaged both copies and sent them over. A message was also attached. As soon as he sent the script, the production director Zhu Rong, who was far away in the film channel office, immediately received his email. So fast? Although he had some doubts in his heart, he finally decided to call other people in the project, including 3 screenwriters. As everyone arrived, he immediately imported the file sent by Qin Tian on his mobile phone into the projection screen next to him. It was only at this time that he discovered that Qin Tian had sent 2 files at the same time. This Qin Tian actually wrote a script himself. I thought he was just talking. I guess it's just a modification based on my original work. I'm not the god of medicine? What the hell is this? It's also a script. How can you possibly write 2 scripts in just 1 hour? With a hint of doubt and curiosity, Zhu Rong first clicked on the script of There Is a Cloud Made of Rain in the Sky. Suddenly, a script of several thousand words with a clear storyline and plot appeared in front of everyone. At the beginning, people didn't think the script was that brilliant. I just think the script is very professionally written. Even the professional screenwriters present here couldn't find any fault with it, but when they saw the end of the script, they found that Qin Tian had actually changed the ending of the entire story. In the version they created, Qin Tian finally defeated the disease after Xiaoyu passed away, and his career also took off, becoming a real top star in the domestic entertainment industry. In a subsequent performance, I met a girl who looked very similar to Xiaoyu. The film ends with the two smiling at each other. Such an ending can be said to be a very perfect ending. It not only makes up for the regret, but also leaves the audience with more imagination, which is the ending that the audience wants to see more. In the version created by Qin Tian himself, the seriously ill Qin Tian eventually passed away in front of Xiaoyu's tomb. The next second the camera switched to the 2 butterflies in front of the tomb, then a series of memory fragments about Xiaoyu and Qin Tian turned to ashes. Compared to their own version, this version is a typical B ending. Is there anything more tragic than the death of both the male and female protagonists? If the audience saw such an ending, they would definitely curse them to death. However, just when they didn't understand why Qin Tian insisted on writing himself to death, a line of small words at the bottom of the script caught their attention. Tragedy often touches people's hearts more deeply than comedy, and it also triggers more reflection. I hope people will appreciate ordinary happiness more after seeing my tragedy. As a famous writer once said, tragedy shows people the destruction of valuable things in life, while comedy shows people the destruction of worthless things. After reading this line of small words, everyone vaguely understood Qin Tian's painstaking efforts. If you think about it carefully, it seems to be true. If it were a comedy, people would probably just laugh it off, but if it is a tragedy, everyone will feel very sad. They will reflect on why such a tragedy happened and even find pleasure in it, because such a tragedy has never happened to me. I cherish what I have now even more. It's like seeing a couple not end up together for various reasons. The audience will most likely take this as a warning and cherish their current relationship. After understanding this, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Shin Tian obviously thought more than they did and wanted to convey more, and that's what a good movie should do. Alas, I've been writing scripts for so many years, but they've all been written to shit. I still need a younger generation to enlighten me on this. Shin Tian is indeed talented in screenwriting, but there's really nothing you can do about talent. I'm sure that if this script is used, the box office may not necessarily be higher than the first one, but it will definitely have the potential to hit those big awards. I think so too. What our Dragon Country film industry lacks is good scripts like this. I just can't figure out which famous writer said that. I have no recollection of it. I don't remember either. I guess Shin Tian said it himself. I think so too. I need to write this down and use it as an example when I teach at the Film Academy. I want the kids to learn from it. Chapter 62. The second script. Just when everyone finished reading Shin Tian's first script and was amazed by the content, they also noticed the second script Shin Tian sent over. Just by looking at the title, they still couldn't guess what the script was about. If they had not been amazed by Shin Tian's first script, they would not have opened the second script. Old Chen, how about we not open it yet and each of us guess what kind of story this second script is about? I think so. Let me guess. I think this is probably about a doctor. Since it's called Medicine God, it must be a tribute to medical workers. That's not necessarily true. It could also be a fantasy or legendary story. Of course, it could also be referring to pharmaceutical researchers. If it's really just about a story about a certain profession, then I think the script is somewhat cliched. Before the second script was even opened, people had already made various guesses. With this series of speculations, the contents of the second document were soon presented to everyone. As they watched, the expressions on everyone's faces changed. Originally, they thought that even if this was not a film full of positive energy, it would be a script that praised medical workers, but after watching it, they found out that they were wrong, because the protagonist in this movie is neither a glamorous medical worker nor a positive character who cures diseases and saves lives. He is a drug dealer who makes money by selling generic drugs on the edge of the law. Such a unique character background immediately made everyone confused. Generally speaking, even if the protagonist of a movie is not great or glorious, he or she must at least be positive and have a positive orientation for the audience. But the protagonist Chun Yong in this movie has nothing to do with these. They had a feeling that if they took the script for review, it might not even pass, but as they watched, they found that their previous ideas did not seem entirely correct, because from a legal perspective, the protagonist Chun Yong is not a good person, but from a social perspective, Chun Yong seems to be a good person. Of course, what shocked them was not only the various characters in the script, but also the thought-provoking lines. There is only one disease in the world, and that is poverty, having an illness. But no medicine is a natural disaster. Having medicine but not being able to afford it is a man-made disaster. He just wanted to live. What crime had he committed? Each of these lines is extremely heavy, yet so real. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I would never have come up with these lines. Everyone couldn't help but think of the video they had just seen online about Shin Tian's consultation in the hospital. They were also shocked when they saw that one dose of medicine cost $1 million. This is the case when Shin Tian has the ability. If it were someone who doesn't have the ability, they would probably just wait for death like the people in this script, and who knows how many more situations like this there are in the entire Dragon Country. Thinking of this, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became heavy. Even Zhu Rong, an experienced production director, couldn't help but feel conflicted. As far as the script is concerned, the quality of I Am Not a God of Medicine is definitely not inferior to the previous one. It even far surpasses it in terms of intention and depth, but the content involved in the film is really too sensitive. If I were to film it, it would probably touch upon many issues and offend many people, but if such a good script is not turned into a movie and released on the big screen, it would be a bit unreasonable. Just when everyone was extremely confused, Zhu Rong seemed to have made some kind of decision. I will contact the leadership of the station right now. This movie must be made. We in Dragon Country lack such movies. I believe the director will resolve the issue of passing the review. As for the script purchase issue, I'll go to the hospital to find Shin Tian after I ask my boss. After hearing what Zhu Rong said, everyone else present breathed a sigh of relief. It is indeed as Zhu Rong said, it would be a pity if such a script could not be made into a movie. Just when everyone on the movie channel was deeply shocked by the two scripts written by Qin Tian, a group of uninvited guests arrived in the ward of the Temple of Heaven Hospital. To be honest, when Qin Tian first saw these two people, he couldn't remember their names for a long time. It was not until they mentioned the three words, the legend of the poisonous concubine, that he had a rough impression of it in his mind. Qin Tian, I'm so sorry to disturb your rest at this time. But we had no choice but to find you because of what happened to you. Now the filming of the entire crew has come to a standstill. The investor is now also withdrawing their investment, and they're demanding 500 million yuan in compensation. How can we come up with that much money all at once? In front of the bed, a fat, big-eared middle-aged man was speaking with a bitter face. He was Niu Tang, the producer of the Poisonous Concubine crew, and next to him was the cruise director, Zhang Zhongcheng. At this moment, they no longer have the arrogance they had when they were on the crew. If there weren't so many people here, they would probably all kneel down to Qin Tian. Qin Tian didn't expect that they could find this place, but he thought they must have watched their previous live broadcast, so they were able to find him. I'm partly to blame for this, but if they ask you to pay them back, why are you looking for me? You should go find those who are getting paid more. You guys can't possibly ask me to pay 500 million. No, we're not here to ask you to pay us money, and we don't have that intention. Seeing that Qin Tian had misunderstood, Niu Tang quickly explained. In fact, it is very simple to prevent investors from withdrawing their investment now. All you need to do is continue to join the group. Of course, as long as you return to the group now, you will definitely play the male lead. As for the female lead, we will also look for someone new and will definitely not work with Tianying Entertainment again. Return to the group? The first male? Hearing Niu Tang's request, Qin Tian was stunned at first, then shook his head. If it were before, he would have been more than happy to play the leading male role, but now, he really doesn't like it. With his current influence, as long as he says he wants to return to acting, the people who want to contact him will definitely line up from the door of his ward to Wangfujing Street. After all, everyone knows that Qin Tian is now a walking traffic. Anyone who has anything to do with him can become popular, not to mention the movies and TV series he starred in. Seeing Qin Tian shaking his head, the two of them fell into despair for a moment. If they can hire Qin Tian this time, they might really have to pay so much money that they have to jump off the building. But at this moment, Qin Tian opened his mouth again. It's not impossible to join the crew again, but I don't want to be an actor. I'll provide you with the script, and you'll shoot it according to my requirements. After filming is finished, I want to share the profits based on the ratings. As for the name of the new script, don't call it The Poisonous Concubine, it's too old-fashioned. Change it to The Legend of Jin Huan. Chapter 63, The Hot Script. The reason why Qin Tian chose to rewrite the script for Niu Tang and the others was not out of kindness. He wouldn't say how much resentment he had towards these two people, but he could only say that they didn't have much in common. All we can say is that the two previous scripts gave him inspiration. In this world where copyright laws are so strict, the scripts he wrote are protected by copyright laws. As long as the movie or TV series makes money, he can get the money. Every time a movie or TV series is released or broadcast, there will be profits, and this income can continue until 50 years after his death. This is much more profitable than being an actor, but it was obvious that Niu Tang still had some doubts about Qin Tian's proposal. Changing the actors is fine, but if we change the script, wouldn't that be like starting over again? Also, the script for The Poisonous Concubine is adapted from a currently popular novel and has a certain audience base. Before he could finish, Qin Tian interrupted him. I won't force you to do that. If you still think the original script is better, you can continue with the previous one. That's not what I meant. Just as Niu Tang was desperately trying to explain, Zhang Zhongqing suddenly spoke up. Could you give me a brief introduction to what Legend of Jin Huan is about? No problem. Qin Tian naturally had no hesitation about Zhang Zhongqing's request. Qin Tian is too familiar with the plot of The Legend of Jin Huan, but it is no exaggeration to say that he himself has not watched a single complete episode, but he managed to finish watching the entire TV series on his mobile phone. He immediately introduced the contents of Legend of Jin Huan episode by episode. At the beginning, Niu Tang and Zhang Zhongqing thought it was a bit mediocre. It's nothing more than a beauty pageant scene, which has been filmed to death in palace dramas, but as the plot continued to deepen, the two gradually became addicted. The agreed plot outline turned Qin Tian into a storyteller. Even after Qin Tian finished telling the story of how Jin Huan sent the fourth master away and supported Han Li to ascend the throne and become the Empress Dowager, the two still felt that they had not yet finished. Before I knew it, nearly half an hour had passed. Wonderful, truly wonderful. It's amazing how a harem drama can be written like this. Compared to this, the plot of The Poisonous Concubine is just like children playing house. That's right. If the heroine from The Poisonous Concubine was cast in Legend of Jin Huan, she would probably be punished with 100 strokes of the cane within the first 3 episodes. After listening to Qin Tian's story, the two of them sighed for a while. As professionals, they immediately realized what kind of sensation it would cause if such a script were made into a TV series, especially given that today's audience is mainly female. But at this time, the two of them began to hesitate. If Qin Tian had only provided an ordinary script, they might not have been so confused. But The Legend of Jin Huan is obviously not an ordinary script. Did Qin Tian really give them such a high-quality script? Qin Tian, who was standing by, obviously saw the doubts of the two and said with a slight smile, "I'm not giving it to you for free. You should charge me based on the market price. And I think you can take this script to your investors to ask for more investment." More investment? A look of embarrassment suddenly appeared on Niu Tang's face, but before he could open his mouth to explain, a cheerful male voice came from outside the door. "If you don't want to take this script, we can consider it." As the voice came, 2 more figures walked in from outside the ward. As soon as the two entered the ward, the middle-aged man in the lead walked straight to Qin Tian's bedside. Another younger person nearby quickly brought over a few boxes of nutritional supplements. "Mr. Qin, I'm Zhu Rong from the movie channel who just contacted you. I'm really sorry for not contacting you in advance." After listening to the middle-aged man's self-introduction, Qin Tian suddenly understood. Although he had guessed that someone from the movie channel would come to find him, he didn't expect it to happen so soon. "It hasn't been long since they came looking for me." While Qin Tian was greeting the two, Niu Tang and the other man beside him looked incredulous. As people in the circle, they had heard of Zhu Rong's name and had met him in some public occasions, although his fame may not be as great as theirs in the circle. His influence is definitely not comparable to theirs. But now, the production director of an official TV station was chatting with Qin Tian politely. The conversation seemed to be about the script. "It's like this, Mr. Qin. I've just consulted with the leaders at the station. They are very interested in the 2 scripts you wrote. And now we just need a few excellent domestic films to take over the prime time. They all agree that these 2 films are expected to help the people of Longguo regain their confidence in domestic films. I'm here to discuss the purchase of the script adaptation rights with you." Listening to the conversation between the two, Niu Tang and Zhang Zhongqing's expressions changed immediately. They had heard about some things about Qin Tian in the movie channel before, but from what the two had just said, it seemed that Qin Tian had 2 scripts that were favored by the senior management of the movie channel, and I'm quite optimistic about that. Otherwise, Zhu Rong wouldn't have had to make the trip in person. Thinking of this, the two of them immediately looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. However, when they recalled the story of Legend of Jin Huan, they felt it made sense again. For someone who can come up with such a story, it doesn't seem difficult to write 2 more excellent scripts. In an instant, the two of them became nervous. From Zhu Rong's expression just now, it was obvious that he was also interested in the script of Legend of Jin Huan. Although their movie channel does not cover TV dramas, it is hard to say about their brother channel, the TV drama channel. The two of them immediately moved closer to Qin Tian. "There's absolutely no problem with continuing to pursue investment. I believe that with the quality of your script and your personal reputation, there will definitely be plenty of investors as long as we are willing to find them." At this moment, there was no trace of hesitation on Niu Tang's face. It's obvious that with a script like this, if you just pick some not-so-bad actors and make a movie out of it, you'll just make money. But the next second he was worried again. "Although I only heard the latter part of the script you just mentioned, I think the quality is indeed excellent. The ratings will definitely be good. Do you want me to help you contact my friends in the circle? Investing is also a simple matter." On the one hand, Zhu Rong said this to flatter Qin Tian, and on the other hand, he really saw the quality of the script of The Legend of Jin Huan. Qin Tian just smiled slightly at this. "I was planning to hand this script over to director Zhang and his team. It just so happens that they already have the same team from The Poisonous Concubine. We can start filming right after we get the script. Oh, that's great too. I'll contact the TV drama channel and see if I can air it there. After receiving Qin Tian's answer, Zhu Rong nodded with regret. Niu Tang and the other man standing by were relieved and ecstatic at the same time. It would be great if this drama could really be purchased by a TV drama channel. Although the price may be slightly lowered, there is no need to worry about ratings. When they thought that all this was because of Qin Tian, the two of them immediately looked at Qin Tian with gratitude. Chapter 64. Call Me Godfather. Seeing two waves of people visiting one after another, Huang Dafeng, who was lying on the hospital bed, was able to calmly browse his phone at first, but as the conversation deepened, he became more and more agitated, especially after hearing Qin Tian sell 3 scripts at a high price in just a few words. After finally waiting for Zhu Rong and others to leave the ward, he immediately came to Qin Tian impatiently. Brother Tianer, how much did the 3 scripts sell for? About 1 million. Hearing his question, Qin Tian's face immediately showed a hint of disdain. 1 million? You're so reserved even in your dreams. Let me tell you this, if nothing unexpected happens, after those 2 movies are released, I can make tens of millions for each one. The better the box office, the more I'll make. As for TV series, the pay is a little less. A few million for the first broadcast, and a few 100,000 for subsequent broadcasts. This Huang Dafeng was stunned for a moment. He worked hard in the entertainment industry for several years and only earned a little over 1 million. Qin Tian almost earned 100 million just by tapping the keyboard a few times. It can almost be said that he can make a living from these 3 scripts for the rest of his life. As he thought about it, he became more and more excited. Brother Tianer, if something unexpected happens, who are you going to leave all this money to? How about this? You said you don't have any relatives, so when the time comes, you can designate me as your first in-line heir. How about we experience what it's like to inherit a multi-million fortune? After listening to Huang Dafeng's proposal, Qin Tian also showed a look of serious thinking for a moment. This doesn't seem to be impossible. But according to our country's inheritance law, if I'm gone, the money will be taken back by the state. Of course, if we have a legal relationship, you can inherit it. How about this? I'll take a small loss and one day I'll take you to get an adoption certificate, making you my legally adopted son. When I'm gone, all the inheritance will be yours. I have to say that after hearing Qin Tian's suggestion, Huang Dafeng was really moved. His eyes brightened up, and he didn't even notice the teasing look on Qin Tian's face. Where can I get this adoption certificate? I need my household registration and ID card, etc. Is this officially recognized? After saying that, he turned his gaze to Qin Tian, who was standing beside him. Then I should admit it. The adoption certificate hasn't come down yet, so why don't you call me Godfather first to get used to it? When he said this, Qin Tian almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Righteous Huang Dafeng was just about to shout out what Qin Tian said, but the next second he finally reacted. Damn it, you're still trying to take advantage of me. I almost screamed. At this moment, he understood that what Qin Tian said just now was just a joke. Just when he was excitedly preparing to get back at the enemy, Qin Tian suddenly let out another long sigh. When he heard the sigh, his expression froze immediately. Oh. I just want to hear someone call me Dad before I die. I'm afraid there won't be any chance in this lifetime. After saying that, he looked at Huang Dafeng beside him with a sad face. Huang Dafeng's face suddenly turned dark when Qin Tian looked at him like this. Get lost. You're trying to take advantage of me again. After a burst of laughter, Qin Tian finally brought the topic back on track. I've already asked the doctor, you can be discharged tomorrow. We'll go back as soon as we're discharged from the hospital. I can't afford to lose even a day now. Why? Isn't it good to be in the hospital now? If you have any problems, you can get treatment immediately. Huang Dafeng said with a puzzled look on his face. Qin Tian didn't know how to explain his question for a moment. You can't say that he's going to trigger a quest to master his secondary profession. Anyway, let's stay in this hospital for now. While I can still move, I need to quickly research a cure for cancer. What? Originally, the expression on Huang Dafeng's face was just confusion, but after hearing this sentence, it turned into complete shock. Brother, did I hear you correctly? You're going to research a cure for cancer? You think treating cancer is just like singing songs and writing scripts? Qin Tian looked indifferent to Huang Dafeng's shock. Why is it different? They are all professional skills. What if I am a hidden medical genius? 666. If you really figure it out, we won't have to do anything anymore and can just wait for others to give us money. Huang Dafeng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Deep down, he didn't think Qin Tian could really find a way to cure cancer, but on some level, he also hopes that Qin Tian can really find a cure for cancer. By the way, I just received private messages from several businesses. They want us to take their advertising. After a brief silence, Huang Dafeng suddenly remembered something and said excitedly that he had been doing food broadcasting for so long without receiving any advertisements, but now he is suddenly approached by several businesses. How can he not be excited? Advertisement? What advertisement? When Qin Tian first heard Huang Dafeng's words, he was stunned for a moment, then he reacted. It is obvious that some businesses have realized the commercial value of Huang Dafeng's account. To be precise, he saw the traffic attached to Qin Tian. One sells fruit, one sells braised food, one sells clothes, and the other sells women's products. As he spoke, a strange look appeared on Huang Dafeng's face. He can accept clothing advertisements and other things, but this advertisement for women's products, he really couldn't imagine why this merchant would think of them. He didn't understand, but Qin Tian did. In his eyes, the merchant selling women's products is the smartest. Although there has been no statistics, the majority of his fans must be women. Although he understands it, he will not accept this kind of advertisement. Unless what? Are the prices quoted by these merchants? As for the quotes, one is 500,000, one is 750,000, one is 800,000, and the other is 2 million. After taking a look at the screen, Huang Dafeng spoke directly. By the way, the one with 2 million is the one selling women's products. I think we should just take the first three. Even though the last one pays more, it's a bit awkward for two grown men like us to sell it. When saying this, Huang Dafeng felt a little painful that he wants to make money, but he also wants face, and he thought that Qin Tian would most likely not consider accepting such an advertisement, but Qin Tian's answer the next second surprised him somewhat. Take it, take them all, including the one at the back. Huang Dafeng was somewhat confused after receiving such an answer. What if the merchant wants to send you a sample pack? Have them send it to schools in the mountainous areas, including those women's products. Qin Tian said in an extremely firm tone. Although Huang Dafeng didn't quite understand Qin Tian's arrangement, he still did it. Soon after the two discussed, the subsequent live streaming and selling plan took shape. Just when Qin Tian was planning how to increase the triggering frequency of system tasks through this series of actions, a piece of news from an internationally renowned photography exhibition instantly caused an uproar on the Longhua network. Chapter 65 Light and Darkness. Bingyou International Photography Festival, as one of the most well-known photography exhibitions in the world, is also the top photography exhibition in China. Every year it attracts thousands of photography enthusiasts and media professionals. This year is no exception. But what is different from usual is that this year's Best Photography Master Award has added an online selection link. Although it is an online selection, the actual participants are mainly photography enthusiasts. However, after many of this year's entries were published online, a photograph titled Light and Dark immediately became popular at an incredible speed. What's even more exaggerated is that the number of people who voted for this photo soared to more than 1 million. You should know that before, even the Snow Mountain Phoenix, which had the most votes, only had more than 6,000 votes. And the reason for this is simply because of the person who appears in the photo and the story behind it. Brothers, look quickly. Isn't the person in this photo Brother Tian? It seems to be true. Although only half of his profile is shown, Brother Tian's appearance is so recognizable. I think only our Brother Tian has such a good-looking profile. It's definitely him. I still remember the truckload of packages at the back. They must be birthday presents from the kids. Whose photography exhibition is this? I want to go and see it and vote for Brother Tian. It's not like Brother Tian is participating in this competition himself. What does it matter? He took such a great photo of Brother Tian, so he is definitely a friendly force. The 789th entry on the Bingyou International Photography Festival's official website selection interface is this. Don't vote for the wrong one. Brothers, if this photo doesn't win the award, everyone here will be held responsible. As fans spread the news to each other, this photo related to Qin Tian quickly went viral. The extremely exaggerated number of votes made this matter a hot topic. Netizens' attitudes towards this are also polarized. Another day where Brother Tian dominates the trending searches. As expected of a rising star, his influence has even reached the photography world. Give the photographer a thumbs up for perfectly showcasing Brother Tian's incredible looks. TSK TSK TSK, it really is the data password. I can almost be 100% sure that this photo will definitely win the gold medal. Of course, the total number of votes for all the other photos combined is not as high as this one. It's simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Of course, there are supporters and there are opponents. What the hell? Fan culture has already invaded the photography world. What's so good about this photo? Is it just because it's a photo of a celebrity that it got more votes? That is, if it's all fans voting, then what's the point of holding a photography exhibition? The work of other photographers that they worked so hard on was outshined by a random photo? I still hope that photography can be pure and free of halo. Anyway, I don't see what's so good about this work. The good thing is that they have a lot of traffic now. I hope the organizing committee can remove this public selection process. Not everyone understands photography. In addition to some photography enthusiasts, the majority of the opposing voices came from the contestants participating in this competition. In their opinion, the behavior of Qin Tian's fans has seriously affected the fairness of the competition, and as time went on, some big names in the photography circle also began to speak out publicly in opposition. For a while, this matter caused a sensation on the Longwei internet. Qin Xia, the photographer of this photo, was soon exposed by people in the photography circle. Just when these people were criticizing Qin Xia, a reporter for Mango Entertainment, suddenly published a text statement on Holang blog. Hello everyone in the photography circle and netizens who are following this matter. I also didn't expect that a photo I uploaded casually would cause such a big impact on the internet. My original intention was not to win the award, and I don't think I can win this award with my ability. I admit that my photography skills are terrible, but I don't want this photo to be slandered by you. This photo was taken in Heli Village, Jinyang City on April 17, 2022. The subject of the photo was indeed Qin Tian, but Qin Tian at that time was different from what you imagined. As reporter Qin Xia told the story behind the photo soon became clear to everyone. Everyone fell silent after reading this statement of thousands of words. They really didn't expect that there was such a story hidden behind a seemingly simple photo. In a short time, this statement became a viral sensation, with the number of reposts and comments exceeding 1 million. So Brother Tian has such a story. How come I haven't heard of it before? Brother Tian actually lived in a farmer's house in a village in the city before? Who would believe it if I told them? I know this urban village. It's inhabited by extras from all over the country, and the rent is only a few hundred yuan a month. Is there really a star who can get to this point? What you said is true. Brother Tian donated all his money before. It's good enough to have a place like this to live in. Exactly. Let alone that time, I seriously doubt that Brother Tian has any money left even now. Brother Tian really doesn't have any requirements for quality of life. People are pursuing spiritual things, and the level is different. This seems to be the day when Brother Tian was interviewed at Shujian Film and Television City. In urban villages, what's in the city is the ideal, and what's in the village is life. I suddenly felt that the purpose of this photo was so noble. Brother Tian in the photo is half in the light and half in the dark, just like himself. In public, he is a glamorous star, but in private, he is a poor man struggling to survive. I don't think this interpretation is right. Brother Tian just has a hard life, but he's not suffering spiritually. If you look closely, you'll see that Brother Tian is completely in darkness. Only the cart of gifts from the mountains behind him is shining brightly in the sunlight. The light on him also comes from these gifts. So I can see him as someone who plunged himself into darkness to bring light to those mountain children. If you say that photos like this are meaningless, then I really don't understand what kind of photos are valuable. Right. Isn't the purpose of a photo to record life? We don't understand the techniques, but we understand the emotions. It seems that this photo is much better than those so-called masterpieces. As netizens continued to interpret the content of the photos, more and more people paid attention to the story about Qin and those mountain children. public opinion was also one-sided. For those big verses who were the first to voice their opposition, they deleted the relevant remarks early on. Chapter 66 Overinterpretation. As the photography festival became more and more popular on the internet, the story behind the photo of light and dark gradually became known to more and more people. So much so that the photography festival officials had to put this photo on the official homepage even though they haven't announced the final results of the competition yet. The winner of the gold medal has basically been decided. In order to further promote the event, they also hired a special editor to write a series of stories about Qin Tian. However, when Qin Tian, the sole figure at the center of the entire incident, learned about this incident, it was already the next day. Qin Tian was completely stunned when he saw the huge photo of himself on the news screen in the hospital lobby after completing the discharge procedures. Oh my god, what's going on? I've been staying in the hospital recently. Who posted my photo online again? Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar photo in front of him, Qin Tian's first reaction was that someone was posting a picture of him online, until Huang Dafeng on the side read out the small words on it. This photo combines light and darkness. The protagonist, Qin Tian, is surrounded by darkness, yet his heart is drawn to the light. He lights the candle of hope with his broken and sick body. You know what, it's quite well written. It has the flavor of a high school Chinese reading comprehension lesson. Right, brother Tianer. After saying this, Huang Dafeng noticed Qin Tian's strange expression. He reacted the next second and his eyes widened. Fuck, isn't that you in this photo? So all of this was written by you? Qin Tian could only roll his eyes helplessly at Huang Dafeng's reaction. Now he finally understood what overinterpretation meant. What does it mean that he is in darkness but his heart is towards the light? What is a disabled and sick body? If you didn't know, you would think he had slipped. It's outrageous. Thinking of this, he quickly opened his mobile phone and searched for relevant information. After one look, he finally understood what was going on. The reporter's signature below the photograph instantly reminded him of the incident in Heli village not long ago. You won a gold medal just for taking a random photo of me? I'm so valuable now. If I release the selfies on my phone, I'll win tons of awards. Just when Qin Tian was speechless, the phone suddenly rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number on the caller ID, Qin Tian hesitated for only a few seconds before answering the call. As soon as the call was connected, a pleasant female voice came from the other end. Hello, are you Mr. Qin Tian? I'm a staff member of the Pingyao Photography Festival. I'm contacting you to invite you to be a special guest at the Photography Festival's award ceremony. I wonder if you have any schedules soon. After listening to the other party's self-introduction, Qin Tian was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered the information he had just seen. He didn't expect the photography festival officials to respond so quickly. After a slight hesitation, he did not agree immediately. After all, Pingyao is too far away from the imperial capital where he is now, and there doesn't seem to be any benefit in going there. But at this moment, the long-lost system prompt sound suddenly rang. Ding! Temporary mission triggered. Because the host's photo has caused too much controversy, please come forward to resolve the dispute. After completing the mission, in addition to the regular straight man index reward, you will also be rewarded with a random job transfer card. When Qin Tian heard the system prompt, his eyes immediately lit up. Regardless of the content of the task, the reward is very tempting. Although the job transfer card is random, there are certain professions that can change their unwanted secondary professions into other ones. If you were lucky enough to wash out something related to medicine, then the problem of prolonging your life will be solved. They asked me to personally come forward to resolve the dispute, but they didn't seem to require me to be present at the award ceremony. Then can I also use other methods to achieve this requirement? Qin Tian's mind immediately started working when he thought of the task content of the system. He probably just learned about the controversy on the internet about this photo. The point of contention is simply whether or not he should win the award. Some people believe that the reason why this photo won the award was because the judges were under pressure from public opinion on the internet. Another group of people believe that this photo really has profound meaning, which is why it was awarded. If Qin Tian wants to complete the system's task, he must stand on one side. As for which side to stand on, that's a question. After establishing the goal, he immediately had a preliminary plan in mind. The next second he dialed the same number again. As soon as the phone was connected, he spoke immediately. I'm very sorry, due to my personal health reasons, I may not be able to attend the award ceremony. I can attend in other ways. In Pingyao Ancient City, 2 days had passed since the final results were selected. Chen Xia's work Light and Dark unsurprisingly won first place with a staggering 5 million votes. However, Chen Xia, the winner of the photography gold medal, was not happy at all at this moment. It can even be said to be sitting on pins and needles. Although her work won in terms of votes and public opinion, that was outside the circle. People in the circle, including those present, were not at all satisfied with her winning the gold medal. She could almost guess what the current photographers and photography enthusiasts thought of her without even thinking. Her only thought now was to collect the award quickly and leave here as soon as possible. During this agonizing wait, she soon heard her name being called on the stage. She immediately walked onto the stage. Just when she thought she could get the trophy and certificate immediately, the host next to her suddenly spoke. Today's award ceremony has invited a special guest to present the awards to our gold medal winners. Please turn your eyes to our big screen. Upon hearing the host's voice, everyone present immediately looked towards the big screen behind the podium. Even Chen Xia herself cast a curious look at the big screen, and in the next second, a figure slowly emerged from the big screen. As soon as everyone saw the figure clearly, the scene suddenly became lively. There was even a look of disbelief in Chen Xia's eyes. Good evening, everyone present. I'm Qin Tian. I am honored to receive the official invitation from the photography festival, but due to personal health reasons, I cannot attend the event. So I can only present the awards to our gold medal winners via video. Congratulations, Chen Xia. As soon as Qin Tian finished speaking in the video, applause broke out at the scene, but it is obvious that people do not really recognize Chen Xia as the gold medal winner, and it was at this time that Qin Tian spoke again. I have also seen Chen Xia's work, but I have no right to judge whether it is good or bad. But the point I will make is that her photos are of me, but they're not entirely of me. More precisely, this photo represents countless ordinary people like me. Here I have a song for everyone, and also for those who are in the dark. When they heard that Qin Tian was going to sing, everyone at the scene was surprised and full of doubts. Before everyone could guess which song Qin Tian would sing, the familiar singing voice had already rang out throughout the venue. Chapter 67, who says only those standing in the light are heroes. With the spread of songs such as Compendium of Materia Medica, There is a cloud made of rain in the sky, and invisible wings on the internet. Qin Tian's talent in music is beyond doubt. Just when everyone thought he would sing those previously popular songs again, a song that had never appeared in this world slowly floated out. All are brave, the wound on your forehead, your differences, the mistakes you made, no need to hide your worn out doll, your mask, your ego. They say you need light to tame every monster, they say they'll stitch you up. No one loves a clown. Why loneliness is not glorious, only imperfections are worth praising. Who says those covered in mud are not heroes? Love you walking alone in the dark alley, love the way you don't kneel. Loving you has led me to despair, refusing to cry. Love your tattered clothes but dare to block the gun of fate. Love you so much, like meth gaps are the same. Do you deserve this ragged cape? Fight? Fight with the most humble dream to the sobs and roars in the dark night. Who says only those who stand in the light are heroes? Although it was the first time for everyone present to hear this song, the emotions contained in the song quickly resonated with them, especially after hearing the lyrics that made their hearts tremble. Chen Xia, who was closest to the big screen, felt goosebumps all over her body. At this moment, her mind couldn't help but think of the various people she had interviewed. Before, they are workers, farmers, cleaners, and firefighters. They are just as described in the lyrics, covered in mud and dust, but who can say that they are not heroes because they are in the dark? Of course, all these scenes ended up turning into the scene where Qin Tian was pushing a cart against the light in the urban village. By the time the song was over, many people present had tears in their eyes without realizing it. Even though the music had stopped long ago, the scene was still silent until Qin Tian's voice sounded again in the venue. The song is called The Lone Brave Man. I hope everyone, whether Chen Xia or others, will have the courage to fight against fate. Even if our games are mediocre, we are still heroes. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tian's figure disappeared from the big screen. Suddenly, thunderous applause broke out at the scene. Compared with the last applause, this time the applause was obviously more heartfelt. The applause lasted for nearly a minute before it slowly stopped. The next second, Chen Xia, holding the trophy and certificate, bowed deeply towards the big screen. Although Qin Tian didn't say much, she could see that this song, The Lone Brave Man, was obviously created for this photo of him. With the blessing of this song, the connotation and meaning of this photo were elevated to more than one level. She could tell this from the way other people looked at her. When she walked down the stage, everyone offered their blessings, but at the moment, she was in no mood to pay attention to these compliments. Instead, she immediately took out the notebook she carried with her and typed on it quickly. As soon as a transfer application was written. She originally chose to be an entertainment reporter for better treatment and working environment, but now she wants to be closer to ordinary life. Of course, she was not the only one affected at the scene. Those professional photographers couldn't help but think of a question at this moment. What kind of shots are more worth recording and more valuable? It is precisely this kind of reflection that will cause a major change in the direction of the longbow photography circle in the future. More shots close to the lives of ordinary people appeared in front of the public. At this point, the photography festival came to an end. However, its popularity did not decrease, but instead increased rapidly at an exaggerated rate. The part where Chin Tian sang was the most outstanding. In just a few hours, it became a hot search. The number of views of any video related to this segment can be said to be explosive. The highest and most complete one has exceeded 50 million views. After searching for a long time, I finally found a complete version at Come and Listen to the Song. Fire Tones Lu Ming. Other stars release new songs for fear that others won't know about them, but when Tiangu releases a new song, he's afraid that we'll know about it. I never expected that Brother Tian's new song would be released at the awards ceremony of a photography festival. What's so surprising about this? Didn't we release a song at the last charity dinner? Finally, I heard the full version. Too bad the person who filmed it had such a crappy phone. Woo woo woo. This song is so exciting. I'm hooked after listening to it twice. Damn, I didn't cry even though I was delivering food for 12 hours a day, but I cried after listening to this song. I work during the day, drive for Didi at night, and sometimes even drive in the early hours of the morning. Wow, the pressure of the mortgage is suffocating me. It's so real. Everyone's life is so ordinary and so mundane, so ordinary that it's not even worthy of appearing in TV dramas or songs. Yeah, heroes are only on the screen. Even if ordinary people appear occasionally, they won't be as ordinary as us. People who haven't experienced this could never write a song like this. To be precise, the lyrics are a true portrayal of Brother Tian, who is suffering from cancer. Speaking of suffering, who among us can compare to his suffering? He didn't give up, so why should we bow down to fate? This song and that photo of light and dark are a perfect match. As the popularity of the video continued to rise, the response caused by the lone hero began to become larger and larger. But what makes netizens feel very frustrated is that even if they search the entire internet, they cannot find a truly complete version. After all, even if the screen was fully recorded on site, the sound quality would be affected to some extent. This problem continued until The Lone Brave One was included on the mainland new song chart and had not been effectively resolved. What's even more bizarre is that, as a work on the list, The Lone Brave is the only song with only a name and a singer, because according to regulations, if they cannot obtain authorization from the musicians, then even if they release a demo version, it is illegal. Regarding this issue, not only the officials who make the charts are very troubled, but even the major music platforms don't know what to do. They also wanted to contact Chin Tian to purchase the copyright of the music, but when they wanted to contact Chin Tian, they found that they didn't have any contact information for Chin Tian. If he hasn't left Tianying yet, they can still contact Tianying Entertainment. I finally got Chin Tian's phone number, but when I called him, I found that the phone was always turned off. If Chin Tian had not appeared at the awards ceremony a few hours ago, they would even suspect that Chin Tian had already withdrawn from the biosphere just when all the music websites were searching for Chin Tian. Through various means, Chin Tian, after flying for several hours, finally set foot on the land of Jinyang City again. Chapter 68 Sky-High Licensing Fees. I'm finally back. The imperial capital is definitely not a place for people like us to go. I spent a total of 4 days there, 3 of which were in the hospital. As soon as he walked out of the airport building, Huang Dafeng said with a look of emotion, originally, he thought he could take the opportunity to have some fun in the imperial capital, but no one expected that he would end up in the hospital. Just as he was about to take Chin Tian to the beef noodle restaurant nearby, his phone suddenly rang. With a hint of doubt, he quickly answered the phone. As he listened to the voice on the other end of the phone, the expression on his face changed several times. It only took a second to go from confusion to shock. Brother Tianer, it's from Cloud Music. They want to buy your exclusive license. Before he could finish, another call came in. At the same time, Chin Tian's phone was ringing like crazy. In just half an hour, the two received dozens of calls, without exception. All of them came from major music websites. The purpose of their calls is basically the same. After waiting for a long time for the phone calls to stop, the two of them found a noodle restaurant near the airport and sat down. Huang Dafeng had just sat down on the bench when he couldn't wait to take out a pen and paper from his bag. Cloud music, cool cat, peep, gumi. While muttering to himself, he kept writing on the paper. Soon a long list was neatly written on the paper, without exception. They are all well-known domestic music websites. He wrote. Huang Dafeng's eyes lit up. There are 35 music websites in total. If they were exclusive, the price would probably be around 1 million, which is not cost-effective. If it's not exclusive, with your current popularity, you should be able to negotiate hundreds of thousands with a little effort. More than 30 companies have a combined total of tens of millions. After saying that, he turned his gaze to Qin Tian, who was standing beside him. Brother Tianer, if we release it, you can earn tens of millions in copyright fees from this song. Hearing Huang Dafeng's words, Qin Tian's expression changed slightly. There are so many. Are copyright fees in this world already so ridiculously high? In his impression, even the top singers in his previous life did not earn such an exaggerated annual song licensing fee, and most people sell them in packages, and the prices vary depending on their uses. Ordinary singers definitely can't sell for such a high price. If it's not exclusive, tens of thousands of yuan is the best. But you're different now. Besides, the popularity of Lone Hero is so high right now that the whole internet is begging for the full version. If any website can get the exclusive license for this song, its traffic will skyrocket. So even if we directly bid tens of millions now, there will still be websites that will consider it. Of course, in addition to this reason, there is another very important reason. Speaking of this, Huang Dafeng suddenly became hesitant. Seeing him like this, Qin Tian became curious. What other reasons are there? Tell me. Well, let's not talk about this. It's a bit unlucky. It's okay. Tell me what's auspicious or unlucky in my current situation. Qin Tian said indifferently. Okay, then I'll tell you. Seeing that Qin Tian really didn't care, Huang Dafeng immediately stopped hiding it. Your physical condition is now known to the entire internet, if not the entire world. Maybe in 2 months you won't be in this world anymore, and then this song will become your last work. Given your life story and the significance of this song, it's easy for people to hype it up and it will become a huge hit. To be honest, they even try to hype up your death anniversary every year. After listening to Huang Dafeng's explanation, Qin Tian didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Even if he died, his songs would still gain value. Isn't this just like those painters? Their paintings are worthless when they are alive, but the prices start to soar after they die. Even if he died right now, the significance of this song of the Lone Hero would be even more extraordinary. This way, the song can be given the title of Last Echo. Seeing the expression on Qin Tian's face change, Huang Dafeng subconsciously thought that Qin Tian was angry. He quickly said, "Why don't we just not sell it? We don't want their dirty money anymore." However, the next second Qin Tian smiled and said, "Sell it, why not? Let's go back and record the song, and then wait for the money. Besides, I don't have a penny on me right now. I can't always eat and drink your food." "Oh, what's yours or mine? We two brothers are just following each other." Although Qin Tian made the money, Huang Dafeng felt as if he had made the money himself and was happy for Qin Tian from the bottom of his heart. After the two finished breakfast, they immediately went to the recording studio where they had recorded the song last time. It only took 2 hours for Qin Tian to complete the master tape of The Lone Brave Man with the signing of licensing agreements with major music websites. Payments from different music companies were transferred into Qin Tian's bank account one after another. Seeing that there was a deposit of tens of millions in the account that had been depleted before, even Qin Tian, who had lived 2 lifetimes, couldn't help but be excited. In the previous life, the person died but the money was still there. This life is even worse. The money is gone but the person is resurrected. Huang Dafeng on the side was even more excited at this moment. "Brother Tianer, we've made a fortune. What are you going to do with this money first? Buy a house? Or a car?" After hearing Huang Dafeng's question, Qin Tian hesitated for only a second before giving an answer. "Of course, you have to pay taxes first." "Pay taxes?" When Huang Dafeng suddenly heard this answer, he was stunned for a moment, then he reacted. Right. Pay the taxes first. I almost forgot about it. If I forget, I'm doomed. As a public figure, you can commit all kinds of private moral problems, but if you evade taxes, then sorry, your life is over. At the same time that Chin Tian and the other person went to the tax bureau to pay their taxes, the lone brave man also officially started to go online on major music websites. What's different from the previous one is that the version released this time is the complete version recorded by Chin Tian himself. The effect is many times stronger than the live version of the previous award ceremony. It is precisely because of this that the song became a hit on major music websites as soon as it was released. In less than an hour, it quickly topped various charts. It topped all the charts in less than 10 hours. At the same time, the lone hero could be heard in various places in Longwa. The most surprising thing was that the most popular among these places were elementary and junior high school campuses. When Chin Tian himself learned the news, he was stunned. He really didn't expect that even in a different world, this song would still become a hit song for elementary school students. Chapter 69. First time selling goods. At the entrance of the tax bureau, Chin Tian and his companions slowly walked out amid the warm smiles of the staff, but compared to the smiles of the staff, Huang Dafeng seemed less happy. Seeing that they had already walked onto the street, he finally couldn't help but speak. No wonder so many people in this industry like to evade taxes. The taxes are really high. Over 13 million in copyright fees, but after paying taxes, only less than 8 million is left. This is too much. Chin Tian disagreed with Huang Dafeng's complaints. It's normal. Artists are high-income earners, so naturally their taxes are higher than those of ordinary people. And don't you think you'll feel a lot more relaxed after paying taxes? That's true, now that you put it that way. By the way, I received an advertising order a while ago, and one of the companies involved happened to be a local company in Jinyang City. Should we go and take a look? Huang Dafeng seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly suggested. Which one? Obviously, Chin Tian didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. It seems to be that fruit brand called Urge Fruit Industry. They used to mainly sell peaches and plums produced in Jinyang. As he spoke, Huang Dafeng took out a small notebook from his backpack and pointed at the information on it and said to Chin Tian, "If you want to go and have a look, I'll call you a taxi right now. Go and have a look. Even if it's a big advertisement, you have to check out the product first, otherwise it will be a disaster." Okay. After receiving Chin Tian's affirmative answer, Huang Dafeng immediately stopped a taxi. After giving an address, the taxi drove the two to their destination. At the beginning, the road was quite wide, but as we drove on, the road began to become narrower and narrower. It changed from a main road to a county road, then to a rural road, and finally to a narrow path. It took nearly an hour for the taxi to take them to a place that resembled a rural urban fringe. Looking at the rows of low bungalows and the endless fields in front of him, Huang Dafeng fell silent. He had already prepared himself mentally before coming, but after seeing the environment on the scene, he still frowned. On the other hand, Chin Tian seemed much calmer. The scene before him awakened some of his original memories. As far as I can remember, my original body spent its junior high school years in such an environment. Brother Tianer, this place is too shabby. Huang Dafeng complained while covering his mouth and nose to avoid inhaling dust raised by passing trucks, but just as he finished speaking, Chin Tian walked straight to the other end of the town. Following his gaze, a color-coded steel factory building with a signboard with the 4 big characters "Second Brother Fruit Industry" suddenly appeared at the end of the street. It took him a few minutes to reach the factory door, and suddenly a lively scene appeared before him. In the huge open space of the factory, fruit farmers wearing straw hats and carrying loads on their shoulders were neatly stacking loads of fresh fruits. Aside in the crowd, a middle-aged man with a dark and thin face and only one arm left was directing his workers to weigh the fruits. "Uncle Ma, your plums are 325 kilograms. The purchase price this year is 1.8 yuan per kilogram, which makes a total of 585 yuan. Take this money. Uncle Li, your yellow peaches aren't very good quality. They can only be canned. I'll charge you 90 cents per pound, so I'll give you 560. When Huang Dafeng heard the offer from the thin and dark middle-aged man, his face suddenly changed. "Brother Tianer, this is a profiteer. The fruits we bought are so expensive, but he charges so little." Obviously, in his opinion, the current fruit prices are relatively high, and this dark and thin middle-aged man is obviously trying to cheat these old fruit farmers, but Chin Tian doesn't think so. Don't jump to conclusions. I don't think this boss is cheating people. Let's see. Under the watchful eyes of the two, a large number of fruit farmers continued to deliver ripe fruits here. There are peaches, plums, grapes, watermelons, etc. I waited for almost an hour, and it was almost time for lunch when the thin, dark-skinned middle-aged man finally finished his work, and it was at this moment that he finally noticed Qin Tian and the other two not far from the factory entrance. The next second after seeing Qin Tian, he hurried out towards the outside of the factory. When he walked up to the two of them, his face was filled with a warm smile, the only remaining arm stretched forward and then retracted. This reserved look is completely different from the bold look he had when he was picking fruits just now. Just when he seemed a little at a loss, Qin Tian took the initiative to stretch out his right hand. Hello, I'm Qin Tian. We're here to take a look at the details to facilitate future commercial promotions. Seeing Qin Tian extending his hand, the dark and thin man finally stopped being shy and stretched out his one arm to shake hands with Qin Tian. Hello, I'm the person in charge of Urge Fruit Industry. My name is Lu Bin. I was too busy just now and didn't notice you. After saying that, he quickly welcomed Qin Tian and the other two into the office inside the factory. After the two sat down, Lu Bin began to introduce the situation. Actually, there's nothing I can do about advertising with you guys. The market is not good this year, and our production is not high, so we can't compete with other places. It was my youngest daughter who suggested I find a celebrity to advertise with, so I thought of yours. I haven't heard much about these other stars, and I don't know them. With Lu Bin's introduction, Qin Tian quickly understood the general situation, pretty much what he had thought before. The only thing that surprised him was that Lu Bin made almost no money by purchasing these fruits from these villagers. After deducting the costs of cold storage, labor, transportation, etc., some fruits even require additional payment. Even the 500,000 yuan he received for advertising was his re-employment expenses and the state's disability compensation. You mean, before you retired, you were in the mine clearing and bomb disposal team? Huang Dafeng looked at Lu Bin's broken arm in disbelief. Well, I retired 8 years ago. If my arm hadn't been blown off during the last mission, I'd probably still be in the army now. When talking about his past, there was no frustration on Lu Bin's face, only regret. But now I can only help the villagers sell fruits. After all, if it weren't for the villagers, I, who lost my parents when I was young, would have starved to death long ago. After saying this, Lu Bin immediately brought in a basket of nectarines from outside with one hand. This is the nectarine from our Erdogan town. We use seeds from abroad. Even though it doesn't look good, the taste is definitely not bad. Take some back with you and promote us online. Before he could finish his words, Qin Tian stood up. No need to take it back, we'll advertise for you here. Da Huang Feng, turn on your phone, we're broadcasting here. Chapter 70 Wild Consumption. In front of the open space of the second brother fruit factory. As Huang Dafeng set up the mobile phone holder, Lu Bin's expression became awkward. He originally thought that Qin Tian would only advertise for them on TV and the internet. I didn't expect that he would choose to use live streaming to sell goods to them. But can fruits that can't be sold in reality really be sold online? Lu Bin was very worried about this, and at this time, Huang Dafeng opened the live broadcast room that had not been opened for a long time. With the next second, a large number of long-awaited viewers flooded into the live broadcast room. In just a few seconds, the popularity of the live broadcast room exceeded 100,000. I believe that it won't be long before the popularity will exceed 1 million or even tens of millions. During such a period of time, Qin Tian was almost equivalent to traffic. Here it comes, Brother Tian is finally on air. As expected, Brother Tian does everything quietly, releasing new songs quietly and doing live broadcasts quietly. Where is the location of this broadcast? It looks so weird. Isn't he going to release a new song again? It looks like a factory. What's in all those boxes at the back? No matter what it is, just watch it. Brother Tian always has surprises every time he starts broadcasting. Please, Brother Tian, please sing Lone Hero again. My child doesn't have money to buy a membership. Seeing the number of viewers in the live broadcast room increasing, Qin Tian finally spoke. Good afternoon everyone, this live broadcast has only one purpose, and that is to sell things. The fruits behind me are all produced in Erdogan town, Baishui County, Jinyang City. These fruits are grown by local farmers, and they may be their main source of income for the entire year. Listening to Chin Tian's introduction, people in the live broadcast room had different reactions. I feel relieved when I see Brother Tian bringing in the goods. I was worried that he wouldn't make any money and would starve to death. Exactly. I just saw a video of Brother Tian paying his taxes at the tax bureau. I think half of the copyright fees he earned went towards paying taxes. Ha ha ha, I received the copyright fee in the morning and paid the tax in the morning. You are worthy of being Brother Tian, a model artist. Brother Tian really keeps jumping back and forth between the richest and poorest artists in the entertainment industry. Please, Brother Tian, don't donate anymore. Leave some for yourself. Brother Tian is really down to earth. A small business like this probably can't afford much advertising fees. If it were any other celebrity, they probably wouldn't be interested. A few 100,000 at most. Support, support. Brother Tian, stop talking and just put it on the shelves. I buy whatever Brother Tian sells. Although the audience's speeches were different, their basic attitudes were the same, that is blindness. Due to a series of previous events, Chin Tian's image in everyone's mind has risen to an extremely high level, and when Chin Tian talked about Lu Bin's deeds, the enthusiasm of the audience in the live broadcast room reached an unprecedented level. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, Huang Dafeng, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately added the product link he had prepared in advance to the live broadcast room, and just as the link was connected, the 5,000 kilograms of green plums in the link were sold out. Looking at the inventory being cleared out in an instant, not only Huang Dafeng was stunned, but even Lu Bin looked incredible. If he were to sell these 5,000 kilograms of crisp plums, I don't know how many levels of distributors he would have to find to sell them all. However, in Chin Tian's live broadcast room, the products were sold out in less than a second. After they were put on the shelves, seeing that the first product was snapped up by fans, Huang Dafeng immediately put the subsequent products on the shelves. The situation after these products were put on the shelves was exactly the same as that of the previous green plums. No product can last more than 2 seconds, but even in this situation, the audience still keeps urging for restocking. Seeing that Huang Dafeng could hardly keep up with the audience's consumption pace, Chin Tian hurriedly spoke. Although the quality of these fruits is not a problem, due to the place of production, the sweetness and other factors may not meet your requirements. Fruits like yellow peaches are difficult to transport and preserve, so if you live too far away, I suggest you don't buy them. They will rot if you transport them. The black plums in Link 6 are very sour. If you can't handle sour food, I suggest you don't buy them. The apples linked on Link 10 were hung by mistake. They were destined for the cannery. They were hit by hail and are not in great condition. Please don't buy them. Everyone, please be rational. However, the audience did not seem to buy Chin Tian's earnest advice. Be rational. How can you ask us to be rational? You've almost donated your underwear. What's wrong with us making a small contribution to rural agriculture? You're allowed to do good things, but you told me to spend rationally. I won't. I'll spend wildly. What? The yellow peaches are rotten when they're shipped? Then don't ship them. Just send me a cardboard shell and I'll sign for it. Black plums are sour? There must be something wrong with my sense of taste. I'll wash my tongue. An apple hit by hail. This is too perfect. Thank you for this gift from nature. Brothers, please slow down your hands. I can't even grab the trigger. How many years have you guys been single? You're so fast. Brother in charge of stocking the shelves backstage, could you please be more professional? Who would buy such a small amount of goods? People would think we can't afford it. If all else fails, bring some soil from the orchard. I'll use it to make tea. With the enthusiastic support of the audience, Lu Bin's original backlog of 500,000 kilograms of inventory was sold out in less than 10 minutes. Even the inferior fruits that were originally intended to be sent to the cannery were snatched away. Seeing that all the fruits were sold, Lu Bin's face was already full of smiles. Originally, according to his estimation, even if they invited Chin Tian to advertise for them, the effect would not be very good, but judging from the current situation, as long as Chin Tian's live broadcast room is still online, his fans will pay for it unconditionally. Just when he thought that Chin Tian would end the live broadcast after the stock was sold out, netizens took the initiative to make a very outrageous request. What do they want to lease the trees? $500 a year for one tree? When Lubin heard the request relayed by Chin Tian, he was dumbfounded. A normal fruit tree, except for some high-yield and high-value ones, cannot produce 500 yuan worth of fruit in a year. It is obvious that the fans who made this request really want to help the fruit farmers in Erdogan town. For a moment, Lubin, this honest and dull man, couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. At this moment, he finally believed the saying that kindness is contagious. If it weren't for Chin Tian's encouragement, netizens would not have helped them to this extent even if they wanted to. After the excitement, he immediately led Chin Tian and Huang Dafeng to communicate with the fruit farmers door to door. After communicating with each family, Chin Tian would go to the orchard and hang up the links of the fruit trees in public. Anyone who manages to grab a fruit tree will have all the fruit produced by the tree for the entire year mailed to him, and this makes the fans even crazier. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the link in the live broadcast room. At the end of the day, all the fruits and fruit trees in Erdogan village were sold out. Chapter 71, 50 million in sales. The live broadcast lasted until the evening before finally ending, and this is because Chin Tian has already sold everything he can sell. Otherwise, based on the enthusiasm of the fans, Chin Tian had no doubt that they would even buy the factory. Seeing that the live broadcast room had been closed, Chin Tian, who was so tired that his bones were about to fall apart, finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for Huang Dafeng, he had already collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion, but when he saw the total amount of live broadcast at the end of the day, he immediately jumped up from the ground. Brother Tianer, guess how much money we sold today? Hearing Huang Dafeng's excited voice, Chin Tian casually said a number. 5 million? 5 million? How can it be just that little? Let me tell you, it's 50 million. Huang Dafeng was so excited that he directly handed the background data on his mobile phone to Chin Tian. Looking at the eye-catching numbers on the phone screen, Chin Tian was stunned. Is it really that exaggerated? That's not an exaggeration at all. Do you know how many people watched our live broadcast today? From morning to night, a full 12 million people viewed it, which means we can't sell enough fruit. If there were enough fruit, sales would easily exceed 100 million yuan. When he said this, Huang Dafeng's face turned red. The sales amount for a single game reached 50 million, which is something that many big anchors cannot achieve. They did it with ease. It is no exaggeration to say that just with this one thing, Chin Tian can firmly sit on the throne of the #1 live streaming influencer. However, when Huang Dafeng thought that these sales had nothing to do with him, his excitement immediately subsided. Brother Tianer, don't you think we're losing out by working so hard all day and only earning 500,000 yuan? Hearing Huang Dafeng's complaint, Chin Tian directly said, I don't want that 500,000 yuan either. To us, it's 500,000 yuan, but to Lubin, it's his life. And I believe that with this live broadcast, it will be very easy to earn another 500,000 yuan. Why should I earn it from such a group of poor people? Perhaps it was the influence of the remaining memories of his original body, or perhaps it was the feelings he felt after seeing Lubin. But Chin Tian's state of mind had undergone a huge change at this moment. Huang Dafeng, who was standing beside him, was speechless for a moment, then muttered softly, no matter how miserable their lives are, can they be more miserable than yours? Just as he finished saying this, the scene nearby suddenly became lively. Turning around, they saw a group of fruit farmers led by Lubin walking towards where they were. When they got closer, the two found that each of them was holding a thermos bucket, a vegetable basket or something like that. Mr. Chin, the villagers heard that you hadn't eaten, so they insisted on sending food over. I couldn't stop them. Looking at the surprised looks of Chin Tian and the others, Lubin said with embarrassment, but as soon as he finished speaking, he took out the food he had prepared in advance from the basket beside him. There are 5 dishes in total. Although the dishes are simple, it can be seen that each dish uses the best ingredients he can find. Seeing Lubin bring out the food, other fruit farmers in the surrounding area also hurriedly took out the food they brought with them. Soon the surrounding cardboard boxes used to store fruits were filled with all kinds of food. Seeing this scene, Chin Tian and the others were dumbfounded, but what followed was a warmth, obviously, when they saw Chin Tian and the other two working hard to bring them goods. They were also trying to find ways to repay them. Delivering home-cooked meals is the best solution that these fruit farmers, whose average age is over 60, can think of. Looking at the food piled up like a mountain in front of him, Chin Tian could only accept it with a helpless smile, but it was obvious that he couldn't prepare so much food by himself. I accept everyone's kindness, but I really can't finish all the food by myself. Why don't we eat together? Otherwise, it will be wasted. After hearing Qin Tian's proposal, everyone present quickly realized the problem. So, under Qin Tian's leadership, the factory building that was originally used to store fruits soon became a buffet. The atmosphere was like that of the Chinese New Year. When Huang Dafeng saw the scene, he kept shoveling food into his mouth while recording the situation with his mobile phone. Just as the fruit farmers were happily celebrating their bumper harvest, news about Qin Tian promoting products quickly became popular on the internet. It is not uncommon for celebrities to endorse products in this era. Before Qin Tian, many out-of-date celebrities had embarked on the path of live streaming to sell goods, but it has never been said that any celebrity's live broadcast room would be as popular as Qin Tian's. There is no mention of any celebrity whose sales exceeded 50 million in a single live broadcast. As a result, this incident quickly became a hot search on Douyin as soon as it happened. Netizens' attention to this matter has reached an unprecedented level. I don't know why, but seeing Brother Tian making money makes me happier than seeing myself making money. It feels like everyone is rushing to give money to Brother Tian today. They're rushing to give it away, and I haven't even gotten one yet. Netizens are so fast. Forget about the fruit. I just wanted to grab a peach tree so I could eat the peaches I claimed, but I didn't get any. I only got a plum tree. The one up there grabbed the plum tree. I grabbed the peach tree. Let me trade with you. I really deserve support this time. My grandfather used to grow fruit. He was busy all year round, but sometimes he could only make a few thousand yuan a year if he was unlucky. The key is that sometimes the crops we grow can't be sold, and a year's hard work goes to waste. Oh, it's always like that. I still remember that when I was in college, my dad carried a sack of pears from the mountains thousands of kilometers away to visit me at school. I didn't dare waste a single one, so my roommates and I ate them until they were rotten. This era is really not very friendly to older people. Fortunately, Brother Tian is willing to help them sell goods. Of course, not all comments are positive. TSK, you only help if you can make money. Who would be willing to help sell goods if you don't have money? They make as much money in one day as we can make in a lifetime. That is to say, the total sales of this live broadcast is 50 million. Many companies can't even make 50 million in a year. His spot fee plus sales commission must be at least several million. I don't know why you're so happy for them. It's so easy for celebrities to make money. Remember to pay your taxes. I think the government should regulate the income of entertainers. How much do scientific researchers earn in a year? Although these negative comments are only a minority, after all, there are people who like to criticize others everywhere, but they did discuss Qin Tian's fans. This sparked a war of words between the two sides. Just as the scale of the war of words was gradually escalating, a short video released by Huang Dafeng quickly caught the attention of netizens. Chapter 72 Angry Lu Bin 50 million is not a small number after all, and it is just the sales volume of a live broadcast. Such exaggerated numbers will naturally attract more people's attention. Controversy will also follow, but just as the controversy was growing, the video released by Huang Dafeng came into everyone's attention. In the video, Qin Tian and a group of fruit farmers gathered together. It seems like a celebration party is being held. What surprised everyone was that this celebration banquet was a little too simple. There are no luxurious private rooms, only a dilapidated factory building. There are no high-end tables and chairs, only cardboard boxes and plastic baskets filled with fruits. There were no delicacies from land and sea, only ordinary dishes from farmers, and some of the food was not even served on plates. At first glance, it was a table of food that was hastily put together. As for alcohol and drinks, there are none at all. Even Qin Tian could only hold an enamel pot with peeling porcelain and a bright red peony printed on it, but in such a simple environment, everyone was laughing so happily. No one would have thought that such a place would create an e-commerce sales miracle. The key point is that Huang Dafeng also added this line of text at the bottom of the video. We successfully helped fruit farmers in Erdogan Town, Baishui County, sell their unsold fruit. I'm grateful for the warm hospitality of my fellow villagers. Although I didn't earn a penny this time, I feel like I've earned 100 million yuan. After seeing the video and the accompanying text, netizens were dumbfounded. They originally thought that since Chin Tian had completed such a big order, he should be treated to a good meal, but now, their celebration party seemed so plain and simple. More importantly, they helped fruit farmers sell goods worth 50 million yuan, so how could they not earn a penny? Who would believe this if I told others? This video immediately attracted a lot of traffic. The number of comments soared rapidly. You must be kidding. How could you not make a penny? Exactly, isn't the minimum commission for bringing in goods usually 10% of the sales? I'd believe you if you said you made a little, but I don't believe you at all if you said you didn't make a penny. I think it's normal to get paid for bringing goods to others. No one says you shouldn't take it, but now you say you didn't take a penny, which I think is a bit too fake. Ha, you want to make money and gain fame at the same time? I believe what Fatty Huang said is true. Brother Tian is a good person. Why can't I trust him? Shut up, you haters. How can you question Brother Tian's character? Brother Tian donated 30 billion yuan as he wished. I don't think he would consider this amount of money important. That's right, you guys are dark inside, and you're also suspicious of others. I believe that Brother Tian is willing to spend money to promote the products. Brother Tian's character is trustworthy. The comment section was about to start a quarrel, but the strange thing was that Huang Dafeng never came out to respond directly, but everyone has gotten used to it. Both Huang Dafeng and Qin Tian would disappear for a while every once in a while, but they had no idea that after a busy day, Qin Tian and the other two went straight back to the hotel in town to sleep after dinner. They are so exhausted that they don't have the energy to respond to netizens' questions. Just when Qin Tian and the other fell asleep, in the second brother Guiye's office, Lu Bin was discussing something with a young girl. Linlin, I've tried everything you suggested, but they just won't accept it. Even when I transferred the money directly to their cards, they returned it immediately. They didn't even want to take my money, let alone the money of the villagers. As he spoke, Lu Bin opened the transfer record on his mobile phone. The girl sitting opposite him smiled helplessly after seeing the records on her father's mobile phone. What should we do? They came all the way here to help us, and they only had a meal. The most infuriating thing is that there are still many people online saying that Brother Tian made a lot of money from us, and that he was only willing to help us promote our products for the money. What? As soon as Lu Bin heard Lu Linlin's words, he stood up immediately. His face revealed an anger that was difficult to conceal. What bastards said these things? Aren't they afraid of being struck by lightning? Mr. Qin is such a good person, and they actually say this about him. No, Linlin, tell Dad how to play Douyin. Hearing Lu Bin's angry words, Lu Linlin was also surprised. Dad, didn't you say before that this thing is a waste of time? Why do you want me to teach you now? Those people said that about Mr. Qin Tian, so naturally I have to curse back. You can't beat those people in scolding. They are keyboard warriors who specialize in trolling others. There's no need to bother with them. Seeing that Lu Bin seemed serious, Lu Linlin quickly tried to persuade him, but at this moment Lu Bin's stubborn temper also came out. In desperation, Lu Linlin could only start trying to teach Lu Bin how to use Douyin. From posting comments to publishing works, nothing is missed. Lu Bin was more serious than ever before and even took out a pen and paper to take notes. After he had roughly learned it, he immediately searched for Qin Tian's related deeds on Douyin. Soon I saw the negative comments about Qin Tian. He immediately became furious. Just start arguing with these people. Unfortunately, he only has one hand, so it is not very convenient for him to operate the mobile phone. Dad, why don't you just shoot a video? It might not go viral, but just treat it as a testimony for Brother Tian. Seeing her old father clumsily arguing with keyboard warriors, Lu Linlin couldn't stand it anymore and quickly made a suggestion. After hearing Lu Linlin's proposal, Lu Bin also felt that it made a lot of sense. Soon, a video of the entire incident was filmed with the assistance of Lu Linlin, but just when Lu Linlin was about to upload it, he hesitated. Under Lu Linlin's puzzled gaze, he turned and left the office. When he came back again, he was already wearing the military uniform he wore when he served in the army. There are also several military medals hanging on the chest of the military uniform. One of them was a second-class individual merit. Okay, let's do it again. after tidying up his appearance, Lubin said with a serious face. When Lu Linlin saw her father in military uniform again, she was stunned. She obviously didn't expect her father to attach so much importance to this matter. You should know that this military uniform has been locked in the cabinet since he retired and has never been taken out. After being stunned for a while, she filmed the video again. Then she released it, and at the same time she had Ed Douyin official and Huang Dafeng.in her opinion. Videos posted by ordinary people like her father are likely to be buried in the dark, but she still wanted to try. Chapter 73, being praised by official media. Since uploading the video, Lu Linlin has been keeping a close eye on the background data of the video. Just as he expected, the video had no views, no likes, and no comments. However, this is normal in her opinion. Unless ordinary people invest money at the beginning, it is highly likely that they will find it difficult to get any views. Just when she was struggling over whether to invest money, some comments suddenly appeared under the video. Isn't this the old squad leader? How come you're playing Douyin too? It's really the old squad leader. Squad leader, don't bother with those trolls. Everyone, please help the old squad leader forward this message. We don't want to disappoint the kind-hearted people. Perhaps it was because of this group of veterans who shared the same identity as Lubin that the videos began to gain views and likes, and perhaps because the video involved Qin Tian, the popularity began to continue to rise. 1 hour after the video was released, it received 10,000 likes, and after 2 hours, the number of likes had reached 100,000. When it came to the 5th hour after the release, the number of likes directly rose to 1 million. When the number of likes reaches this level, it has already entered the popular video category. It was at this point that video really began to take off. More and more people began to pay attention to what Lubin mentioned in the video. This guy seems to be the owner of the fruit company that Brother Tian helped to sell goods. It seems to be true. Brother Tian also said that he was a veteran. I didn't quite believe it before. No one in Dragon Country would dare to wear this kind of clothes casually. Even if the clothes can be faked, the military medals on his body can't be faked. Second-class merit, how much must one have paid to get that in peacetime? Didn't you see his right hand is empty? I heard from Brother Tian that it was caused by a mine explosion while the army was clearing mines. Ah. He has this identity too. I thought Brother Tian was just helping ordinary fruit merchants to sell their products. Salute the veteran. Brother Tian actually didn't ask them for a penny and brought the goods for them for free. Look at this transfer screenshot. He transferred money to Brother Tian several times, but Brother Tian always transferred it back. Someone, tell those haters to come over and see. Didn't they say before that Brother Tian only promoted other people's products for money? Hey, black guys, come here and get beaten. Selling 50 million worth of goods without asking for a penny from others, this is what a real star is. As the video became popular, people also learned the cause and effect of the incident through Lubin's narration. While being surprised by Lubin's identity, he was also deeply shocked by Qin Tian's actions. Given Qin Tian's current popularity and traffic, if ordinary businesses want him to be their spokesperson or promote their products, the starting price would be at least 1 million. Even though he knew that the pit fee was only 500,000 yuan, he still resolutely went to Erdogan Town. In the end, because of Lubin, a disabled veteran, and the current situation of the fruit farmers, he chose not to take a penny. It would be absolutely impossible for an ordinary star to get such a thing. Even if the star himself doesn't take it, the company has to take it. After all, there is a team to feed. As for the truthfulness of what Lubin said, no one dared to doubt it when he put on that outfit. The people of Longwei can express unconditional trust in anyone wearing this clothes. In an instant, keywords such as Lubin, Erdogan Town, fruit farmers, disabled veterans, and selling goods to help farmers quickly became popular on the internet. Even though it was already early in the morning, some major media workers were not idle. Among them are relevant staff of Longwa Daily. As the official media of Longwa, Longwa Daily represents authority and the official attitude. Therefore, timeliness is very important. Generally, the draft will be finalized late at night or early in the morning, then printed directly and distributed before dawn. Originally, all the news for the day had already been drafted, but just before the final draft was about to be finalized, the phone in the editor-in-chief's office suddenly rang. As the editor-in-chief, Li Dingrong, immediately became nervous when he saw the incoming call number. Generally, if someone calls at this time, there is only one reason, which is that the manuscript needs to be revised urgently. The matters involved are usually major and important. With a hint of doubt, he quickly answered the phone. What? Delete the article about modern agriculture? Shin Tian? That celebrity, right? Okay, I'll do it now. Please rest assured. As soon as the phone was hung up, Li Dingrong immediately called several editors over. After a period of intensive work, they replaced the original draft with a brand new article. The theme of this article is that celebrity live broadcasts help sell agricultural products. The entire article is about Shin Tian's free help to the fruit farmers in Erdogan town in selling their agricultural products. After praising the development of the internet and new agricultural developments, the focus was still on Shin Tian. According to the above meaning, Shin Tian should be portrayed as a moral role model to highlight his idol-like power. The entire article is several thousand words long, and together with Shin Tian's photos and screenshots of the live broadcast, it takes up almost a quarter of the page. Although it is not on the front page, it is definitely the most important news among the most important ones. After being reviewed by Li Dingrong, the manuscript was sent directly to the printing factory. In just 2 hours, these newspapers, still smelling of ink, had appeared on the streets and alleys of the entire Dragon Country. With the first ray of sunshine in the morning, it enters thousands of homes. This naturally includes Erdogan Town, Baishui County, Jinyang City. Boss, give me 2 fried dough sticks, 2 cups of soy milk, and 2 bowls of beef noodles. In an ordinary noodle shop, Shin Tian and his friend, who had just woken up, were sitting there with satisfaction, waiting for their breakfast to be served. Huang Dafeng, who had nothing to do, reached out and grabbed a newspaper that someone had dropped beside him. The internet is so advanced now, why haven't newspapers become obsolete yet? While flipping through the book casually, Huang Dafeng said with a puzzled look on his face. Newspapers will never be eliminated. Even if mobile phones are eliminated, newspapers will not be eliminated. Shin Tian answered without thinking, the function of print media is not as simple as you think. I don't understand. After thinking about it for a long time, Huang Dafeng finally shook his head, but the next second he suddenly screamed. Oh my God, isn't that you, Brother Tian? How did you get on the newspaper? It looks like I'm the one with half my head sticking out in the corner. Huang Dafeng looked at the newspaper page as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at a photo above with a look of surprise. Hearing his voice, Shin Tian quickly leaned over. Sure enough, there was a picture of him printed on it. If you look closely, it's not just a photo, the whole article is about him. Huang Dafeng's voice also attracted the attention of people around him. That person over there seems to be Shin Tian. What do you mean by seemingly? It's totally fine. Shin Tian, I am your idol. Oh no, you are my fan. After the town residents recognized Shin Tian, the small noodle shop suddenly became lively. Chapter 74 Street Interview, Temporary Mission. By the time Shin Tian finally finished his breakfast, more than an hour had passed. This is because it is still early and there are not many people on the street. If it were any later, Shin Tian had no doubt that he would not be able to finish his breakfast in the whole morning. There's no way around it. He was originally not very popular, but it seemed like he became a big hit overnight. Wherever you go, there are people claiming to be his fans. After finally escaping from the noodle shop, Huang Dafeng hurriedly took out a black mask from his belongings and put it on his face. It's just because his face is so big that the mask is really just a mask. What are you doing? Looking at Huang Dafeng, who suddenly put on a mask, Shin Tian asked with a puzzled look on his face. Of course I'm disguising myself. It would be troublesome if I were recognized again. After saying this, he seemed to realize something. Oh, why should I worry about this? It seems like they didn't even recognize who I was just now. As he said this, he was about to take off his mask. No, you should disguise yourself. I'm a small target and it's hard for people to spot me. But if they recognize you, then they will inevitably recognize me. Seeing Huang Dafeng about to take off his mask, Shin Tian hurriedly dissuaded him. Besides, you're quite famous now. You've even been featured in the Dragon Country Daily, though only half of it. Hearing Shin Tian's words, Huang Dafeng's face immediately showed a hint of satisfaction. Really? I'm famous now too. But I have indeed been on the Dragon Country Daily. We are the only 2 people in the entertainment industry who have been on the Dragon Country Daily. After feeling proud, Huang Dafeng took out his cell phone. As expected, there were a lot of push messages about Shin Tian. Occasionally when I see news about him, my mask almost breaks from laughing. Brother Tian, I suddenly think it's wise for you not to take the 500,000. Otherwise, who knows what those keyboard warriors will say. But you don't have to be afraid of those keyboard warriors now. I've noticed that your fans are very capable. They even pushed one keyboard warrior off the internet. This Firebird news is promising. They even published a photo of you and me together. What do you mean by that fat guy? Don't I have a name? While reading the news, Huang Dafeng couldn't help but complain. Just as the two were strolling leisurely on the streets of the small town, a media interview car with the words Jiangsu and Zhejiang TV station printed on it suddenly stopped not far away from them. As the two looked in surprise, a female reporter with slightly dark skin walked towards them with a group of staff. When the female reporter approached, she immediately came closer with an excited look on her face. Hello, Mr. Qin Tian. I'm Zhu Zhu, a reporter from Jiangsu and Zhejiang TV. I came here to interview you after hearing that you helped local fruit farmers bring in their produce yesterday. I apologize for not contacting you in advance. Hearing the female reporter introduce herself, Qin Tian couldn't help but show a hint of doubt. You guys are so fast, how long has it been? You misunderstood. We had a variety show nearby, so we were able to get here so quickly. I mean, you look familiar. After listening to the female reporter's explanation, Qin Tian suddenly understood. He felt that the female reporter looked familiar when she got off the car just now. Now, after listening to her introduction, he realized that this Zhu Zhu was the host of a popular variety show recently. Would it be convenient for me to interview you now? Zhu Zhu asked again. Well, sure, but I have one condition after the interview. Zhu Zhu was somewhat surprised to hear Qin Tian's answer, but she still nodded. I don't know what the conditions are. Take us to downtown Jinyang City. Obviously, Zhu Zhu did not expect that the conditions proposed by Qin Tian would be so simple. There's no other way. We can't get a taxi here, and our current situation isn't suitable for taking rural buses. You know what I mean, right? Speaking of this, Qin Tian was also very helpless. He was even thinking of buying a car as soon as he returned to the city. That's certainly no problem. We just happened to be heading back to the city after recording the show. Zhu Zhu said with a smile on her face. Can we start the interview now? Any time. After receiving a positive answer, the TV station staff immediately made corresponding preparations. A special street interview also began. Mr. Qin Tian, what do you think about live streaming sales? Just when Zhu Zhu asked the first question, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Qin Tian's mind. Ding! Temporary mission triggered. Host, please answer the reporter's questions truthfully. After completing the task, you will gain a certain amount of straight male index and a secondary profession will be randomly unlocked. When Qin Tian heard the system prompt, his eyes immediately lit up. He didn't expect that taking a random interview would trigger a temporary task. Without having time to think about it, he immediately thought about some things in his mind about live streaming sales. I think I have the authority to answer this question. I think live streaming can bring certain benefits to both merchants and consumers. But there are also relatively many disadvantages. Take the goods brought by a certain veteran artist who has been quite popular recently as an example. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the wines he brought are all private label goods, with names that are more famous than the last. The packaging is more luxurious than the last, but that stuff can't even be called alcohol. Driving after drinking it isn't considered drunk driving. Fans buy his products out of respect and love for his character, but he treats his fans as fools. I'm already old, is money really that important? Qin Tian had just finished speaking when the staff of Jiangsu and Zhejiang satellite TV were dumbfounded. They had known earlier that Qin Tian dared to speak out, but they didn't expect him to be so bold. They also knew about the old senior's affairs, but they usually just complained about his ugly eating habits in private. Who dares to bring this matter to the table? However, just when they thought Qin Tian had finished speaking, he continued. Of course, the quality is just lower at best. Just think of it as paying a little more for purified water. Some anchors are even worse. The pickled vegetables they sell are made by stepping out of a dirt pit. The hygiene standards are not up to standard at all. There are also some anchors who have hundreds of millions of yuan in sales a year, but they still use tricks to evade taxes. I won't say who they are. Seeing that Qin Tian was about to continue speaking, Zhu Zhu quickly changed the subject. You're helping the fruit farmers in Erdogan with their fruit. Was this your original intention to help them? No, I originally just wanted to earn the 500,000 yuan pit fee. I've been too poor recently, and it's really embarrassing to keep eating and living at my brother's house. Then I found out that brother Lubin had been helping the villagers for so many years. Plus, the 500,000 yuan was a disability pension given to him by the state, so I didn't feel comfortable asking for it. If you want to report on this, I think you should report more on brother Lubin. He is the real hero. I think heroes like this deserve more coverage. We shouldn't let them bleed and cry. After hearing Qin Tian's answer, Zhu Zhu was stunned. Why is this answer different from what she expected? Chapter 75. Even dogs don't act in the streets of Erdogan town. If her superiors had not specifically asked her to obtain first-hand evidence from the scene, she would not have been willing to ask any further questions. It's exactly as you said. We all pay too little attention to true heroes like brother Lubin. But don't worry, we will arrange an exclusive interview with brother Lubin later. I wonder if you have any other work plans after this promotion? After agreeing to arrange an exclusive interview for Lubin, Zhu Zhu put the microphone to Qin Tian's mouth again. As for follow-up work, there are currently 3 live broadcasts planned for selling goods, as well as 2 movies and a TV series. Qin Tian naturally had nothing to hide about these things, but after hearing his answer, Zhu Zhu's eyes immediately lit up. Are you going to return to the entertainment industry? What? When did I announce my retirement? How come I didn't know? Qin Tian said with a confused look on his face. For a moment, Zhu Zhu's face was full of embarrassment. Fortunately, this was not a live broadcast. If it were a live broadcast, she could just use her toes to dig out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment on the ground. In order to ease the awkwardness, she quickly changed the subject. I wonder what role you will play in these 3 works. Will you be the male lead? In her opinion, with Qin Tian's current popularity and traffic, as long as he is willing to act, he will definitely be the male lead, but Qin Tian's next answer made her stunned. No, I won't be an actor anymore. Being an actor pays little, has a lot of work, and I have to get into trouble on set every day. It's also easy to get criticized by the audience. If you look handsome, they'll say you're effeminate. If you look ugly, they'll say you're ruining the character. You're so difficult to deal with. So I'm the screenwriter for all 3 of these productions. If the show isn't good, that's the director and actor's fault, not my writing. Have you ever seen anyone scold a screenwriter? After complaining so much, Qin Tian almost blurted out the words, "Dogs don't even act." After being stunned for nearly 10 seconds, Zhu Zhu finally came to her senses. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond to Qin Tian's words. She couldn't be sure of what Qin Tian said, nor could she say that Qin Tian was wrong. Because this is the current situation of most not very popular and dedicated actors. It is said that actors' pay is high, but it is basically limited to a few with high traffic. If the total pay for the whole drama is 200 million, the traffic source will get 100 million, and the rest of the people combined will not even get 100 million. As the host of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV, she has a deep understanding of this because she has also acted in dramas. Of course, what she was more curious about was which 3 irresponsible producers dared to let Qin Tian, someone who had never been involved in the screenwriting industry, write the script. Producers who only care about traffic but are not responsible to the audience are simply a cancer in the industry, but she naturally wouldn't ask this question so directly. Then I wonder which 3 producers are so honored to have you as the screenwriter. When Qin Tian heard this question, he did not give an answer as quickly as before. Instead, he turned around and asked Huang Dafeng, "Can I reveal this question in advance? I don't think we've signed any confidentiality agreement or anything like that." In response to Qin Tian's question, Huang Dafeng could only smile bitterly. This can be discussed, and it should have no impact on the producer. That's good. Qin Tian heaved a sigh of relief after receiving Huang Dafeng's affirmative answer. Seeing his expression, Zhu Zhu also felt a little strange, and said helplessly, "My big brother, is there anything you dare not say?" To be precise, there are only 2 producers this time. One is the Dragon Country Film Channel studio, and the other is Huanyo Film and Television in the capital. Now these 2 movies and 1 TV series have been approved and should be available to everyone soon. Just as Juju was complaining in her heart, Chin Tian spoke again, and his words confused Juju again. She even suspected that she had heard it wrongly. A film channel studio in Huanyo Film and Television, the former is the founder of Longgua's film industry, and produces countless excellent films every year. The screenwriters are all leaders in the industry, although the latter is not as influential as the former. It is also a leading company in the film and television industry, the dramas. Produced are all kinds of big and popular dramas. If the legend of the poisonous concubine had not been ruined by Chin Tian some time ago, it would have been aired on major star satellite TV stations by now. Maybe it has already won the ratings championship, but now Chin Tian told him that both producers had reached a cooperation with him and asked him to be the screenwriter. This sounds somewhat absurd. But if you tell her that Chin Tian is lying, she won't believe it. Chin Tian may do other things, but he will never tell lies. This is already a consensus in the entertainment industry. As if seeing Juju's disbelief, Chin Tian quickly took out his cell phone. If you don't believe me, I'll call the production director of the movie channel to confirm. Speaking of which, his surname is Zhu, so he and you are from the same family. Chin Tian was about to click the dial button as he spoke. Seeing that Chin Tian was really going to make a phone call, Juju immediately panicked. I believe it. I believe it. At this point, Juju also felt that she had dug up some very interesting information in this interview, but this cruel news came too easily. Normally, I would try my best to trick celebrities into talking to me, but when facing Chin Tian, I didn't need those tricks at all. There is nothing Chin Tian dare not say, only things you dare not ask. But now, no matter how much Chin Tian says, who dares to touch him? On the one hand, fans all over the internet are now supporting him, and on the other hand, official media are also clearly promoting him. Tianying Entertainment is a lesson learned. After offending Chin Tian and being exposed for hiring internet trolls to discredit Chin Tian, Tianying Entertainment directly lost a lot of resources. Some bigwigs in the circle also terminated their cooperation with them. The IT has become a situation where everyone pushes down the wall when it falls. If this trend continues, it won't be long before Tianying Entertainment is acquired by other capitals. As the interview ended, the system prompt sounded as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the temporary mission. Due to the host's perfect performance, you will receive 2000 straight mail index. New secondary occupations are randomly selected. Congratulations on obtaining a new secondary occupation. Athlete, your fitness has improved slightly, and your motor coordination has improved. Chin Tian was completely confused when he heard the system prompt sound in his mind and the new secondary occupation he had acquired. No, can being an athlete be a secondary occupation? Is there anyone who is an athlete part-time? But even though he complained, after feeling the subtle changes in his body, Chin Tian could only say, "It smells so good." Chapter 76 Emergency. After obtaining the secondary career of athlete, Chin Tian could clearly feel that his physical fitness was much better than before. Even the muscles on his body are stronger than before, and the muscle lines are clearer. Even without taking off clothes, you can clearly feel the abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles hidden under the clothes. Of course, even if his physical fitness is slightly improved, it cannot change the reality of having cancer, nor can it make him live longer, and now he can perhaps be called a healthy cancer patient. At the same time, some corresponding skills have been added to the system store. Shooting skill book, A-level item. After using, you will automatically master basic shooting skills. You can continue to improve through skill books. Exchange price, 5000 straight mail index. Swimming skill book, A-rank item. Use it to automatically master related swimming techniques, and you can select a specific branch. Exchange price, 3000 straight mail index. Diving skill book, A-level item. Use it to automatically master diving and breathing techniques. Increasing the skill level increases diving depth and breath-holding duration. Exchange price, 3000 straight man index. Dragon Country Traditional Martial Arts Skill Book, Routine Performance Guide, A-rank prop. Use this to master all Dragon Country traditional martial arts routines. Increasing the skill level slightly improves combat ability. Exchange price, 5000 straight man index. However, what Chin Tian was most interested in were the traditional martial arts skills of the Dragon Kingdom. I don't know if I can defeat 10 people by myself after learning this. I don't think so. Just as Qin Tian was curiously flipping through the new products, Zhu Zhu and others had already moved the filming equipment into the car. Seeing Qin Tian standing there in a daze, she quickly shouted, "We can go now." Hearing Zhu Zhu's voice, Qin Tian, who was originally immersed in the system interface, suddenly came back to his senses. "Okay. Go Bumblebee." After saying that, he got into the car, and Huang Dafeng, who was buying roasted sweet potatoes nearby, quickly followed after buying the sweet potatoes. After the two got in the car, it immediately drove towards Jinyang City, although the few of them had already become familiar with each other during the interview just now, but when they were in a small space together, the atmosphere was still a little awkward. The only person who might not have felt embarrassed was Huang Dafeng, who was busy chewing sweet potatoes. Looking at Qin Tian, who suddenly looked over, he immediately said with an innocent look, "It's just a sweet potato. It's high in fiber, low in calories, and won't make you fat. I haven't eaten in half an hour. Losing weight won't make me starve to death." After he finished speaking, he saw that Qin Tian was still looking at him, and he sighed helplessly. "Hey! How about you give me some cancer cells? It would be best if they metastasized to my stomach. Then I can directly cut off 1/3 of my stomach. That way I can lose weight faster. Come on, if you keep eating the same way you did before, the cancer cells will die from your excessive consumption. As soon as they enter your body, they'll be fought over by your fat cells." While Qin Tian and the other person were chatting along the way, the originally smooth traffic flow ahead suddenly became congested. From time to time, you can hear people shouting and making noise. A car fell into the water. There are children inside. Hearing these shouts, the attention of several people, including Qin Tian, was instantly drawn over. Looking out the windshield, I saw that a guardrail on the country road ahead had been smashed, and a group of people were standing nearby watching. Seeing this scene, I recalled the shouts I heard before. Several people immediately understood what was happening outside. The driver immediately stepped on the brakes to stop the car. A group of TV station staff, including Zhu Zhu, rushed out. Immediately, Qin Tian and Huang Dafeng followed closely behind. When everyone arrived at the location where the guardrail was broken, they discovered that about 10 meters below the guardrail was a fast-flowing river. In the middle of the river, a 7-seater van was slowly sinking into the water. You can still vaguely see the figure inside. Seeing such a scene, everyone present took a deep breath. If only a person fell into such a river, there would still be some possibility of rescue, but what? Rushed into the center of the river now was a van full of passengers. Unless there are special rescue tools, ordinary people have no way to carry out rescue, because if you want to rescue them, the first thing you have to do is jump from the road into the river. Then they had to open the van's doors in the turbulent river and rescue the people inside one by one. Faced with such difficulties, ordinary people are powerless even if they want to rescue. So at this moment, most of the people watching on the shore could only call the police and rescue numbers. After all, the prerequisite for being brave and righteous is the ability to help others. Seeing that they could only watch the van sinking into the depths of the river, everyone's mood became extremely heavy. There's really nothing we can do to help them. Looking at the tragic scene in front of her, Zhu Zhu's face was filled with anxiety and helplessness. No one with a conscience can turn a blind eye in the face of such a situation. Alas! There's nothing we can do in a situation like this. Even if I could swim, I can't guarantee I could swim out after jumping into a river like this. Yes, this is no longer something that can be achieved simply by being good at swimming. Maybe this is fate. It's too difficult. Let's see if the rescue team can arrive in time. Just when everyone said there was no hope and no solution, a figure suddenly jumped from the shore. Everyone heard a splash, and a small splash of water appeared in the river in front of them. Seeing this scene, the onlookers immediately realized that someone had jumped down to rescue. Who is this? Why did he jump down so rashly? Is there really anyone who dares to go into the water in a situation like this? He's not afraid of getting himself in trouble, is he? Even a world swimming champion wouldn't be able to save someone in a situation like this. Hey, I guess he's just young and hot-headed. Why bother? He might get himself into trouble. When everyone was wondering who jumped, Huang Dafeng's voice suddenly rang out. Damn it! Brother Tianer, why did you just jump? You can't even swim. After hearing Huang Dafeng's voice, everyone at the TV station realized that one person was missing from their side, and the missing person was Qin Tian. Recalling the figure that had just jumped down, everyone suddenly understood. It was Qin Tian. He actually jumped down by himself. It's over. He was too impulsive. No normal person would be able to escape unscathed in this situation. He's still a patient. Hey! He really is a pure person, just like what the Dragon Country Daily commented. Can't swim? What the hell? Even if you're eager to save people, you can't do this. I should have thought of this long ago. Given his character and personality, he would never stand idly by and watch something like this happen. It's a pity that it happened so suddenly that we couldn't stop it. Looking at the rushing river water and the splashes that had not yet dissipated below, everyone's faces were filled with regret. Just when everyone didn't know what to do next, Juju suddenly said, "Hurry up and turn on the live broadcast. Although we can't save people, we are on the front lines right now. If Chin Tian can rescue them, I hope everyone can witness his heroic moment. If not, I hope people will remember him as a person. As a news media, this is our responsibility." After saying that, she wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, walked in front of the camera, and began live broadcasting of the rescue scene. Chapter 77 Life and Death Rescue. A quick news break. A traffic accident occurred on the road from Jinyang City to Baishui County. A 7-seater van carrying passengers crashed through a fence and fell into the river. Local rescue forces have already rushed to the scene. Now let's take a look at the live video from the scene. Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV, which was originally broadcasting the popular variety show Running Man, suddenly interrupted the original program. Then a piece of news was interrupted. This situation was somewhat unexpected for the audience who were watching the TV at the moment, because they had never encountered anything like this before. What's going on? The program was just going on. Why did they interrupt with the news? That's right, Brother Han will be out soon. I'm still waiting to see them play games. In a university cafeteria, a group of students who were staring at the TV in a trance saw that their favorite variety show was forcibly interrupted, and there was a hint of complaint in their words. It wasn't until they saw the TV camera cut to an outdoor scene that they remembered what the female anchor had just said. Did a van really fall into the river, and it's happening right now? It can't be such a coincidence. Look, there really is a van in the river. Oh my God, can the people inside be rescued? How to rescue? Who will rescue? Don't you see those on the shore are watching? Then this live broadcast is a death broadcast. No, there seems to be another person next to the car. Who is this person? Why did he go down alone? Just when everyone was wondering who ran down to rescue, the camera suddenly turned and a female host appeared in the picture. Hello everyone, I am Juju, the host of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV. Now let me introduce the situation on the scene to you. The vehicle has been in the water for nearly 5 minutes and has not yet completely sunk. But judging by the situation, in another 2 minutes the car will be completely submerged in the water. Due to the special circumstances, most of the people present were not capable of rescue. When everyone watching the TV program heard Juju's words, their hearts sank. They are not stupid. After seeing the situation at the scene, they naturally understand the difficulties of rescue. Also, a minute ago, Mr. Chin Tian, who was traveling with us, jumped into the river. The person who appears next to the vehicle that fell into the water is Mr. Chin Tian. After saying this, the camera immediately cut back to the river. As the camera zoomed in, everyone could see a figure diving, but before I could see his appearance clearly, he had already dived into the river. Chin Tian? Which Chin Tian? He has the same name as Brother Tian. The person who saved us is also called Chin Tian? What we're saying is it possible that this Chin Tian and the Chin Tian are the same person? That's impossible. Isn't Brother Tian in Baishui County bringing goods to fruit farmers? How could he be here? Wait, where is this accident? Baishui County Road. Damn, it can't be Brother Tian. At this moment, the audience vaguely realized that the Chin Tian mentioned by Juju and the Chin Tian they were thinking of seemed to be the same person. The next shot further confirmed their guess. As the camera moved, a fat man appeared next to Juju. The moment they saw the fat man, many viewers recognized his identity. Damn it! Fatty Huang, it's over. Brother Tian must be the one down there. It really is Fatty Huang. Brother Tian really went into the water, can he be rescued? It's difficult. A normal person might not have the physical strength to handle this situation, let alone a patient like Brother Tian. Didn't you see that those people on the shore didn't dare to go down to rescue them? In this situation, if ordinary people went down to rescue them, they would only get themselves into trouble as well. Hey, Brother Tian is really too kind. At this moment, even if you are not a fan of Qin Tian, after knowing that he resolutely jumped into the river to save people, you can't help but feel a little moved and worried. But at this point, everything is in vain. Everyone could only pray silently for Qin Tian in their hearts. The same goes for everyone present. Brother Tianer, you must not be in any danger. If you die, Tan Yang will regret it for the rest of her life. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have bought the sweet potato. If I hadn't bought the sweet potato, we wouldn't have been able to catch up with this matter. If we hadn't caught up with this matter, you wouldn't have jumped in to save people. Looking at the surging river in front of him, Huang Dafeng was filled with regret. In his opinion, if he hadn't insisted on buying roasted sweet potatoes and delayed his departure, they might not have encountered this incident at all. Besides him, Zhu beside him also had a look of anxiety on her face. In her heart, although Qin Tian was a little straightforward, he was undoubtedly a truly good person. Even if you can't save anyone, you have to come up safely. Just as she was praying silently, a figure suddenly emerged from the river. Another figure came out with him. Seeing the figure in the lead, everyone's eyes suddenly became excited, because this figure was Qin Tian. Hurry up and drop the tow rope and pull this kid up first. When everyone was in a trance, Qin Tian in the river suddenly shouted. Huang Dafeng was the first to react when he heard his shout. He hurried into the TV station's car, and soon came out with a roll of tow rope. When he reached the shore, he threw one end of the tow rope directly into the middle of the river. Then, the next second, the tow rope arrived next to Qin Tian. Under everyone's anxious gaze, he tied one end of the tow rope to the little girl he had just rescued. Quick! Pull her up! After saying this, he dived into the river again. When the people on the shore saw this, they quickly worked together to drag the little girl ashore. Seeing that Qin Tian successfully rescued one person, the mood of everyone present became obviously high. The audience watching the live broadcast on the other side were so excited that they cheered. Obviously, nothing makes them more excited than saving a life. After cheering, their expressions became nervous again, although Qin Tian rescued one person. There were still several people trapped in the water. As Qin Tian's strength is exhausted and the car continues to sink, the difficulty of the subsequent rescue will increase further. But just when everyone was worried about Qin Tian, he repeatedly sent the trapped people out of the water. Seeing that he had rescued 7 people in a row, everyone started cheering. But at this time Qin Tian dived again. Seeing this scene, Huang Dafeng was so angry that he started cursing. Damn driver, he actually overloaded the car. Obviously, although the van has 7 seats, there are far more than 7 people sitting inside. This made everyone feel both worried and helpless. Chapter 78 Heartbroken. The standard passenger capacity of an ordinary minivan is 7 people, but some illegal operators don't care about this. As long as it can be squeezed in, people will squeeze it in for you. Rural areas are the most prone to this phenomenon. Those who are a little more restrained will pull 9 people, and those who are bolder will pull more than 10 people. Obviously, what is now floating in the river is a typical overloaded car. What surprised everyone was that all those rescued by Qin Tian seemed to be children. Holy crap! This little junkie car can't be a school bus. That seems to be a possibility. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense why there are so many children in a van. How can this kind of vehicle be used as a school bus? Even if it's not overloaded, it doesn't meet safety standards. You think we're in the city? It's good enough to have a car for the kids. Looking at the children who were rescued one by one, everyone felt angry and distressed. Which of these children is not the treasure of each family? If something really happened to them, their parents would probably be devastated. Of course, compared to these children, they are more worried about Qin Tian's situation at the moment. After rescuing the 8th child, Qin Tian dived into the river again just now. But this time he did not float up immediately after diving like before. It was precisely because of this that everyone's hearts suddenly rose to their throats. Why haven't you come up yet? You've been down there for so long. Yeah, is he in danger? Come up quickly, Qin Tian. Seeing that the van had completely sunk into the river and disappeared, everyone began to become uneasy. This uneasy feeling was quickly transmitted to the audience in front of the TV through the live camera. It's been almost half a minute. It's impossible for a normal person to hold their breath for that long. Yeah, it always took more than 10 seconds before. Why did it take so long this time? If there's really no other option, why not just not save him? You can't risk yourself getting involved. It's remarkable that 8 children were rescued under these circumstances. Don't save Brother Tian anymore, come out quickly. It's over. Brother Tian might get involved. The river is so deep, and the temperature difference between the upper and lower layers is so great that a normal person would easily get cramps if they don't adapt in advance. My brother was swimming in the river when he was a child and got cramps and drowned. Brother Tian has been in the water for so long, he must have used up all his energy long ago. The only one who hasn't been rescued yet is probably that bastard driver. It's really not worth it to save him. At this moment, everyone hoped that Qin Tian could be a little more selfish and have a weaker sense of responsibility, but it's too late to say anything now. Looking at the surging river and the van that had long disappeared, everyone's heart grew heavier. The longer the time passes, the less likely it is that Qin Tian and the van driver will survive. By this time they had even given up hope after all. No matter how good Qin Tian is at swimming, it is impossible for him to have the energy to save. The 9th person after saving 8 people in a row. Hey! Brother Tian is gone after all. I don't accept it. Why would someone like him leave us so early? That's right, this is so unfair. I don't believe in good people being rewarded anymore. Wow, last time everyone said Brother Tian was gone, but I didn't believe it. Now, Brother Tian is really gone. Brother Tian's life has been really rough. I hope he can be reborn into a better one in his next life. Yes, Brother Tian has suffered so much in this life. I hope his good deeds in this life can bring him blessings in his next life. I never thought that Brother Tian, who couldn't even be defeated by cancer, would be killed by an overloaded and unscrupulous driver. From now on, we will resolutely resist overloading and refuse illegal taxis. Just when everyone was feeling upset, a huge bubble suddenly appeared where the van had sunk. The next second a figure was sent out. After a closer look, I found that the person who suddenly emerged from the water was a middle-aged man, but at this moment, he was already motionless, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. After the middle-aged man surfaced, another figure soon emerged from the river. As soon as he emerged, he took a deep breath of fresh air. With the appearance of this figure, the live broadcast site instantly became a sensation. The more excited ones even cheered. Great, he's still alive. He's not dead. Thank God. Don't just stand there, throw the tow rope down. At this moment, the most excited people in the crowd were Huang Dafeng and several people from Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV. They had already lost confidence like everyone else, but just when they were in despair, Qin Tian appeared in front of them again. This is simply a miracle for them. Great, Brother Tianer is still alive. Woo, I'm scared to death. Huang Dafeng grinned while wiping his tears. Zhu Zhu, who was standing next to him, burst into tears. As a witness to the incident, what just happened had a huge impact on her. It was so big that it exceeded her psychological endurance. The moment she saw Qin Tian show his head, she was so happy and moved that she couldn't hold it back. The audience in front of the TV were also extremely excited at this moment. They were always paying attention to the rescue situation and immediately cheered loudly. Yeah. That's great, Brother Tian is not dead. God has opened his eyes, God has opened his eyes. Finally, good people are rewarded for once. Brother Tian is indeed a miracle worker, a man that even cancer cells can't kill. Wow! This is so exciting. It's even more thrilling than watching a disaster movie. My back is wet. It's good that I'm alive, it's good that I'm alive. If anyone tries to harm Brother Tian again, I'll fight him to the death. We, the Tian family army, swear that if anyone tries to blackmail our Tian brother again, we will definitely follow his IP address and go to his house to take down him. At this moment, everyone who was paying attention to this matter breathed a sigh of relief. The entire rescue may have taken only a few minutes, but for those who witnessed the whole process, it felt like a century. And now that they finally saw that Qin Tian was safe and sound, they no longer had any worries in their hearts. But the rescue obviously did not end there. After Qin Tian rescued the driver, 2 tow ropes were also thrown into the water. Qin Tian tied one rope to the driver's body, and the other rope to himself. After doing this, after rescuing 9 people in a row, he finally exhausted all his strength. As a dizzy feeling came over his mind, he slowly sank to the bottom of the water. At this moment, he just wanted to have a good sleep. Chapter 79, Various situations in the ward. As a feeling of fatigue came over him, coupled with a feeling of dizziness in his head, Shin Tian's eyes soon turned black and he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he was lying on the hospital bed, smelling the familiar smell of disinfectant in the air. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Since crossing over, he couldn't remember how many times he had been to the hospital. I spent more time lying in the hospital bed than at home. Just as he slowly woke up, the outside of the ward suddenly became lively. It was as if hundreds of people suddenly crowded into the corridor. The patient's condition is now basically stable. He is just suffering from overwork and a relapse of his old illness. He really needs to rest now. Please don't disturb him. In his more than 10 years of medical practice, this was the first time Song Yingjie encountered such a situation. This was the 18th wave of people who had come since the patient was sent to the ward. It took several hours in total, and there were hundreds of people involved. Among them were those who claimed to be fans of the patients, those who claimed to be friends of the patients, as well as media reporters. Even officials had come in several waves, from the county, city, and military. The first question asked after each wave of people arrived was how the patient was doing. He had lost count of how many times he had said the same words. But until now he has not figured out who the person who was sent here urgently is and why he deserves so much attention. He only knew that the person who was sent to the hospital was a very handsome young man. Just after Song Yingjie persuaded the group of reporters who claimed to be from Jinyang Metropolis Daily to leave, another group of people immediately rushed to the door of the ward. This group of people includes old and young, male and female. The oldest are in their 80s or 90s, and the youngest are only a few years old. Subconsciously, he was about to step forward to stop it, but this group of people were obviously more excited than the previous ones. As soon as they saw Song Yingjie, they came up to him closely. "Doctor, is Mr. Qin Tian okay? How is Mr. Qin Tian doing now? Has he been rescued? You must save him, he is a real good man." "Yes, doctor, such a good man cannot be allowed to die. Please, doctor, Mr. Qin Tian is our family's benefactor. If he dies, our whole family will feel guilty for the rest of our lives. I kneel down before you, old woman. Doctor, you must save him." Wow. If it weren't for Mr. Qin, Xiaobao would have drowned today. Xiaobao is the treasure our family has prayed for years. Mr. Qin saved our family. Mr. Qin, do you need a blood transfusion? If you do, take my blood. Just whip mine. I'm strong. Hit me. Even if it costs me my life today, I will save Mr. Qin. How much does the medical expenses cost? Let's all chip in. Looking at the excited people in front of him, Song Yingjie didn't know what to say for a moment. It was obvious at first glance that the people in front of him were not from wealthy families, but judging from their sincere eyes and actions, every word they said came from the heart. To be able to say such words, one can imagine how important the young man lying in the ward is to them. While he was stunned, an old man in the crowd fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. "Doctor, please save the young man inside. He is still young and has done so many good things. He shouldn't die." Seeing the old man kneeling on the ground, Song Yingjie suddenly panicked. Soon the commotion here also attracted the attention of a group of reporters waiting in the corridor on the other side. As time went on, more and more people crowded at the door of the ward. In an instant, Song Yingjie's pressure increased more than 100 times. He really didn't expect that he, a small emergency department director, would encounter such a thing one day. Before he knew it, beads of sweat the size of beans were streaming down his forehead. Just when he didn't know what to do next, the ward door that was originally closed was suddenly opened from the inside. What happened? Why is it so noisy? Amidst everyone's astonishment, a figure in a hospital gown poked his head out from the door. Seeing this familiar figure, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this head until one of them reacted. "It's Qin Tian, he's awake." Suddenly, the crowd exploded. At this moment, everyone's eyes were shining with excitement. "Make way, make way." And at this moment, a fat figure slowly squeezed through the crowd. When he finally squeezed out of the crowd and came in front of Qin Tian, he immediately gave Qin Tian, who was staring at the crowd in a daze, a big hug. "Brother Tianer, I knew you had a tough life. Even the king of hell couldn't take you away, let alone a mere river god who wanted to snatch you away. Fuck, you dog, did you just squat in the toilet? You stink so bad. Before Huang Dafeng could finish his speech, Qin Tian pushed him away with a look of disgust on his face. Hearing Qin Tian's complaints, Huang Dafeng quickly smelled himself carefully. No, you're lying in there, so why would I want to squat in the toilet? Oh right, it should be this durian. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and quickly raised the fruit basket in his right hand to eye in the fruit basket. A durian that had already exploded was clearly visible. Just looking at the gap, it was obvious that a piece of flesh was missing. Looking at Qin Tian's suspicious eyes, Huang Dafeng felt a little embarrassed. Hey, this durian is a little overripe, and the outer flesh is a little rotten, so I'll deal with it for you first. At this time, the crowd watching on the other side also realized that Qin Tian was out of danger and began to move closer to Qin Tian. The people who squeezed the hardest were the families of the rescued children. As soon as they came in front of Qin Tian, they expressed their gratitude to Qin Tian excitedly. Seeing this scene, the reporters nearby quickly took out their video cameras. The sound of shutter clicks continued for a while. This situation lasted for nearly half an hour. During this half hour, Qin Tian received wave after wave of visitors. In addition to fans and media, all the official representatives were also present, from the provincial, municipal, and county levels. By the time these visitors left, his ward was already filled with all kinds of comfort items. If the ward was not really full, the number of these gifts would probably be doubled. Qin Tian could only smile helplessly at this. It turns out that being a hero is not that easy. Chapter 80. At that moment he turned into light. While Qin Tian was looking worriedly at the ward full of gifts, the news about him saving lives began to spread on the internet, along with a large number of videos of the rescue scene in the live broadcast of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV. Although Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV is a star satellite TV station, its audience base is limited after all. There were only so many people who watched that live broadcast. However, after the live broadcast content was uploaded to the internet, the number of people paying attention to this matter increased rapidly. Whether it is Douyin short video, Holang blog, or other new media platforms, the video about Qin Tian saving people has become the most popular. In particular, the official account of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV, which was the first to release this video, received tens of millions of views within an hour after the video was released. The video was reposted and pinned by the official account of Longwa Daily. Its popularity reached an unprecedented level. For this reason, the official account of Longwa Daily gave the video a brand new title, The Times Need Heroes, and at that moment he turned into light. As soon as this title came out, netizens went crazy. After watching the entire video, even though I don't want to admit it, if I were in this situation, I believe I would be one of those on the shore. Indeed, the situation in the video is too complicated. Most people in such a situation probably wouldn't even be able to protect themselves, let alone save others. With the water flowing so fast and the people trapped in their cars, the rescue is extremely difficult. I think the best option for most people in this situation is to wait on shore for the rescue team to arrive, otherwise they will just be wasting their time. Do you think Qin Tian doesn't understand this? But he still chose to jump. This is probably what makes him different from ordinary people. Yes, I heard from people at the scene that he jumped down immediately after the incident. Fortunately, he didn't hesitate. Otherwise, if he had been a little later, someone would definitely have died this time. It takes a lot of courage to make such a decision. This is no longer just a question of courage. I was lucky enough to watch the entire live broadcast. Honestly, I was so nervous at the time, afraid that Qin Tian wouldn't be able to make it. I also watched the entire live broadcast. When I saw Qin Tian rescue the 8th person, I really hoped he wouldn't go and save the 9th person, but he dived down without even a second thought. This level of rescue, and saving 9 people in a row, is something that even a healthy person probably can't do. I really don't know how Qin Tian did it. This is probably the power of faith. I can imagine how desperate those children felt when they were in the slowly sinking van. Qin Tian was like a ray of light to them at that time. The Dragon Kingdom has never lacked heroes. If this isn't considered a hero, then what is? While I don't want my child to be that kind of person, I don't want my child to be that kind of person. Just as netizens were deeply moved by Qin Tian's behavior, the official Longwa Daily also urgently released a special issue. The name of the special issue is When the People Have Faith, the Country Has Strength. Although the name Qin Tian was not mentioned throughout the whole process, everyone knew that Longwa Daily was specifically targeting Qin Tian. This is the third time that Longwa Daily has taken the initiative to perform Qin Tian. Apart from Qin Tian, The only people who can receive such an honor are those who have made significant contributions to the country. But before they could calm down, a video posted on Jinyang First People's Hospital became popular again. The video was also released by the official account of a media outlet. In the video, you can clearly see what happened outside the ward since Chin Tian was sent to the hospital. Basically, every few minutes a group of people came to visit Chin Tian. Among these people were reporters from various media outlets and enthusiastic people who came after hearing the news. There are also some fans nearby, and some are even ready to give blood transfusion to Chin Tian at any time. What impressed everyone most were the families of the rescued children. From the reactions of these family members, everyone realized that Chin Tian saved not only a group of children who fell into the water, but entire families. I really can't imagine what would happen to these families if these children hadn't been rescued. If you can't imagine it, let me tell you. The kid next door drowned when he was 8 years old. That year, his mother, a primary school teacher, went crazy, and his father, due to emotional problems, crashed his car into a telephone pole and died instantly. The above comments are not exaggerated at all. As a new parent, I really can't imagine what would happen to me if my child died one day. I probably wouldn't want to live anymore. Yes, children are the sky of their parents. If the sky collapses, people will lose hope of living. So Chin Tian saved more than just 9 lives this time. If this happened in the past, I think these people would have built a shrine for Chin Tian and erected a monument to him. What you said makes us all ungrateful nowadays. Is there anyone who wants to fly to Jinyang to visit Brother Tian tomorrow? Some people are still hesitating, but smart people like me have already bought plane tickets. Believe me, if I am any later, you won't be able to buy one. I've booked a train for tomorrow. I'll arrive in Jinyang tomorrow afternoon. When I get there, I'll go straight to the hospital. I want to go, but it's too far away. Is there any brother who lives nearby who can send something to Brother Tian on my behalf? I'll transfer the money to you. Luckily I'm in Jinyang now. I'll go there early tomorrow morning. I'm happy to see Brother Tian in person. Chin Tian, who was looking worriedly at a pile of relief supplies at this moment, obviously could not have imagined that the real large army would arrive soon. Oh my god, which rich guy gave me this ginseng? This thing is a sea cucumber. Why is it so big? What is this, fish maw? Damn, why is there a live fish in here? In the ward, Huang Dafeng was looking through various gifts of comfort, and he would occasionally express his surprise. There are at least a few hundred comfort items in the ward right now, from fruits to premium nutritional supplements, from ordinary gifts to luxury goods worth tens of thousands of dollars. There is nothing he can't translate, as long as he can't think of it. This alone is enough to show everyone's attitude towards Chin Tian. Brother Tianer, what do we do with these things? If we don't call a big truck, we can't move them back. Besides, even if I move these things back, I don't seem to have room to put them at home. Huang Dafeng was worried when he saw the mountain of relief supplies in front of him, but the answer given by Chin Tian, who was lying on the hospital bed, made him stunned. That's easy. Just go buy another house. After all, it's a gift from fans, so I need to find a special place to store it. I guess there will be a lot of cases like this in the future. If one set is not enough, let's buy 2. This. He bought a house specifically to house the gifts from fans. If it were other stars, the amount they received would be somewhat deliberate, but for Chin Tian at present, this is really necessary. Hey! I hope your fans won't come tomorrow. Chapter 81. Enthusiastic fans in the intensive care unit of Jinyang People's Hospital. Although there was a lot of noise outside, Chin Tian in the ward still looked relaxed and contented, watching TV and eating fruit. Just when he was about to change the channel, Huang Dafeng, who was sweating profusely from the crowd, pushed open the door of the ward. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Luckily your ward is on the 5th floor. If it were a few floors higher, I would have been exhausted to death. Hearing Huang Dafeng's heavy breathing, Chin Tian immediately looked puzzled and asked, "There's an elevator, why are you climbing the stairs?" But as soon as he finished saying this, Huang Dafeng showed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Don't even mention it. There are your fans everywhere outside right now. I can't even get on the elevator, let alone squeeze in. If they see me, it will be terrible. Is it that serious? Qin Tian was somewhat surprised by what Huang Dafeng said. You don't even check your phone? Oh, and your phone is soaked in water so you can't check it. Let me tell you this, there are more fans visiting you in the hospital right now than there are patients. Not only inside the hospital, but now the streets outside are packed with your fans. If you don't believe me, just open the window and take a look. As he spoke, Huang Dafeng reached out and pulled open the curtain beside him. Suddenly the scene outside the window appeared in front of Qin Tian. Just as Huang Dafeng said, the streets outside were packed with people, to the point where no one could get through. The same situation exists in some streets a little further away, but seeing this scene, Qin Tian couldn't help but frown. We can't go on like this. This is a hospital after all. If there's a traffic jam, it might delay the treatment of those emergency patients. Really? I hadn't thought of that. After hearing what Qin Tian said, Huang Dafeng quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. So what do we do now? Find someone to evacuate them? Not very realistic. Qin Tian shook his head. These fans have come from far away. It would be too difficult to find people to evacuate them now. It's better to open it up than to block it. Since they came here for me, I'll go meet them. When Huang Dafeng heard Qin Tian's idea, he was stunned. There are tens of thousands of fans here. If you go out now, they will go crazy. Wouldn't it be even more chaotic? Who said we met them in the hospital? Qin Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Contact the hospital and the media and tell them. Just as Qin Tian and Huang Dafeng were discussing how to deal with the fans, the police officers responsible for maintaining order outside the hospital also looked helpless. Captain, this situation is difficult to handle. Qin Tian has too many fans. They all said they wouldn't leave until they saw Qin Tian. It's no use even if we kept saying it. Is the charm of celebrities really that great? The police on duty expressed their incomprehension about this, but in response to the young policeman's words, the older policeman next to him could only smile helplessly. Ordinary stars naturally wouldn't have such fanatical fans, but Qin Tian is different from ordinary stars. To be honest, if I were a few years younger, I would also chase after stars like this. Captain, are you also a fan? You're so young, don't you check the news every day? Qin Tian is more than just a celebrity now. He's a role model for the younger generation. Never mind. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. After saying this, the older policeman turned around and walked into the crowd to continue maintaining order, but at this moment his walkie-talkie suddenly rang. Lao Shang, this is Director Li. I just received news from above that Qin Tian will be holding a fan meeting at the Jinyang City Citizens' Home in an hour. Please inform them on the spot. After the notification, you will take the people to escort Qin Tian over. This task is very difficult, and everyone above is watching. When the older policeman heard the content on the walkie-talkie, he was stunned at first, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately notify the surrounding people and tell them that Qin Tian will hold a fan meeting at the citizens' home in an hour. Tell them to wait there and not to gather at the hospital entrance. As soon as he finished speaking, the hospital's loudspeaker rang. Dear fans and friends, I am Qin Tian. Thank you for your concern, but this is a hospital after all. There are many patients living in it who need to rest, and seriously ill patients are being sent in at any time. If there's traffic congestion, they might miss the best time for treatment. So please go to the Jinyang City Citizens' Home. I will meet you there later. When they heard the sound coming from the loudspeaker, everyone at the scene became excited. It's really Brother Tian's voice. Brother Tian is right. Why didn't we think of this? There are too many people here. Brother over there, you are blocking the ambulance passage, please get out of the way. As expected of Brother Tian, even in such a bad physical condition, he's still worried about the situation outside. Excuse me, how do I get to the Civic Center? Hurry, get to the Civic Center. If it's too late, it might be too crowded. The crowd, who had been unable to be persuaded at first, dispersed instantly as the horn sounded. Seeing this scene, the police officer on duty was shocked that he really couldn't understand why these fans who were so disobedient before became so obedient now. See? This is the power of idols. Just when he was puzzled, the voice of policeman Lao Zhang rang out beside him. Come on, follow me to the hospital. Go to the hospital? What for? The young police officer looked puzzled. I'll take you to see that big star. After saying that, police officer Lao Zhang walked into the hospital. By the time he arrived at the door of the intensive care unit on the 5th floor, only some media staff were left outside. As for the fans, they left the hospital early and went to the civic center. Just as he and the young policeman were about to walk into the ward, a handsome young man walked out of the ward first. When Lao Zhang saw this handsome young man, his eyes suddenly lit up. Hello, Mr. Qin Tian. I'm Zhang Min, the man assigned by the Municipal Bureau to escort you to the citizen's home. This is Ma Xiaotao. Hearing Lao Zhang's voice, Qin Tian, who had just walked out of the ward, was stunned at first and then noticed the uniforms they were wearing. Huh? Didn't we say we were going there on our own? Why did the police come to pick us up? Just when he was confused, Lao Zhang took the initiative to walk to his side. Would it be convenient for me to take a photo with you? My daughter is a fan of yours, and of course I am one of your fans too. Xiaoma, come over here, let's take a photo with Mr. Qin Tian. As he spoke, he was about to call the young policeman to come over for a photo, but before the young police officer came over, Qin Tian hurriedly stopped him and said, No, come one by one. If you keep going left and right, you'll film it and spread the news online tomorrow that I've been arrested for something I did wrong. After hearing Qin Tian's words, the two of them didn't react for a while, until they heard the laughter of media reporters on the side. They realized that if they really stood on Qin Tian's left and right, it seemed to be quite true. The escort turned into an arrest. Chapter 82 Fan meeting. Jinyang Construction Avenue, as the main road of Jinyang City, is also one of the roads leading to Jinyang City citizens' home. Slightly different from usual, the road is particularly crowded today. A large number of vehicles and pedestrians merged in almost at the same time. Fortunately, this is a main road. If it were an ordinary road, there would probably be congestion long ago. Among the numerous vehicles, several police cars with their lights on stood out. At this moment, Qin Tian was riding in one of the police cars. As for Huang Dafeng, due to tonnage reasons, he was arranged alone on the large truck at the back. Looking at the two policemen sitting on his left and right, he felt something was strange. The watch on my hand looks like a sterling silver bracelet. This is my first time being so close to a celebrity, and I'm quite nervous. Just when the atmosphere in the car was particularly depressing, the young policeman Ma Xiaotao said with a naive look on his face. Actually, I'm more nervous. This is the first time I've been in a police car in my life. Looking at Ma Xiaotao, who looked reserved beside him, Qin Tian said with a helpless smile. How about we take another photo together? Perhaps he really didn't know what to say, so Ma Xiaotao quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket. After posing, he aimed the camera at himself and Qin Tian's faces and pressed the camera button. After the shooting, the car fell into silence again. This situation continued until the police car drove to the door of the citizen's home. When Qin Tian got out of the police car, the flashing lights outside almost blinded his eyes. Fortunately, the authorities had set up a cordon at the door early. But even so, when those fanatical fans outside saw Qin Tian getting out of the police car, they still wanted to squeeze forward frantically. At this time, Qin Tian finally understood why the authorities arranged for the police to escort him. In such a situation, if there is no one responsible for controlling the scene, a stampede or something like that would be the least of the problems. Brother Tian. Brother Tian, look at me. Brother Tian, I love you. Brother Tian, I want to give birth to a child for you. Ah! Brother Tian is so handsome. I finally saw Brother Tian alive. It was so hard. Don't push me, my buddy behind me. You've squeezed my pants off. Who stepped on the sole of my shoe? Stop pushing, B is about to be squeezed into A. If you squeeze any more, you'll get pregnant. Seeing that the fans were extremely excited, the staff on the scene quickly escorted Qin Tian into the citizen's home. After entering the citizen's home, Qin Tian discovered that it had been temporarily renovated by the authorities. The original citizen's home was a place for Jinyang citizens to carry out cultural and sports activities, but now all the places that needed to be demolished have been demolished, leaving only the main stage. It looks like a concert. The official reason for doing this is that the number of fans pouring in may be relatively large, in order to avoid safety accidents. Mr. Qin Tian, you just stay on the stage. Keep the fans within a safe range so that the scene won't be chaotic. Then we will try to keep the time as short as possible so as not to delay your treatment." After bringing Chin Tian to the stage, the staff immediately started talking about some arrangements on the scene. Just after he gave a brief introduction to the situation on the scene, staff members began to lead fans into the venue one after another. The entire entry process felt like attending an important meeting. Perhaps it was because of the sense of ceremony of these staff members that the fans gradually became less excited. As time went on, more and more fans began to enter the scene. 5,000 people, 10,000 people, 20,000 people. In a short while, the number of fans at the scene reached an astonishing 60,000. In addition to some fans who were local to Jinyang City, more of them are fans from all over the country. Of course, in such a situation, the media outlets are also indispensable, even without anyone notifying them. Dozens of media outlets had already arrived at the scene. Such a scene confused Chin Tian. He originally thought he was just meeting some fans and saying hello, but this situation is no longer just a simple fan meeting. If there were more lightboards and cheering sticks, it would be a grand indoor concert. Now that the situation has come to this, he has no choice but to go ahead with it. Seeing that all the fans who were supposed to enter had already entered, Chin Tian immediately raised the microphone in his hand and said softly, "Thank you all for your concern and support. I never thought I would have so many fans. I thought I only had haters." As soon as he finished speaking, the fans at the scene burst into laughter. Indeed, half a month ago, 9 out of 10 of Chin Tian's fans were black fans. The other one may just be hidden deeper. It is said that Chin Tian's fan group and the organizers of the forum are all black fans. Of course, by now, all the black fans are almost extinct. Most of them are supporters from the heart. I would also like to thank the police officers for their help to be able to gather here with you all today. Everyone, please pay attention to order when you go back later and don't cause any more trouble for the police officers. After saying that, Chin Tian bowed deeply towards his fans on the stage. If it were a normal fan meeting, I would definitely take photos with everyone and sign autographs one by one. But there are so many people here today. If I sign for everyone one by one, I think my hands will break. But I can't let you come here for nothing." Having said that, Chin Tian's tone suddenly paused. "How about this? You can make me a request, and I will try my best to satisfy you. Of course, I can't ask you to eat. As you all know, I'm very poor. If I ask you all to eat, I probably won't be able to afford to eat tomorrow." Suddenly, the fans at the scene burst into laughter again. They completely believed what Chin Tian said. There were more than 60,000 people at the scene. Let alone treating them to a meal, even if they just drank mineral water, that would be a considerable amount of money. "How about you sing a song for everyone, Brother Tian?" "Yes, I'll give you all a song. Just think of it as attending a concert for free, it's totally worth it. One song isn't enough. I'll give you a number, 100. Yes, yes, sing, sing. Sing, sing." As the voices of the audience below grew louder and louder, everyone soon reached a consensus. Chin Tian naturally would not refuse this request from his fans. He put the microphone to his lips, and soon a song title appeared in his mind. "Since everyone wants to hear me sing, I will give you a song today. I wrote this song for all my fans, and the copyright belongs to all my fans. The name of this song is Miracle Reappears." Chapter 83 turned into a concert in the citizens' home. Even the fans themselves probably didn't expect that their original group visit would turn into a fan meeting. Later, it turned from a fan meeting into a concert. But who would turn down a free concert? As the music started, Chin Tian's familiar singing voice began to float over. Compared with the previous songs, this song has a much more exciting rhythm. It was only the prelude, but everyone felt like they were going to explode when everyone heard the lyrics. They felt their blood boiling like sunlight shining through the night. Dawn quietly crosses the horizon, whose figure shuttles through reincarnation. The road to the future is right under your feet. Don't be sad, don't be afraid, looking forward to tomorrow with confidence. A new storm has emerged. How can we stagnate? Try your best to travel through time and space. I will come to you smiling in the face of danger. Dreams will come true soon. Muster up the courage to move forward. A miracle will happen. When the song was over, the fans at the scene could no longer contain their excitement and began to shout wildly, just like what the lyrics say. A new storm has emerged. How can we stand still? This is Chin Tian's own monologue, but it is also talking about each of them. The road to the future is always under your feet. As long as you face it with a smile and move forward firmly, a miracle may be happening, and sooner or later, your hero will appear. They can be your parents, relatives, lovers, or they can be police officers, firefighters, and doctors on duty. It can even be a passerby who has nothing to do with you. Everyone couldn't help but think of the incident when Shin Tian jumped into the water to save someone. For those children, Shin Tian is the hero who traveled through time and space and tried his best to come here. Just when the fans were extremely excited, Shin Tian, who also looked excited, raised the microphone again. I hope everyone can be like me, always believe in miracles, always believe in light. After hearing Shin Tian's words, the fans became agitated again. I don't know who started it, but soon everyone present turned on the flashlight on their phones at the same time, and for a moment, the citizen's house was as bright as if it were lit up by stars, and when these different light sources hit Shin Tian's face, they made him look even more radiant. One more song, Brother Tian, I haven't heard enough. Yeah, Brother Tian, one more song. One more song, one more song. Seeing the audience booing, Shin Tian couldn't refuse. I'm glad you're willing to listen to me sing. Since you still want to listen, I'll sing another song for you. The fans present immediately became excited when they heard Shin Tian's words. At other concerts, when stars say they are giving gifts to fans, it is fake because the tickets have been paid for, but what Shin Tian said was a gift, he really meant it. After all, they didn't spend a penny. The name of this second song is Nobody. Just like me, I was originally just a nobody who was unknown to everyone. You are what made me who I am. After saying this with deep emotion, Shin Tian's voice sounded again. City lights at dawn. There is always a halo falling, imitators one after another. No one cares about the role. Who do you choose to worship and who do you choose to resent? Pretending to be warm and indifferent, the shackles of pretending to be free. What did you end up becoming? Burning gorgeous fireworks, blooming once is enough. What else can I ask for? Who am I? The nameless one. It doesn't matter who you forget, who doesn't fight to the end of life. Maybe very tired and embarrassed, maybe a humble life of inaction, maybe I will never be your light. The previous song, Miracle Online, was full of high morale, but this song, Unknown, returns to ordinary life again. However, after listening carefully, everyone discovered the feeling of not accepting fate revealed in Shin Tian's singing. If Miracle Online encourages people to believe in miracles, then this song, The Nameless, calls on people not to care too much about worldly views. Even if you are in a mess, even if you are not glorious, you are still the unique you. At this time, everyone realized that what Shin Tian was singing was not a song, but life. Perhaps no one would take these words seriously if they were simply spoken in the form of sermons, but when they are sung, it becomes different. Singing is the most contagious language. Before they knew it, everyone present had immersed themselves in the singing. By the time the song was over, no one had reacted. This situation continued until applause broke out like a tsunami. The fans' enthusiastic applause lasted for several minutes before slowly calming down. At this moment, the atmosphere in the citizens' house also reached a climax. This scene was accurately transmitted to the live broadcast rooms of various platforms through the media cameras. Mango TV live broadcast room. Originally, this time period was used to broadcast a celebrity variety show, but at this moment it became a live broadcast of Shin Tian's fan meeting. The live broadcast had just begun, and the number of online viewers had reached tens of thousands. When Shin Tian started singing, the number of people watching online soared several times. I'm so jealous. This isn't a meet and greet, it's clearly a free concert. Wow, if I had known this would happen, I would have gone to Jinyang City even if I had to buy a train ticket from a scalper at a high price. Don't even mention buying tickets from scalpers for exorbitant prices. If I'd known Brother Tian was having a concert, I would have driven there myself. Suddenly, I felt like I had lost 100 million yuan. I can only listen to the online version again, and I don't know if there is a complete version available. What kind of magical songs are these? My ears are getting pregnant. It's so exciting to see a miracle happen again. Even though I wasn't there, I still felt my blood boiling. I'm going crazy. There was a plane ticket to Jinyang City right in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. Who could have imagined that Brother Tian would hold a concert and give away songs just like he said he would? Both songs are so good, it's a pity that I can only listen to the online version and not the live version. Mango TV, I beg you, you make so much money every year, please buy some better live streaming equipment. This one still lags. It's okay if I can't go to the event, but why can't I listen to the online version and still not hear the whole thing? Brothers, don't watch here, go to Douyin. There's a young lady live streaming on Douyin. She's in the first row right now, and her camera is right in Tianji's face. I'll keep my Douyin account here. Really? There's also a live broadcast of the face-to-face version. I'm going right now. This is rubbish. I'm not going to watch it. He's gone. The popularity that had just risen plummeted again in an instant. The staff of Mango TV were also at a loss for words about this. The face of the person in charge of the platform immediately turned dark. Immediately contact Xiao Wu at the scene and ask him to find a way for me to squeeze forward. You have to squeeze in even if you can't. At the same time, the popularity of Mango Live Room began to decline. On the other hand, the popularity of the live broadcast rooms that were broadcasting Qin Tian's singing at close range began to soar. While fans online were searching for the high-definition live broadcast, Qin Tian, who was at the scene, sang the third and fourth songs one after another. Whenever a new song is played live, the people in the live broadcast room feel like they are regretting it to the core. Chapter 84: The Power of Idols. Inside the citizen's house, half an hour had passed since the fan meeting began. The staff on site originally thought that the meeting would be over in at most 10 minutes, but when Qin Tian's singing sounded, no one cared about the issue of time. The atmosphere on the scene had unknowingly surpassed that of an ordinary concert. Everyone was immersed in Qin Tian's singing and the story contained in the singing. The miracle reappears, the unknown person, the snail, my future is not a dream, be stubborn, run, and then reach the last sun. Every song was new and they had never heard it before, but no matter which song you listen to, it makes you feel your blood boiling and your whole body seems to be full of fighting spirit. By the time all the songs were finished, more than an hour had passed without them noticing, and during this hour, Qin Tian just stood on the stage. At this moment, everyone had even forgotten that he was a terminally ill cancer patient and that he had just been rescued from the icy river. It was not until they saw Qin Tian's body gradually shaking and his face becoming paler that they reacted. Everyone was afraid that Qin Tian would faint this time like he did before. Some fans in the front row were even ready to rush onto the stage at any time, but when everyone was looking at Qin Tian with worry, Qin Tian seemed fine. Don't worry, it's just an old problem that's come back. It's not a big deal. I guess it's those cancer cells causing trouble again, but with them around, I haven't developed any other illnesses during this period. I think any cold virus that gets in would be killed by them. Hearing Qin Tian's calm voice, everyone couldn't laugh this time. They really couldn't understand why some people would take death so lightly. Cancer cells are like probiotics to him. Although my body can still hold on, this meeting may have to end here. Because I asked the doctor how long I could sing, and he gave me a thumbs up. So I can only sing for you for an hour. If I sing any longer than that, I'm afraid I'll die. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. There was a strange look in his eyes. If they guessed correctly, the doctor's raised finger should be referring to a song. Fortunately, he didn't understand it as one day. If he had understood it as one day, the fans wouldn't have been too concerned. Qin Tian probably died early after he finished singing. Okay, let's stop here for today. We'll meet again next time if there's another chance. Next, please leave in an orderly manner and try not to add burden to the staff. This time, the fans present rarely made any noise. After saying goodbye to Qin Tian one by one, they took the initiative to line up at the exit. There was no need for on-site staff to maintain order, as they left one by one on their own initiative. Such an orderly scene made the staff and police officers responsible for maintaining order on the scene feel a little incredible. What surprised them even more was that after all the fans left, there was not a single piece of confetti to be seen in the huge venue. They had participated in many such activities before, but this was the first time they had seen a situation like this. Master, I suddenly understand the power of idols that you mentioned. At the gate of the venue, public security policeman Ma Xiaotao looked at the fans who were gradually dispersing and said thoughtfully. Hearing his words, Lao Zhang beside him nodded very seriously. This is also why I don't object to my daughter's idol chasing. A good star can indeed bring positive guidance to his or her fans. The effect of Qin Tian's words is more effective than us shouting at the top of our lungs. So, chasing stars is never a bad thing. It depends on whether the star is worth chasing. Master, what you said makes sense. No wonder the authorities are trying to promote Qin Tian now. He may become the youth of a new generation. Realizing the power of idols, Ma Xiaotao instantly understood the previous series of official operations. He is not only the youth of a generation, but also the wealth of a generation. If today's young people were chasing after idols like this, perhaps our next generation would be very different. What a pity. I just don't know how much longer his body can hold on. With a helpless sigh, Lao Zhang turned around and walked into the venue. They were responsible for sending Qin Tian here, so naturally they were also responsible for sending him back. Otherwise, given Qin Tian's popularity, if he took another car, it would probably cause a traffic jam. While the two were escorting Qin Tian back to the hospital, the Longhua network was completely set off by this unique fan meeting. After all, this time, not only reporters from major media outlets participated in the meeting, but also tens of thousands of fans. A large number of photos, videos, and live broadcasts of the scene were quickly spread on the internet through them. Blogs, Douyin short videos, moments, and all social software were flooded with the content of this meeting. Once these contents were released, their popularity began to soar rapidly. In just a few hours, it began to dominate the charts again. Each relevant content can receive tens of thousands of comments. Why does it feel like the whole world went to Brother Tian's concert, but I wasn't the only one who went? I'm really envious. There are 60,000 fans in the audience, but I'm not one of them. Ah. I'm already feeling really jealous, but when I open my phone, there's news about Tian Ge's concert everywhere. Oh my god, 7 new songs. Releasing 7 new songs at once, this is too prolific. It's a pity that I haven't heard any of them. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard it. Brother Tian has already said that these songs are for fans and are public domain. They should be available for free on major music websites in the future. Oh my god, Brother Tian is so generous. He really gave me songs when he had them. But the online version really can't compare to the live version. Whoa. I want a pair of ears that have listened to the live version. Oh. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know if I will have another chance in this life. I would like to call this concert the best concert of this century, bar none. Ha, I was lucky enough to be there. After listening to it, I felt like I was given a shot of chicken blood. Indeed, I feel more energetic now. I can even work overtime for 3 days straight without feeling tired. Brother Tian's songs are simply a spiritual nitrogen pump. I feel healed after listening to them. It's already included. Waiting for the full version to be released. 10,000 people signed a blood petition begging Brother Tian to release a record. +1. +10,000. Okay, time to release the record. As the popularity continued to rise, an information offensive from the Longhua music channel quickly caught everyone's attention. V. Chapter 85 Rejecting the Invitation. Longhua Music Channel, as one of the many official channels of Longhua, is not as famous as the Six Princesses, but its influence in the circle is unquestionable, and there is one thing that other music platforms will never be able to achieve, that is his selection criteria. As long as the artist has a bad record, whether it is involved in pornography, gambling, drugs, or even just some personal scandals, it will not cooperate with such an artist, even under such circumstances. The official Weibo of the music channel publicly invited Qin Tian to be a young singer. After seeing the original text of this blog post, Qin Tian's fans were immediately excited. One by one, they frantically ran to Qin Tian's various social media accounts to leave messages, but they soon realized that all this seemed to be in vain, because since Qin Tian became popular again, he had not been seen updating his social accounts. Who would have thought that the most recent blog post under a celebrity blog with more than 30 million followers was actually 3 years ago, just when everyone was wondering why Qin Tian had not spoken out yet? A blog post by Huang Dafeng became popular. Sorry everyone, my phone fell into the water and I haven't had time to get it fixed yet. I'm not being aloof, or losing contact, or ignoring you. This blog post, which consisted of only 2 lines of text, immediately received 50 million views within an hour of being published, with over 5 million likes and an even more exaggerated number of comments. Shock! Brother Tian has landed from a different location. This is a borrowed account to revive the soul. How pitiful. After all, she's a big star with tens of millions of fans, and she has to get her phone fixed when it's broken? The last time I saw Brother Tian pull out a phone, it looked like a Mi 6. How could the quality of this thing be so good? It's been 5 years since it was released. There's no doubt that Brother Tian was using that Mi 6 3 years ago. There's even a phone display under his blog post. Holy crap! I've been using a phone that's almost obsolete for 5 years. What can I say? Brother Tian is really too hard on himself. My first thought today was to send it in for repairs. What's the point of repairing it? At Demi Mobile, the opportunity has come, it depends on whether you can seize it. Hurry up and sponsor Brother Tian a latest model of mobile phone. At Akko Mobile Phone, we can't lose. At 3 Plus Mobile Phone, get on it, hundreds of millions of data, it's up to you. At Vovo Mobile Phone, go ahead, Brother Tian's new phone should be arranged soon. At Pineapple Mobile, we are an overseas brand. This is a good opportunity. Suddenly, the comments section under the blog turned into an official bidding site for various mobile phone brands. The official brands of these mobile phones were also not idle and quickly responded. Almost all of them promised to give Qin Tian the latest model of their own brand. Even some small factories came out to take advantage of the popularity at this time. However, this time the fans also gave their support, which was rare. Only Qin Tian felt a little helpless after seeing the official responses from these brands. I have dozens of mobile phones, and I can't use them all in my next life. How about we do another program that reviews electronics? Really? You're not trying to lose weight anymore? Upon hearing Qin Tian's suggestion, Huang Dafeng's eyes suddenly lit up. No, I was just kidding. I can't really criticize someone for giving me this phone for free. Oh. Huang Dafeng rolled his eyes helplessly. By the way, Brother Tian, shall we go to the Young Musicians program on the music channel? I heard that participating in this program is almost equivalent to being admitted to the Spring Festival Gala. After he finished speaking, he looked at Qin Tian with a questioning look. Direct access to the Spring Festival Gala? To be honest, for ordinary artists, the appeal of the Spring Festival Gala is still quite great. After all, his audience is all Chinese people, and it happens at a special moment like New Year's Eve. As long as there is a way to get on, many artists will do it even if it means losing money, but it doesn't seem that important to Qin Tian. He said in a light tone, let's not go. I can't make it in time. Huang Dafeng was stunned when he heard his answer. Schedule? What kind of work have you taken without telling me? I accepted a competition, do you believe it? Qin Tian suddenly said seriously. Competition? What competition? Huang Dafeng still looked confused. ICU resurrection match, what kind of match is that? Fuck, I forgot about this. As soon as he heard this, Huang Dafeng suddenly understood. In less than 4 months, it will be the traditional spring festival of Longhua, and by that time, Qin Tian will either have passed away or entered the final stage of rescue. It's a question whether I can survive, so how can I have the mind to participate in the Spring Festival Gala? And the main thing is, even if I win first place in this young singer competition, there's no money. I just get a trophy and a certificate. What's the point of it? If I don't take the money and still have to pay for my own trip to the capital, isn't that a typical losing proposition? After saying that, Qin Tian walked away, leaving Huang Dafeng with a confused look on his face. If other artists and musicians had such an opportunity, they would take it even if they had to pay a lot of money, let alone their own travel expenses. But in Qin Tian's eyes, this youth singing competition is just like a campus singing competition. What was even more puzzling to him was that Qin Tian, who had previously refused Lu Bin's 500,000 yuan, would now refuse the music channel's invitation. Because of travel expenses. At this moment, he even suspected that Qin Tian had a split personality. In fact, Qin Tian did not decide not to participate in the music channel's youth singing competition because of this. The reason why he chose to refuse was, on the one hand, because time was too tight. It would take at least half a month to go to the capital to participate in a competition. After all, this was an official event with too many restrictions, so he didn't dare to say anything careless. If a task is triggered, whether he will do it or not is a problem. More importantly, other stars may need such an opportunity to enhance their influence and fame, but he does not. And just after Huang Dafeng rejected the music channel's invitation on behalf of Qin Tian, the internet was in an uproar. Again, all the fans said they couldn't understand why Qin Tian would refuse such a good opportunity. Isn't it the dream of every artist to have a chance to step onto a bigger stage? All sorts of speculations came out at once. Some speculated that he was unable to attend due to health reasons. Some people speculated that it was because there were more important things that conflicted with the schedule of the youth singer competition, but no one thought that Qin Tian was acting like a big shot, because He doesn't need to act like a big shot at all, he is really a big shot now. Just when everyone was speculating, a street interview video released by Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV made everyone feel that they had found the answer. Chapter 86 National Guessing. This video from Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV is not a new video, but a video discovered by fans. The release time was before Qin Tian's fan meeting. Because the popularity of Qin Tian's fan meeting was so high, this video was forgotten as soon as it was released. It wasn't until an enthusiastic fan dug out this video from the account of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV that this video quickly became popular. This video is exactly the one where Zhu Zhu interviewed people on the streets of Erdogan town. It can be said that the entire interview process was released intact. It is precisely because of this that the audience was once again shocked by Qin Tian's boldness. In the video, Qin Tian almost mentioned the old artist's name. Of course, what shocked them the most was not this, but his subsequent statement that he had 3 works planned, and he would serve as the screenwriter in all 3 works. Oh my god, no wonder Brother Tian didn't participate in the youth singer competition. It seems he has other business to attend to. 2 movies and a TV series, all from big studios. Is Brother Tian planning to completely change his career and become a screenwriter? I didn't hear Brother Tian say that being an actor is tiring, doesn't make money, and is prone to being criticized by the audience, so it's better to be a screenwriter. But he's releasing 3 works at the same time. Brother Tian is so prolific. That's nothing. Didn't Tiangu release 7 new songs in a row at the fan meeting? She's as fertile as a sow. Although I'm a fan of Brother Tian, are there really no quality issues with the movies and TV series directed by Brother Tian? What are you saying? They're collaborating with the 6th Princess, not some other production company. Can the 6th Princess really ruin her own reputation to please Brother Tian? That makes sense. Even if I can't trust anything else, the 6th Princess is still trustworthy. I just don't know what the 3 works are called, so I'm looking forward to it. This is easy. You can find it by searching online. If you don't believe me, go to the official website of the State Administration of Film and Television of Longwa and look up the registration number. Then look up the corresponding production company. I should be able to get a rough idea pretty quickly. Of course, the premise is that they have already filed it and the script has been reviewed. I've learned it, I'll check it out. At this moment, everyone was also full of curiosity about the 3 film and television works written by Qin Tian. They really didn't expect that in addition to singing, Qin Tian could also write scripts. With such curiosity, netizens soon found relevant information on the official website of the State Administration of Film and Television of Longwa. There are 4 film productions related to the Film Channel Studio and 3 TV series related to Huaniu.at. This moment, fans all over the internet turned into detectives, desperately searching for the 3 works written by Qin Tian among these registered works. Perhaps because of the serious attitude of these netizens, the official movie channel soon issued a statement. Thank you all fans for your attention to our production. For this reason, we have launched a prize-giving guessing event. Any fans who have guessed the 2 works that Qin Tian is the screenwriter of can write your answer below. We will randomly select 20 fans who answered correctly to attend the movie premiere. Just a heads up, Qin Tian will also be there. At the same time as the movie channel issued a statement, the official of Huanyo Film and Television also issued a statement. To capitalize on Qin Tian's popularity, we're also running a prize-giving contest. Anyone who has guessed which TV series Qin Tian wrote can leave a comment below. For the fans who answered correctly, we will also select 20 to participate in the filming of the TV series. They will be paid. You will also have the opportunity to meet Qin Tian face to face. As soon as these 2 statements were released, they caused a sensation across the entire internet. There's no way, the reward is just too tempting. The movie channel's activities not only allow you to attend movie premieres, but also allow you to interact with the actors in person. More importantly, I can meet Qin Tian up close. Which fan wouldn't be tempted by such an opportunity? The rewards offered by Huanyo Film and Television are no worse than those offered by the movie channel. As long as you answer correctly, you will have the opportunity to participate in the filming of the TV series. It's possible that he will be an extra, but it's also possible that he will play a supporting role with only 1 or 2 lines. If your performance is good and is noticed by the director on the scene, it may start your acting career and make you a star. Of course, even if she is not chosen, staying on the set will not only allow her to meet many stars, but also allow her to have close contact with Qin Tian, which is also very tempting. In an instant, this originally small-scale guessing activity suddenly became a national activity. A large number of netizens began to frantically search for possible clues just to find the final answer. All they have is the title of the film, nothing else. This also led to these films becoming popular even though they had not even been filmed. Yet.as one of the producers, the official account of Huanyo Film and Television gained 5 million followers, becoming the biggest beneficiary of this event. When Qin Tian himself learned about this, he was speechless. Don't you think they're too boring? There's no point in guessing about this kind of thing. There's not even a shadow of these works now. You said so, De Huang Feng. After saying this, Qin Tian turned his gaze to Huang Dafeng, who was standing beside him. Brother Tianer, let's just say, can I participate in this activity? I've never won a prize in my life, so I want to try and see if I can win this time. It would be even better if I could get the role. As he spoke, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Apart from Qin Tian, he is the only one on the entire internet who knows all the correct answers. Ha! Why are you joining in the fun? If I could survive until the premiere, how could I not bring you along? You're my agent now. Qin Tian was speechless at Huang Dafeng's response. Hey, that's different. I just want to win the prize. It doesn't matter whether I go to the event or not. I want to experience what it's like to be a koi fish. And your scripts are all so brilliantly written. If I could play any role in them, I could brag about it for the rest of my life. Obviously, even though he has left the entertainment industry, Huang Dafeng still has a heart for acting, but as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tian looked him up and down. How about I use the back door to get you into the role of the emperor in Legend of Xin Huan? Hearing Qin Tian's words, Huang Dafeng was stunned at first, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Is this really possible? Hello, Your Majesty. You have 3,000 beauties in your harem. You really believe it? With your physique, the emperor's meals must be very good every day. I'll send you to the palace to be a eunuch. You'll have more opportunities to show your face, and your lines will be easier to remember. Fuck you, I don't want to be a eunuch. Just as the two were playing, Huang Dafeng's phone suddenly rang. After taking a look at the caller ID, his eyes suddenly lit up. It's Lao Shi called. Isn't he going back to his country? Chapter 87 Airport Pickup. Shi Shangfei, the second member of the Qin Shi Huang group, is an idol trainee who debuted in the same batch as Qin Tian and Huang Dafeng, but compared with the two of them, Shi Shangfei has much better talents and opportunities. If Qin Tian and Huang Dafeng's star journeys are dim, then Shi Shangfei's can only be described as brilliant. It's a pity that when he was at the peak of his popularity in Longhua, he was arranged by Tianying Entertainment to study in Yuzhogua. Has been almost 2 years since then. Brother Tianer, Lao Shi said he's almost in Jinyang and is waiting for us to pick him up at the airport. As the phone was hung up, Huang Dafeng immediately said excitedly. So fast? Although he was wondering why Shi Shangfei came back without even saying hello in advance, Qin Tian didn't think much about it. After putting on his clothes, sunglasses, and a mask, he quietly slipped down the hospital stairs with Huang Dafeng. He would never have done this before, but if he didn't do it now, the traffic outside the hospital would soon be paralyzed. There's no way, his popularity is just too high now. And because of the prize-winning guessing game organized by the movie channel and Huanyo Film and Television, netizens are now eager to run to him to seek the answer. When he finally managed to slip out of the hospital, Huang Dafeng immediately hailed a taxi. Master, go to the airport. When the taxi driver heard Huang Dafeng's voice, he looked at him in surprise. Young man, are you also going to pick up that celebrity from the universe country? I've already taken several young people to the airport today. If you ask me, what's so good about chasing after those celebrities who came back from abroad? It's better to chase after our own celebrities. Take Qin Tian for example. He's such a great star. My daughter and son both like him. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator. The two people sitting in the back row also looked strange. It seems that Lao Shi has quite a good fan base. He has stopped doing business in China, but when he returned to China, there were still so many fans who came to greet him at the airport. Looking cautiously at the driver in front of him, Huang Dafeng lowered his voice. Of course, you think Old Sure is us. No, now you are you and I am me. You are the national idol and I am the fat guy. Obviously, even now, Huang Dafeng still feels bad about how the media calls him, but as time passed, the taxi soon brought the two to Jinyang International Airport. When the two got out of the taxi, they were immediately stunned by the scene before them. In front of the terminal, groups of young men and women holding large banners and cheering items were looking expectantly at the arrival hall not far away. There are at least hundreds of people. Wow, Old Sure is really doing well. His fans are already here to pick him up before he even arrives. With this scale and lineup, it must be top tier at the very least. There's media over there. I lament that we'll have to wait for a long time. Just as Huang Dafeng was sighing, Qin Tian beside him noticed something was wrong. Did Old Sure have plastic surgery in the universe country? No, with his looks, he still needs plastic surgery. I heard that it's popular in the universe country to use his face as a template for plastic surgery. By the way, why do you ask? Huang Dafeng asked curiously. Well, you should take a look at the posters they are holding. Qin Tian gestured as he spoke, and Huang Dafeng looked to the side following the direction he pointed. Huang Dafeng soon saw a giant poster held by the airport reception team. On the poster, a handsome man is clearly visible. Looking at the man, Huang Dafeng was stunned for a moment. Damn, aren't these people here to pick up Old Sure? Who is this effeminate man? Suddenly Huang Dafeng seemed to remember something, and said with a look of sudden enlightenment, oh, now I remember, this guy seems to be an artist under Tianying Entertainment. His name is Lu Yao, and he debuted a year after us. This kid was also sent to the universe country by Tianying for transformation, oh no, further study? After he finished speaking, a hint of indignation appeared on his face. Damn, this guy must have paid someone to pick him up at the airport. They're all hired by someone else, 100 yuan a night, including lunch. Don't you agree, brother Tianer? At this moment, Huang Dafeng fully demonstrated the meaning of double standards. If it is your brother, then he is popular with fans. If it is an outsider, then he is a paid agent. Just as the two of them were quietly hiding in the corner looking at the location of the arrival hall, a handsome young man who was also wearing sunglasses and fashionable clothes walked out of the arrival hall pushing a suitcase. After seeing this young man, the fans waiting for him at the airport went wild. They rushed up one after another like crazy. The media waiting on the side also rushed forward with their photographic and video equipment. Lu Yao, Lu Yao. Ah, Lu Yao, you are so handsome. Lu Yao, I love you. For a moment, everyone's attention outside the airport reception hall was attracted by this group of crazy fans. Huang Dafeng said with disdain, how uncultured, yelling in public. But as soon as he finished speaking, he said to Qin Tian with a moved look on his face. How about we get an airport pickup package in advance next time? I've inquired, and the whole package is only a few 100,000 yuan, including flowers, lightboards, support posters, and post-production video editing and release. What? Hearing Huang Dafeng's words, Qin Tian immediately looked at him with disdain. This kind of thing still needs money? You underestimate me. Believe it or not, if I contact them, their fan club leader will have to give me money. While the two were chatting casually, outside the arrival hall, a tall young man wearing a black hooded sweatshirt was walking out of the terminal alone, pushing a suitcase, but when he passed by Lu Yao and his group of fans, a provocative voice suddenly came. Hey! Isn't this our brother Fei? Why didn't you notify your fans when you returned to China today? I almost forgot. There are probably not many people in China who still remember your name, Shi Shangfei. Poor thing. I went abroad for 2.5 years, but was fired in the first year. I ended up washing dishes in a restaurant for 2 years. I finally returned home, but there wasn't even anyone to pick me up at the airport. Hearing this provocative voice, the young man in the hoodie was stunned at first, but then he prepared to walk out of the terminal without looking back. However, at this moment, a voice full of surprise suddenly sounded in front of him. Holy crap! It really is you, Old Sure. Brother Tianer, come here quickly, this is really Old Sure. Chapter 88. I'm really not a big star. Outside the arrival hall, Huang Dafeng's face was full of joy as he looked at the familiar face in front of him. Almost immediately he called Qin Tian, who had fallen behind, over. After the two arrived, the young man in the black sweatshirt finally recognized their identities. A smile appeared on his originally cold face. Brother Tian Dafeng. All the complex emotions in my heart finally turned into just 5 words. The three brothers met again after several years, and both Huang Dafeng and Qin Tian were quite excited, but at such a warm moment, an inappropriate voice was heard from the side. Hey, just now I was saying that no one was picking you up at the airport, and now 2 people pop up out of nowhere. This will cost at least $100. Will the lunch box include chicken legs later? Looking at the size of this fat guy, you should at least give him 2 chicken legs. Upon hearing this sound, Huang Dafeng and Qin Tian started looking for the source of the sound almost at the same time. Finally, they set their sights on Lu Yao, who was surrounded by a group of fans. Old Sher, do you have a grudge against this girl? Did you mess up someone's makeup when we were in universe? When saying these 2 sentences, Huang Dafeng deliberately raised his voice, without avoiding his fans at all. His 2 sentences instantly angered Lu Yao and the crowd. The reporters on the side also noticed the conflict between the 2 sides, and they smelled something unusual in the words of both sides. Only Qin Tian looked at Shi Shangfei with a puzzled look and said, "Did you have any conflicts with him in the Universe Kingdom?" Hearing Qin Tian's question, Shi Shangfei nodded slightly. He tried to assault a Dragon Country student before, but I caught him and beat him up. The feud has been going on ever since. So that's how it is. It really is this scumbag. After knowing the whole story, Qin Tian immediately looked at Lu Yao with contempt. Noticing Qin Tian's gaze, Lu Yao seemed to have guessed something, and his eyes were full of disdain. Shi Shangfei, I advise you not to talk nonsense. No one would believe it even if I told them. If you continue to talk nonsense, I don't mind exposing your affairs to the media. After saying that, he continued to pose in various ways for the media and take photos with fans. At the same time, he did not forget to give the fans who came to pick him up at the airport various gifts that he had brought specially from the Universe Country. He looks like the big brother next door. On the other side, Qin Tian and Huang Dafeng looked at Shi Shangfei with puzzled eyes after hearing what he had just said. Old Shi, did he have any evidence against you? This kid looks like he deserves a beating. Hearing the 2 people's questions, Shi Shangfei's eyes suddenly showed a hint of complexity, but in the end he just sighed helplessly. Nothing, it's all over. Don't worry about that guy. After saying that, he was about to push his suitcase out of the terminal, but at this moment, Lu Yao, who had just finished signing an autograph for a fan, said something to Shi Shangfei's back. Brother Fei, quickly think about what to do with the 50 million yuan in liquidated damages. I'll go back and ask my uncle and aunt to sell the house and all the valuable things in the house. Maybe I can pay it back a little. In an instant, Shi Shangfei felt as if he had been electrocuted, and he stood there in a daze. The right hand that was not pushing the suitcase was clenched tightly together. Seeing this scene, combined with what Lu Yao had just said, Qin Tian vaguely guessed something in his heart. Just as he was about to go up to Lu Yao to argue with him, a system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! As a straight man, how can I watch my brother being bullied? Host, please come forward and seek justice for your brother. After the mission is completed, the host will be awarded a certain amount of straight male index based on their performance, and will also receive a random job transfer certificate. When Qin Tian heard the system prompt, he was stunned at first, and then he showed a sly smile. You can't blame me for this. It's God who wants to take you away. The next second, he walked towards Lu Yao amid everyone's puzzled gazes. When he walked to the periphery of the fans, Lu Yao immediately looked at him with a playful look. Are you Shi Shangfei's friend? Looking at you like this, are you some 18th tier celebrity? Indeed, he is only worthy of being friends with people like you. Why don't you take off your mask and sunglasses? No one will recognize you even if you don't wear them. The words were full of sarcasm. However, Qin Tian remained unmoved by his ridicule. She just glanced at him indifferently and nodded. Well, what you said makes sense. I'm not a big star, and not many people know me. In that case, I'll pick all of these. Just as he finished speaking, Shi Shangfei, who had just turned around, suddenly rushed over and said to Lu Yao with an angry look on his face, Lu Yao, listen to me. You can scold me, but you can't scold my brother. I will pay Tianying every penny of the liquidated damages. You don't need to worry about this. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to pull Qin Tian away, but at this moment, Qin Tian had already taken off his mask and sunglasses, as well as the baseball cap on his head, and the next second after he took off the disguise on his face, the entire waiting hall suddenly became quiet. Whether it was the fans who came to pick him up at the airport or the reporters from the media, they all looked at Qin Tian with incredible eyes. It was like seeing something extraordinary. Even the other passengers nearby stopped after seeing Qin Tian. Looking at the expressions of the people around him, the first person to notice something was wrong was Liu Yao, who was surrounded by fans. What's wrong? What happened? Why are you all so stupid? Besides him, Shi Shangfei was also equally confused. He looked at the dumbfounded crowd, then looked at Qin Tian's face. Nothing special, except that I became more handsome. Could it be that they are all impressed by your handsomeness? That's impossible. You're not Medusa. How can you turn them into stone? Just when the two expressed their confusion about everyone's behavior, the people who were originally stunned finally reacted. Fuck. It's Qin Tian. Brother Tian. It's Brother Tian. What kind of luck am I today? I actually ran into Brother Tian at the airport. Ha ha ha, I can even meet Brother Tian while working a part-time job. In addition to these fans, the media reporters were even more crazy. Yet he simply left Liu Yao, who was in a daze, and rushed towards Qin Tian. In less than a minute, the space around Liu Yao was completely empty, and as time passed, more and more people began to surround Qin Tian. In a short while, a crowd had formed in the waiting hall. Looking at this situation, Liu Yao was confused and a little overwhelmed. I paid for all of you to come here, come and surround me. Chapter 89? How popular at this moment, Liu Yao really couldn't figure out who the ordinary-looking man called Qin Tian was. What kind of magic does he have that can make everyone present seem like they've gone crazy? Shi Shangfei, who was standing next to Qin Tian, was just as surprised as him, looking at Qin Tian, who was surrounded by fans crazily, and the even more excited media reporters. He even wondered, could it be that Brother Tianer has stopped being in the entertainment industry and started working in the scientific community these days, even developed a lithography machine and a curvature engine? Apart from these two reasons, he couldn't think of any other reasons that could make Qin Tian so famous in the country. But it's not their fault, although the Universe Kingdom is not too far away from the Dragon Kingdom, but they are not interoperable on the internet. In the universe, it is basically difficult to obtain domestic information except by climbing over the firewall, and they themselves like to belittle all countries other than their own. So they can only rely on relatives and friends to obtain basic information about the country, not to mention news from the entertainment industry. In order to clarify this issue, Shi Shangfei quickly squeezed next to Huang Dafeng. Old Huang, what's going on? Brother Tianer has become so famous. You didn't tell me on the phone before. Hearing Shi Shangfei's doubtful voice, Huang Dafeng, who had been pushed to the periphery, looked at him in surprise. I thought you knew something about the situation back home. Besides, due to Tianer's health condition, I didn't tell you that. So Brother Tianer is really popular in the country recently? Sort of. Huang Dafeng thought for a while and nodded. What do you mean by counted as? Just tell me roughly how popular Brother Tianer is recently. Second tier? First tier? When asked this question, Shi Shangfei became more and more curious. He really wanted to know how far Qin Tian had developed in the 2.5 years he was away. You really want to know? Huang Dafeng looked at him seriously again. Then let me ask you a question. What is the current total population of the universe country? Hearing this question, Shi Shangfei was stunned for a moment, then said uncertainly, well, probably just over 50 million. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Just when he thought Huang Dafeng would explain why he asked this question, Huang Dafeng suddenly took out his mobile phone from his pocket. The next second, he opened the Holang blog and searched for the word Qin Tian, then immediately an account popped up that didn't even have a Blue V certification. Isn't this Brother Tianer's account? Why are the posts still from 3 years ago? Looking at the screen in front of him, Shi Shangfei still didn't understand why Huang Dafeng wanted him to watch this until Huang Dafeng clicked on the account's personal homepage. Come, look here and tell me what this number is. Hearing his words, Shi Shangfei immediately focused all her attention on the line of numbers below the account nicknamed. It clearly says the number of fans, 59.86 million, following Seeing these two numbers, he was somewhat unable to believe his eyes. As if he was worried that he was seeing things, he rubbed his eyes hard again, but no matter how he rubbed his eyes, the number on it remained the same. However, this is not accurate, because at the moment he rubbed his eyes, the number of fans had increased from 59.86 million to 59.87 million. At this point, he finally understood why Huang Dafeng wanted him to watch this. With nearly 60 million fans, that's nearly 10 million more than the total population of the universe. Holy crap! What has Brother Tian'er done these past few years? Even if he just bought zombie fans, his popularity wouldn't increase so quickly. 60 million followers in 2.5 years. At this moment, Shi Shangfei was completely shocked. Huang Dafeng on the side looked at him like a country bumpkin. What, 3 years? It took Tian'er less than a month for him to reach 60 million followers. And let me tell you, his Douyin follower count is about to break 50 million. If you add in the fans on other platforms, I estimate his total online fan count is now close to 200 million. This after hearing what Huang Dafeng said, Shi Shangfei was completely at a loss for words. He originally thought that in the past 2.5 years, it would be a blessing for Qin Tian to be able to make it to the second tier, but now it seems that this is more than just a second tier city. It is already a super first tier city. Just when Shi Shangfei was shocked by the number of Qin Tian's fans on the entire internet, Qin Tian, who was surrounded by reporters, suddenly waved in the direction of Shi Shangfei and Huang Dafeng. Seeing Qin Tian's actions, everyone noticed the two people outside the crowd. Everyone quickly made way for a passage. Seeing this, Huang Dafeng and the other two understood that it was Qin Tian calling them over. While Shi Shangfei was still hesitating, Huang Dafeng had already pulled him to Qin Tian's side. I'm sure everyone already knows this person. Now I'd like to introduce to you another good brother of mine. His name is Shi Shangfei. He debuted in the same batch as me. He went to Universe Country for further studies a few years ago. He happened to be returning home today, and we came all the way here to pick him up at the airport. After listening to Qin Tian's introduction, everyone remembered that there seemed to be such a person in the Longhua entertainment circle before, but the reporters on the side didn't care about that. As soon as he heard that it was Qin Tian's good brother, he immediately pointed the camera at him, because they know that with the relationship with Qin Tian, no matter what Shi Shangfei has done in the past, he will definitely soar in the future. As long as Qin Tian says a word, Shi Shangfei can get a lot of resources. It is no exaggeration to say that all this happened to Lu Yao, who was standing by, and it immediately aroused his intense jealousy. In his opinion, this is somewhat unfair. Why are the people he paid for surrounding others now? Why are the media reporters arranged by his agency now taking pictures of others? Why does Shi Shangfei, who is inferior to him in every way, have such a famous brother? All these psychological imbalances made Lu Yao unable to hold back. What further studies? Don't you know he was fired by an entertainment company in the Universe Country after only 6 months? Of course, if washing dishes for 2 years counts as further education, then he did. I tell you, not only was he fired, but he also spent 2 months in jail in the Universe Kingdom. If I hadn't issued a letter of apology, he would still be in jail. More importantly, he now has to face a 50 million yuan compensation. TSK, he probably won't be able to afford it in his lifetime. How pitiful. As Lu Yao's voice spread, the attention of everyone present was drawn to him. This naturally included Qin Tian and the other two. Under the surprised gazes of Qin Tian and Huang Dafeng, Shi Shangfei's eyes instantly dimmed. Chapter 90. Already offended, not only was he fired from his entertainment company, but he also spent time in jail and washed dishes. Every time Lu Yao said something, everyone was shocked. Although Shi Shangfei's name has gradually been forgotten in the country, but it cannot be denied that he was at least once popular. Why would a popular young star with a bright future end up washing dishes in a foreign jail? For a moment, everyone's mind was filled with such questions. Even Qin Tian was no exception. But he did not ask directly. Instead, he walked up to the reporters with a serious expression, looked in Lu Yao's direction and said solemnly, "Remember what you just said. If there is any inaccuracy in it, I will hold you accountable for the relevant legal responsibilities." Just as he finished speaking, Shi Shangfei said dejectedly, "Everything he said was true. I was indeed imprisoned in the Universe Kingdom for 2 months. I did wash dishes in a restaurant for 2 years." Huang Dafeng's face changed immediately when he heard what he said. Old Shi, he thought that he and Qin Tian had lived a miserable life in China, But he didn't expect that Shi Shangfei had an even worse life in the universe country. The key is that he didn't reveal anything during any of the calls. I remember that he was out of contact for 2 months, and he just said that he was in special training. There's nothing much to say. It's all in the past. Looking at Qin Tian and Huang Dafeng, who looked worried, Shi Shangfei smiled bitterly. I beat him up to protect that female foreign student. Then he called the police and said I committed intentional injury. I thought the female international student I rescued would stand up and speak for me, but she refused to testify in court. So the Universal Police convicted me of intentional injury and I was put in jail for 2 months. He was finally released not because of his letter of apology, but because our Dragon Country embassy intervened. After listening to Shi Shangfei's account of the whole incident, even after such a long time, Qin Tian and Huang Dafeng still felt a surge of anger in their hearts. Damn, this bastard. I'm going to beat him to death. Huang Dafeng, who was already angry, rolled up his sleeves and wanted to rush to Lu Yao, but in the end, he was stopped by Qin Tian's eyes. Don't be impulsive. If you hit him in this situation, it will be even more difficult for us to explain. After stopping the furious Huang Dafeng, Qin Tian stepped in front of the reporters again. Regarding my brother's affairs, I am willing to use my own reputation as a guarantee. He would never do anything that violates the law. I will report this matter to the Longhua police, and it should enter the legal process soon. Although the incident happened abroad and 2 years have passed, I believe that our Dragon Country will never allow any law-abiding citizen to be treated unfairly abroad. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Lu Yao again. I will also report your despicable behavior to the relevant departments in the entertainment industry. No matter if you are a top star or a popular star, if you are really like what Shi Shangfei said, believe me, the Longhua entertainment industry will definitely not tolerate you. Remember, it was I, Qin Tian, who said this. After hearing Qin Tian's domineering speech, everyone at the scene instantly quieted down. Although Qin Tian did not make any clarification in the words just now, no one would doubt Shi Shangfei's character anymore, because Qin Tian's reputation is the greatest guarantee of as for his last sentence. If it was said by someone else, it would seem somewhat ridiculous, but when these words came out of Qin Tian's mouth, they seemed so weighty. In their opinion, Qin Tian does have such strength. Of course. This does not mean that everyone in the entertainment industry today will buy into Qin Tian's claims. He is famous, but his influence is not yet enough to affect the entire Longhua entertainment industry. Rather, looking at the entire entertainment industry, no one is willing to offend Qin Tian. After all, no one can say whether they have any explosive information in Qin Tian's hands. It was obvious that it wasn't just the media and fans at the scene who were shocked by Qin Tian's words. Lu Yao couldn't help but reveal a hint of fear in his eyes when he heard what he said. Although he still doesn't know who Qin Tian is, judging from the behavior of the people around him, Qin Tian is definitely someone he can't afford to offend in the circle for a moment. He even regretted provoking Shi Shangfei repeatedly, but it's obviously too late to regret now. Just when he was regretting, a group of people walked into the waiting hall again. There were both men and women in this group. As soon as they got off the bus, they walked into the hall holding a sign. After searching for a while, they saw Lu Yao standing there alone. Immediately, a middle-aged woman wearing sunglasses led the group and walked towards Lu Yao with a sign in her hand, looking excited. Before she even got close, she spoke excitedly. Have you missed your Aunt Zhao, Yao? By the way, where are the fans? Only after she finished saying this did she notice the people around Lu Yao. She was stunned for a moment. At this moment, the media reporters in the crowd also noticed her presence. Hey, isn't this Ms. Zhao Shueman from Tianying Entertainment? She actually came to pick up Lu Yao in person. What's the relationship between them? You don't even know this. Lu Yao is Lu Huachan's godson, and Zhao Shueman is Lu Huachan's concubine, meaning he's his godmother. Holy crap, there's this kind of connection. No wonder Lu Yao has such great resources. Just as everyone was talking about this middle-aged woman, she, who was called Ms. Zhao by everyone, also noticed Qin Tian, who was like the moon surrounded by stars. Subconsciously, her eyes were about to look away. She is now afraid of Qin Tian. Although Qin Tian has not taken any direct retaliation against Tianying Entertainment since the last incident, however, because of offending Qin Tian, Tianying Entertainment is now on the decline. The bigwigs in the circle are unwilling to deal with them, and their capital chain is about to collapse. If this continues, Tianying Entertainment may be forced to transform or simply become history. Avoiding the sight of the media reporters, Jia Shueman quickly pulled Lu Yao aside. Go, don't stay here any longer, or you'll get into trouble. Oh right, did you see that young man inside just now? Remember, don't provoke him. You can't afford to offend that person, and neither can your godfather. After saying that, she was about to pull Lu Yao out of the waiting hall. After pulling for a long time, she realized that she couldn't pull it anymore. When I turned around, I found that Lu Yao had become stupid. Aunt Zhao, I want to ask, what would happen if I offended him? I think I've offended him. Zhao Shueman was stunned when she heard his words. Chapter 91. Don't know him. Outside the waiting hall, he looked at Qin Tian, who was surrounded by a group of reporters and fans, and then looked at Lu Yao, who was standing next to him like a fool. Zhao Shueman suddenly felt regretful about why she had taken the initiative to come to the airport to pick him up today. I thought I could take this opportunity to please Lu Huaxiang, but now it seems that this is clearly asking for trouble. Aunt Zhao, who exactly is this Qin Tian? He seems very famous. His influence in the circle can't be greater than my godfather's, right? At this point, Lu Yao still couldn't understand why a man who looked about the same age as him could make Aunt Zhao, who had connections in the entertainment industry, so wary. But at this time, Zhao Shueman obviously didn't want to pay attention to him. He just said this with a cold expression. Get in the car first, and I'll let your godfather explain it to you when we get back. After saying this, she walked towards the business car outside without looking back. Seeing this, Lu Yao on the side had no choice but to follow quickly. As he was walking out, there were still waves of people outside the waiting hall who had heard the news and were trying to squeeze into the hall. Seeing this scene, Lu Yao was shocked and couldn't help but feel a little worried, but on second thought he felt relieved again. What are you afraid of? I don't believe he can really make me lose my place in the Longhua entertainment industry with just one sentence. While Lu Yao was comforting himself, Qin Tian on the other side had to start bearing the consequences of revealing his identity. Mr. Qin Tian, I'm a reporter from Firebird Entertainment. I'd like to ask when the record of your new song will be released. Mr. Qin Tian, I'm a reporter from Big Bowl Entertainment. Do you have any plans to release an album soon? Mr. Qin Tian, I heard that you will be personally overseeing the casting of your new film. You prefer young actors. Mr. Qin Tian, do you have any other plans to bring products recently? Qin Tian was overwhelmed by the questions from the reporters alone, not to mention that there were no less than hundreds of fans nearby asking for autographs and photos. Seeing that he and Huang Dafeng were surrounded by the crowd, Qin Tian suddenly winked at Huang Dafeng. Seeing Qin Tian's eyes, Huang Dafeng immediately understood. The next second, Qin Tian fell to the side in full view of everyone. Quick, get out of the way. Qin Tian is having another attack. We'll talk about the interview next time. Before Qin Tian fell to the ground completely, Huang Dafeng carried him on his shoulders. The reporters and fans standing by did not dare to stop it at all, because everyone knows that Qin Tian is seriously ill. If Qin Tian died because of their obstruction, they could not bear the responsibility. In an instant, the crowd made way for a passage. Shi Shangfei, who was confused, followed Huang Dafeng with a worried look on his face and ran all the way. After running for nearly 1,000 meters, Huang Dafeng stopped panting. Seeing him like this, Shi Shangfei quickly moved Qin Tian to her shoulders. Quick, give brother Tian to me and rush him to the hospital. But just as he was about to reach out to take it, Qin Tian, who had just fallen into a deep coma, suddenly opened his eyes. The next second, he stood up alone as if nothing had happened. Seeing this scene, Shi Shangfei was dumbfounded. Fuck! Brother Tianer, you're not sick. Who said I wasn't sick? I just recovered after Dafeng's rescue, right Dafeng? While speaking, Qin Tian looked seriously at Huang Dafeng, who was breathing heavily beside him. Yes. You have recovered, but I am only half alive now. Who? As he spoke, Huang Dafeng's legs began to shake as if they were having the hiccups. Oh my god, that's the amount of exercise I've done in half a year. At this point, Shi Shangfei had no idea that everything that had just happened was an act by Qin Tian, but if you think about it carefully, given the situation just now, Qin Tian's approach was undoubtedly the best choice. Otherwise, by the time he has dealt with all the media and fans, it will take him who knows how long. Seeing that no fans or reporters came out to chase him, Huang Dafeng stopped a taxi after taking a break. After getting in the taxi, the three of them headed towards the city. Less than an hour, the three of them returned to Huang Dafeng's home. As soon as they entered the house, Huang Dafeng took Shi Shangfei to the only empty room. I can't help it. Brother Tiana and I are already living in the master and second bedrooms, so I'll have to let you stay in the children's room. I originally planned to leave it to my son to live in. But it's almost the same as letting you stay. Hearing Huang Dafeng's words, Shi Shangfei immediately glared at him. What do you mean by living for your son? Living for me is almost the same. Hey, I don't mean to say you're anything like my son. No, I'm wrong. You hold a position in my heart that is almost the same as my son. Seeing that Huang Dafeng could no longer explain himself clearly, Qin Tian stopped the two of them. All right. This afternoon, Dafeng, go to the real estate agency outside and ask if there are any houses for sale in this neighborhood. Then you can buy 2 more. When Shi Shangfei heard Qin Tian's words, he was stunned. If he hadn't heard the word house, he would almost have thought Qin Tian was talking about buying groceries. Okay, I'll see if I can buy my set of both top and bottom. Then we can just connect the top and bottom. Huang Dafeng also said this in a very serious manner. Looking at the two of them, Shi Shangfei could no longer suppress his inner doubts and asked directly, what on earth has happened to you in the past 2 years? Hearing his question, both Huang Dafeng and Qin Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's a long story. Let me order takeout and we'll talk. Just as the three brothers were gathering together to reminisce about the past, the atmosphere in the Tianying Entertainment headquarters building far away was solemn. Bai in the huge top-floor office, Lu Huashan, who looked much older than before, stared at the TV in front of him without moving his eyes. What was broadcast on TV was exactly what had happened in the airport waiting hall earlier. Qin Tian in the picture said with a righteous look on his face that justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Just after he finished speaking, the camera angle switched to Lu Yao's face on the other side. Although it was not a close-up shot, it still captured a hint of panic on Lu Yao's face. Comparing the two, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Qin Tian had the upper hand in this confrontation. Liu Yao, on the other hand, looked like a villain who was in the wrong. After seeing this, Lu Huashan didn't continue watching and just pressed the pause button. The next second, his hawk-like gaze was fixed on Liu Yao, who was not far in front of him. When Liu Yao was looked at like this by Lu Huashan, he was immediately startled. I didn't know him at the time. If I had known him, I would have left immediately. After saying this, he looked at Lu Huashan cautiously, but at this moment, a thick book hit him directly in the face. I don't know him. Do you know him now? He's known for biting whoever he catches. Once he bites you, those reporters will swarm around like flies to blood, and then you'll be stinking, you know. Besides, he's now officially a positive role model. If you oppose him, you'll become a negative role model, understand? As he spoke, Lu Huashan reached out and slapped Liu Yao hard on the face. All his words were spoken through gritted teeth. Obviously, he was trying his best to suppress his anger at this moment. If you weren't my son, what's hitting you in the face right now wouldn't be a book. After saying this, he seemed to have used up all his strength and fell heavily on the boss chair. I'm giving you 2 options now. One is to go back to the Universe Kingdom and come back after I die. The other is to take the initiative to apologize to Qin Tian and admit your mistakes. You choose. After hearing the 2 options given by Lu Huashan, Liu Yao finally realized how terrible it was to provoke Qin Tian. Chapter 92. Isn't it just 50 million? At Huang Dafeng's home, after the 3 of them complained for a while, they had a general understanding of what had happened to them. In a nutshell, none of the 3 of them had a good life in the past 2.5 years. It can even be said that each one is more miserable than the other. Qin Tian was suffering from cancer and was in a state of confusion. His only love also passed away due to the disease. Huang Dafeng was fired by the company because of his body management problems, and then he became an 18th-tier snack broadcaster, and his body was about to be ruined. Shi Shangfei nominally went to the Universe country for further studies, but was framed and imprisoned just half a year after arriving there, and then faced a huge amount of compensation for breach of contract. The tragedies these 3 people have experienced in the past 2.5 years are more than many people have experienced in their entire lives. Why don't we form a new group and call it the Brothers in Trouble? With our legendary experiences and tragic deeds, the judges of any talent show would be full of praise for our amazing achievements. Huang Dafeng joked while drinking the sugar-free cola in his hand. Now that you put it that way, isn't the popular thing in talent shows these days to compare misery? And when it comes to misery, no one can compare to us. Hearing Huang Dafeng's proposal, Qin Tian also looked like he agreed, only Shi Shangfei standing next to him had an expression that said, "Are you kidding me? No, there are three of us, one is sickly, one is fat, and one is a prisoner. We might as well just call ourselves the human misery team. Besides, with your current status, Brother Tianer, any talent show that dares to let you be a contestant would have to put you on the judges' panel." As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them burst into laughter. After the laughter died down, Huang Dafeng said seriously again, "Honestly, old Shi, what are your plans for returning to China this time? Are you still pursuing a career in the entertainment industry?" When he heard this question, the expression on Shi Shangfei's face immediately became helpless. "What can I plan? I must pay Tianying the penalty for breach of contract first. Are you really going to compensate them? If you ask me, just ignore it and do what you need to do. Tianying might disappear one day." Huang Dafeng obviously didn't care at all about the so-called liquidated damages, but Shi Shangfei shook his head. "No, it's clearly written in the contract that if an artist violates any law or discipline, the company can unilaterally terminate the contract, and the artist needs to bear all liability for breach of contract. As far as the contract is concerned, there is nothing wrong with Tianying. If they use the contract to sue me, I might have to go to jail again in the country." Hearing his answer, Qin Tian and Huang Dafeng couldn't help but frown again, but soon Qin Tian's brows relaxed. "Then we can just compensate them. It's only 50 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi and Huang looked at him in surprise. "Brother, my dear brother, you donated all your great-uncle's inheritance. Where are you going to get 50 million to compensate them now?" Obviously, Huang Dafeng didn't think Qin Tian could easily come up with 50 million. Even though he had just achieved the miracle of selling 50 million worth of goods not long ago. "Not only will I compensate them for the 50 million, but I'll also make them pay it back in the future." When he said this, Qin Tian's face was full of confidence. It was precisely this confidence that made Shi and Huang unconsciously believe him. What they couldn't figure out was where Qin Tian was going to get the 50 million. And what method he could use to make Tianying Entertainment return the 50 million. Just when the two were completely confused, Qin Tian kept them in suspense the next second. He used Huang Dafeng's mobile phone to open a shopping app interface in front of the two of them. "Old Shi, you've been in the universe kingdom for so long. How's your research on beauty and cosmetics?" When Shi Shangfei suddenly heard Qin Tian talking about this topic, although he was a little confused, he still gave an answer quickly. "Universe country is really good at beauty and makeup. Both men and women have the habit of wearing makeup. As far as I know, many of the big-name beauty brands in China are from Yuzhou. I personally did some research beforehand." "That's good." Qin Tian nodded casually and continued searching on the web. Soon a whole host of cosmetics like lipsticks, eyeshadows, and cushions appeared. "Come on, you claim to pick some at random, the more the better." Seeing that Qin Tian didn't seem to be joking, Shi Shangfei was stunned. "Why buy this? I'm not going on stage right now, so I don't need to wear makeup at all." "Who says you don't need to put on makeup if you're not going on stage? Besides, I'm not asking you to put on makeup specifically, I want you to do a beauty review." "Beauty review?" After hearing these four words, Shi Shangfei's mind was somewhat confused. In his impression, there is indeed a group of bloggers who specialize in various beauty reviews and guides, but those are basically all women. There are no men doing beauty reviews. Moreover, is there any direct relationship between doing beauty reviews and paying 50 million yuan in liquidated damages? Just when he was a little confused about Qin Tian's train of thought, Qin Tian looked at him seriously. "Just tell me, do you want to make 50 million as soon as possible?" "Of course I do. Hey, I want it too." Huang Dafeng, who was standing by, came over at some point, but the next second he was pushed away by Qin Tian. "You can't. Old Shi has a standard abstinence face. His facial features are three-dimensional and sophisticated. He looks good with just any makeup on. Your face is like a bathing face. Others will think of you as a big brother who scrubs people's bodies in the bathhouse. It's useless to put on 10 layers of powder. Hey! We're brothers, how can you praise and put down one and flatter the other?" Huang Dafeng immediately became unhappy when he heard Qin Tian's words. But then again, can you earn 50 million just by doing makeup? He expressed his incomprehension. Of course, you can't make 50 million just by doing makeup. The key is the cosmetics. After saying that, Chin Tian randomly clicked on the details page of a cosmetics product. Look at the prices. If we had brought cosmetics instead of fruits last time, the transaction amount would have increased by 10 times, or even dozens of times. These cosmetics have high profits and high commissions, and men have advantages over women in some aspects when it comes to promoting cosmetics. What advantage? Shi and Huang asked at the same time. Don't you think people of the same sex are often more wary of each other? For example, girls are naturally wary of other girls. Boys do the same to boys. Let me ask you, if you were a woman and saw a handsome guy selling lipstick, would you stay a little longer? After listening to Chin Tian's explanation, the two of them suddenly understood, but even so, they still don't think they can make 50 million in a short period of time simply by selling beauty products. Of course, not to mention that they don't believe it. Even Chin Tian didn't believe it in his previous life when he didn't see the sales data of those top anchors. If he hadn't seen the sales of hundreds of millions in a single game, he would never have believed that a man selling cosmetics could earn tens of billions in just a few years, and now he wants to copy the other party's successful experience to his brother. Chapter 93. Let's also hold a press conference. Just as Chin Tian was planning how to make sure Shangfei, a trendy live streaming anchor, Tianying Entertainment also held an emergency press conference. Originally, the news media were not interested in Tianying Entertainment's press conference. After all, Tianying Entertainment was already on the decline at this time. His influence in the circle also began to decline rapidly. More importantly, they don't have anything worth reporting right now. Su Yi, the former top star, is now semi-banned by the Performing Artists Association due to her previous lip-syncing incident. Other artists also had to suffer the consequences because they could not get resources from the company. It was not until Tianying revealed that the content of this press conference was related to Chin Tian that the media became interested. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, and there was still half an hour before the press conference was about to start. However, the press conference hall of Tianying Entertainment was already crowded with public media of all sizes. There are tabloids and entertainment channels on local television. Just as the media arrived one after another, in an office outside the press conference hall, Lu Yao, with a dejected look on his face, was looking into the eyes of Lu Huaxiang. Have you remembered everything I taught you? You must be sincere at the press conference later. You'd better squeeze out some tears for me. Then you desperately apologize to Chin Tian and beg him to forgive you. The more pitiful you act, the better. After hearing Lu Huaqiang's arrangement, Lu Yao obviously still didn't quite understand it. Will this really work? He won't let me go just like that, will he? Just as he finished saying these two sentences, Lu Huaxiang also sighed deeply. How could you be so stupid? Do you really think that the purpose of my asking you to apologize is just to gain Chin Tian's forgiveness? Please use your brain, okay? If you act like a weakling, others will think that Chin Tian is relying on his fame to suppress you, who has offended his brother. The only thing I asked you to admit was that you provoked Shi Shangfei at the airport. I didn't ask you to admit that you bullied other girls in the universe country. After hearing this, Lu Yao finally had a rough understanding. Lu Huaqiang's arrangement was nothing more than to make him appear weak in front of the public, which would arouse public sympathy and naturally dilute some of the bad impression he left at the airport. Of course, this action also has another important function, which is to kidnap Chin Tian from a moral perspective. If he does anything against Lu Yao in the future, it will show that he is narrow-minded and suppresses newcomers. By the way, after the press conference, I plan to find Shi Shangfei again. Don't take the initiative to provoke him then. When Lu Yao suddenly heard Lu Huaqiang's words, he immediately became like a fighting cock with its feathers blown off. Why? Hasn't he already been terminated by the company? Why do you want to bring him back? So we don't want the 50 million yuan in liquidated damages? This time, he completely didn't understand Lu Huaqiang's arrangement. What do you know? If we don't terminate the contract with Shi Shangfei now, not only will it send a signal to the media that we are bowing to Chin Tian, but it will also allow us to use his identity as Chin Tian's brother to create greater value for us. After saying this, Lu Huaxiang didn't bother to care whether Lu Yao understood it or not, and just turned around and left the office. He was extremely disappointed with the son he had born in an accident 20 years ago. As time passed, it was soon time for the press conference to officially begin. Under the gaze of the media, Lu Yao, with red eyes, slowly walked onto the stage. Thank you very much for coming to this press conference. The purpose of holding this press conference is actually very simple. I simply want to apologize to Senior Qin Tian and Senior Shi Shangfei. After hearing Lu Yao's opening remarks, the media reporters were also extremely surprised. They really didn't expect that Tianying Entertainment made such a big fuss just to apologize to Qin Tian. Could it be that Lu Yao was really frightened by the harsh words Qin Tian said before he left? Just when everyone was wondering why Lu Yao did this, he suddenly burst into tears while crying. She said, "Due to some personal conflicts between Brother Fei and me, I was a little too aggressive in my language. After getting off the plane, I have deeply realized my mistakes. In the future, I will definitely strengthen my self-discipline. I also invite friends in the media to supervise me. But I really didn't expect Qin Tian to have such a great influence in the country. Since leaving the airport, I've received countless insults and threats from Qin Tian's fans. Here, I sincerely hope Qin Tian can forgive me, sorry." After saying this, Lu Yao, with tears in his eyes, bowed deeply towards the camera. Seeing this scene, the media reporters at the scene didn't know what to say. Maybe Lu Yao's mouth was a little foul, but being cyberbullied and threatened by Qin Tian's fans did seem a bit too much. Moreover, this was just a personal conflict between Lu Yao and Shi Shangfei, but Qin Tian was inexplicably involved, which felt a bit like a fight between children and the consequences for adults. For a moment, no one knew how to comment on this matter. Just when everyone thought it was over, Lu Huaxiang, who was originally standing in the stage, suddenly walked up from below. "We will definitely deal seriously with the serious waste of public resources caused by the altercation between Lu Yao, an artist under Tianying Entertainment, and Shi Shangfei, also an artist under Tianying Entertainment. Also, after deliberation by the company's board of directors, we have decided to cancel the contract termination with Shi Shangfei, so he does not need to pay our company a 50 million yuan penalty." Lu Huaxiang's 2 sentences also surprised the media reporters who had just calmed down. It was clearly stated before that the contract with Shi Shangfei had been terminated, and now they suddenly say they will not terminate the contract and don't even want the 50 million yuan penalty. Is this also due to pressure from Qin Tian? When did Qin Tian's influence in the circle become so terrifying? The once famous Tianying Entertainment is like his second grandson in front of him, just when everyone was confused by Lu Huaxiang and the other two's attitude towards Qin Tian and the other two who were watching this scene through the live broadcast on their mobile phones frowned deeply. Damn! These two obviously have bad intentions. They're trying to flatter and morally blackmail Brother Tian. His heart is worthy of death. The key is that they don't seem to be planning to let old Shi go. What do they want to do? Even Huang Dafeng could tell what the two were thinking through their conversation, let alone Qin Tian. In response, Qin Tian showed a sneer on his face. "Moral kidnapping me? And you still want me to forgive you? Joke. Have a press conference, right? If they do, let's do one too. Dafeng, contact the Jinyang City Police for me, and then contact the best law firm in Jinyang." And just after he finished arranging Huang Dafeng, he immediately went into the room alone. No one knows what he is doing in there. Chapter 94 Lawyer's Letter Warning. Just when Shi and Huang had no idea what Qin Tian was doing alone in the room, Qin Tian directly turned on the dusty computer beside him. After some complicated operations, he quickly hacked into a website filled with the language of the universe. If it were before, he definitely didn't have this skill, but after he stood up for Shi Shangfei at the airport, he changed his side job from online novel writer to hacker. He originally thought that this side job would be as unpopular as online novel writers, but I didn't expect to use it so soon. His nimble fingers quickly operated on the keyboard, and soon an internal database belonging to the Universal Country Police appeared in front of him. After some searching, he found a case file that happened 2 years ago. A closer look revealed that the suspect listed in the file was Shi Shangfei. In addition to the suspect Shi Shangfei, there are 2 key figures involved in the case. One is the victim Lu Yao, and the other is Lu Yu, a female student from Longhua who was a key witness. In Lu Yu's testimony, she was not assaulted by Lu Yao, but she just happened to pass by and saw Shi Shangfei beating Lu Yao. It was precisely because of her testimony that Shi Shangfei was convicted of intentional injury, but in Qin Tian's opinion, Lu Yu would definitely not change her words for no reason. Because no girl will easily forgive someone who almost hurts her. Unless Qin Tian quickly thought of a possibility. For this reason, he continued to search for information related to Lu Yu. After searching for a while, his eyes immediately lit up. Oh, I knew it. Then he began to look up some of Lu Yao's actions in the universe country. It wouldn't matter if he didn't see it, but once he did, he was completely shocked. During the nearly 4 years he spent in the universe, he dated 18 girlfriends, and there is also a record of drug abuse in Park Chang. Looking at the information in front of him, Qin Tian almost couldn't help but punch the computer screen. Damn, this guy is such a scumbag. Why doesn't he just stay in the universe country? Does he want to return to the country and continue doing evil? After calming down, Qin Tian quickly collected all the key evidence. Just as he was preparing for his next counterattack, the video of the press conference began to spread on the internet. Just as Lu Huaxiang had originally thought, netizens were indeed fooled by Lu Yao's pretended pitiful side, but this cannot be entirely blamed on netizens. After all, Lu Yao had rarely appeared in public in China before, and his specific character and style were not very clear. After seeing his performance at the press conference, it is easy to characterize him as a foul-mouthed teenager who has just reached adulthood and is inexperienced in the world. Coupled with his handsome and youthful appearance, he quickly gained a lot of fans from the younger generation. People also have different opinions on the conflict between him and Qin Tian and Shi Shangfei. It's what he deserves. He just came back from the universe country, so he should behave himself. Why is he so arrogant? Yeah, don't you know what it means to respect your seniors? He's trying to be cool, but it's not what he wants. He's a typical villain, a passerby male supporting role. I guess I feel like I've gotten carried away after 2 years of training in the universe country. You can't say that. After all, she's still young and just debuted. She's been in closed training at the entertainment company. It's understandable that her emotional intelligence is a little low. Exactly. He seems to be only 20 years old now. He is in the prime of his youth. If he is not full of youth and vigor, how can he be called a young person? Aside from a bit of foul mouth, there's really nothing wrong with him. He'll be a fine young man again if he works hard in the Longhua entertainment industry for 2 years. Look how scared the kid is. I don't think Brother Tian needs to say something as harsh as banning him. Looking at the current situation, not only was this guy scared, but Tianying Entertainment was also scared enough by Brother Tian that they simply refused to terminate the contract with Shi Shangfei. Nonsense, how dare I say that now? If you ask me, Brother Tian should just forgive her. Seeing such debates on the internet, Lu Huaxiang showed a smug smile on his face. Obviously, the purpose of his press conference has been achieved, although no one has pointed the finger directly at Qin Tian yet. As long as he pushes it secretly, public opinion will soon change. Now all he needs to do is wait for public opinion to ferment further. However, before he could wait for public opinion to ferment further, a summons from the Jinyang City Police and a lawyer's letter appeared on his desk. Liu Yao, who looked sleepy, also received a summons and a lawyer's letter. What? He sued both of us? Looking at the words on the subpoena and the lawyer's letter, Lu Yao's face was full of disbelief. According to his expectation, Qin Tian should have taken the initiative to declare his forgiveness to show his magnanimity at this time, but now, less than a day has passed and Qin Tian has directly sued them. The main contents of the prosecution are as follows. The first was holding a press conference in the form of an apology to him without his permission, which damaged his right to reputation. The second was that one of his songs, Snail, was played at the press conference without his authorization. The third item was publicly slandering his fans and fabricating facts that his fans cyberbullied and threatened Lu Yao. The fourth item was that he escaped punishment by bribing the victim to fabricate a lie that Shi Shangfei beat him when he was in the universe country. Looking at the charges in front of them, both Lu Huaxiang and Lu Yao were stunned. They themselves don't even realize how many crimes they have committed. They could barely admit the first one because they did use the method of apologizing to Qin Tian to attract media attention, but this is not a big deal. The second one is a bit outrageous. Is Qin Tian's music playing at the venue? Lu Huaxiang immediately called his employees to confirm. The employee's answer left him completely confused, since the staff member in charge of the venue and sound was a fan of Qin Tian. Qin Tian's song Snail was actually mixed into the background music at the press conference. So, they really did infringe on copyright, but this problem is not a big deal. You just need to pay some money. As for the third one, did Qin Tian's fans really curse and threaten you? Lu Huaxiang asked Lu Yao with a puzzled look on his face, because he didn't remember teaching Lu Yao to say this. Lu Yao's response immediately made him furious. I made this up. How could his fans have my contact information? But I also want to make myself look more like a victim. Who knew he would keep harping on this issue? Speaking of this, Lu Yao couldn't help but reveal a trace of grievance on his face, and the next second, a big foot kicked him in the chest. Damn, who told you to add words to yourself? I'm going to be killed by you now. Chapter 95. Please bring out the evidence. Under normal circumstances, there would be no problem in fabricating a rumor that Qin Tian was attacked and insulted by his fans, because no star would choose to make this a reality, and no star would say that they would file a lawsuit over this issue. But Lu Yao obviously didn't expect that Qin Tian didn't follow the routine at all. However, the most critical fourth point did not seem threatening to him. Is there any evidence to accuse him of false accusation? Under the double blow of physical and psychological damage, Lu Yao was taken to a hotel by Lu Huaxiang in a daze. This hotel is also the venue for today's press conference. Although it was still morning, the media reporters at the door had already arrived. The number is even greater than the previous one involving Tianying Entertainment. As soon as Lu Yao and his companion showed up, the reporters who had been waiting at the door for a long time swarmed over. Mr. Lu, may I ask what you think about Qin Tian's lawsuit against you? Mr. Lu, regarding the infringement, do you have a compensation plan? Excuse me, did you really frame Shi Shangfei? Mr. Lu, faced with the siege of a group of reporters, Lu Huaxiang always had a gloomy face, so Lu Yao didn't dare to say a word. After being beaten twice in a row by Lu Huaxiang, he now dares not speak nonsense. But these reporters are obviously the kind of people who won't show their eagle until they see the rabbit. Seeing that the two of them didn't say anything, he just followed them into the hotel. After a while, this huge group of people arrived at the hall where the press conference was held. When they arrived at the hall, they found that in addition to Qin Tian and his companions, there was also a group of police officers and a group of people in work clothes. Seeing this, everyone realized that Qin Tian was serious this time. Lu Huaxiang's expression became even uglier. There are actually quite a few such conflicts in the entertainment industry, but they usually choose to deal with them privately. Qin Tian would choose to ask the government to intervene only when the situation becomes extremely serious, but when you think about the fact that this was done by Qin Tian, it's not surprising. Just as the two of them walked into the venue, Qin Tian and the other two on the other side also saw them. This little guy actually has the courage to come. I thought he didn't dare to come. I didn't realize that this guy looks so decent, but he is so shameless in doing things. After learning about Lu Yao's basic information, Huang Dafeng's disgust towards him had reached its peak. No, I think this guy is pretty tough. He just returned home and is going to find a job soon. Huang Dafeng obviously didn't react for a long time after hearing Qin Tian's nonsensical words. What kind of job? Assembling lighters, operating sewing machines, etc. The specific projects depend on the region. Qin Tian thought about it and replied. Put. So that's what you're talking about. Then he is indeed about to find a job. According to the laws of our country, people like him who committed crimes abroad will most likely be sentenced according to the laws of their own country. Just as the two were talking about Lu Yao's future, the time for the press conference finally arrived. As the protagonist of today, Qin Tian walked directly onto the stage under the attention of the media. I'm very sorry to have wasted everyone's time again. The main purpose of today's reception is actually to resolve some conflicts with Mr. Lu Yao. Let me first state my demands. As he spoke, Qin Tian looked at Lu Huaxiang and the other man with burning eyes. Regarding the infringement of my personal reputation, I can be generous and not hold you responsible. However, you played my original songs in public without my authorization. I cannot encourage such evil practices. If I don't protect my legitimate rights, what will happen to original musicians in the future? After hearing Qin Tian's words, Lu Huaxiang almost died of anger. If someone knew about it, no one would use his songs. Since you are not using it for commercial purposes, you will only need to pay 150,000 yuan in compensation this time. At this point, not to mention Lu Huaxiang, even the reporters at the scene were a little confused. They had never seen anyone as serious as Qin Tian, but if you think about it carefully, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with people safeguarding their legitimate rights and interests. This was indeed caused by a mistake made by our Tianying staff. We will not shirk responsibility and will arrange relevant compensation as soon as possible. Under the gaze of everyone, Lu Huaxiang sincerely admitted his mistake, but just as he finished speaking, Qin Tian continued. Actually, this isn't a big deal, but your artist Lu Yao publicly said that my fans were verbally abusing and cyberbullying him online. I can't stand this. I believe that given the quality of my fans, they would never do such a thing. Of course, if this incident is true, I hope Mr. Lu Yao can provide relevant evidence. After saying that, he stared fiercely at Lu Yao. When Qin Tian looked at him like this, Lu Yao immediately panicked. They all scolded me online. Online? Which website or social media platform? Qin Tian asked again. I have already deleted all the insults I received. I guess I can't find them anymore. Obviously, Lu Yao thought that after he said this, Qin Tian would not be able to continue asking questions, but in the next second he suddenly pointed at the uniformed staff member beside him and said, "It's okay. I've already invited the cybersecurity personnel over. We in Longguai now take cyberbullying very seriously. Even if you've deleted your comments, as long as you provide the platform and your account, we can retrieve them all for you. You have to trust our cybersecurity personnel on this point. The internet also has memory. Once we find evidence that they are cyberbullying you, even if they are my fans, we will take legal action." After hearing Qin Tian's words, everyone finally understood what these uniformed staff members on the scene were doing. They really didn't expect that Qin Tian would even invite cybersecurity personnel to prove the innocence of his fans. Now Lu Yao was completely confused. If he can't explain himself clearly, everything he said before will become evidence of his slander against others. But where can he find the chat records of others cyberbullying him? At this time, all the cameras of the media. Reporters were focused on him. All of a sudden, Lu Yao felt cold sweat running down his forehead and back. That he never expected that Qin Tian would hold on to a casual remark he made. Chapter 96. On the spot accusation. At the press conference, everyone saw that Lu Yao was completely speechless, and they all understood that everything he had said before was fabricated. For a moment they didn't know what to say. However, they also knew that at this point they were no longer able to make the decision. Because spreading rumors and slandering others in public is already suspected of being illegal. If Qin Tian really pursues the matter, Lu Yao will not only have to pay compensation, but may also be criminally detained for 2 months. Everyone originally thought that the matter was over here, but Qin Tian obviously had no intention of giving up. We have also contacted the Universe Police regarding Mr. Lu Yao's false accusation of intentional injury against Mr. Shi Shangfei in Universe. There has been new progress. Hearing this, everyone suddenly felt like they had seen a ghost. They thought that what Qin Tian said at the airport was just talk. After all, the incident happened in another country, and 2.5 years have passed since then. Even if it is investigated, there is unlikely to be any results, but unexpectedly, Qin Tian actually went to call the police. Of course, compared to the media, Lu Yao himself was even more shocked, but even so, he still didn't think Qin Tian could really overturn Shi Shangfei's case. However, he soon found himself slapped in the face. Now, let me briefly introduce to you this case that occurred in the Universe country 2.5 years ago. As he spoke, Qin Tian turned on the projection right in front of everyone. The next second, a complete case analysis report appeared in front of everyone. The report fully records the entire process of the case from its occurrence to the final handling result. Seeing this, everyone still didn't think there was anything wrong, because according to the report, the problem did lie with Shi Shangfei. But the chat record that appeared afterwards completely stunned everyone. In the chat records on the screen, a man suspected to be Lu Yao used money temptation and verbal threats to make a girl change her mind. If this chat record is true, then the results of the previous case investigation will be completely overturned. Fake. He forged this chat record. He couldn't possibly have gotten my chat record. And if Shi Shangfei really had such evidence, why didn't he bring it out earlier? Just when everyone was confused, Lu Yao stood up excitedly. This kind of thing cannot be used as evidence at all. Although his reaction was a bit abnormal, he was indeed right. If such random chat records can be used as evidence, then the police are too careless in handling the case. However, Qin Tian had obviously expected him to say this. Of course, a chat log is definitely not enough as evidence. But what if we find the girl from back then and have verified it with her? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tian opened a video. The next second, a young girl holding an ID card appeared on the screen. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Yu. I was born in 2000 and my registered residence is in Hunan province. I went to study in China in 2017 and met Lu Yao in 2018. He tricked me into going to a KTV under the guise of an idol trainee and tried to do something bad to me after I was drunk. Fortunately, I was saved by my elder brother Shi Shangfei at the critical moment. Originally, I wanted to file a lawsuit with the police as a victim. But later, Lu Yao threatened me with his social connections in the universe country in China. He said if I dared to testify against him, he would kill my entire family. Later, he gave me 500,000 yuan. Under his threat, I had no choice but to change my story. Watching the girl's real name report in the video, everyone present felt that their 3 views were challenged. How lawless must one be to do such a thing? Not only does she violate others, she also threatens the victims in various ways, causing them to falsely accuse those who help her. This is simply insane. At this point, everyone basically had an idea of what was going on. No one would think that what the girl said in the video was false. If it was fake, she would never have come out to reported under her real name. Just when everyone was shocked by Lu Yao's evil deeds, Qin Tian spoke again. I believe that before everyone saw this real name report from the victim, they certainly wouldn't believe that Lu Yao was such a person. I didn't believe it at first, until I found more victims. What? There are other victims? No way. How many people has Lu Yao harmed in the universe country? He looks so young, could he really do something like this? At this moment, all the media reporters in the audience were excited. They originally thought that the real name report just now was explosive enough, but they didn't expect there would be a follow-up. On the other side, Lu Huaqiang's face suddenly became gloomy after hearing Qin Tian's words. A pair of eyes stared at Lu Yao as if they wanted to eat him. But if the situation wasn't wrong, Lu Yao would have been lying on the ground by now. Lu Yao felt a little uneasy when Lu Huaqiang stared at him like that. He wanted to explain, but it seemed that it was useless to say anything at this time. Just as the father and son were looking at each other, Qin Tian opened another folder. The folder mainly contains some chat records, photos, and videos. It is divided into 18 parts in total, and each part contains a victim girl's accusation against Lu Yao. The basic accusations are also roughly the same. It was nothing more than Lu Yao using his status as an idol trainee and his looks to trick these people into becoming his girlfriends. Then they abuse them in various ways. When they want to sue, they either use money to settle the matter or use threats and intimidation. Anyway, he always managed to escape perfectly in the end and then continue looking for the next target. And the targets he was looking for were all international students from Long country who came to Yuzhou country to study. They are not very old either. It can be said that this perfectly utilizes their helpless situation when studying abroad alone. After seeing these evidences filled with blood and tears, both the media and police officers present were instantly furious. As a fellow dragon countryman, he was far away in a foreign land. Not only did he not offer any help, but he also took the opportunity to harm others by taking advantage of their young age and the absence of their family. This is simply not something a human can do. On the other side, Lu Yao, who was bearing the wrath of the entire audience, had completely collapsed at this moment. He never thought that one day these things would be exposed. He knew that from this moment on, he was completely finished. With these crimes on his shoulders, he won't be able to get out for decades. Chapter 97. Can't defend Qin Tian. As Lu Yao's crimes were exposed one by one, there was an uproar at the scene. Who would have thought that this cute-looking, fresh-faced trainee who was only 20 years old is actually a bad guy who does all kinds of evil? Nah, this guy is still a human being. He may have spent all his family's savings to study abroad. He is the treasure of his parents. If my daughter was bullied like this, I would kill him. It's so infuriating. Such a scumbag was actually pretending to be pitiful before. Damn, I'm so blind that I actually thought he was good. What a beast. If Brother Tian hadn't exposed this beast's crimes, who knows how many young girls he would have deceived in the country in the future. That's absolutely true. A dog is still a dog even if it moves to another place. The reporters at the scene were reluctant to curse too harshly due to professional ethics. However, the netizens who watched all this through the live broadcast didn't care so much and almost cursed everything they could. Even so, everyone still felt a little unsatisfied. Of course, if we were to say who was the most angry at this moment, it would naturally be Lu Huaxiang. Although he knew that his son was not a good person, he did not expect that Lu Yao could cause so much trouble. It would be fine if it just caused trouble, but the key point is that it left so many handles. How can he wash like this? Even if he had all the power, he couldn't wash it away. Thinking of this, he stood up and turned to walk out of the venue, but he no longer had the courage to stay in this place. When Liu Yao saw his father was about to leave, he quickly stood up and tried to follow him. Just as he stood up, two policemen walked up to him. "Mr. Liu Yao, we are now formally arresting you for defamation, insult, infringement of others' interests, and violating women's will. Please cooperate." Before Liu Yao could refute or argue, a pair of shiny silver bracelets were put on his hands. Seeing this scene, the surrounding media reporters immediately raised their cameras and pressed the shutter buttons frantically. There is no doubt that this will be the time when Liu Yao gets the most shots in his life. Perhaps his photos will appear on major mainstream media platforms soon. Perhaps he himself could not have imagined that the closest he had ever been to becoming a top star was when he was arrested. This is probably what it means. Debut is the peak, and after the peak there are iron fences. Thinking of this, Liu Yao regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known this would happen, he should have covered his mouth at the airport, but it's obviously too late to regret now. With the help of two policemen, he was carried out like a half-paralyzed patient. Seeing this scene, Huang Dafeng, who had been hating him for a long time, spat at his back. "Only after I finished vomiting did I realize there were reporters at the scene. Oh my god, I'm not going to be photographed. If this gets posted online, I'm done for." Just when Huang Dafeng's face was full of worry, Qin Tian patted him on the shoulder. "Don't even think about that beautiful thing. Who has time to take pictures of you now? The cameras are all focused on our celebrity Liu. Let's take this opportunity to slip away quickly, otherwise we won't be able to leave again later." Hearing Qin Tian's voice, Huang Dafeng quickly glanced around the venue. Sure enough, at this moment, the reporters' cameras were all focused on Liu Yao, and no one noticed them at all. Seeing this scene, he felt disappointed but also a little relieved. The next second, the three of them took advantage of the media's attention not being on them and quietly slipped out through a nearby safety passage. It was not until the three people completely left the venue that the media reporters noticed that they were missing. All the reporters were immediately annoyed. After finally catching Qin Tian, he ran away again. Just as Qin Tian and the other two were quietly running away, what happened on the internet at the press conference instantly shocked everyone on the internet, especially when Liu Yao's crimes were exposed by Qin Tian. In an instant, the internet was filled with curses. At least, people shouldn't be this bad. There have always been bad guys, but they are just too good at disguising themselves. I can't believe this guy who looks like the older brother next door is such a scumbag. It's not the scumbag that's scary. What's scary is that this scumbag has connections and money. It's hard to imagine how those overseas students are going through the days after being assaulted. It is a disgrace to the Dragon Nation to target people from your own country. Wearing the halo of a star, but doing things that are comparable to the devil. If he didn't have the aura of a star, it might not have been so easy for him to succeed. They're both celebrities, but some use their fame to do bad things, while others use it to benefit others. The difference is too obvious. So, those who chase stars, please keep your eyes open. If you're not careful, you might not be chasing a star, but a meteorite that could bring disaster. All of a sudden, a large number of netizens began to pay attention to the name Liu Yao. This is also the only time in recent times that other celebrities' search volume and popularity have surpassed Qin Tian, but it's just this format. I guess no star would want to do it again, because by this time they also realized a problem in the entertainment industry. You can offend those capital bosses, and you can also offend those seniors. They will just block you, but if you offend Qin Tian, it will not just be that you can't survive in the entertainment industry. Liu Yao is the best example. He thought he had gilded himself in the universe country and had Tianying Entertainment backing him up, so he could talk as much as he wanted. But the end result was that he ended up having to work on a sewing machine. Just when all the celebrities with shady backgrounds were feeling threatened, Qin Tian had already brought Huang Dafeng and the other two to a roadside stall on an unknown street. Congratulations to Mr. Shi for his vindication. Let's raise a toast to him. Yes, yes, yes. I finally cleared your name and sent that guy to jail. It's a double blessing. Looking at Qin Tian and the other man in front of him, who were holding wine glasses and had expressions that were even happier than his own, Shi Shangfei's eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of emotion. If it weren't for these two brothers, he really didn't know how to face the rest of his life. After thinking for a long time, he only said two words, "Thank you." After the three of them had 3 rounds of drinks, Shi Shangfei, whose face was already flushed, suddenly blurted out something. "Brother Tian, tell me, do you have any wishes? We can't help you with your condition." After hearing Shi Shangfei's words, Huang Dafeng, who was eating skewers nearby, also became interested. Yeah, I don't know why you always think you can't die, but if you die one day, we can't let you have any regrets, right? What? When Qin Tianren suddenly heard the two of them say this, he was stunned. After pretending to think about it, he said seriously, I hope to start my own entertainment company and redefine the order of the entertainment industry. Is this a good last wish? When they heard Qin Tian's half-joking last wish, they were stunned on the spot. Why don't you change it? Then I hope for world peace. Let's talk about the entertainment company. Chapter 98. The two people who were excited by the time they finished their meal, Huang Dafeng and Shi Shangfei, were already somewhat unconscious. Qin Tian didn't take what the two of them had just said too seriously. After calling a car to send the two of them home, Qin Tian lay down on the bed and took a nap. When he woke up, he was surprised to find that Huang Dafeng and Shi Shangfei had already started making preparations. One was preparing fitness equipment, while the other was sorting various cosmetics into categories. Next to them are their respective live broadcast equipment. Seeing them like this, Qin Tian was somewhat surprised. Holy shit, what are you two doing? Especially you, De Huang Feng, who actually took the initiative to broadcast his exercise today. Huang Dafeng has always been extremely resistant to live sports broadcasts. For him, exercise is too painful. Forcing him to exercise is like killing him. Hearing Qin Tian's voice, Huang Dafeng said with a serious expression, why else could it be? Of course it's to get back to peak beauty. Look at the two of you, one is a handsome abstinent man, and the other is a national male god. I want to let my fans know that even when I lose weight, I, Huang Dafeng, still look amazing. Today I announced in the live broadcast room that if I can't lose 40 kilograms in 2 months, I will shave myself into a boiled egg. Seeing that Huang Dafeng didn't seem to be joking, Qin Tian turned his gaze to Shi Shangfei on the other side. What about you, old Shi? Aren't you not interested in being a beauty blogger? I have to be interested even if I don't want to. I have to find a way to earn 50 million. Tianying entertainment is such a rubbish, whoever goes back is a dog. I've set a goal. I want to earn 100 million in 2 months. Shi Shangfei also said this with a firm look on his face. Seeing how serious the two of them were, Qin Tian didn't know what to say for a moment. Okay then, you two should work hard and strive to become big anchors. Then I'll rely on you two to support me in my old age. I'm going to lie down again. After saying that, Qin Tian returned to the room again. After a while, the sound of two people broadcasting live could be heard outside the room. At this moment, the two of them were as energized as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Although Qin Tian said to lie down, after hearing their voices, he still couldn't help but open their live broadcast room with his new mobile phone. The first one to open was Huang Dafeng's live broadcast room. Because of his connections, Huang Dafeng now has tens of millions of fans. As soon as it was broadcast, it attracted tens of thousands of people to watch. My dear family, I, Huang Dafeng, swear here today that if I don't lose 40 kilograms in 2 months, I will shave off all my hair and eyebrows. Now let's get on the scale. In front of the camera, Huang Dafeng slowly stood on the scale. The next second, a big number appeared in front of everyone. 144 kg. Family members, let's witness it together in 2 months. Come on, everyone, follow me and move together. As soon as Huang Dafeng finished speaking, music started to sound in the live broadcast room, and these music are surprisingly the compendium of materia medica that everyone is familiar with. As the music started, Huang Dafeng's body began to move clumsily. Although his movements were not perfect, he insisted on completing every beat. Seeing this scene, everyone in the live broadcast room also expressed their support. Although Brother Tian is not here today, Fatty Huang is still working so hard. He has made progress. Give Fatty Huang a thumbs up and try to lose weight as soon as possible. I've decided. From now on, I'll follow Fatty Huang and check in every day to lose weight. If he can lose weight, I don't believe I can't. I think this set of movements is really effective. I practiced it with Brother Tian and the others last time, and the next day I felt like I was falling apart. Come on, Fatty Huang, if you can lose 40 pounds, I'll give you a Douyin number 1. Get moving, brothers. In just a moment, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was livened up by Huang Dafeng. Compared with a person of normal body shape teaching weight loss, an obese patient teaching weight loss is less convincing. but more immersive. Who doesn't have body anxiety these days? Just when Huang Dafeng's live broadcast room was extremely popular, Shi Shangfei's live broadcast room on the other side did not seem to be so smooth. Although he was very dedicated in sharing some common makeup techniques, it was difficult for him to attract viewers because he was a new anchor. Therefore, even though he had been broadcasting for more than 10 minutes, there were only a dozen or so fans in the live broadcast room who were attracted by his good looks. The little brother is so handsome, he looks like a celebrity. Yeah, I feel like I've seen this little brother somewhere, but I just can't remember where. Brother, can you please do that pouting pose again? I love it. It's not just that the little brother is handsome, he also speaks so nicely. Obviously, there are LSPs not only among male audiences, but also among female audiences. Seeing that Shi Shangfei's live broadcast room has such low popularity, Qin Tian couldn't stand it any longer, so he opened the reward interface and after some recharging operations, he directly gave away 10 Douyin number ones worth 14,000 yuan. The next second, a series of luxurious special effects appeared in Shi Shangfei's live broadcast room. This luxurious special effect can not only be seen by people in his live broadcast room, but also by people in other anchors' live broadcast rooms. Before everyone could recover from the shock, another 10 Douyin number ones flashed across the screen. Seeing this, some fans in other anchors' live broadcast rooms were instantly excited. Fuck, which boss is so willful that he directly used the down payment for my house? Let me see which sucker did this. Who is this anchor? I've never heard of him before. This guy is so damn lucky. Just when everyone was wondering who was so willful in spending money, soon someone discovered the ID of the rewarder. When they saw this ID, they were stunned, because they are so familiar with this ID. Fuck, this guy looks like Brother Tian. What do you mean by seemingly? This is good. Brother Tian actually gives gifts to others. Who is so generous? Could it be some beautiful female anchor? That's impossible. What other female anchor could possibly make Brother Tian fall in love with her? You'll know when you go and take a look. With such curiosity, a large number of viewers clicked into Shi Shangfei's live broadcast room, and when they saw Shi Shangfei's appearance clearly, they suddenly understood. No wonder Brother Tian took the initiative to reward me. It turns out he is Brother Tian's brother. Yes, Brother Tian's brothers must pay attention to him. If I had known this, I wouldn't have needed Brother Tian to personally reward me. I should have let me do it. When everyone recognized Shi Shangfei's identity, his popularity in the live broadcast room began to soar in an instant. In just half an hour, the popularity skyrocketed from around 10 to over 1 million. Chapter 99, The Road to Live Streaming. After Qin Tian exposed Lu Yao's crimes, his popularity on the entire network also ushered in a new round of growth. Influenced by him, Shi Shangfei's live broadcast career also took off. On the first day of the broadcast, the number of people online in the live broadcast room exceeded 500,000, and the number of fans exaggeratedly exceeded 1 million from 0. This incident quickly caused quite a stir on the internet. However, in the eyes of most people, this was not achieved by Shi Shangfei relying on his own real ability. He is just riding on Qin Tian's popularity. It's true that it's nice to lean on a big tree for shade. Qin Tian's brothers are really different. I have to admit I'm jealous. They gained 1 million followers in one day, while our team only gained 500,000 followers after a year of work. How can you compare with him? He is Qin Tian's brother. Just this fact alone can attract so much traffic. Let alone Qin Tian's brothers. Even if Qin Tian's dog started a live broadcast, I estimate that he could gain 1 million followers in a day. It's too small, the scale is too small. I think if Qin Tian's dog really started broadcasting, I estimate that the number of fans would increase by 5 million per day. After all, who can resist being a fan of a dog? My sister-in-law is the girlfriend of Qin Tian's junior high school classmate. Can I also start a live broadcast to take advantage of the popularity? If you say so, Qin Tian is still my fellow countryman, a fellow Longwa countryman. I'm not bragging. I passed by Qin Tian's junior high school when I was traveling. You can't do that. We are too distantly related. Qin Tian and I are half-siblings. All of you get out of my way. I'm Brother Tian's biological wife. We're only as good as knowing each other when it comes to falling in love. I'm pretty sure Shi Shangfei will be gone in less than half a month. That's true. A grown man teaching makeup, is anyone really going to watch? Just when everyone thought that Shi Shangfei relied on Qin Tian's relationship to gain 1 million followers so quickly, his live broadcasts in the next few days surprised everyone. On the second day of the live broadcast, Shi Shangfei broadcast for 12 hours, during which time the number of online viewers reached 1 million, and the number of fans after the broadcast ended was 2.2 million. On the third day of the live broadcast, Shi Shangfei continued to broadcast for 12 hours, during which time the number of online viewers reached 2 million, and the number of fans after the broadcast ended reached 4 million. On the fourth day of the live broadcast, Shi Shangfei's live broadcast lasted 14 hours, during which the number of online viewers exceeded 5 million. After the broadcast, the number of fans reached an astonishing 6.8 million. At this point, the entire network was dumbfounded. They originally thought that Shi Shangfei had become so famous so quickly just by riding on Qin Tian's popularity, but who could have imagined that even without Qin Tian showing up later, his number of followers would still increase so rapidly. It is even catching up with the speed at which Qin Tian gained followers before. Oh my god, this is impossible. This data must be fake. How could he possibly increase his followers so quickly? That's right, it's just a beauty livestream, anyone can do it. There are probably at least a few thousand beauty bloggers on Douyin now, if not tens of thousands. How did he become so popular? Could it be that the buff that Brother Tian gave him hasn't ended yet? Just when many netizens were expressing doubts, some of Shi Shangfei's fans also took the initiative to stand up. Those who are expressing doubt here, have you really watched Brother Fei's live broadcast carefully? If you haven't watched it, I suggest you go watch it. Honestly, as a girl, I can really learn a lot of makeup and skincare tips from Brother Fei's live broadcast room. Yeah, Brother Fei is really attentive and patient. Let's not talk about other things, just look at the length of Brother Fei's live broadcasts. He's live streaming when I go to bed at night, and he's already live streaming when I wake up in the morning. He was still live streaming during lunch. He has better opportunities and conditions than you, yet he's still working hard on live streaming. It's surprising that he's achieved some success. While netizens were arguing about Shi Shangfei's sudden popularity, Huang Dafeng was reporting to Qin Tian with an excited look on his face. Brother Tianer, I received another advertisement, and this time it's a big order. After a few days of live broadcast, not only Shi Shangfei, but also Huang Dafeng's popularity skyrocketed. Although the change in the number of fans is not that obvious, the number of people watching every day is increasing sharply. Therefore, when Qin Tian heard that a businessman had found him, he didn't feel strange at all. It would be strange if no merchants came looking for it. What brand is it, and what products do they sell? Hearing Qin Tian's question, Huang Dafeng said with a strange expression, the merchant's name is Master Tong, and he sells instant noodles. It's the pickled cabbage beef flavor. I've had it before, and it tastes pretty good, especially the pickled cabbage. As he spoke, Huang Dafeng's eyes began to light up, but Qin Tian's answer made his heart sink in an instant. Just refuse it. But Brother Tian, this company offered a 2 million yuan pit fee, and 10% of the total sales. Huang Dafeng was obviously anxious at this moment and hurriedly explained, and the next second, Qin Tian looked at him with burning eyes and said, first of all, you're currently a weight loss streamer, and most of your fans are also looking to lose weight. Is this thing suitable for you? It seems a little inappropriate. Huang Dafeng nodded awkwardly. Of course, this isn't that important. The most important thing is that the chef's reputation hasn't been very good lately. There's this thing too. In order to make Huang Dafeng believe what he said, Qin Tian opened a website directly in front of him. Above is the inside story of Master Tong's production workshop revealed by an undercover reporter in the factory. In the explosive post, the hygiene of the sauerkraut production workshop purchased by Master Tong was extremely substandard. The pickling process is carried out using the oldest earth pit method. The sauerkraut is thrown into the pit without being washed, and then stepped on by the workers. Looking at those shocking photos, Huang Dafeng felt his stomach churning. I almost vomited, He used to love instant noodles with this flavor, and now you tell him that the sauerkraut dumplings and instant noodles are produced in such an environment. How can he accept it? Damn, no wonder I said their sauerkraut is more flavorful than others, so that's why. Such unscrupulous merchants still come to me to promote their products. Isn't that harming me? Huang Dafeng felt a little scared when he thought about how he almost took on this big order. Just when he was about to call back and reject the merchant, he saw Qin Tian opened his Holang blog. After a while of operation, I forwarded a blog. Brother Tianer, what are you doing? Huang Dafeng, who had never seen Qin Tian post a blog, felt like he had seen an alien. What else can I do? Of course I have to help this undercover reporter forward this message. Otherwise, who knows how many more people this unscrupulous merchant will harm. After hearing Qin Tian's answer, Huang Dafeng was stunned. He just wanted to refuse to bring goods to others, but Qin Tian was trying to kill him. Chapter 100. I have a project to cooperate with you. You should know that Qin Tian now has more than 60 million fans on Holang blog. When he posts a blog, the exposure is no less than that of ordinary media. Once netizens see this blog post of his, there will be an uproar. What happened next was indeed not beyond Huang Dafeng's expectations. Qin Tian's blog had just been published and it already had hundreds of thousands of comments. The initial comments were all filled with shock. Oh my god, Brother Tian actually posted a blog. Shock. The dead account suddenly revived. This account has been hacked. I was also surprised. Suddenly I saw a post on Brother Tian's blog. I was shocked. I hope the backend of Holang blog can hold up and the server won't be damaged. I have a feeling that Brother Tian's blog post today will be a hot topic. I suddenly want to see the expressions of those who paid to become popular when they see Brother Tian become popular just by posting a random blog. Hearing what you said, I want to make this blog popular even more. At first, everyone was just shocked that Qin Tian suddenly posted a blog, but after everyone carefully checked the content of the blog post, they were all instantly stunned by the content. Anyone who sees that a food that is commonly seen in daily life is produced in a place with extremely poor sanitary conditions will instinctively feel uncomfortable. Not to mention that the production conditions revealed in the photos are beyond description. It's simply insane. In an instant, a large number of angry messages appeared in the comments section below the blog. If it wasn't sent by Brother Tian, I would really doubt it was fake. I just finished a bucket. Looking at these photos and then at the instant noodles where I even drank the soup, I almost vomited everything I ate yesterday. Don't say that. I ate this flavor for 6 months straight when I was so poor I couldn't afford to eat. Now I think about how miserable I was. I was so poor I couldn't afford to eat, and yet I had to eat other people's stinky feet. What era is this? There are still people doing this kind of thing. This is too much. If Brother Tian hadn't forwarded this, we would still be kept in the dark. This has already been exposed, but it can still be suppressed, thanks to Brother Tian. Such unscrupulous businesses should be completely eliminated. I thought Brother Tian was only in charge of the entertainment industry, but I didn't expect he would even be in charge of food hygiene. Brother Tian is the only one who is not afraid of offending the merchants by exposing this matter. I saw a washed-up celebrity wearing this during a livestream a few days ago. I hope the relevant departments will come out and take action soon. As more and more people learned about this incident, more details about it were also dug out by netizens. The entire internet was shocked in an instant, and the company involved, Tong Shifu Food Company, Limited, was quickly investigated and punished by the relevant departments, and those celebrities who had previously supported it also suffered one by one. Seeing this situation, Huang Dafeng couldn't help but smile bitterly while feeling relieved. Fortunately, he did not sign the delivery contract. Without Qin Tian's knowledge, the bitter smile is that after this incident, many merchants probably dare not ask him to promote their products anymore. Although the person who exposed the incident was Qin Tian, the ultimate cause of the incident was that Master Tong took the initiative to contact him to promote the products. In the future, even if those brands want him to promote their products, they must first assess whether there are any problems with their products. However, this did not dampen Huang Dafeng's determination to sell goods through live streaming, especially when he saw Qin Tian's increasingly pale face. Come on, Huang Dafeng, you can do it. After cheering himself up, Huang Dafeng walked into the room again and started the live broadcast. Qin Tian was also a little surprised by this. During this period of time, both Huang Dafeng and Shi Shangfei have been working too hard. I feel like I'm full of energy all day long. Looks like I can't just sit around doing nothing. I should take this opportunity to discuss the specific details of filming with the crew. That's right, in less than half a month, the three works in collaboration with Huanyo Film and Television and the Film Channel have entered the stage of preparation for filming. In order to accommodate Qin Tian, the three crews even took the initiative to come to Jinyang. The main filming location of the story is also Jinyang. I guess Qin Tian is the only one who can handle this situation. The only things he has to do now are to coordinate the relevant details with the director and select the cast. Qin Tian did not expect that the leaders of both sides would actually hand over the important matter of casting to him, because in general, the crew will have a dedicated casting director. Some important roles will be decided by the director himself. Of course, there are also cases where investors force people into the crew. It's really a headache. 3 dramas, hundreds of characters. Even if I only have to choose the male and female leads, the workload is terrifying. Besides, there are so many actors in the industry now, how can I choose? Just when Shin Tian had an unusual headache, a phone call suddenly came in. Looking at the slightly unfamiliar number on his phone, Shin Tian answered the call directly. As soon as the call was connected, a familiar voice came from the other end. Hello Shin Tian, I'm Zhu Zhu from Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV. Do you still remember me? Hearing this familiar voice, Shin Tian immediately remembered what happened on the streets of Erdogan town last time. Of course I remember, but what do you want from me? Well, we have a variety show called Running Man, and we're planning to invite you as a guest. I wonder if you have any schedules soon. What? Hearing Zhu Zhu's words, Shin Tian was stunned at first, then he was speechless. I'm just asking if it's appropriate for your production team to invite a frail, terminally ill cancer patient like me to participate in a program like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Zhu on the other end fell silent. At this moment, Zhu Zhu was obviously more speechless than Shin Tian. What did it mean to be physically weak? If she remembered correctly, not long ago, Shin Tian Kai rescued 9 people in succession from a river more than 10 meters deep, and the longest time he submerged in the water was several minutes. If he is called weak, then what are these ordinary people called? Sexually slutty. Of course, she kept these words in her heart and didn't say them out loud. Just when she thought Shin Tian had rejected her invitation, Shin Tian suddenly spoke again. Forget about Running Man or anything like that. I can't run with my current physique, but I have a great variety show idea that I'd like to collaborate with you guys on. It depends on whether you want to consider it. I've already thought of a name for the variety show. It's called The Birth of an Actor. When Zhu Zhu heard Shin Tian's proposal, she was stunned for a moment. Chapter 101. Shin Tian will personally serve as a judge. She originally just wanted to invite Shin Tian to join their variety show, but who could have expected that Shin Tian would make such a request? After thinking for a while, she said a little embarrassedly, the station's variety show plans for this year have already been finalized. And now that the government has issued a restriction on entertainment, our station really doesn't have the time to start new variety shows. Of course, this was just a polite statement. Even if the station plans to add a new variety show, it will have to go through a lot of discussions within the station before it can be decided. How can it be decided just like that? Just when she thought Shin Tian would hang up the phone, Shin Tian suddenly muttered. I see. I was thinking about being a judge. In that case, I'll go ask Mango TV to see if they're interested in this project. After hearing Shin Tian's words, Zhu Zhu's expression on the other end of the phone changed immediately. Wait a minute, are you saying you want to be a judge on this variety show yourself? Yes, and this variety show is actually to connect with the 3 projects I have on hand. If I can find suitable actors, I can arrange for them to join the crew directly. Shin Tian's seemingly casual words made Zhu Zhu stunned. It is no secret that Shin Tian is directing 3 new works at the same time. Some netizens have even dug out the specific names of these 3 works. It can be said that these 3 works have become popular on the entire internet before they were even aired, and now Shin Tian actually plans to select actors for these 3 works through a variety show. This sounds a bit absurd, but in Zhu Zhu's view, this is an unprecedented hotspot. A variety show with top-tier celebrities as judges and direct access to 3 major dramas. You can imagine how much attention it can attract. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhu immediately said in a sincere tone, Mr. Shin Tian, please wait a moment. I will discuss this matter with our director and guarantee to give you a satisfactory answer. At this moment she was even a little panicked. She was afraid that Shin Tian would hang up her phone and then turn around to find their rival Mango TV out. If this is true, once their director finds out about this, he will probably fire her directly. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Zhu hurried to the director's office. At this moment, Chenin, the director of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV, is also worried about the upcoming show Running Man. Seeing Zhu Zhu coming in, he quickly asked, how's the contact with Shin Tian going? Is he willing to attend? Hearing this question, Zhu Zhu quickly shook her head. Oh. What should we do now? The original 6-member group is missing a main guest. Just when Chenin was having a headache, Zhu Zhu suddenly spoke. Although he did not accept our invitation, he did propose a cooperative project. He wants to work with us to create a brand new variety show. Look, there aren't enough people for this run, brother thing right now, so why not just chop it off? Hearing Zhu Zhu's words, Chenin was stunned at first, then said angrily, nonsense. Running Man, we've already contacted 5 popular young actors. How can we just cut them off like that? If it's cut off, are you going to pay the penalty? And even if this project is a collaboration with Shin Tian, is it possible that Shin Tian will personally participate? After saying that, he looked at Zhu Zhu speechlessly, as if waiting for her explanation. What if Shin Tian is willing to personally participate in this variety show and serve as a judge? Personally, wait, you mean he's going to be a judge on this variety show? At this moment, Chenin was suddenly stunned. Is he planning to create a music variety show? I don't deny his singing skills, but the ratings for music variety shows have been poor in the past 2 years. Even if he were to be a judge himself, I don't think it would be easy to change the current market. After saying this, he shook his head with great regret. The current variety show market is no longer the same as it was a few years ago, and audiences have long been tired of all kinds of music auditions. That if they release another one, I will definitely lose everything I own. However, what Zhu Zhu said next made him very excited. Director, this is the case. This variety show is not the music talent show you're thinking of. It's an actor audition program, and this program is directly connected to 3 projects under Qin Tian's management. After being shortlisted, you can directly get the qualification to join the crew of the 3 films that are very popular online recently. This after listening to Zhu Zhu's story, Chenin was stunned. There has never been an actor audition program in this world. At least it has never appeared in the entertainment circle of Longhua, not to mention joining the group directly after being shortlisted. Because there are 2 big problems. Point 1 problem is that casting is usually done by a dedicated person in a production crew, and even some big-name actors require a long period of communication. It is impossible for the production crew to hand over the casting task to outsiders. Selecting through a variety show sounds a bit ridiculous. What if there is a problem with the character I choose? The second problem is that it is difficult to contact suitable actors to participate in this variety show. Senior actors cannot be invited due to face issues, and new actors do not have enough qualifications in all aspects, so the program team will not look for them. However, if these 2 most serious problems are applied to the current situation, they seem to no longer be problems. Of course, Chenin also understood that the main reason why the problem could be solved was Qin Tian. According to Qin Tian, both parties have entrusted him with the task of casting, so he has full authority in this regard. Also, I think with the influence of Qin Tian, Huanyo film and television, even big-name stars wouldn't be completely unmoved by such an opportunity. Not to mention those stars who have fallen silent for some reason. Looking at Chenin's surprised expression, Zhu Zhu continued to explain. Just when she was about to say more, Chenin suddenly raised his hand. I agree to this project, and the Running Man project is cancelled. As for those 5 popular stars, give them a choice: either join this new variety show, or we lose money and they leave. I'm confident they will make the right choice. When he said this, a hint of confidence appeared on Chenin's face. He doesn't think these popular young actors will refuse such a new variety show with unlimited potential. Also, please arrange my schedule. I want to meet Qin Tian in person to discuss the details of the program and the authorization issues. When Zhu Zhu heard Chenin's words, a smile instantly appeared on her face. With the director's announcement, this variety show called The Birth of an Actor is basically a done deal.